On this day, Blue Star entered the era of the Multiverse Championship. The chosen humans shall ascend to the floating islands as professionals, hunting monsters and evolving into deities. Among all professions, the Lord class is deemed the most prestigious. Lin Yu, fortunate enough to acquire the Lord profession, was randomly assigned a uniquely powerful exclusive unit, angels. From henceforth, Lin Yu embarked on his grand endeavor in the Multiverse Championship. Several years later, Lin Yu sat majestically upon the throne of the God King, gazing back upon his domain. Behind him, in addition to the boundless army of angels, were the myriad gods of the multiverse, prostrating in reverence. I am the holy light, the origin of sanctity and illumination. The beings of the multiverse are my followers. Those who do not comply shall be purified by the sacred flames. Chapter 1. The journey of the multiverse commences. Blue Star, Light Martial City. Magic Martial Academy, University, Class 7. In a brightly lit classroom, dozens of students sat attentively. At the podium, the strikingly poised class instructor, Su Yi, began to speak. A year ago, a miracle descended upon Blue Star. Statistics indicate that over 1 million individuals were summoned to the floating islands of the multiverse by divine power. Undeniably, this is a path towards becoming an immortal deity. Although fraught with danger, it is rife with temptation. No one knows when the next summoning may occur. Thus, we must always be mentally prepared for such a call. The classroom fell into a profound silence. The students sat upright, their expressions animated and spirits uplifted. Who among them did not desire divinity and immortality? Su Yi continued. Anyone who has reached the age of 18 stands a chance to be summoned to the floating islands, accompanied by the bestowal of a random profession. Professions are divided into two main categories: Lord professions and combat professions. Combat professions include knights, swordsmen, elementalists, hunters, clerics, and so forth, primarily tasked with slaying the monsters on the island to enhance their own levels. The classification of Lord professions is singular, simply the Lord. Their primary responsibilities entail constructing territories, recruiting units, developing influence, and leading armies to vie for supremacy in the floating island realm. However, lords are a rare breed, their numbers exceedingly sparse. To my knowledge, among the over 100 million summoned a year ago, only slightly more than 100 attained the Lord profession, yielding an astonishing ratio of 1 in 10,000. If one were fortunate enough to be randomly selected, it would be akin to striking gold. Companies and families across the nation are eager to collaborate with those of the Lord profession to develop the floating islands and acquire resources, including our academy. As her words resonated, a chorus of discussion erupted within the classroom. Lord professionals are simply invincible. I have heard whispers of a highly sought-after spirit rice on the market, said to enhance physical prowess and extend lifespan. This rice is cultivated by lords on the floating islands. Which market? Do not inquire. The answer is simply none. Such lore professionals are exceedingly rare, and even if they did bring back spirit rice, it would be beyond the means of ordinary folk. Scarcity begets value. Wealthy individuals in the country have no qualms about spending lavishly on spirit rice. Once one becomes a lord, wealth flows effortlessly. I have made my decision. I shall become a lord. Not only will I cultivate spirit rice on the floating islands, but I shall also raise fat pigs, becoming the proprietor of a pig farm, and then return to Blue Star to sell for profit. In a corner of the classroom sat a youth. His features were well-defined, his countenance handsome, and his eyes bright. His name was Lin Yu. Listening to the surrounding chatter, he rolled his eyes multiple times. If he were fortunate enough to become a lord, would he really tend to pigs? Of course, the objective was to recruit units, expand influence, and vie for supremacy in the multiverse floating islands. Achieving divinity and becoming a ruler was far more alluring than merely being a pig farm proprietor. Lin Yu sighed inwardly. I wonder when the miracle shall descend once more, or perhaps I may never witness it again. Such miracles are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Who knows if a second summoning is in store? Consequently, the initial group of humans summoned to the island has become exceedingly sought after, basking in the adoration akin to celestial bodies surrounding the moon. In this new era, professionals are the elite among the populace. Just wait a moment. If miracles do not manifest, I shall apply to become an employee. By becoming an employee, I will have the opportunity to accompany the first batch of professionals into the floating island. Regardless of the circumstances, I must find a way to connect with that enigmatic realm. Contemplating this, Lin Yu involuntarily cast his gaze upon the beautiful class instructor standing at the podium. Instructor Su Yi is one of the first batch of professionals. It is said that she is an elemental master, capable of incinerating an entire building to ashes with a single fiery spell. Suddenly, at that very moment, a voice resonated within Lin Yu's mind. The journey across the myriad realms commences. Random selection of Blue Star humans to enter the trials on the floating island. It is both a trial and a path to divinity. May the summoned cherish this opportunity. In that instant, Lin Yu was overwhelmed with ecstasy. The once lively classroom fell into silence, but soon after, the students erupted into fervent cheers. A year later, the miraculous manifestations from the floating island of the Myriad realms re-emerged, signaling that they had finally arrived at the opportunity to ascend to the floating island. The miracle has appeared. This time, I must be among those summoned. I shall become a professional, a lord. I will raise pigs on the floating island. The students shouted with unrestrained excitement. Instructor Su Yi did not intervene. She could empathize with their fervor. Had she not been among the first to be summoned, she too would have found it difficult to contain her enthusiasm like these students. I wonder how many will be summoned to the floating island this time, and how many will become lords. Su Yi mused with a blend of anticipation and envy. I hope this time, our academy can produce a lord professional on the floating island. It is the lord professionals who are the favored children of the rules. Only the lord professionals possess the qualifications to engage in activities such as planting spirit rice, forging equipment, and recruiting troops. In contrast, combat-type professionals can only battle monsters in the wilderness. They lack both territory and troops. A moment's carelessness could lead combat professionals to meet a gruesome fate at the hands of monsters. Conversely, lord professionals enjoy numerous privileges, and they're the ones most likely to ascend to divinity. Within seconds, brilliant beams of light suddenly illuminated the classroom ceiling. A total of 7 beams enveloped individual students, signifying that these 7 fortunate souls were selected to enter the floating island of the Myriad realms. As for the others, they had missed their chance. It seems the number this time is rather substantial. Instructor Su Yi expressed astonishment, but quickly addressed the 7 students. Upon entering the floating island, check the energy seals on you. When they are full of energy, you may traverse between the floating island and Blue Star. Moreover, be sure to remember my prior warnings. On the floating island, safety comes first. Her gaze swiftly swept across the 7 selected students, one of whom was none other than Lin Yu. However, before she could utter more, the 7 students, including Lin Yu, vanished amidst the radiant beams of light. The remaining students in the classroom were left in a state of shock, with some even breaking down in tears, having once again missed the opportunity to become professionals. Chapter 2. The sole flaw of the elite class is its expense. Welcome to the floating island of all realms. Current floating island. Unclaimed, unnamed. ID 014965. Randomly assigning your profession. Congratulations, you have obtained the profession of Lord. Activating the fundamental skill of the Lord class. Leader S Aura. Leader S Aura. Passive skill as one endowed with the Leader S Aura. You shall find it significantly easier to garner the allegiance of troops, professionals, and neutral beings, while continuously enhancing their loyalty. Congratulations, you have acquired a territory. Your territory is currently a low-level village. Notice, as a lord, developing your territory is your paramount objective. Main quest issued. Quest objective. As a lord, your life's ambition should be the conquest of all realms. However, prior to that, your task is to master the current floating island and become its sovereign. Quest deadline. None. Quest reward. Unknown. Is this what it means to be a lord? Just as Lin Yu had arrived on the floating island, he was overwhelmed by a barrage of notifications that resonated in his mind, leaving him stunned. The acquisition of the lord profession was utterly unexpected, akin to being struck by a pie from the heavens. After all, the number of individuals who could attain the status of a lord was remarkably scant, and the probability of doing so was exceedingly low, akin to winning the lottery. At this moment, Lin Yu stood before a quaint 2-story building, with an expanse of open land behind him. Nearby, 3 wooden huts stood sentinel, while in the distance lay a lush jungle, intermittently alive with the sounds of unknown creatures. Just as the forums had reported, the initial territory indeed resembled this. The task of a lord is to cultivate and expand their domain, utilizing the resources obtained to elevate the territory to the status of a town, city, or even a fortress. The higher the territory's level, the stronger the influence. It is said that upon reaching a certain threshold, one might even establish a kingdom and ascend to the throne. Lin Yu struggled to contain the excitement bubbling within him. A king, who among men does not yearn for dominion? This is the irresistible allure of power, and to become a lord is the first step towards seizing that power. It is no exaggeration to say that he felt as if he were soaring to great heights. His mentor had once remarked that if one were fortunate enough to become a lord, the first course of action should be to recruit troops. With this in mind, Lin Yu hurried toward the 2-story building. This structure, as described in the forum, was the Lord's Hall, the core of the territory and the place designated for recruiting exclusive troops. In the early stages of one's arrival, a lord possesses no means of self-defense. Combat professionals such as knights, swordsmen, and elementalists come equipped with their respective combat skills, such as knightly swordsmanship, swordsman's triple slash, and fireball incantation. With these skills, combat professionals can vanquish wild monsters. In contrast, the Lord's standard skill is the Leader's Aura, which offers no offensive capability whatsoever. To ensure their safety or to hunt wild monsters, a lord must recruit troops, making troop recruitment their foremost priority. Troop types are varied: dragons, giants, slimes, humans, elves, goblins, and many more. However, troop classifications are limited to 4 tiers: low-level, mid-level, high-level, and elite troops. The higher the tier, the greater the potential. For instance, dragon-type troops are universally recognized as elite, with a growth potential that ultimately reaches the holy tier. Furthermore, the troops available in 1's territory are randomized. A fortunate lord might recruit high or elite troops, while an unfortunate one may find themselves with only low-level troops. What kind of troops will my territory possess? I can only hope they are not of the low-level variety. Upon entering the Lord's hall, Lin Yu silently chanted a wish to recruit troops. Instantly, a voice echoed in his mind, emanating from the floating island of all realms. It was cold and mechanical, randomly determining the exclusive troops for your territory. Randomization complete. You have activated the following troops: Goblin, Dwarven Gunner, Dragon Knight, Titan, Angel, Unique. Esteemed Lord, you must select one of the above 5 troop types as the exclusive troop of your territory. The exclusive troop shall accompany you for a lifetime, and once chosen, it cannot be altered. Please choose wisely. Staring at the notification in his mind, Lin Yu was momentarily astounded. Typically, one would receive only a single randomly assigned exclusive troop. Whatever it was final, with no options. Only those with extraordinary luck might encounter 2 or 3 exclusive troops available for selection. Yet here he was, with a staggering 5 exclusive troop options. It was a feat that would be hard for anyone to believe. Moreover, aside from the Goblin and the Dwarven Gunner, who were low and mid-tier respectively, the other 3 were all elite troops. What unfathomable luck is this? If I were to capture a screenshot and share it on the forum, it would surely incite envy among all lords in Blue Star. As per the information released, among the over 100 existing lords in Blue Star, most possess low to mid-tier exclusive troops, with the appearance of high-tier troops being a rarity. As for elite troops, no one has reported acquiring them. Yet here I stand, having randomly drawn 3 elite troops. It feels as though my ancestors must be smiling down upon me. Dragon Knight, Titan, Angel, I desire them all. Alas, I can only choose one. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yu felt as though his heart were bleeding. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided on the last troop type, the Angel. He dismissed the Dragon Knight immediately, leaving only the Titan and the Angel. Compared to the Titan, the Angel bore the designation of unique. While he was uncertain of the implications of unique, he surmised that the Angel must possess certain exceptional qualities that set it apart from the Titan. Thus, this choice seemed wise. Congratulations, esteemed Lord. You have acquired the exclusive troop of your territory, Angel. You may now expend gold to recruit the Angel troops. Recruitment requirements: 2-winged Angel, 50 gold coins; 4-winged Angel, 200 gold coins, unlocked at mid-level village; 6-winged Angel, 1,000 gold coins, unlocked at high-level village; 8-winged Angel. Note: when recruiting 6-winged angels or higher, there is a chance to recruit special angels. The probability of recruitment increases with the elevation of the territory level. Truly, the sole drawback of an exclusive elite troop is its expense. Gazing at the recruitment menu before him, Lin Yu felt a pang of anguish. The higher the troop tier, the greater the gold expenditure required for recruitment. Low-level troops cost 5 gold coins each, mid-level troops, 10 gold coins, high-level troops, 30 gold coins, and elite troops, 50 gold coins each. In other words, the gold required to recruit a single elite troop could instead recruit 10 low-level troops. Chapter 3, Summoning. The Mighty Angel. Lin Yu silently chanted within himself as he opened his personal information panel. Instantly, a translucent panel materialized within his view. Lin Yu. Profession: Lord. Level: 0 level mortal. Reputation: 0. Territory: low-level village, unnamed. Exclusive troop: Angel, unique. Gold coins owned: 100. New Lord's gift. Fortunately, the new Lord profession comes with a generous gift of 100 gold coins. Otherwise, recruiting troops would have been an impossibility. In contrast, the new profession benefits for combat professionals include a weapon pertinent to their class, such as a Knight's greatsword, an Elementalist's staff, or a Hunter's bow. These weapon benefits provide combat professionals with the essential means to slay monsters. The novice benefit for the Lord class is a sum of 100 gold coins. Inherently, the Lord class is not adept at combat. Its primary focus lies in recruiting troops and developing territories. Thus, the allocation of 100 gold coins by the floating island is exceedingly reasonable. With 100 gold coins, one could recruit 20 low-tier units. However, my angelic units are of the highest caliber, with even the weakest of the dual-winged angels requiring 50 gold coins for recruitment. Therefore, 100 gold coins only suffices for the recruitment of 2. Regarding the pricing of units, Lin Yu could not help but feel a twinge of envy towards those lords possessing lower-tier units. Simply put, they are more economical. Under identical resource conditions, the troop scale of a low-tier lord could reach tenfold that of a top-tier lord. enabling a swifter establishment of a legion. As for their combat prowess, that remains a separate matter. Without hesitation, Lin Yu chose to recruit, expending all 100 gold coins without a moment's pause. Almost concurrently, a black hole manifested in the center of the Lord Hall. Moments later, two figures radiating with white light emerged from the void. Both were female angels, with golden locks, statuesque figures, and faces of unparalleled beauty. They donned gleaming silver-white armor and wielded identical angelic swords. They exuded an air of utmost nobility and sanctity, imparting a sense of being beyond reproach. As Lin Yu anticipated, two pristine white wings adorned their backs, a hallmark of the dual-winged angels. Greetings, esteemed lord. Upon emerging from the black hole, the two exquisite angels bowed to Lin Yu, their expressions imbued with reverence. As the lord who had summoned them, Lin Yu was assured of their loyalty. This was beyond question. No need for formalities. Lin Yu inhaled deeply, his gaze sweeping over the angels' beautifully crafted visages as he accessed their status panels. Dual-winged angel, initial level, level 5, growth potential, demigod, skills, holy cross sword, sacred light slash. Angelic holy flame. Remarks. Belonging to the orthodox faction, dual-winged angels are the most common and least ranked warriors of the angelic race. They possess unwavering faith and loyalty towards their lord. The information of both angels was identical. There was no distinction in level, growth potential, or skills. This was evidently the standard template for dual-winged angels. Had Lin Yu recruited 4-winged angels, 6-winged angels, or even those with more wings, the template information would surely differ. Level 5 as the initial level. Demigod growth potential. Truly, they are formidable top-tier units. Lin Yu felt a genuine sense of awe. On the forums of the Blue Stars practitioners, some lords had divulged information regarding troop types. The most affordable low-tier units begin at level 1, with a maximum growth potential not exceeding level 9. Mid-tier units start at level 2, capped at king level. High-tier units commence at level 3, with a maximum growth potential not exceeding extraordinary level. As for top-tier units, no concrete information had yet emerged. This was because, among the first summoned humans, no lord had been reported to have randomly acquired a top-tier unit, and thus, no data had been published. One could only speculate that the initial level of top-tier units should be level 4, with a growth potential maxing out at the sacred domain. The power levels of the floating island range from 1 to 9, followed by king level, extraordinary, sacred domain, demigod, and ultimately, the immortal true god. Observing the information panel, it was evident that Lin Yu's angels surpassed even the top-tier units, standing at a higher tier. And this was merely the dual-winged angels. What might the initial levels and growth potential be for 4-winged angels, 6-winged angels, or even the exalted 12-winged angels? This may very well be the unique strength of singular units. Beyond this, Lin Yu could find no other plausible explanation. After all, among the 3 randomly generated top-tier units, only the angels bore the mark of uniqueness. The Dragon Knight and Titan units did not possess such a distinction. This indirectly indicated that unique units are indeed stronger, perhaps even transcending the top-tier units. With this thought, Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement. Not only had he become a Lord-class practitioner, but he had also randomly acquired a uniquely powerful unit that surpassed even the top-tier units. Surely, this was a stroke of fortune. Lin Yu turned his attention to the 2 enchanting angels and inquired, "What are your names?" In unison, the dual-winged angels replied, "Please grant us names, esteemed lord." No names. Lin Yu fell into contemplation. Would naming them 1 and 2 be too pedestrian? After a moment's reflection, he declared, "From this moment forth, your names shall be Ida and Sally. All hail the esteemed lord." Ida and Sally immediately expressed their delight, bowing in excitement. It seemed that receiving names from Lin Yu was a great honor. Lin Yu, however, thought little of it and promptly instructed, "As the territory is newly established, we require abundant resources. You 2 shall venture forth to hunt and slay the wild monsters. It is our honor to serve you, esteemed lord." Without a moment's hesitation, the 2 dual-winged angels unfurled their snow-white wings and soared out of the Lord Hall, swiftly departing the territory. Their speed was akin to a flash of light, causing Lin Yu to swallow back a word of caution about safety. With their level 5 status as superlative units, mastery of 3 skills, and the ability to fly, they should encounter no issues. As for him, being a level 0 mortal, accompanying them would only hinder their efforts. Lin Yu was self-aware and chose to remain in the Lord Hall, awaiting news. To his surprise, mere minutes later, a series of kill notifications from the floating island arrived. Chapter 4, The Island Master's Dream. Level up, Spirit Field. Your angel Ida has slain a level 1 wild boar. As Ida's lord, you have received a sliver of primordial power as a reward. Your angel Sally has slain a level 1 wild boar. Your angel Ida has slain a level 2 wild boar. Your angel Sally has slain a level 2 wild boar, earning 1 gold coin. Your angel. An unbroken stream of notifications appeared. In a fleeting moment, over 20 wild boars of varying levels had been slain by Ida and Sally, showcasing their formidable combat prowess. A level 5 superlative unit dispatching low-level monsters with ease. Simultaneously, Lin Yu also accrued a substantial amount of primordial power as rewards. If the floating island could be likened to a gaming universe, then the primordial power obtained from slaying monsters would equate to experience points, aiding units, lords, and practitioners in ascending to higher levels. As a lord, Lin Yu need not personally engage in combat like a warrior. The units themselves served as his weapons. The enemies vanquished by the units also allowed the lord to share in the rewards of primordial power. This underscores the immense importance of units to a lord, representing the core element of their growth and territorial expansion. I can sense that as soon as Ida and Sally hunt down a few more wild boars, I shall level up. The floating island is a tangible realm, devoid of conventional experience bars. Nevertheless, Lin Yu could perceive his progress towards leveling up, a gift bestowed upon practitioners by the floating island. Having dispatched over 20 level 1 and 2 wild boars, he had only received 2 gold coins in return. Moreover, no additional items had dropped, indicating that the monster drop rate on the floating island is quite low. Furthermore, both gold coins were obtained from slaying level 2 wild boars. Clearly, the higher the monster's level, the greater the likelihood of obtaining gold coins or other items. Through this information, Lin Yu gained a deeper understanding of the floating island. As time elapsed, the notifications of kills continued to surge within Lin Yu's mind. The monsters defeated by Ida and Sally were no longer limited to wild boars. A few wild wolves began to appear as well. Ordinary wild wolves were classified as level 3 monsters, while elite wild wolves were deemed level 4. However, neither posed a challenge to Ida and Sally. By observing the frequency of the kill notifications, Lin Yu could surmise that Ida and Sally dispatched the elite wild wolves with the same ease as slicing through vegetables. Suddenly, a surge of warmth erupted in Lin Yu's lower abdomen, quickly radiating throughout his entire body. In that moment, he distinctly felt his physical capabilities enhance. His hands grew stronger, his leaps higher, and his vision clearer and more distant. He had leveled up, transitioning from a level 0 ordinary person to a level 1 professional. It was from this moment that Lin Yu truly embarked on the path of a professional, advancing towards the divine goal. The leveling process took nearly 2 hours. Such a pace could hardly be deemed slow. Lin Yu's focus on his leveling speed stemmed from his desire to surpass other lord professionals, aspiring to be the one with the fastest growth rate and the greatest strength among them. This ambition was fueled by the main quest issued by the floating islands of all realms, to conquer the current floating island and become its lord. The island where Lin Yu resided was nameless and unclaimed, merely designated by the number 014965. He was unaware of how many lord professionals inhabited this island. But like all others, his mission was to defeat rival lords, conquer the floating island, and claim the title of Island Lord. Becoming the Island Lord would grant him the liberty to manage all resources on the island. However, strength was essential to achieve this status. Thus, Lin Yu must grow at the swiftest pace possible, transforming into the most formidable lord to avoid being vanquished by other professionals in the impending island conquest. While Ida and Sally diligently hunted, Lin Yu roamed the territory. The 3 small wooden cottages were hardly noteworthy. His primary interest lay in the nearby spirit fields. Spirit fields were areas designated for cultivating spirit rice. The harvested spirit rice not only provided basic sustenance for the territory's troops, but could also be sold to Blue Star, where it commanded a high price due to its efficacy in enhancing physical attributes. It was rumored that some affluent individuals on Blue Star had achieved the level of a level 1 professional through prolonged consumption of spirit rice, subsequently being exceptionally accepted into the ranks of island professionals by the floating islands of all realms. However, this remained merely a rumor, and Lin Yu could not ascertain its truth. This, however, led to a fervent demand for spirit rice, with wealthy individuals willing to pay exorbitant sums to acquire it from lord professionals. Thus, once one became a lord professional, amassing wealth was a relatively straightforward endeavor. Upon stepping beyond the territory's confines, Lin Yu beheld his spirit field. The area was square, approximately 100 meters in length and width, enveloped in a soft, radiant white glow. As Lin Yu cast his gaze upon it, the details of the spirit field became apparent. Spirit field, level 1, special attributes, none, upgrade requirement, 200 gold coins. Remarks: level 1 spirit fields can only cultivate level 1 crops, including but not limited to grains, demon plants, and magical herbs. In addition to spirit rice, the Lord's spirit field could also cultivate demon plants and magical herbs. However, it appeared that spirit rice, as a grain, was rather commonplace. Though he had not previously encountered the names of demon plants or magical herbs, it was reasonable to assume that these crops were of superior quality, with lower drop rates. The floating islands of all realms lacked any form of currency recharge or marketplace. To acquire items, professionals could only engage in trade with one another or defeat monsters to obtain them. Seeds for crops, equipment for professionals, and blueprints for territory construction could all be acquired through the vanquishing of wild monsters. First, Lin Yu decided to check the offerings on the trading platform. As he raised his right hand, a crimson mark was distinctly visible on his wrist, an emblem of the professional. To the left of the mark was an energy progress bar. Currently reading 34. When filled, the professional could activate the mark to return to Blue Star. Energy could be acquired by defeating enemies on the floating island, including but not limited to wild monsters. With that, Lin Yu pressed the red mark, and a series of virtual buttons appeared before him, including Island Chat Channel, Professional Trading Platform, Honor Contribution List, Friend Channel, and more. Additionally, there were options for Universal Chat Channel and Universal Trading Platform. But these features remained inaccessible for the time being. Once Lin Yu reached a certain level of strength, he would unlock these functionalities to communicate across realms. Chapter 5. The Supreme Lord and the Hall of Kings. Upon opening the Island Trading Platform, Lin Yu was met with a sparse selection of items, such as spring water, firewood, iron, ore, and stone, nothing but the most mundane of goods. Unfortunately, there were no offerings for the seeds of spirit rice, demon plants, or magical herbs. And even blueprints and equipment were absent. This underscored a significant point. There were no seasoned professionals on this island. All were novices. It could be inferred that the veterans, summoned a year ago, resided on other floating islands. This revelation was promising. It indicated that newcomers would not be subjected to the tyranny of established professionals. The veteran professionals had spent an entire year honing their skills, achieving remarkable levels and strength. Newly arrived professionals were hardly their match. Furthermore, should there have been seasoned lord professionals on the island, the impending island conquest would undoubtedly prove more challenging, rendering it unfair for the fledgling lords. Now, however, the island was populated entirely by newcomers. All professionals stood on equal footing at the starting line, rendering the situation quite fair. Realizing this, Lin Yu felt a surge of optimism. As someone aspiring to become the island lord, he naturally preferred to avoid facing the overwhelming forces of seasoned lords at such an early stage. He needed a transitional period to grow. Subsequently, Lin Yu closed the Island Trading Platform and opened the adjacent chat channel. At that moment, the chat channel was ablaze with activity, inundated with countless messages from professionals. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of messages scrolled by. It was evident that the island's new professionals were exhilarated, especially those who had obtained lord professions, akin to having won the lottery. Haha, brothers, I randomly got the lord profession. Come congratulate me. Damn, another lord. So envious. My profession is knight. I'm destined to be a subordinate to lord professionals. At least knights are combat types. I randomly got the priest profession, utterly useless aside from healing. Everyone, let us not be disheartened. Regardless of the profession drawn, we all have the chance to ascend to divinity. What profession is that brother upstairs? Such a good attitude. My profession is rather average, just a minor lord. Moreover, my troops are skeleton swordsmen, an intermediate unit. Get lost. Speaking of which, it seems quite a few have randomly drawn lord professions this time. It feels like there are at least 800, if not 1,000. That's because the number of people summoned to the floating island has increased. According to my estimation, at least tens of millions have been summoned to the floating island of 10,000 realms. Tens of millions? Last year, it seemed that only over 1 million were summoned. Brother upstairs, how did you arrive at that estimation? What is your basis? Do you possess another source of information? I rely on intuition. That is merely a wild guess. By the way, has any noble lord emerged to showcase their exclusive troops? It would certainly broaden the horizons of us combat professionals. There is no need to showcase. They are essentially low-tier and mid-tier troops. That may not be entirely accurate. My troop type is the Earthwalking Dragon, undeniably a high-tier unit. Caught a big shot. I apologize. But mine is the top-tier Golden Behemoth, invincible in land combat. Moreover, I have just established the professional alliance of the Hall of Kings. Any aspiring and ambitious professionals may join my alliance, and together we shall vie for dominance over the floating island of 10,000 realms. Wow, a top-tier unit. To have randomly acquired a top-tier unit like the Golden Behemoth, what astonishing luck. Now that is a true big shot. The chat channel erupted in excitement. Historically, this is the first lord to randomly receive a top-tier unit. Once this news reaches Blue Star, it will undoubtedly cause a global sensation. Not only will cooperative merchants flock to him, but even national-level weapons will be unable to remain idle. For the floating island of 10,000 realms has become the future of development for Blue Star. A lord possessing a top-tier unit on the floating island is very likely to become the master of the island, or even a dominant figure in the region. Such talent is coveted by every faction. Whoever can align with this top-tier lord will undoubtedly shower him with wealth, women, and resources. These are trifles. No one would doubt the growth potential of this esteemed lord. A big shot is indeed a big shot. Not only has he randomly obtained a top-tier unit, but he has also immediately established a professional alliance. He possesses luck, means, and vision. He is bound to achieve great things in the future. It would not be surprising if this floating island's master were to be you, esteemed one. My lord, I am also a lord-class professional and have applied to join your Hall of Kings alliance. I kindly request your approval. I have joined as well. Count me in. To follow a top-tier lord is to have boundless prospects. Soon, a multitude of professionals joined the Hall of Kings alliance in a remarkably short span of time. Concurrently, many new alliances were founded. The number of participants was considerable, yet none could rival the Hall of Kings. The number of professionals in the Hall of Kings nearly equaled the total of all other alliances combined, showcasing the allure of a top-tier lord. Has the number already surpassed 100,000? This is exhilarating. With a top-tier unit like the Golden Behemoth and the most powerful alliance on the island, I am certain to emerge victorious in the forthcoming island conquest. On the floating island, in a vast expanse of grassland, an ordinary-looking young man stood in his village-level territory, laughing with unrestrained excitement. The position of island master is destined for me. The young man's expression radiated arrogance. As a unique top-tier lord, he was entirely justified in his hubris. Confidence aside, the development of his territory must not be neglected. Only when I become the fastest-growing and most powerful lord on the island will the professionals in my alliance truly respect me. If my territory does not flourish, not only will they not respect me, but I could also be devoured by some ambitious professionals. With this thought, the young man felt an even greater urgency. He immediately commanded the 2 golden behemoths, which were resting nearby, to continue hunting. These 2 golden behemoths stood over 10 meters tall, their bodies gleaming gold. Their muscles extraordinarily strong, imparting an overwhelming sense of pressure. Upon receiving the command, the 2 golden behemoths wasted no time and swiftly departed the territory to hunt. In just 2 or 3 hours, I shall advance to level 1, becoming a true professional. Such a rate of advancement is unprecedented. It can only be said that the Golden Behemoth truly lives up to its status as a top-tier unit. The young man watched the retreating figures of the 2 golden behemoths, unable to suppress a broad grin. Chapter 6 Aida, you are the Lord of Holy Light. Outside the territory, Lin Yu calmly closed the island chat channel. Upon learning that a lord had randomly obtained a top-tier unit, he felt no surprise. In this vast world, there are always those fortunate enough to be favored by the goddess of luck. At last, a top-tier lord has emerged. Moreover, a capable one, who established an alliance right from the start and rallied a multitude of professionals utilizing the allure of a top-tier unit. That being said, Lin Yu remained composed, not flustered in the least. The emergence of the Golden Behemoth Lord only served to motivate him further, nothing more. After all, his unit, the Angel, is a mythic-level creature. His exclusive troop, how could the Golden Behemoth possibly compare? When he commands an army of 1,000,000 angels, he is confident that he could sweep away this Golden Behemoth Lord along with his alliance, the Hall of Kings. Lin Yu ceased to ponder further and turned back to his territory. He wished to plant some crops in his spiritual fields, but regrettably, he did not possess any seeds, and no one was selling them on the platform. So he could only hope that the 2 beautiful angels would slay monsters to procure some. As afternoon arrived, Aida and Sally had been hunting for several hours. The number of monsters they had slain exceeded 300. Much of the time was spent searching for monsters. Had there been a continuous stream of foes for them to vanquish, they could have achieved even more. Lin Yu prepared to summon them back to the territory. The connection between a lord and their troops allows for mental communication, enabling commands to be issued without face-to-face interaction. The purpose of recalling the 2 angels was twofold: to allow them to rest, and to utilize the gold they had collected to summon new angels. Just then, a series of hey-yo sounds suddenly echoed from outside the territory. The sounds grew closer, evidently heading towards the territory. Lin Yu promptly approached the door of the Lord's Hall and gazed into the distance. He was not concerned about an enemy invading his territory, for a previous lord had revealed on the professional forum that territories generally do not suffer active attacks from the island's monsters before upgrading to town. This serves as a hidden protective measure from the floating island, ensuring that lords do not perish prematurely in the early stages. It was Aida and Sally. With a glance, Lin Yu immediately spotted his 2 angels. They flapped their snow-white wings, soaring through the air, emanating a sacred white light, appearing remarkably beautiful and eye-catching against the backdrop of greenery. However, the shouting did not originate from Aida and Sally, but rather from a group of green-skinned creatures following closely behind them. These green-skinned beings were frail and diminutive, their appearance exceedingly strange, resembling little goblins that had leapt straight from a movie. The number of green-skinned creatures was approximately 60 to 70, each pair carrying a monster's corpse. As they advanced, their movements were synchronized, as if they had undergone training. The hey-yo sounds were also emitted from their mouths. As they approached the territory, their information appeared in Lin Yu's line of sight. Ordinary goblin. Description: a low-level intelligent creature from the floating island, possessing weak individual strength but characterized by extreme greed. Surviving through hunting and robbery. Level 2. Growth potential limit 5. Special reminder: please do not provoke goblins if your strength is insufficient, or you may find yourself on the goblin's dining table. Goblin Warrior. Introduction. Level 3. Growth potential limit. Level 7. These goblins are undeniably malevolent beings. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, glancing at the 2 winged angels, Aida and Sally, soaring above him. The 2 celestial beings were easily distinguishable. Aida possessed a tall and voluptuous figure, her curves most alluring, while Angel Sally, in contrast, was somewhat petite, exuding an enchanting elfin charm. Yet, this was of little consequence. Lin Yu was merely perplexed as to why Aida and Sally had brought back so many goblins. Were they merely intended to serve as laborers for transporting monster carcasses? In his view, these goblins deserved to be slain for their bountiful gold. In the eyes of a professional, the sentient beings of the floating island were also regarded as monsters. My lord, a gentle breeze heralded the descent of Aida and Sally, who gracefully landed before Lin Yu. Meanwhile, the goblins busily toiled in the background, heaving the carcasses of monsters and stacking them in a nearby square. Subsequently, they obediently gathered together and knelt before Lin Yu in a display of submission. There was no uproar, no panic, nor any attempts at escape. They resembled a pack of tamed pets, exhibiting remarkable obedience. Perplexed, Lin Yu inquired, Aida, what is the meaning of these goblins? With utmost respect, Aida replied, My lord, under the guidance of faith, these humble sentient beings have become devotees of the holy light. Devotees of whom? Lin Yu frowned once more. As the lord, he harbored no desire for any so-called devotees within his domain. Even the angels he had summoned must not worship any other deities, lest his authority be profoundly compromised. However, what Lin Yu did not anticipate was that, upon his utterance, Aida raised her golden gaze, looking at him with profound reverence, and declared, Of course, they are your devotees. My lord, you are the supreme lord of the holy light, the very origin of sacredness and illumination. These weak beings, including us, are all your faithful followers. Chapter 7. Faith and Loyalty. Lin Yu was taken aback. When did he become the lord of the holy light? Was it because he summoned angels, and thus, by extension, became their deity of faith? This seemed to be the only explanation. The title of Lord of the Holy Light, the origin of divine faith, was indeed impressive. Alas, as a mere level 1 professional, such a title felt somewhat awkward. Had he been a true immortal deity, it would have been a different matter altogether. Nevertheless, this was good news. At the very least, he need not worry about conflicts between his lordly authority and divine faith. Previously, Lin Yu had assumed that the Lord of the Holy Light, worshipped by angels, was a certain deity. Naturally, he was concerned about whom the angels would obey should a conflict arise between his authority and divine faith. Now he understood that he was the object of their worship, relieving him of any such concerns. Noticing Lin Yu's gaze directed towards the gathered goblins, Aida quickly elaborated, My lord, under the purification of the holy flame, these humble sentient beings have become your fervent followers. Though they may be weak, they still hold some utility at this stage. As their deity of faith, you can command them to perform any task. Aida explained that she and Sally had utilized the holy flame to purify the souls of these goblins, forcibly instilling faith in Lin Yu while elevating their level of devotion to fervent. Faith equates to loyalty. Fervent followers signify that these goblins would remain utterly devoted to Lin Yu, willing to embrace death at his command. Aida further stated, The faith provided by these goblins may also enhance the probability of your ascension to divinity in the future. Still immersed in the implications of the holy flame's ability to purify souls and propagate faith, Lin Yu immediately inquired, Is there a connection between faith and becoming a deity? Indeed, my lord. Aida replied respectfully. Faith serves as a shortcut to divinity, far simpler than comprehending the laws. The greater the number of your followers, and the higher their level of faith, the greater your chances of ascension. Lin Yu's heart surged with excitement. Becoming an immortal deity was his dream, as well as the aspiration of countless professionals. The unexpected discovery of a pathway to divinity filled him with elation. At that moment, he suddenly asked, You just mentioned that comprehension of the laws leads to divinity. Does that imply there are at least 2 types of deities in this world, those of faith and those of the laws? My lord, your insight is remarkable. Aida offered a timely compliment. Lin Yu continued, Then, compared to deities of faith, which type possesses greater power, the deities of faith or the deities of laws? Aida explained, The strength of a deity of faith is contingent upon the number of their followers. When you possess an infinite number of followers, you will become the most powerful deity in the cosmos. Lin Yu grasped the concept. Fewer followers equate to a weaker deity of faith. More followers equate to a stronger deity of faith. It was no wonder his angels were spreading faith and cultivating followers from the outset. They were laying the groundwork for his future. With this realization, he regarded Aida and Sally with newfound fervor. Indeed, his choice had been correct. From any perspective, angels were the epitome of a perfect class. Lin Yu declared, In that case, let us retain these goblins. Select a squad of level 3 goblin warriors to remain in the territory. The rest shall accompany you to assist in your endeavors. At your command, my lord. Aida respectfully bowed once more. Not far away, the gathered goblins, upon hearing Lin Yu's words, were instantly filled with excitement, kneeling before him in fervent worship. Praise you, great Lord of the Holy Light. Your sacred radiance shall illuminate all realms. Such praises nearly triggered Lin Yu's embarrassment. Yet, it was evident that correction was futile. For in the eyes of these goblins, he was the supreme Lord of the Holy Light, a being akin to a deity. This is faith, a profoundly sinister force capable of distorting the soul. However, when wielded in his hands, Lin Yu found a peculiar satisfaction in mastering such power. An inexplicable thrill coursing through him. Not resting, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, gazing at the alluringly beautiful Aida. The petite and charming Sally stood nearby. The two angels had just returned and were already preparing for another hunt, leaving no time for respite. Aida answered respectfully, "My lord. The faith of the holy light provides our angelic hearts with an inexhaustible source of power. Ordinary battles do not tire us. Then at least have something to eat." Lin Yu suggested again. Aida replied, "My lord need not worry about us going hungry. Though we may appear to be flesh and blood, we are, in essence, beings of the Holy Spirit. The elemental magic of the world serves as our sustenance." Lin Yu was momentarily speechless, once again marveling at the unparalleled nature of the angelic class. Not only were they perfect in every regard, but they also required no rest or sustenance, truly an eternal engine of power. "Then do wait. I shall recruit one more round." "At your command." Aida and Sally responded dutifully. They accompanied Lin Yu into the Lord's Hall. Upon entering, Lin Yu addressed Aida and Sally. "The gold you acquire from slaying monsters serves as the medium for summoning angels. The more gold you collect, the more and stronger angels I can summon." "Is that so?" Aida and Sally's eyes sparkled with newfound fervor, revealing their intense yearning for gold. Lin Yu's words had ignited a greed within them that surpassed even the legendary dragons. For gold now represented the grand resurgence of their angelic kin in this world. Lin Yu slightly nodded and spoke. "During this hunting expedition, you have collectively gathered 86 gold coins, sufficient to summon but one seraph. In this hunt, Aida and Sally managed to slay over 300 wild monsters, yet only yielded 87 gold coins. Furthermore, aside from the coins, no other items such as equipment, blueprints, or seeds were dropped. One can only imagine how low the drop rate is on Floating Island. It appears that to acquire a substantial amount of gold, one must assault monster strongholds." Chapter 8. The Third Angel, Vina. The monsters inhabiting the floating island can be categorized into two types. One type consists of beast-like creatures, such as wild boars and wolves, which possess lower intelligence. The other type encompasses sentient beings, such as goblins. Generally, sentient creatures inhabit strongholds or tribes. A lord once disclosed on the Adventurer's forum that conquering a stronghold guarded by intelligent beings would not only yield a wealth of gold, but also a variety of resources, and even building blueprints. However, to seize a stronghold, one must possess formidable strength. With strength, one can pursue their desires. Without hesitation, Lin Yu initiated a new round of summoning. Soon, a characteristic black hole manifested in the air of the hall. Moments later, a figure radiating a sacred light emerged from the black hole. This figure was as beautiful as Aida and Sally. She possessed a flawless angelic visage, a tall and slender form reminiscent of a nine-headed stature, with silver hair cascading over her shoulders, adorned in matching silver-white angelic armor. A pair of snow-white wings sprouted from her back. Upon exiting the black hole, this pure and beautiful angel approached Lin Yu and bowed respectfully, without hesitation. "All hail, esteemed lord. I thank you for summoning me and granting me new life. I vow to follow you until the end of eternity." "Excellent," Lin Yu replied with a smile, casually opening her information panel. As expected, this Seraph's information panel mirrored that of Aida and Sally, with an initial level of 5 and a potential limit of demigod. Lin Yu had hoped to summon a higher-ranking 4-winged or even 6-winged angel, but alas, he found himself lacking in gold, too impoverished. "From this moment forth, your name shall be Vina," he declared. "At your command, my lord." The angel Vina replied with excitement. "To receive your bestowed name is an honor for Vina." Lin Yu graciously accepted the angel's compliments. After hearing such words frequently, the initial awkwardness seemed to dissipate. "Vina, team up with Aida and Sally. Venture beyond the territory to hunt, and while collecting spoils, elevate your levels. The troops can also gain experience by slaying monsters. When a monster is defeated, the rewards from Floating Island's source power are divided into two parts. One portion belongs to the troops, while the other is granted to the lord. When a single troop defeats an enemy, the rewards for the lord are minimal. However, this is inconsequential, as the lord commands not just one troop. As the number of troops increases, the cumulative source rewards become quite substantial, indeed, formidable. This is one of the fundamental reasons why lords continuously recruit troops and expand their legions, enabling rapid level advancement. "Understood, my lord." Without delay, the three seraphs formed a small team and departed the territory, accompanied by more than 20 goblins. The goblins' task was to assist the angelic squad, primarily by transporting the corpses of the hunted monsters back to the territory. After their departure, fewer than 10 goblin warriors remained within the territory, all of them at level 3. The other goblins, numbering over 60, had long since left the territory, tasked with retrieving the corpses of the monsters previously hunted by Aida and Sally. The corpses of monsters held some utility. When decomposed, they could yield edible beast meat and a few valuable monster materials. At this moment, the goblin warriors stationed in the territory were busy dismantling the heaps of monster corpses piled in the square. Soon, a multitude of beast meat, pelts, and other items began to accumulate. As noon approached, Lin Yu beckoned a goblin warrior over. The warrior promptly knelt before Lin Yu, pressing his forehead to the ground in a display of utmost reverence. Great Lord of the Holy Light, may I ask what your command is? I am somewhat hungry. Prepare some roasted beast meat for me, Lin Yu instructed. At your command. The goblin warrior quickly rose and hurried off to roast the meat. Witnessing this, the other goblin warriors displayed expressions of envy. To roast meat for their divine patron was a matter of great honor. It must be noted, the goblins possessed remarkable ingenuity in addressing their basic needs. They deftly procured firewood and tinder from unknown sources, quickly igniting a flame through friction. Then, they stacked the firewood and skewered the beast meat, executing the task seamlessly. Half an hour later, a wooden platter laden with golden, sizzling beast meat was respectfully presented to Lin Yu by the goblin warrior. Lin Yu, unperturbed by the possibility of poison, accepted it and began to eat. The fervent faith of the goblins in Lin Yu was not merely a casual expression from Yida, he could feel it himself. An invisible thread connected him to these goblins, through which a mysterious energy flowed into his being. Upon inquiring with Floating Island, Lin Yu learned that this thread was the line of faith, and the energy transmitted was the goblins' faith in him. Faith is loyalty. As fervent believers, would they dare to harm him? Based on the evidence, Lin Yu could trust these goblin followers completely. At least, that was the response provided by Floating Island. After savoring several bites of beast meat, Lin Yu turned to the goblin warriors standing nearby, drooling and seemingly awaiting further instructions, and said, "If you are hungry, go and roast some meat for yourselves. This is what you have earned through your labor." The goblin warrior promptly knelt on the ground, trembling with excitement. "Praise you, great and benevolent Lord of the Holy Light. May your radiance forever protect the humble goblins." "Go on." Lin Yu waved his hand. Was he benevolent? No, he merely fulfilled the duties of a lord. He must ensure that his subjects are fed and provided with shelter. If the inhabitants were dissatisfied with life in the territory, how could the territory possibly thrive? With only 3 wooden houses, accommodating over 60 goblins was infeasible. More wooden houses must be constructed. After all, the number of troops and inhabitants would only increase in the future. For the territory to develop, such foundational buildings were indispensable. However, the rules of Floating Island dictated that any construction required blueprints. Currently, Lin Yu's most pressing need was for blueprints. Just as he felt troubled by this predicament, a notification indicating the slaying of a monster caught his attention. Your angel Vina, Yida, and Sally have encircled and slain a level 7 lord monster, the Silverhorned Serpent, yielding 10 gold coins, a piece of leather armor, and a blueprint. What a bounty it was. Not only had he acquired a blueprint, but also a piece of equipment. Lin Yu was filled with joy. Truly, his thoughts had summoned rewards. Chapter 9. The Warehouse Blueprint and Exceptional Equipment. Lin Yu immediately contacted Yida, instructing her to return with the dropped blueprint. During this time, he continued to enjoy the roasted meat while perusing the information on Wooden House. Wooden Cabin, level, low. Occupancy, 10 residents. Next level, intermediate wooden cabin, upgrade requirements, 200 units of timber, 100 units of stone. My territory currently lacks reserves of both timber and stone. However, I can certainly trade food with other professionals at the platform. If all else fails, I could send the goblins of my territory to gather stone and wood. First, let us see what blueprints Ayada and the others have acquired. Not long after, approximately 5 minutes later, a white figure soared from the distant sky, pure and beautiful. It was the winged angel, Ayada. My lord. Moments later, Ayada descended gracefully, respectfully presenting Lin Yu with a blueprint, a piece of leather armor, and a handful of gleaming gold coins. Lin Yu immediately inquired, did anyone sustain injuries while defeating that level 7 boss monster? Ayada shook her head, assuring him, rest assured, my lord, no one was harmed. Even with my personal strength, I could contend with that boss monster alone. The 3 of us worked together effortlessly to vanquish it. Her words profoundly enlightened Lin Yu on the unparalleled prowess of top-tier units. A level 5 winged angel could indeed stand against a level 7 boss monster. This is the essence of an angel. That's wonderful. Regardless, one must exercise caution while hunting. We understand, my lord. Ayada responded respectfully, her eyes glistening with emotion. Lin Yu then led Ayada into the Lord's Hall. After summoning the angel Vina, he had 27 gold coins remaining, with Ayada bringing back 24 more. He now had a total of 51 coins, just enough to summon another winged angel. Soon, the summoning concluded. Another angel, equally striking in beauty and form, manifested before Lin Yu. The new angel bore an appearance identical to Ayada and her companions, clad in shining silver battle armor, wielding an angelic sword engulfed in golden flames, with a pair of snow-white wings adorning her back, radiating both beauty and an aura of nobility. Lin Yu named the new angel Xiaoxi. Without delay, Lin Yu instructed Xiaoxi to join the angelic squad and accompany Ayada and the others on their hunting expedition. After the 2 angels departed, Lin Yu mused, as the number of angels increases, naming them will become a rather burdensome task. Lin Yu observed that each angel bestowed with his name exhibited genuine excitement and joy, regarding it as an unparalleled honor. However, Lin Yu was not a mere naming machine. His inventory was finite, making it impossible to name every angel individually. Not to mention, the challenge of remembering each name posed its own dilemma. He shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. He then retrieved the blueprint and leather armor that Ayada had submitted. The blueprints and equipment dropped after defeating monsters exist in two states, identified and unidentified. Unidentified blueprints and equipment require appraisal to be usable. Generally speaking, such items are of a higher caliber. The blueprint and leather armor in Lin Yu's possession, despite being ordinary, were nonetheless revealing upon a mere glance. Territory building blueprint. Type: warehouse. Usage: 1 time. Construction requirements: 300 units of timber, 200 units of stone, 50 units of iron ore. Special reminder: a warehouse is an essential structure for territory development, serving to store your territory's resources. Food stored in the warehouse will not spoil. Serpent armor. Type: defensive equipment. Defense level: 7. Durability: 100. Special effect: can intimidate ordinary serpent monsters of level 7 or below. Description: this leather armor is crafted from the skin of a Lord-level silverhorn serpent, boasting remarkable defensive capabilities. Once donned, you can navigate freely among serpent hordes. Considering it was equipment dropped by a Lord-level monster, it was certainly impressive. In fact, it was exceptional. One must realize that the defense level of the serpent armor is as high as 7. Most professionals who have just arrived at the floating island are typically at level 0, with those who have advanced to level 1 being exceedingly rare. Equipment that matches a level 7 professional is far from subpar. At this stage, this serpent armor is indeed a prime specimen. A combat professional wearing it could certainly wreak havoc in the wild. Ordinary low-level monsters would struggle to breach its defenses. Moreover, it possesses a special effect that intimidates ordinary serpent monsters, making it not just a mere newcomer-s artifact. As for the blueprint, Lin Yu found himself torn between joy and disappointment. He had hoped for the wooden cabin blueprint, to construct more wooden cabins for the goblins to reside in. Yet, this blueprint was for a warehouse. The joy stemmed from the fact that the warehouse blueprint holds greater value than the wooden cabin blueprint. With a warehouse, he could store food and other resources, ensuring they wouldn't spoil before consumption, thus rendering the warehouse's function immensely significant. Subsequently, Lin Yu stored the warehouse blueprint. As for this serpent armor, he listed it on the island trading platform. Premium equipment. Serpent armor. Click to view details. Auction duration: 24 hours. Instant purchase price: 3,000 gold coins. Owner: Lin Yu. The instant purchase price of 3,000 gold coins was exorbitant. Among all the professionals on the island, not a single one could afford it. Listing it on the trading platform would only result in spectators gathering. This was precisely Lin Yu's intention. He was creating a spectacle. Professionals desiring this exceptional equipment would naturally begin saving money and resources in anticipation of the auction in 24 hours. By then, this serpent armor could fetch an even higher price. Of course, if someone were to purchase it for 3,000 gold coins within the next 24 hours, Lin Yu would be even more delighted. 3,000 gold coins could summon 60 winged angels for him, allowing him to sweep across the land. In comparison, what significance does a mere level 7 piece of equipment hold? Chapter 10. The island trembles. With the listing of this serpent armor, the chat channel on the island erupted in commotion. The staggering instant purchase price of 3,000 gold coins propelled this piece of equipment to the top of the platform. Any professional entering the trading platform could not miss it. No way. It's actually a level 7 piece of equipment. We've only just arrived at the floating island for a few hours, and someone has already dropped such a high-level piece of equipment. Heaven have mercy. I'm still a level 0 novice. Don't be disheartened. I'm also a level 0. Everyone knows that leveling up on the floating island is arduous. It's practically impossible to reach level 1 without defeating hundreds of low-level monsters. It's safe to say that the vast majority of professionals on the island are still at level 0. Indeed, even among those who have reached level 1, they are few and far between. I just want to know how such a level 7 piece of equipment was obtained. Who knows? What's more? This isn't just any ordinary equipment. It's a premium piece with special effects. At this stage, such a defensive item is undoubtedly a divine artifact. Especially for combat professionals, its value is akin to having randomly acquired a top-tier unit. The owner of the equipment, Lin Yu. Who is Lin Yu? No idea, but he must be a big shot. Perhaps he is another lord who randomly acquired a top-tier unit. The emergence of the serpent armor sent ripples throughout the floating island, drawing countless professionals to gather in the island's chat channel, fervently discussing its implications. As the snake armor incident continued to escalate, Lin Yu's name became increasingly recognized among professionals, who speculated that he was a top-tier lord. However, at this juncture, the illustrious lord of the Golden Behemoth, already renowned on the island, made his appearance. His remarks in the chat channel promptly dismantled the professionals' conjectures about Lin Yu's identity. It is highly probable that Lin Yu is merely a fortunate combatant. The likelihood of him being a top-tier lord is minimal. The initial level of elite troops is 4, making it utterly impossible for him to have slain a level 7 wild monster. Unless, of course, he possesses an abundance of elite troops. But therein lies the issue. The recruitment cost for a top-tier troop is 50 gold coins. Upon arriving at the floating island, who possesses such wealth to recruit numerous elite troops? Thus, I conclude that Lin Yu is simply a lucky individual who fortuitously stumbled upon this snake armor while hunting in the wild. The Lord makes a valid point. This exquisite snake armor must indeed be something Lin Yu found, rather than a drop from a monster. At this stage, even our Lord would find it challenging to hunt level 7 wild monsters. I concur. Damn, I thought we had a more formidable top-tier Lord emerging. It seems our Lord of the Hall of Kings remains unrivaled, with the golden behemoth on the scene. Who can contend on this island? Our Lord is invincible. By the way, Lin Yu is quite the opportunist. Anyone who spends 3,000 gold coins on his equipment is undoubtedly a fool. The poster above really doesn't he understand. It's not that 3,000 gold coins is excessive, but rather that no professional can currently muster such a sum. If I had 3,000 gold coins, I would have obliterated it instantly. Indeed, this snake armor is a divine artifact. Donning the snake armor significantly enhances defense. Not only does it ensure survival, but it also allows for reckless hunting of wild monsters, rapidly boosting one's level. In comparison to personal safety and leveling up, 3,000 gold coins are trivial. A special defense gear with a level as high as 7 can last at least a month or two without needing replacement. If I weren't short on gold, I would have snatched it up for 30,000. Those who grasp the value of this equipment possess foresight. In light of this discourse, interest in the snake armor surged. This indirectly elevated Lin Yu's notoriety to a level nearly comparable to that of the young lord possessing the golden behemoth. Naturally, there was also a considerable number of professionals drawn to the snake armor, particularly combat-oriented individuals. Lacking troops, they were compelled to rely solely on their own strength to battle wild monsters, making them eager to acquire such a premium defensive item. Simultaneously, a plethora of professionals applied to add Lin Yu as a friend, with a continuous influx of private messages. Some even offered up to 50 million, along with a villa, in exchange for the snake armor, expressing intent to finalize the deal upon returning to Blue Star. Of course, there were those who resorted to threats, claiming to be top-tier lords who had taken note of Lin Yu's name, asserting that the mountains would remain green and the waters would flow eternally. In summary, various attempts were made by certain individuals to acquire the snake armor. In response to such private messages, Lin Yu simply blacklisted each one and rejected all friend requests, as he wished to avoid the incessant notifications. The hype was remarkably effective. Tomorrow, the snake armor would be auctioned. If the price was satisfactory, he would sell it. If not, it would remain unsold. In any case, he aimed to maximize the value of the snake armor. As he spoke, Lin Yu casually shut down the island chat channel and continued browsing the trading platform. He intended to exchange beast meat for a batch of wood and stone to construct a warehouse. In truth, Lin Yu had contemplated equipping the snake armor himself, but ultimately decided against it. Firstly, until his territory reached the town level, he would be safe remaining within its confines, as he did not need to engage in battles. There was no pressing need for him to don any gear. Secondly, with the combat prowess of Yada and others, acquiring a second snake armor would not pose a challenge. Lastly, and most importantly, selling the snake armor for gold coins to summon angels would yield the greatest value. Once the angel squad's numbers grew, he would not have to worry about lacking equipment. As the morning passed, the items on the trading platform had notably increased. The most sought-after items were wood and stone, essential for lord professionals, followed closely by iron ore. Additionally, an abundance of food items was also listed. Lin Yu noted that many sellers of these goods were seeking gold coins in exchange. This was due to the higher value of gold coins, which were crucial for summoning troops, thus remaining perpetually valuable. Holding gold coins allowed for the flexibility to trade for desired items at any moment. Furthermore, some professionals were engaged in barter exchanges. This was because the geographical environment of the floating island was diverse, comprising jungles, deserts, grasslands, and gobi, each yielding different wild resources. The variations in wild environments and resources provided Lin Yu with opportunities for trade. Without hesitation, he listed the beast meat obtained from the disassembled goblin warriors on the trading platform, aiming to exchange food for the wood, stone, and iron ore he required. In a certain grassland area of the floating island, a young man wore a sullen expression. How infuriating! Not only did he reject my proposal, but he also blacklisted me. The young man exhibited considerable ire. After all, he was a lord possessing elite troops, and the esteemed leader of the Hall of Kings. How could he be so belittled? Lin, we shall see. He spat vehemently. As a lord with elite troops, he felt entitled to such words. In his earlier communication with Lin Yu, he had offered a vice leader position in the Hall of Kings, in exchange for the snake armor. In his view, Lin Yu would profit greatly, considering that the Hall of Kings was currently the most popular alliance, attracting a multitude of professionals. The average individual could hardly gain entry. In the future, with his status as a top-tier lord, he could undoubtedly elevate the Hall of Kings into the most formidable professional alliance on the island. Such a vice leader position could be obtained merely through a piece of equipment. Was this not a stroke of good fortune? Yet, Lin Yu had declined him. Not only did he refuse, but he also blacklisted him. Truly ignorant and arrogant, devoid of any foresight. This exceptional defensive gear, donned by my golden behemoth, would surely dominate those wild monsters. What a pity. The young man simmered with anger, yet felt powerless to retort, as he had no leverage over the owner of the snake armor. He was even oblivious to Lin Yu's current whereabouts on the island. Had he known, he could have maneuvered privately. With the snake armor set to be auctioned in 24 hours, he needed a plan. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The membership of the Hall of Kings had surpassed 100,000. With such a vast number of alliance members, as the leader, would he not be able to garner gold coins? If each member contributed a single gold coin as an entry fee, that would amount to over 100,000 gold coins. The young man gasped in awe. Over 100,000 gold coins would recruit how many golden behemoths? But at that moment, a message notification from Floating Island of All Realms appeared in his mind. The maximum limit of gold coins that Lord professionals can acquire through crowdfunding, lending, and similar means is 10,000. The primary methods for obtaining gold coins include hunting wild monsters, defeating enemies, and engaging in regular item transactions. The young man's lips twitched. 10,000 gold coins may seem substantial, but it would not take long for that amount to become insignificant. Indeed, the floating island would not allow him to exploit any glitches. Nevertheless, having something is certainly better than having nothing. I can establish a core team within the alliance, promising to enhance the benefits for core members in the future. This way, charging a membership fee of 1 gold coin should pose no problem. Moreover, it would not adversely affect the ordinary members within the alliance. The young man felt elated and quite astute. Without further hesitation, he promptly opened the alliance channel he had created and, in his capacity as the leader, announced the formation of the core team. The moment the news broke, the alliance channel erupted in a flurry of activity. Soon, some alliance members began to voice their complaints, claiming that the leader was merely trying to swindle them. A fee of 1 gold coin, while not excessive, was also not trivial. Most importantly, no other alliance charged such a so-called membership fee. Was this not a blatant attempt to extort money? Amidst this chorus of grievances, many alliance members chose to withdraw their membership. However, there were also those who opted to pay the gold coin to join the young man's core team. They believed that the young man was a top-tier lord, possessing rare elite troops, and had boundless potential. Becoming a member of such a prominent figure's core team would undoubtedly bring future benefits. To these professionals, a mere gold coin was simply an investment. There were indeed quite a few who held this perspective. Consequently, a substantial number of gold coins flowed into the young man's pockets. How exhilarating. This was the prestige of a top-tier lord. With a single statement, a mere promise, he could coax those professionals into willingly parting with their gold coins. The young man was beside himself with excitement, feeling as though he had opened the door to a new world, instantly filled with more ingenious ideas to extract contributions from the alliance members. Of course, these ideas had to be postponed. Revealing them now would indeed make him a swindler. An hour later, he had received over 600 gold coins in membership fees, indicating that his core team had already surpassed 600 members. However, as time progressed, the number of professionals submitting their gold coins dwindled. Gradually, no one else was contributing. Upon noticing this trend, the young man quickly devised a plan and announced in the alliance channel that the core team would only accept 1,000 members, with slots available on a first-come, first-served basis. Following this maneuver, many professionals eagerly signed up. Before long, he had amassed 1,000 gold coins. The young man immediately declared that he would temporarily cease recruiting core members, leaving some still contemplating their decisions regretting their hesitation, even reaching out privately to request an increase in available slots. The young man understood that a ruler must not go back on their word, and thus he firmly declined. The establishment of the core team resulted in the Hall of Kings losing a portion of its alliance members, yet it simultaneously enhanced the overall cohesion of the alliance, while the young man's prestige within it soared exponentially. Moreover, he was counting gold coins in his territory until his hands ached. One could not deny that the young man had executed a brilliant strategy. He had hit multiple targets with a single arrow. 1,000 gold coins could recruit 20 golden behemoths. As he swallowed hard, he contemplated whether summoning the golden behemoths was more prudent or if he should reserve the gold coins for a future auction of the coveted serpent armor. He was confident that 1,000 gold coins would surely secure this serpent armor. At this stage, no other professional could possibly rival his wealth. The serpent armor was not an ordinary piece of equipment. It possessed special effects that could arm his most formidable golden behemoth, significantly enhancing its combat prowess and enabling it to hunt higher-level wild monsters, thus increasing the drop rate of valuable items. Furthermore, once he acquired better equipment, he could replace the serpent armor and sell it to other professionals. Therefore, bidding for the serpent armor was entirely worthwhile. However, recruiting troops was also of paramount importance. With this thought in mind, the young man withdrew 500 gold coins to recruit 10 golden behemoths, while the remaining 500 gold coins were set aside for the auction of this serpent armor the following day. Should he find himself short on gold coins, he could always borrow from the alliance members. As the leader of an alliance and a top-tier lord, he believed no one would question his ability to repay. Now, his troop numbers had expanded. The serpent armor was within reach. Truly, I am a genius. The young man could not help but grin widely, thoroughly impressed with himself. Meanwhile, in Lin Yu's territory, a team of goblins could be seen entering and exiting every half hour, busily transporting the corpses of monsters. At that moment, a substantial pile of monster corpses had accumulated within the territory, emanating a strong stench of blood. Surrounding the heaps of monster corpses, goblin warriors tirelessly dismantled the remains. Originally, their task was to patrol the surrounding environment of the territory. However, it seemed that merely the work of dismantling the monster corpses would keep them occupied for a long while. Additionally, it's worth noting that the number of goblin followers had increased. This was due to the angelic squad hunting in the wild, while simultaneously recruiting followers for Lin Yu, spreading the faith of the Lord of the Holy Light. Thus far, the number of goblins in the territory had exceeded 100. This was an astonishing figure, as even those lords who randomly obtained goblin troops could not boast such numbers. Most importantly, other lords had to spend gold to recruit goblin troops. While Lin Yu recruited his goblins through faith, he incurred no costs, aside from providing food and shelter. With the numerous corpses of wild monsters available, he could derive thousands of units of beast meat, sufficient to sustain the goblins for an extended period. Moreover, as the angelic squad continued their hunting endeavors, the food supply within the territory would only increase. Therefore, the issue of food scarcity was non-existent. Not only that, but Lin Yu also had surplus food to trade on the trading platform, and the exchanges were proceeding smoothly. 1 unit of meat could be exchanged for 1 unit of wood. 2 units of meat could be exchanged for 1 unit of stone. 3 units of meat could be exchanged for 1 unit of iron ore. Among these 4 fundamental resources, the values of food and wood were equivalent. While stone was slightly more expensive, and iron ore was the most costly. After parting with 850 units of beast meat, Lin Yu successfully acquired 300 units of wood, 200 units of stone, and 50 units of iron ore. This meant that the conditions for constructing the warehouse had been met. Without hesitation, Lin Yu made his way to a vacant area in his territory, retrieved the warehouse blueprint, and selected to use it. In an instant, the blueprint transformed into a golden light that merged with the designated area. Within mere seconds, a warehouse materialized before Lin Yu. Just as he was about to marvel at the miraculous powers of the floating island's rules, the goblin warriors dismantling the monster corpses erupted in fervent cheers, proclaiming it a miracle from their master. They knelt before Lin Yu, their expressions filled with fervor, for Lin Yu was their deity of faith. Chapter 12. Preparing for territory upgrade. Warehouse. Level. Low. Storage capacity. 100,000 units. Next level. Intermediate warehouse. Upgrade requirements. 1,000 units of wood. 500 units of stone. 300 units of iron ore. A storage capacity of 100,000 units would suffice for the time being. As he spoke, Lin Yu placed the beast meat, along with animal hides, scales, fangs, and other monster materials, into the warehouse. With the warehouse in place, the beast meat and other food items could be preserved indefinitely, without concerns of spoilage or deterioration. This functionality was highly practical and addressed Lin Yu's current challenges. Upon taking stock, he realized that he currently possessed over 2,600 units of beast meat, setting aside the daily consumption of the goblins. The remaining beast meat could be exchanged for another batch of wood, stone, and iron ore. Units are the measurement standard on the floating island. Under the influence of the power of rules, food, wood, stone, and iron ore are all presented in the form of units. For instance, when dissecting a monster's carcass, if one obtains 10 pieces of beast meat, that constitutes 10 units, with each unit of beast meat being identical. The same applies to the timber felled and the stone mined. There will be no variation in size among the wood and stone. While this might seem somewhat illogical and beyond the realm of scientific explanation, it is essential to recognize that this is a world governed by extraordinary forces, where any seemingly unreasonable phenomenon can be deemed rational. Here, Lin Yu once again examined the information regarding his territory. Territory. Level. Low-level village. Lord. Lin Yu. Territory buildings. Lord's Hall. Wooden house. Warehouse. Spirit field level. Level 1. Prosperity. 165. Next level. Intermediate village. Upgrade conditions. Condition 1. Prosperity reaches 100. Completed. Condition 2. Possess buildings. Warehouse. Fence. Arrow tower. Condition 3. 1,000 units of wood. 1,000 units of stone. 1,000 units of iron ore. Unbeknownst to me, I have actually fulfilled the first condition for upgrading my territory. Lin Yu's territory boasts a prosperity of 165 points, far exceeding the requisite 100 points for an upgrade. However, the method of calculating this prosperity remains a mystery to him. With questions in mind, Lin Yu chose to communicate with the floating island. Soon, he received a response from the island. Territory prosperity is influenced by factors such as the territory's buildings, population, and public sentiment, hidden, economy, etc. Constructing buildings, expanding the population, maintaining territorial peace, and engaging in economic trade with external forces can all enhance prosperity. Subsequently, the floating island elucidated further. informing Lin Yu that the addition of 141 goblins to his territory had directly augmented his prosperity by 141 points, equivalent to 1 point per goblin. The construction of the warehouse contributed an additional 20 points of prosperity. Moreover, Lin Yu's command of 4 angels collectively accounts for the total of 165 points in prosperity. To his astonishment, accommodating those goblins yielded such benefits. Lin Yu felt as though a delightful surprise had struck him. Setting aside their low-level weakness and tendency to consume resources, utilizing goblins to bolster prosperity is indeed quite advantageous. After all, insufficient prosperity would hinder the upgrade of the territory. Lin Yu's thoughts drifted to those lords who had randomly acquired low-level troops. There are benefits to low-level troops, such as their low recruitment costs, the ability to form legions swiftly, and the potential to resolve prosperity issues. Yet, Lin Yu felt no envy. His angels perpetually spread his faith and attracted followers. When troops are lacking, the faithful can fill the gap, effortlessly resolving the prosperity dilemma. With that, Lin Yu closed the information template of his territory. The next course of action is to continue amassing resources and seek out blueprints for the fence and arrow tower to prepare for the territory upgrade. With this in mind, Lin Yu opened the island trading platform once more. He listed beast meat in exchange for wood, stone, and iron, or while keeping an eye out for anyone selling blueprints for the fence and arrow tower. The drop rates for equipment and blueprints on the floating island are notably low, so he must consider acquiring blueprints through the trading platform, rather than relying solely on his angel team to defeat monsters for drops. Of course, if they happen to drop, that would be ideal. Evening soon approached, and Lin Yu continued to list beast meat without interruption. Not only had he exchanged for a substantial amount of basic resources such as wood and stone, but the goblins' daily food consumption remained unaffected, all thanks to the efforts of the angel team. Throughout the afternoon, Lin Yu's angels had not returned to the territory. They had been fervently hunting monsters in the wild, with the goblins transporting the carcasses back to be dissected. The resulting beast meat was then listed on the trading platform, ultimately converted into the territory's resource reserves. The entire workflow resembled a well-oiled assembly line. Almost there, Lin Yu glanced at the resource reserves in the warehouse. Beast meat, 1, 350 units. Wood, 1, 80 units. Stone, 736 units. Iron ore, 597 units. This was the fruit of his labor over the afternoon. He had already gathered more than half of the resources required for the territory upgrade. If all goes as expected, he would complete the collection of all necessary resources tonight. As there are still many monster carcasses yet to be dissected within the territory, he has enough beast meat to trade for the required resources. The only disappointment for Lin Yu was that he had waited all afternoon without encountering any professionals selling blueprints for the fence and arrow tower, not even for the wooden house. This merely indicates that the drop rates for blueprints are exceedingly low. Not to mention, the drop rates for equipment are also quite scarce. Throughout the entire day, no more than 100 pieces of equipment appeared on the trading platform, and as soon as they did, they were snatched up by others. These were all low-level items, not fetching high prices. Wealthy individuals would see them and immediately purchase them. From start to finish, only Lin Yu's serpent armor remained unsold, with its high price of 3,000 gold coins yet to find a buyer. There have been reports on the professional forum that occupying the strongholds of intelligent creatures significantly increases the probability of dropping blueprints and equipment. He would assess the situation tomorrow. If conditions permit, he would send Yida and the others to conquer the wild strongholds. Lin Yu felt that the development of his territory seemed constrained by the low drop rates of blueprints, and he needed to explore alternative avenues to acquire them swiftly. As darkness began to descend, Lin Yu contacted Yida and the others, instructing them to return to the territory. The world outside, shrouded in darkness, is fraught with danger. With ill fortune, they might encounter extraordinarily powerful wild monsters, leading to a catastrophic defeat. Lin Yu did not wish for the angel team to take such risks. After all, hunting monsters was not a matter of urgency for just one night. By tomorrow evening, the angel team would likely possess the strength necessary for hunting in the wild. He wondered how many gold coins the angel team had collected. With gold coins, he could summon more angels. This was the moment Lin Yu anticipated the most. Chapter 13, Level Up to 6. Steel Sword. 10 minutes later, the entire angel team returned to the territory. Yida, Sally, Vina, and Josie, the 4 winged angels, soared gracefully in the air, gently flapping their snow-white angelic wings, radiating an aura of sanctity from their perfectly sculpted forms. As angels, they epitomized perfection, and even the most discerning gaze could find no flaw in them. In this moment, Lin Yu once again praised his choice. Speed up, Josie. The angel flying at the rear called out. Instantly, the line of goblins below surged forward, carrying the corpses of wild monsters into Lin Yu's territory with great enthusiasm. Lord. The angel team descended, bowing respectfully before Lin Yu. They displayed indifference, pride, and an air of the sacred towards the goblins, yet before Lin Yu, they were filled solely with reverence and fervor. Just as Yida had stated, Lin Yu is the Lord of the Holy Light, the origin of sanctity and radiance, and also their deity of faith. In the presence of faith, reverence is required. Lin Yu nodded, casting a glance at Yida and Sally, and exclaimed in surprise. You have leveled up? Indeed, my lord. Yida and Sally replied respectfully. Guided by your faith, we have found our path forward, transcended our boundaries, and ascended to level 6. They were the angels first summoned by Lin Yu. Throughout the day, they engaged in the outdoor hunt for monsters. The creatures they purified numbered nearly 1,000. With the substantial experience reward, source power, aiding them, their levels successfully ascended to 6. As for the subsequently summoned angels, Vina and Josie, their levels remained at 5. However, it is anticipated that tomorrow they too shall attain the 6th level. This is indeed good news. Lin Yu was elated. Angels are his domain's exclusive military units. The stronger they are, the more rapidly the territory develops. Moreover, Lin Yu sensed that his own level was on the verge of a breakthrough. Currently, he was a first-level practitioner, yet he could perceive that his promotion to the 2nd level was not far off. In truth, the elevation of a practitioner's level is exceedingly arduous. Although there are no constraints in terms of realms, each ascension requires exponentially more source power. In simpler terms, the experience needed for leveling up doubles, necessitating the slaying of a greater number of outdoor monsters or adversaries, which practitioners level up swiftly. The top-tier combat professions. Combat-oriented practitioners rely on their own prowess to dispatch outdoor monsters, reaping all the experience for themselves, and thus their advancement occurs with remarkable speed. Additionally, lords possessing elite units also experience rapid leveling. Elite units, with their formidable combat capabilities, can accelerate monster hunting exponentially. Even though they may siphon off a significant portion of the experience rewards, it is still sufficient to propel the lord's level upward swiftly. Just like Lin Yu, in the span of a single day, he was nearly at the 2nd level. Such a pace would undoubtedly astonish and instill panic among the practitioners on the island. Lin Yu addressed Yida and the others, stating, Your squad's combat prowess is not yet sufficient. The nighttime wilderness is fraught with peril, hence I must call you back. Tomorrow or the day after, once your squad expands, you will be able to hunt during the night. Our Lord is benevolent. The 4 of them, Yida included, were deeply moved. The Lord of Holy Light constantly considers their safety, and they were naturally touched by this. Subsequently, Yida stepped forward, respectfully presenting the spoils to Lin Yu, saying, My lord of the territory, here are the spoils from this afternoon's hunt. The spoils consisted of 2 types, a considerable heap of gold coins and a single piece of equipment, a longsword radiating a metallic sheen. The appearance of the longsword was a delightful surprise for Lin Yu, disturbed by the incessant notifications of monster kills in his mind. He had opted to disable the kill alerts. Thus, this was an unexpected boon. He had not anticipated that the angelic squad would yield a 2nd piece of equipment. After contemplating, Lin Yu used his mind to connect to Floating Island of All Realms, reactivating the monster kill notification feature while filtering out the mundane alerts, opting to only receive information regarding special loot, such as blueprints and equipment. The Floating Island of All Realms, being remarkably intelligent, promptly acquiesced. Lin Yu then turned his gaze to the longsword. Steel sword. Type, offensive equipment. Attack level, level 5. Durability, 100. Special effects, none. Description, this longsword is crafted from refined iron and is reasonably sharp. A level 5 weapon, devoid of special effects. Furthermore, the description indicated that it was an ordinary piece of equipment, far inferior to the serpent armor. Lin Yu swung the steel sword in his hand. The blade sliced through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. A smile immediately graced Lin Yu's face. No matter how ordinary the steel sword, it was still a level 5 piece of equipment. It far exceeded the initial gear bestowed upon combat practitioners by the Floating Island, which were all level 1. The steel sword, being level 5, was a clear indicator of superiority. Knights and swordsmen would find it effortless to hunt low-level outdoor monsters, dispatching them with ease. One strike at a time. Alas, it was of no use to him. It would be better exchanged for a blueprint instead. Lin Yu promptly opened the island trading platform and listed the steel sword. Beginner's artifact, steel sword. Click to view detailed information. Trading conditions. Exchange for blueprints and special items. Private inquiries only, serious offers only. Trading duration, 24 hours. Owner of equipment, Lin Yu, with the steel sword, listed. Lin Yu paid it no further mind. He turned his attention to the pile of gold coins. Item, gold coins, quantity, 167 pieces, a bountiful harvest. Lin Yu grinned widely, his spirits lifted. Over 160 coins would enable him to summon 3 seraphim, nearly doubling the size of his angelic squad. Gazing at the heap of gold glimmering in the darkness, Lin Yu even contemplated having the angelic squad venture out at night after the summoning to continue their hunting. However, upon further reflection, he ultimately decided against it. Even with the addition of 3 seraphim, caution was imperative. Should they encounter a level 9 monster, or even a king-level creature in the wilderness, the angelic squad would undoubtedly struggle, as their highest level was only 6. Especially at night, the presence of high-level wild monsters was more prevalent. First, he would summon the angels. Lin Yu strode directly towards the Lord's Hall. Yida and the others followed closely behind, resembling Lin Yu's personal bodyguards. Meanwhile, with the listing of the beginner's artifact, Steel Sword, the island's chat channel erupted with activity. Chapter 14. Lin Yu, a top-tier lord? Island chat channel. Look at the trading platform. The owner of the serpent armor, Lin Yu, has made another move. This time, he's listed a level 5 weapon. Another piece of equipment? How can Lin Yu be so fortunate? The steel sword has no special effects, merely an ordinary piece of equipment, far inferior to the serpent armor. Even if it's ordinary, it's still a level 5 piece of equipment. I really want that steel sword, but unfortunately, I have neither blueprints nor special items to exchange. Special items? I have one. Just collected a vial of bear urine. Keep that for yourself. By the way, this should be the highest level equipment listed today. Aside from the serpent armor, right? Today's listings mostly feature items from level 1 to 3, with only one piece at level 4, and indeed, there have been no level 5 items. To drop a level 5 piece of equipment, the monster slain must be at least level 5. At this stage, only top-tier lords can achieve that. Top-tier units possess inherent combat prowess. Moreover, their initial level is 4. As long as they do not encounter swarms of level 5 wild monsters, they still have a fair chance of victory. In contrast, other lords or combat practitioners would have to avoid level 5 monsters in the wilderness as they lack the strength to confront them. Does that mean Lin Yu is truly a top-tier lord? Not necessarily. It's possible he simply stumbled upon that equipment. After evaluation, you're a fool. Just found a piece of serpent armor and now another steel sword. Is Lin Yu favored by Lady Luck? Clearly, the leader of the Hall of Kings has misjudged. Lin Yu is not merely lucky, he is a bona fide top-tier lord. Top-tier lord? Could it be that the serpent armor was dropped by him as well? That's impossible. The serpent armor is a level 7 special equipment, generally only dropped by level 7 boss monsters. Even if Lin Yu is a top-tier lord, he could not possibly defeat a level 7 boss. A level 7 boss is a nightmare for any practitioner on the island. I wonder what Lin Yu's units are, in comparison to the golden behemoth of the Hall of Kings, whose units possess greater combat strength. Without a doubt, our leader's golden behemoth is stronger. The golden behemoth is known as the king of land warfare. On solid ground, even dragon race units cannot compete with the golden behemoth. Agreed. As the island's chat channel buzzed with speculation, in the vast expanse of the prairie, a young man received a message from a member of the alliance. Casting a glance at the bustling chat channel, his expression soured. For him, the fewer the top lords on the island, the greater his prestige, making it easier to rally support and develop the Hall of Kings. Now, with new top lords emerging to claim the prestige that rightfully belonged to him, his mood soured further. This individual named Lin, no wonder he had the audacity to disregard me and even block me. He too was a top lord. He acknowledged that he had underestimated Lin Yu, yet this did not diminish his confidence. What if he was a top lord? There were still hierarchies among top-tier units. His golden behemoth rivaled the dragon kin in combat prowess, standing its ground against any top-tier unit. Moreover, he commanded the strongest alliance on the island. With this thought, the young man's demeanor gradually softened. He then turned his gaze to the steel sword displayed on the trading platform. He scoffed, remarking, "What is a level 5 equipment? My golden behemoth squad has already begun hunting level 5 monsters. It is merely a matter of time before we obtain level 5 equipment." At that moment, his golden behemoth squad returned to their territory, preparing to rest. However, he forcefully issued an order for the behemoths to continue hunting, vowing to secure a level 5 equipment that very night to restore his prestige as a top lord. It was evident that, despite his outward disdain, he was significantly agitated. In a certain mountainous area of the floating island, a cave housed a group of combat professionals. The floating island operated under an unspoken rule. Combat professionals would inevitably be teleported together to form teams for hunting, thereby enhancing their chances of survival. The cave was home to such a team, comprising knights, swordsmen, shield bearers, elementals, hunters, and priests. Before arriving on the floating island, they were strangers to one another. But now they were bound by the necessity of mutual survival. Captain, a young boy wielding a wand, turned his gaze to a middle-aged man, excitement palpable in his voice. There's a level 5 attack equipment on the trading platform, a sword that would suit you perfectly. The other professionals in the cave looked towards the middle-aged man with a mix of envy and anticipation. The man quickly accessed the trading platform, revealing his interest. His class was knight, and without a mount, a sword was the optimal choice. However, he shook his head, stating, "It is indeed a fine item. Yet it can only be obtained through a blueprint and special items." The boy replied, "Captain, didn't we just acquire a blueprint during our hunting this afternoon? It would be perfect for trading for the steel sword." Upon hearing this, the other professionals in the cave expressed dissatisfaction. The blueprint belonged to the entire team, not to any individual. This cannot be. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, saying, "The blueprint is our team's collective asset. I was already planning to auction it on the trading platform and distribute the gold equally among us." This statement quickly quelled the discontent among the group, earning him greater respect. As a captain, fairness, justice, and accountability were essential to gain the trust of his team. The boy urged, "Captain, this is not a conflict. When the steel sword is no longer needed, it can also be auctioned for gold. If you obtain the steel sword now, you can lead our team to rapid advancement. The prospect of leveling up was more enticing than gold, and the other professionals quickly chimed in, persuading the middle-aged man to acquire the steel sword. Having a level 5 equipment would significantly enhance their monster hunting efficiency, benefiting them all. Yet, the middle-aged man remained hesitant, asserting, "The blueprint we possess is worth more than the steel sword. Trading it would be a loss. In the future, when those Lord-class professionals become wealthy, this blueprint could fetch a much higher price, possibly even enough for 10 steel swords. The drop rate for blueprints is lower than that of equipment. Even the most common fence blueprint could trade for a steel sword, and we possess a blacksmith shop blueprint, far superior in value. Just hold on a little longer. This blacksmith shop blueprint will undoubtedly make us rich overnight. Those Lord-class professionals wouldn't hesitate to pay a hefty price for it." Despite his reasoning, the boy pressed on. "But Captain, time waits for no one. Holding on to the blueprint 1T help us level up. The steel sword, however, will allow us to advance swiftly. With enhanced strength, we can acquire even more blueprints." The middle-aged man frowned, recognizing the validity of the boy's argument. The other professionals in the team lacked any counter-arguments, all eager for rapid leveling. Seizing the opportunity, the boy insisted, "Captain, hesitate no longer. That blueprint holds no value for us compared to a level 5 attack equipment." "Very well." The middle-aged man nodded. Upon receiving unanimous agreement from the team, he accessed the friends list, requesting to add Lin Yu as a friend and attaching the information of the blacksmith shop blueprint in the message. Now, we await Lin Yu's response. The team members eagerly anticipated this development. Chapter 15. The Goddess of Holy Light Walking Among Us. In the Lord's Hall, a dark portal slowly materialized. The expressions of Aida and her companions reflected eager anticipation for this miracle, while Lin Yu remained calm. Having summoned angels multiple times today, he had grown accustomed to such scenes. Spending 150 gold coins, he summoned 3 winged angels. After the summoning, Lin Yu found himself with only around 20 gold coins remaining, insufficient for summoning a 4th winged angel. In truth, Lin Yu yearned to summon a 4-winged angel. Compared to the 2 winged angels, the 4 winged angels held a higher status, with initial levels and growth potential that undoubtedly surpassed their 2 winged counterparts. However, summoning a 4 winged angel required a full 200 gold coins, far beyond his current means. Furthermore, to summon a 4 winged angel, there was a prerequisite, upgrading the territory to a intermediate village. Thus, Lin Yu had no choice but to settle for summoning 2 winged angels. Before long, 3 exquisite and flawless figures emerged from the dark portal, emanating an incredibly sacred light. Observing their appearance, it was evident they were female angels, possessing stunning beauty, fair skin, and statuesque forms, akin to goddesses of holy light gracing the earth. As 2 winged angels, they donned silver-white armor, wielded angelic weapons, and sported a pair of snow-white angelic wings on their backs. Their information templates bore no significant differences. Their initial level was 5, and their growth potential was capped at demigod. "Salutations, esteemed lord." Approaching Lin Yu, the 3 beautiful 2-winged angels bowed respectfully. In their golden pupils sparkled a fervent light, a reflection of their unwavering faith and reverence for the Lord of Holy Light. Indeed, Lin Yu smiled and nodded, subsequently naming the 3 newly summoned 2-winged angels as Helen, Ada, and Phile. "We praise you, great Lord. We vow our unwavering loyalty to you. May the holy light endure eternally." The 3 2-winged angels bowed once more, their expressions brimming with excitement. To receive a name from their master was their honor, a title they would carry for life. Lin Yu addressed Helen and her companions. "With your addition to the angelic squad, our combat strength will surely soar to new heights. Furthermore, I hope that you will also strive to improve yourselves. Although you possess the potential of demigods, I eagerly anticipate witnessing the moment when you ascend to divinity in the future. We shall not disappoint our Lord." Helen and her companions spoke in unison, their expressions resolute. This was the expectation of the Lord of Holy Light upon them. They were determined to realize this dream at all costs, willing to sacrifice anything, even their lives. "That's the spirit." Lin Yu nodded in approval. He then instructed the host of angels to rest. By dawn, when the first rays of light illuminated the earth, they would embark on a new day of hunting. Nightfall arrived swiftly, enveloping the world in darkness. The floating island's location remained a mystery, perhaps suspended in deep space or within the dimensional realm. What was certain was that the night sky bore neither moon nor stars. Stepping into the wilderness rendered one blind, unable to see one's own hand before their face. With the descent of night, the number of monsters in the wild surged dramatically, including many high-level creatures. During the day, it was the professionals who hunted the monsters. Come nightfall, the roles reversed. Any profession daring enough to linger in the darkness would inevitably be torn apart by the monsters. Listening to the cacophony of roars emanating from beyond the territory, Lin Yu felt a chill run down his spine, grateful that he had recalled the angel squad. To hunt in such an environment would be tantamount to sending the angels to their demise. Fortunately, the territory enjoyed a novice protection period. Until it reached the level of town, it would not face active attacks from wild monsters. Lin Yu had every reason to believe that without this special provision, no lord's territory on the island would survive the first night unscathed, not even his own. The dangers of the night in the wild were greater than he had anticipated. Until he fully grasped the situation, he could not allow the angel squad to venture out recklessly. Moreover, he needed to expedite the upgrade of the territory to a mid-level village to unlock the summoning of 4-winged angels. With 4-winged angels leading, the angel squad would likely be able to hunt even at night. Lost in thought, Lin Yu exited the Lord's Hall and ordered over 100 goblins within the territory to hasten the decomposition of monster corpses. He intended to exchange the processed beast meat for various fundamental resources to prepare for the territory's upgrade. Subsequently, Lin Yu summoned a goblin warrior and inquired about the dangers of the wild at night, but he did not receive a satisfactory answer. The goblin warrior simply stated, "Weak goblins do not dare to roam at night. When darkness falls, we retreat into our strongholds, tribes. Respectable lord, the night outside is a realm of demons and the undead. Should we encounter them, we goblins would become their meal." Demons and the undead? Indeed, my lord. The goblin warrior replied tremulously, "I have never seen a demon, but I have encountered the undead. When night descends, the wilderness is flooded with innumerable undead. They crawl up from the underworld and are everywhere. My father, the mighty goblin warrior Cork, met his end at the hands of those vile undead." This seemed like promising news. Lin Yu mused silently. The good news, of course, did not refer to the tragic demise of the goblin warrior Cork, but rather to the undead that roamed at night. His angels were sacred beings, wielding the power of holy light, which inherently countered the creatures of the undead. This signified that once equipped for nighttime hunting, the angel squad would undoubtedly reap bountiful rewards. "Depart now." Lin Yu waved his hand, dismissing the still trembling goblin warrior. He ceased to dwell on these matters and awaited the completion of the decomposition work while opening the island trading platform. To his delight, he discovered someone selling blueprints on the trading platform, specifically the urgently needed fence blueprint. However, it was infuriating that the price of this fence blueprint reached a staggering 1,000 gold coins, far beyond his means. Even if he could afford it, he would not purchase it. Trading 20 summoning slots for 2-winged angels for a single fence blueprint would be sheer folly. What a despicable profiteer. Lin Yu grumbled in frustration. He seemed to forget that his own serpent armor, priced at 3,000 gold coins, still loomed at the top of the trading platform. Nevertheless, it must be said that the value of the fence blueprint could not be compared to that of the serpent armor. After all, this serpent armor was a level 7 piece of equipment with special effects. Without any gold, Lin Yu could only reluctantly shift his gaze away from the fence blueprint, trading information, and continue searching the trading platform until he exited in disappointment. He hoped to find some fortune in the friends section. Lin Yu could only wish that some professional would be interested in the steel sword and offer a blueprint in exchange. Upon opening the friends section, the staggering number of 9,999 friend requests caught his eye. Lin Yu had no desire to sift through them one by one, so he searched the friend request list using keywords like fence, arrow tower, and blueprint. Instantly, the number of friend requests dwindled to just over 50. As he scanned through them, the overwhelming majority proved to be false, lacking any images or evidence. Only one friend request contained a message with a blueprint. Blacksmith shop blueprint? Lin Yu's eyes widened in excitement, his gaze fervent. From where does this kind-hearted individual hail? Without hesitation, he accepted the friend request, rejecting all others. Within the cave, a wave of suppressed exclamations suddenly arose. Lin Yu has added me as a friend. A middle-aged man beamed with joy. Under the eager gaze of his companions, he swiftly reached out to Lin Yu. "Big shot, it's not easy to add you as a friend. I've been waiting for this moment. I won't beat around the bush. I wish to exchange the blacksmith shop blueprint for the serpent armor on the platform." As he sent the message, he altered his intention, seeking to acquire the far more valuable serpent armor instead of simply trading for the steel sword. Chapter 16. The blacksmith shop blueprint acquired. For the serpent armor far surpasses the steel sword in worth. Even a level 1 professional, once donned in the serpent armor, could charge through low-level monster territories without fear of mishaps. Furthermore, when hunting serpent-type monsters, one could sweep through with ease. Lin Yu's intention to trade the steel sword for the blueprint would further affirm his status as a lord. For a lordly professional, the value of the blacksmith shop blueprint is self-evident. Perhaps it is indeed possible that Lin Yu would be willing to exchange the serpent armor for it. The middle-aged man fixated on the chat interface, anticipating a delightful response from Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu's reply left him utterly disappointed. "I will not trade the serpent armor. I will only exchange it for the steel sword." The middle-aged man felt a pang of reluctance. "Big shot, you must understand the value of the blacksmith shop blueprint. Once you have the blacksmith shop, your territory can forge equipment independently, becoming an equipment merchant. Given the low drop rates for equipment on the island, you could easily amass wealth overnight with the blacksmith shop, alleviating any resource concerns for your territory." Lin Yu responded, "You make a valid point. However, achieving this soon is quite challenging. Crafting equipment requires a blacksmith, which poses a problem. For the foreseeable future, the blacksmith shop blueprint holds little practical value. The middle-aged man urged, "You should consider the long-term vision, big shot." Lin Yu replied, "Having foresight is commendable, but immediate development is of utmost importance. I can afford to wait for the second blacksmith shop blueprint's appearance during my search for a blacksmith. There's no need to trade the serpent armor directly for yours." At this stage, the serpent armor holds greater value than the blacksmith shop blueprint. Upon reading this message, the middle-aged man fell silent, for Lin Yu's argument was sound. "Are you sure you want to reconsider?" he asked. Lin Yu replied, "If I find a blacksmith and your blueprint remains unsold, I believe we can negotiate then." The middle-aged man felt a wave of resignation wash over him. Who knows when Lin Yu will be able to find a blacksmith? A day, 2 days? Or perhaps a week? Lin Yu can afford to wait, but he cannot. He is now fervently eager to elevate his own level. Each additional day he holds onto the blacksmith workshop blueprint serves only to stifle his advancement. With superior equipment, he could swiftly outpace other practitioners. The adage goes, a fast step leads to quicker strides. In comparison to becoming a top-tier combat practitioner, what does a mere blueprint matter? Most significantly, a higher level equates to a substantial increase in hunting rewards. This is akin to a snowball effect. The sooner it begins to roll, the larger it grows. Nevertheless, the middle-aged man still wishes to persist a little longer. He has left Lin Yu waiting for over an hour. Ultimately, he is once again met with disappointment, as Lin Yu shows no inclination to engage or yield an inch. Captain, Lin Yu is not mistaken. At this juncture, the blacksmith workshop blueprint is indeed inferior to the serpent armor, for blacksmiths are exceedingly difficult to find. They exist only at outposts occupied by indigenous intelligent beings. But in this era, which lord can successfully conquer such an outpost? Even if one could, subjugating the intelligent beings is no easy feat in the short term. Regardless of which lord acquires the blacksmith workshop blueprint, it must be set aside. Even a top-tier lord like Lin Yu is no exception. Indeed, Captain, there is no need to be fixated on the serpent armor. With a steel sword in hand, our team can still sweep through those lower-level monsters. The team members urge fervently within the cavern. They are even more anxious than the middle-aged man. All right, it must be done. The middle-aged man reluctantly concedes and contacts Lin Yu once more, proposing an exchange for the steel sword. This time, Lin Yu does not refuse. Upon receiving the message, the middle-aged man enters the trading platform, locates this steel sword, listed by Lin Yu, and submits the blacksmith workshop blueprint for trade. The transaction is swiftly completed. A long sword, gleaming with a metallic luster, materializes before the middle-aged man. Gripping the sword, he swings it mightily, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. A fine sword. The middle-aged man rejoices, alleviating the gloom of his earlier loss. The other team members are equally exhilarated. With this steel sword, they can relish in the rapid ascent of their levels. Tomorrow's goal, every member shall level up. In the Lord's Hall, Lin Yu gazes at the blacksmith workshop blueprint in his hands, a smile of triumph gracing his face. Trading a level 5 common piece of equipment for the blacksmith workshop blueprint is an undeniable profit for him. In 2 or 3 weeks, as the Lord's strengths increase and their resources become more abundant, this blacksmith workshop blueprint could fetch an exorbitant price. After all, it grants the ability to forge equipment. The scarcity of equipment drops from the floating island speaks volumes on the trading platform. As the saying goes, value lies in rarity. Should Lin Yu be able to produce his own equipment, he could become extraordinarily wealthy overnight. As Lin Yu observes, the information regarding the blacksmith workshop blueprint reveals itself. Territory building blueprint. Type, blacksmith workshop. Usable times, once. Construction requirements, 200 units of wood, 100 units of stone, 300 units of iron ore. Special reminder, the blacksmith workshop is one of the most crucial buildings in a territory. With it, the territory can flourish and prosper. However, it is important to note that a blacksmith workshop without a blacksmith cannot forge equipment. All exclusive troop types and territories are combat-oriented and do not include civilian professions. Therefore, the only means to obtain a blacksmith is through the indigenous beings of the floating island. Among many intelligent races, there are specialized blacksmiths, such as the renowned dwarven blacksmiths, elven blacksmiths, and others including goblin and human blacksmiths. Lin Yu gathered this information from the practitioner forum, disclosed by the first batch of practitioners who descended upon the floating island, and it holds great reference value. The disclosures claim that subjugating the indigenous intelligent beings is no simple task, as they perceive practitioners from Blue Star as malevolent invaders, often resulting in lethal encounters, making it challenging to earn their loyalty. However, for me, this should pose no significant challenge, for I possess angels. Within just a day, Yetta and her companions have recruited over 100 goblin followers for Lin Yu. These goblins are all indigenous intelligent beings of the floating island, easily purified and converted to the faith of the holy light. In other words, acquiring local blacksmiths will be a simple endeavor. He merely needs to capture them and allow Yetta and her team to handle the rest. He can initiate inquiries with the goblins first. Exiting the Lord's Hall, Lin Yu notices that bonfires have already been kindled in the nearby clearing, around which numerous goblins congregate. The task of dismantling monster corpses has concluded. and the beast meat and monster materials collected by the goblins are stored in the warehouse. Lin Yu plans to later exchange a portion of the beast meat for basic resources, while the monster materials will be reserved for future equipment crafting. At this moment, some goblins are roasting meat over the bonfire, while others look on with reverent expressions. The beast meat is a blessing from the Lord of Holy Light, and they feel the need to express their gratitude. It is during this time that Lin Yu senses a surge of profound energy flowing into his body. This is the power of belief from the goblins. Though it may seem inconsequential now, the accumulation will aid him in his eventual ascension to divinity. Lin Yu beckons a goblin warrior over. What is your name? Oh great deity, my name is Lunan. The goblin Lunan, at level 3, is still frail and diminutive. In Lin Yu's presence, he trembles, unable to lift his gaze. The gaze of the god of faith is not to be met directly. This is a decree etched in the hearts of Lunan and all goblin followers. Lin Yu gently inquires, Lunan, in your outpost or tribe, is there a goblin blacksmith present? Yes, there is, my lord. The goblin Lunan quickly nods, extending 3 slender fingers. Our tribe has 3 blacksmiths, one of whom is an intermediate blacksmith. Excellent, Lunan. A smile returns to Lin Yu's face as he asks, tell me, how is the overall strength of your tribe? And where is it located? Chapter 17, The Favored Son of the Floating Island. Faced with Lin Yu's inquiries, the goblin Lunan dares not conceal any information. He candidly reveals everything about his tribe. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu cannot help but furrow his brow. The goblin tribe lies approximately 4 kilometers to the west of his territory, consisting of over 700 goblins. Among them, there are about 100 goblin warriors and over 300 goblin soldiers. Additionally, there is a goblin chieftain at level 9. The remaining goblins are all ordinary goblins. This constitutes a formidable force. At least at this stage, no lord has the capability to conquer this goblin tribe. Lin Yu, too, deems himself lacking in strength. Currently, he commands only 7 seraphim, the highest of which is level 6. Even with the addition of over 100 goblin followers, breaching the goblin tribe will remain an insurmountable challenge. No need for haste. He will allow the angel squad to gradually encroach upon the goblin tribe. Once his territory is upgraded to a mid-level village and he summons 4 winged angels, he will be poised to launch an assault on the goblin tribe. The so-called encroachment involves continually capturing goblins from that tribe and converting them into his followers. Through this ebb and flow, Lin Yu's territory will grow stronger while the goblin tribe's power wanes. When the time is ripe, he will declare war. Lunan, you have done well. The holy light shall protect you until eternity. Lin Yu cast a glance at the exuberantly excited goblin, Lunan, and with a smile, said, go on. Let your companions rest early. Praise be to you, benevolent deity. Lunan quickly withdrew. On his way back, he held his head high, a proud expression adorning his face. The great lord of the holy light had praised him, a distinction not shared by other goblins. Lin Yu surveyed the goblins gathered in distant circles. Due to the scarcity of wooden lodges within the territory, all of which had been allocated to the angelic squad, these goblins had no choice but to camp outdoors. Fortunately, the weather on the floating island was not cold at present. Coupled with the warmth of bonfires to stave off dampness and chill, the goblins were not in peril of freezing to death. Lin Yu thus turned his attention elsewhere, opening the island trading platform and listing all the beast meat that the goblins had gathered. This meat would be entirely exchanged for fundamental resources, wood, stone, and iron ore. He considered trading for gold, but no practitioner would be foolish enough to do so. Gold is far more valuable than basic resources. Before long, having reserved only what was necessary for daily sustenance, Lin Yu had listed all the remaining beast meat on the trading platform. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, by the morrow, all of this meat would be sold out. This was due to the vast number of practitioners on the island, which exceeded at least 10 million. Furthermore, not every practitioner arrived in areas abundant with food resources. Many found themselves in food-scarce deserts and Gobi regions. Without food, they had no choice but to purchase from the trading platform. Moreover, the beast meat Lin Yu offered was of considerable quality, rich in magical energy, and thus highly sought after by practitioners, resulting in brisk sales. Having completed this task, Lin Yu returned to the Lord's Hall. The Lord's Hall was a modest 2-story building. The second floor served as the Lord's bedroom, which was furnished quite simply, featuring only a bed, 2 nightstands, and an oil lamp. Nothing more. Lin Yu bore no disdain. Compared to the outdoor sleeping combat practitioners, such accommodations were quite favorable. It was no wonder that everyone aspired to be a lord. Stripping off his garments and reclining on the bed, Lin Yu opened the island chat channel. As night fell, the chat channel buzzed with even more activity than during the day, as many had little else to occupy their time. I can hardly fathom that my first night on the floating island was spent hiding in a tree hollow. I envy those with tree hollows. Help! Someone save me. I'm being chased by a horde of wild monsters. It's pitch black all around, and I can only run blindly for my life. Hang in there, brother upstairs. Hang what? Hurry and save me. Focus on escaping. No one can help you right now. Another day of envying the Lord practitioners. I heard that in the early stages, the Lord's territory is not subject to attacks from wild monsters, and there's a dedicated bedroom for the Lord to rest in. Forget what you heard. This is a fact. As the territory levels up, the Lord's bedroom will become increasingly luxurious. Once elevated to town level, it will resemble a Lord's mansion, capable of accommodating numerous concubines. People often say Lord practitioners are the favored children of the floating island. I didn't believe it before, but now I'm thoroughly convinced. They are indeed favored children. Only us combat practitioners are like stepchildren, such as fate. What's there to envy? Lord practitioners can only enjoy a carefree existence in the early stages. Once their territory upgrades to a town, the hardships will commence. Why is that? Because once the territory reaches town level, it loses the protection of the floating island. At that time, wild monsters will gather and launch attacks on the Lord's town. This conflict is referred to as the beast tide. Moreover, it's not just wild monsters. The local intelligent beings from nearby outposts will also continuously assault the Lord's territory. The warfare is protracted and relentless. With a slight misstep, those lords could find themselves and their territories torn asunder. Yikes. Terrifying. I suddenly find myself appreciating my swordsman profession a bit more. Lin Yu scrolled through the chat messages and unknowingly drifted into slumber. When he groggily opened his eyes, it was already the next morning. A soft quilt covered him, and a hearty breakfast was laid out on the nightstand. The breakfast was quite sumptuous, featuring fresh fruits, roasted meat, and honey water. Undoubtedly, this had been prepared by the angels for him. After washing up, Lin Yu contemplated the impending beast tide and the assault of local intelligent beings following the upgrade of his territory to a town while enjoying his breakfast. He must prepare in advance. At that time, his territory must possess a formidable army to avert disaster. The practitioner had spoken truly. Becoming a lord does not equate to a life of ease and comfort. The foes and dangers a lord must confront are, in fact, greater than those faced by combat practitioners. However, danger and opportunity coexist. Enduring the trials yields significant rewards. Stepping out of the Lord's hall, he was greeted by brilliant sunshine and a clear sky, heralding an ideal day for hunting. In the square not far away, a gathering of over 20 goblin warriors caught his attention. The lowest among them were at level 3, with some even reaching level 4. Upon seeing Lin Yu, the goblin warriors immediately rushed over, kneeling before him in deep reverence, exclaiming their greetings to the great lord. Where are the others? Lin Yu inquired. One goblin warrior stepped forward. It was Lin Yu from the previous night. He addressed Lin Yu. My lord, several saints have taken my kin out for hunting. Lin Yu nodded slightly. Gazing at the kneeling Lin Yu, an idea suddenly struck him. Lin Yu, I have a task for you. Please, command me, my lord. Lin Yu's face lit up with excitement. Lin Yu stated, take a squad of goblin warriors back to your tribe and spread my faith. Lin Yu's expression turned anxious. O great deity, spreading your faith in our tribe would only bring us calamity. It is not that we fear death, but we are concerned about our inability to fulfill your task. Lin Yu reassured him, you are not tasked with spreading the faith. Simply find a way to bring the goblins from your tribe out. The rest will be handled by Aita and her companions. Spreading the faith is not something goblins can accomplish. That task is best suited for angels. I understand now, my lord. Lin Yu sighed in relief. For him, such a task was considerably simpler. Without hesitation, he gathered a few goblin warriors and departed the territory. Watching their receding figures, Lin Yu mused. Coordinating both inside and out will surely expedite the disintegration of the goblin tribe, preparing for the impending tribal conflict. Chapter 18. Taking matters into one's own hands, ensuring abundance. Let us examine the reserves of basic resources. Lin Yu opened the information regarding the territory's warehouse. Warehouse, level, low. Capacity for resource storage, 100. 000 units. Resources stored, 793 units of food, 2. 650 units of wood, 1. 900 units of stone, 1. 470 units of iron ore. Various monster materials. Next level. Intermediate warehouse. Upgrade requirements. 1,000 units of wood, 500 units of stone, 300 units of iron ore. Lin Yu cast another glance at the beast meat listed on the island trading platform. As he had anticipated, it had all been sold out. It had been transformed into wood, stone, and iron ore, which were now stored in the territory's warehouse. Currently, the foundational resources amassed are sufficient to facilitate the upgrade of the territory. The prosperity of the domain has already met the requisite standards. What remains are merely the blueprints for the fence and the arrow tower. Once these two structures are constructed, the territory can be concurrently upgraded to a mid-level village. Lin Yu's heart brimmed with anticipation, for attaining the status of a mid-level village would unlock the summoning of the four-winged angels, an event he has long yearned for. Subsequently, Lin Yu reopened the island trading platform, searching for fence blueprints and arrow tower blueprints. Soon, he discovered over 20 trading listings. Notably, 2/3 pertained to the fence blueprints, while the remaining third concerned the arrow tower blueprints. As the night wore on, new blueprints emerged, which was no surprise to Lin Yu, given the multitude of adventurers on the island. Following yesterday's transitional period, these adventurers had resumed their hunting endeavors, with countless wild monsters falling prey to their hands every moment. Although the drop rate for blueprints and equipment on Floating Island is indeed low, the sheer volume of hunters makes it commonplace to acquire a dozen or more blueprints, a phenomenon akin to winning the lottery. With so many participants, it is inevitable that someone would hit the jackpot. The highest price for the fence blueprints reached 700 gold coins, while the lowest stood at 500. The Arrow Tower blueprints commanded an even higher price, with the most expensive soaring to 1,300 gold coins. The insatiable thirst for wealth is palpable. Presumably, those who discovered these blueprints are combat-oriented adventurers, for had they been dropped by a lord, they would have utilized them immediately rather than putting them up for sale. At this stage, it seems no lord can afford such blueprints. Perhaps the adventurers selling these blueprints never anticipated they could sell them at this moment. Rarity begets value. They need not worry about the prices plummeting, at least for the next fortnight. The value of these fundamental blueprints will remain stable, as every lord requires fences and arrow towers. Lin Yu shook his head. Regardless of the circumstances, he currently cannot afford these blueprints. Even if he had an abundance of gold coins, he would allocate them to summon angels rather than squander them on blueprints. He then proceeded to search for trading information regarding spirit rice, demon plants, and potion seeds. Among them, he found no listings for demon plants or potion seeds, but there were plenty of listings for spirit rice seeds. Unfortunately, they were still rather expensive. Moreover, they too required gold coins for purchase. It seems he must take matters into his own hands to secure a bountiful harvest. Lin Yu closed the island trading platform and mused. The combat adventurers on this island all aspire to leverage blueprints and spirit rice seeds to exploit the lords, draining their resources. Such is the nature of profit, and Lin Yu fully comprehends this. Yet, it does not ease the imbalance in his heart. Patience is key. This situation is merely temporary. Lin Yu possesses a secret weapon, the blacksmith shop blueprint. Once he finds a blacksmith and begins crafting weapons and equipment, it will be his turn to reap the rewards from those combat adventurers. After all, the most coveted items for combat adventurers are weapons and equipment. At that time, Lin Yu, endowed with the ability to produce his own equipment, could easily siphon gold coins and items like blueprints from the hands of those adventurers. Equipment merchants represent one of the most lucrative professions on Floating Island. Suddenly, Lin Yu's gaze drifted toward a cluster of goblin warriors gathered nearby. In truth, these goblin warriors were fully armed, clad in leather armor and wielding large knives and spears. However, due to the restrictions imposed by the rules of Floating Island, adventurers could not utilize these weapons and equipment. To acquire them, they would need to defeat the goblin warriors. With a stroke of luck, one might obtain equipment to use. Yet it was evident that Lin Yu would not engage in such a self-destructive endeavor. If no equipment were dropped, the fervent believers would die in vain, and meager experience points would hardly be worth anything. For now, what he needed to do was wait. Wait for the angel squad to reap a bountiful harvest. Wait for their strength to surge, and wait to deal with the goblin tribe. At that time, his days of fortune would arrive. In that moment, Lin Yu suddenly felt a surge of tremendous energy coursing through him. Under the influence of this energy, his physical attributes skyrocketed. Moments later, he sensed that a barrier within him had been breached. That was the Wall of Realms. He had leveled up. Clenching his fists, Lin Yu felt a surge of power, confident that he could strike down a bull with a single blow. As I anticipated, he had broken through to become a level 2 adventurer. When the angel squad returned to the territory last night, his level was already on the verge of achieving this milestone. Early this morning, 7 angels, including Yida and Vina, had ventured out to hunt. With the expansion of the angel squad, their efficiency in slaying wild monsters had increased, making his ascension to a level 2 adventurer a mere formality. In the span of 24 hours, he had progressed from a level 0 to a level 2 adventurer. Such a rate of advancement could hardly be deemed slow. Lin Yu had every reason to believe that his leveling speed ranked among the foremost of all adventurers on the island. While he did not arrogantly claim to be the fastest, those who could surpass him would surely be a rarity, and any such instances would likely involve exceptional circumstances. After all, his angels were super elite units, boasting formidable combat power and unparalleled hunting prowess. At the moment Lin Yu ascended to level 2, a certain golden behemoth lord on a vast prairie was also contemplating his own elevation to a level 2 adventurer. However, the young man's visage appeared somewhat contorted, an amalgamation of anger and heartache. The reason was simple. In an attempt to emulate Lin Yu's acquisition of level 5 equipment and showcase his prowess as a top-tier lord in the chat channel, he had dispatched a dozen golden behemoths from his territory the previous night. Unfortunately, not only did he fail to achieve his goal, but half of the 14 golden behemoths under his command perished shortly after leaving the territory. The loss was staggering. Even now, his heart bled from the wound. Nevertheless, he had reinforced the reality that the nights on Floating Island were indeed perilous, whether in the jungle or the boundless prairie. With only 500 gold coins remaining, the young man cast a sorrowful glance at his wallet. Just yesterday, he had formed a core team in the Alliance King's Hall, pilfering a full 1,000 gold coins from Alliance members. Half of that sum had been spent recruiting golden behemoths, and now 7 had perished overnight. The remaining 500 gold coins were intended for bidding on the serpent armor. The losses to his behemoth squad were too significant. He needed to replenish his ranks. There was no choice but to forego the serpent armor. When it came to equipment and level, he was still capable of discerning which was of greater importance. Bracing himself against the pangs of parting with this serpent armor, he ultimately resolved to spend the last 500 gold coins to recruit a full 10 golden behemoths once more, together with the ones he currently possessed. He now commanded a total of 17 golden behemoths. In that moment, he felt a renewed sense of capability, no matter the circumstances. His strength was undoubtedly the most formidable among all lords on the island. What did it matter if his equipment was gone? Leveling up was of paramount importance. Today's objective, to ascend to a level 2 adventurer. I shall widen the gap between myself and other lords at the swiftest pace possible. Fueled with determination, the young man immediately dispatched his expanded golden behemoth squad from the territory. After all, with 17 top-tier units, who could rival him? Chapter 19. The Angels' Hunting Grounds. The forest where Lin Yu resided was a realm of undulating mountains and dense, shadowy woods. The wilderness is teeming with formidable high-level beasts, alongside numerous encampments established by indigenous intelligent creatures, with the goblin tribe being but one among them. This jungle is extraordinarily rich in outdoor resources, yet it simultaneously poses greater dangers. A moment's carelessness could result in being besieged by a horde of monsters, leading to a dismal fate. However, for the Angel Squad, this predicament is not particularly daunting, especially since it is daylight. High-level wild monsters typically refrain from venturing out unless one inadvertently trespasses into their territory. With a swift motion, a brilliant sword light sliced through the foliage, instantly severing the head of a massive wolf. At the same moment, golden flames descended, driving back the other wolves on the battlefield, preventing the wielder of the sword light from being encircled. Subsequently, cross-shaped beams of light fell from the sky, and another wolf was swiftly dispatched. Under the exemplary combat coordination of the Angel Squad, the number of wolves on the battlefield dwindled until they were entirely eliminated. During this process, a timid wolf attempted to flee the battlefield in fear, but alas, those on the ground could not outrun those soaring through the air. It was quickly overtaken and succumbed beneath the brilliance of the Angel's sword. As the battle concluded, the cleanup commenced. Striking figures converged from nearby, led by Ayada and her companions. Radiant with holy light and untouched by a single drop of wolf's blood, they appeared both sacred and beautiful. The cleanup task was second nature to Ayada and her team, who promptly gathered the gold coins dropped by the wolves. Soon after, they summoned a group of goblins lurking in the surrounding jungle, commanding them to transport the wolf carcasses back to their territory. We've collected 45 gold coins. With just 5 more, our lord will be able to summon another winged angel. Ayada exclaimed with excitement. Her fellow angels, upon hearing this, felt invigorated. Their devotion to gold even surpassed their desire to enhance their levels and strength. While improving one's level and power takes time, slaying monsters for gold could allow more angels to descend into this world. The revival of the angelic race in this realm depended on their diligence. At that moment, a goblin rushed over in a state of panic, exclaiming, "Lady Saint, I have discovered a group of 2-headed ogres in the dense forest ahead. They are hunting a massive python." 2-headed ogres? Ayada raised an eyebrow and inquired, "How many are there?" The goblin warrior replied, "Approximately a dozen. Led by a 2-headed ogre commander. I cannot discern his exact level, but he certainly does not exceed level 9. Above level 9 lies the king level. King level 2-headed ogres are rare. Even if they exist, they are typically the strong of large tribes or the chieftains of smaller ones. And it is uncommon for them to personally hunt wild monsters, as it diminishes their stature. Not exceeding level 9, we can give it a try. The higher the monster's level, the more gold it drops. It is worth the risk." After a brief discussion, the angels reached a unanimous decision, instructing the goblin warrior to lead the way while the other goblins remained behind to transport the wolf carcasses. Given the goblins' feeble combat capabilities, their involvement in the battle would only hinder the effort. It was more prudent for them to focus on logistical support. Before long, guided by the goblin warrior, the angel squad arrived at the vicinity of the 2-headed ogre's hunting ground. The goblin warrior trembled as he spoke. "Lady Saint, those 2-headed ogres are just inside." Listening to the growls emanating from the forest, Ayada nodded slightly and instructed the goblin warrior, "Stay here and do not approach." "As you command, Lady Saint." The goblin warrior sighed in relief. His meager strength rendered him incapable of assisting the Lady Saint. It was better to remain outside and await orders than to inadvertently complicate matters. Ayada and her companions unfurled their angelic wings and soared into the skies above the battlefield. Flight is one of the angel's greatest advantages, especially when facing enemies lacking the ability to fly. This advantage can yield remarkably surprising results, allowing the weak to triumph over the strong. The angels flew with incredible speed, and within a minute, they reached the battlefield's zenith. Gazing downward, they beheld a group of humanoid monsters with one large and one small head, mercilessly assaulting a vibrant giant python. The python was evidently at a disadvantage, its body marred by wounds, scales scattered about. It roared defiantly, thrashing and twisting, yet could not escape the encirclement of the two-headed ogres. As it teetered on the brink of death, 7 resplendent and holy figures stood majestically in the sky, observing the battlefield from above. The petite and exquisite angel Sally remarked. 13 two-headed ogres, averaging level 6, with the commander at level 8. The dying python is a level 7 monster. We can engage. Ayada nodded slightly, adding, the leather armor and warehouse blueprints we obtained yesterday were dropped by a level 7 monster. Our lord was quite pleased with the spoils. Upon hearing this, the angel's eyes sparkled with determination, their desire for battle intensifying. Without further hesitation, 7 winged angels dove towards the battlefield from various angles. Just as the two-headed ogres were about to slay the python, the angel's assault erupted. Ayada was the first to strike, unleashing the angelic combat technique, Sacred Cross Sword. In an instant, the dazzling cross-shaped sword light traversed dozens of meters, cleaving the head of the level 7 giant python. The python, already on the verge of death and in a state of profound weakness, stood no chance against Ayada's swift blow and was instantly slain. The sudden onslaught left the two-headed ogres momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the situation. Their dual-headed nature did not grant them additional intelligence. Instead, it often led to confusion. As demonstrated in that moment, only when the cries of their fallen comrades echoed did the remaining ogres snap back to reality. How dare these winged beings oppose us? The two-headed ogres. The ogre commander bellowed angrily, brandishing his spiked club and charging recklessly at the angel Vina. Vina, a level 5 angel, chose not to confront the ogre commander head-on. Instead, she swiftly fanned her angelic wings and retreated. Once she created distance, she ascended into the air, wielding her angelic sword to unleash waves of golden flames. The ogre commander, caught in a fervent charge, was engulfed by the golden inferno, howling in agony. However, he was not slain outright. In a timely manner, he summoned his internal magical power to form a shield, deflecting the flame's impact. Curse those winged beings. I will kill you. Kill her. Hurry and slay her. Both of the ogre commander's heads shouted in tandem. The nearly 2-meter-long spiked club swung wildly in his grip, unleashing torrents of magical energy that transformed into massive wind blades, hurtling towards the airborne angel Vina. Holy Light Slash. Sacred Cross Sword. Nearby, several angels unleashed their combat techniques, shattering the wind blades one after another. Though a few managed to slip through, they posed no threat to Vina. Seizing the opportunity, she soared higher into the air, diving into the battlefield from another direction to engage the other two-headed ogres. The ogre commander attempted to pursue her, but was intercepted mid-charge by the nearby angel Josie, forcibly drawing him into combat. From the outset, the ogre commander entered a frenzied state, intent on swiftly eliminating the obstructing Josie. However, Josie did not confront him head-on either. The moment she witnessed the two-headed demon lord unleashing his ultimate attack, she flapped her angelic wings and soared into the sky. As soon as the two-headed demon lord deflated, other angels swiftly descended upon the scene. This was a quintessential tactic of alternating attrition, combined with a kite-flying strategy. Simultaneously, it was creating opportunities for the other angels. Indeed, it wasn't long before the battlefield was left with only the two-headed demon lord. The other two-headed demons had already been eradicated by Ayada and her companions. Seeing 7 angels converge, the two-headed demon lord finally felt a surge of fear. He attempted to flee, only to discover that all avenues of escape had been blocked by the angels. Chapter 20. Prosperous Abundance. Dual Upgrades. The 7 angels, wielding swords engulfed in blazing golden flames, surrounded the two-headed demon lord completely. The demon lord's face contorted in terror as he exclaimed, "Where did you winged beings emerge from? The dark forest has never borne witness to your kind." The tall angel Ayada stepped forward, her expression nearly devoid of emotion. Standing with her sword, she addressed the two-headed demon lord. "We are angels, devotees of the Lord of Holy Light. Our benevolent master grants you an opportunity for redemption. Embrace faith in our master, and the Holy Light shall bestow upon you eternal life." The Lord of Holy Light? I have never heard of such a being. The two-headed demon lord retorted without hesitation. "My kin are descendants of giants, and we shall only revere the great Titan, true God. You foul worshippers of false deities shall not distort my soul and will. To blaspheme my master is unforgivable." In an instant, the 7 angels, led by Ayada, charged towards the two-headed demon lord. Initially, they had hoped for the demon lord's surrender to facilitate the spread of the Lord of Holy Light's faith, but that was no longer necessary. Blaspheming the true master could only be atoned for with death. Swish, swish, swish. Brilliant beams of sword light sliced towards the two-headed demon lord from all directions. In an instant, they carved numerous bloody gashes into his form. The demon lord, unwilling to perish here, wildly swung his mace in retaliation while unleashing a tempest of magical energy that engulfed the battlefield. However, such area attacks posed no threat to the angelic squad. Each angel was enveloped in a shield of holy light, forged from the power of faith, effortlessly withstanding the onslaught of the magical storm. Though the two-headed demon lord was of a higher level, standing at level 8, the angels were an elite class, inherently capable of defeating foes of superior rank. If all the angels present had merely been level 5, then surrounding and eliminating an 8-level foe would indeed have been challenging. However, there were exceptions. Both Ayada and Sally had attained level 6. Their angelic combat skills were sufficient to pose a lethal threat to the two-headed demon lord. Soon, the battle reached a fever pitch. The air crackled with the intensity of sword light and the brilliance of holy flames. The two-headed demon lord roared as he once again entered a state of frenzy, bravely resisting the onslaught of 7 angels, momentarily holding his ground. Yet, this was merely a temporary reprieve. As time passed, the wounds on the two-headed demon lord multiplied, and his body began to weaken. Suddenly, a radiant beam of sword light illuminated the battlefield, dazzling and resplendent. In the blink of an eye, one of the demon lord's heads was severed from his body. The excruciating pain elicited a heart-wrenching scream from the two-headed demon lord, causing his once impervious strikes with the mace to falter. Seizing this opportunity, the angels surged forward. The angelic sword struck the two-headed demon lord repeatedly, and in an instant, he was slain. Simultaneously, a wave of golden holy flames swept over, reducing the demon lord's corpse to ash, purifying even his soul. The battle commenced swiftly and concluded just as rapidly. The united effort of the 7 angels had afforded the two-headed demon lord a modicum of dignity. Alas, such was the fate of an 8-level devotee. Angel Vina gazed with a mix of regret and indifference at the blazing holy flames below. In the flickering flames lay the form of a humanoid creature. Beside her, Angel Sally shook her head and remarked, "After all, we are not the 4-winged archangels wielding divine faith spells. Charging into battle is our primary duty. With a 2-level disparity in rank, our holy flames cannot forcibly purify the soul of this heretic." Ayada, her expression unyielding, stated, "A heretic who has blasphemed my master deserves to die. There is no pity warranted." Upon hearing this, the other angels fell silent. For them, the glory of the Lord of Holy Light was paramount. Any being who desecrated the holy light was their enemy. Even if that enemy were a true god, they would not hesitate to raise their swords against them. Subsequently, the angels began to clear the battlefield. The corpses of the two-headed demons held no value. Their primary focus was to collect the spoils. Gold coins and equipment were swiftly gathered, and moments later, Ayada declared, "We have amassed over 70 gold coins." Indeed, the higher the enemy's level, the greater the bounty. Additionally, they had procured the demon lord's weapon, the mace, and a blueprint. The lord had previously mentioned that equipment and blueprints were treasures of immense value. Sally, Josie, and the others were equally elated. 70 gold coins meant that more comrades would soon arrive in this world. "I have leveled up. So have I?" Vina and Josie exclaimed simultaneously, their beautiful faces radiant with joy. Their levels had ascended to 6. The 3 sisters, Helen, Ida, and Phyllis, also expressed that they were not far from leveling up. The demise of the 8-level two-headed demon lord had granted them a substantial amount of primordial energy. Just yesterday, Ayada and Sally had slain hundreds of low-level wild monsters to reach level 6, as those monsters had offered minimal challenge. In contrast, the two-headed demon squad they had just defeated had a minimum level of 5, including 2 at level 7 and 1 at level 8, not to mention a 7-level giant python. The bounty of primordial energy was significant. "Let us continue to strive." Ayada nodded slightly, revealing her swan-like alabaster neck, and said, "Let us aim to achieve level 6 before the day's hunt concludes." As for her and Sally's goal, it was level 7. If they both reached level 7, even without the Lord summoning the 4-winged angels, they would possess the confidence to lead a charge against the goblin tribe. "Sally, you lead the hunting party. I will take these spoils back to the Lord." "Very well." The petite and charming angel Sally nodded, her radiant smile gracing her face. "I believe the Lord will be exceedingly pleased upon seeing the spoils. It is our honor to serve our Lord." With that, Ayada soared into the sky, carrying the spoils back toward the territory. At that moment, Lin Yu was indeed quite elated. A blueprint he had long desired had dropped. How could his spirits not soar? In addition to the blueprint, an item of equipment had also been obtained. The equipment was the spoils from the defeat of the 8-level two-headed demon lord, while the blueprint had come from a 7-level iridescent silver python. The specific details remained unknown. Lin Yu was in no rush. He had sensed that Ayada was swiftly returning to the territory. Soon, the spoils would be in his hands, and he would learn the attributes of the equipment and the nature of the blueprint. In the meantime, Lin Yu summoned a goblin warrior who was in the process of dissecting monster corpses and inquired, "Is there a two-headed demon tribe in these nearby mountains and forests?" "Indeed, great lord." The goblin warrior respectfully replied, "To the south of your territory, approximately 8 kilometers away, lies a tribe of two-headed ogres. This tribe possesses formidable strength, and its chieftain is a royal-level powerhouse." When the goblin warrior mentioned the two-headed ogre tribe, a palpable disdain flickered across his expression. This was due to the frequent bullying the goblin tribe suffered at the hands of the two-headed ogres, who not only demanded regular resource tributes, but also occasionally crushed unfortunate goblins with a single blow. "A royal-level powerhouse, you say?" Lin Yu inhaled deeply. It was only his second day after arriving at the floating island, and already his territory was entangled with a local force ruled by a royal-level being, and moreover, in an antagonistic relationship. He was uncertain whether to feel elated or apprehensive. Nonetheless, Lin Yu himself was not fearful. Before his territory ascended to the level of a town, he was protected by the power of the floating island's rules, allowing him to remain unconcerned about his safety. However, the angelic hunting squad needed to exercise caution. Soon after, when Yida returned to the territory, Lin Yu promptly informed her of the details regarding the two-headed ogre tribe and the royal two-headed ogre chieftain. Chapter 21. The Gender Issue of Angels. Rest assured, my lord, we shall be vigilant and take care around the two-headed ogre tribe. Yida responded respectfully. Subsequently, she presented Lin Yu with the spoils of their hunt. Among the treasures, the most striking was a wolf-tooth club that had been dropped by the two-headed ogre leader. Measuring nearly 2 meters in length, with its head adorned with spikes crafted from fine steel, a blow from this club would undoubtedly turn an enemy into a mere pulp. After all, wielding such a weapon required not only a giantess physique, but also immense strength. Following this was a collection of glimmering gold coins. Nearly 120 in total. The abundance of coins stemmed from the angel's prior hunting of wild monsters, which had yielded 45 coins before confronting the two-headed ogres. Altogether, this amounted to 118 coins. With this, he could summon 2 additional winged angels. Lin Yu beamed with joy. Hearing this, Yida also felt elated. Like Lin Yu, she relished the process of summoning angels, as each invocation brought them closer to the goal of reviving their angelic lineage. Lin Yu did not examine the remaining blueprint in detail. Instead, he turned and entered the Lord's Hall, with Yida following closely behind. Shortly thereafter, 2 newly summoned winged angels appeared before him. We greet you, my lord. Upon seeing Lin Yu, the 2 newly summoned winged angels bowed respectfully, their eyes reflecting admiration for him. Indeed, Lin Yu nodded slightly, then bestowed upon the 2 winged angels the names Rui and Hylon. Thus, the number of angels in the squad reached 9. Lin Yu then turned to the Reverend Yida standing beside him and said, I have dispatched a few goblin warriors back to their tribe to lure out a group of goblins. You will be responsible for purifying their souls. Lin Yu now understood that the so-called soul purification was, in essence, the angels using holy light and angelic flames to forcibly spread faith to sentient beings. Had this been in the past, he might have deemed it malevolent. However, he now wholeheartedly supported it, as he stood behind the angels as their dark deity. The angels were propagating his faith, solidifying the foundation for his future ascension to godhood, and granting him an endless stream of followers, enabling him to become the supreme deity of faith. What reason had he to oppose this? None at all. He offered his unwavering support. Understood, my lord. Yida replied dutifully. Following Lin Yu's indication, she left the Lord's Hall with the newly summoned angels Rui and Hylon to join the others in the wild. As Lin Yu watched the 3 angels retreat into the distance, he found himself pondering. He suddenly realized that all the angels he had summoned were female. Not a single male angel had appeared. Did this imply that in the real world, angels were exclusively female? Or would male angels emerge at higher levels, such as when summoning 6-winged or 12-winged angels? This was a question worth clarifying. Lin Yu felt a pressing curiosity and immediately initiated a remote mental communication with Yida, who had just left the territory, to inquire about this matter. Before long, he received a response from Yida, who explained that during the gestation process in the rebirth pool, angels were formless, genderless divine beings. At the moment of their emergence, their gender would be determined. Regarding the selection of gender, angels possessed the autonomy to decide. Yida and her companions had chosen to embody female angels at the time of their creation because female angels were generally more favorably received by followers during the faith dissemination process, facilitating the spread of faith among sentient beings. Lin Yu's expression was one of astonishment. Angels could indeed assign their own gender? Yes, my lord, Yida affirmed. This is facilitated by the power of the rebirth pool, but it can only be assigned once in a lifetime. From the moment they leave the rebirth pool, an angel's gender is irrevocably established. After a brief pause, Yida added, if you prefer male angels, my lord, you can intervene with your thoughts during the summoning, and the angels that descend will be male. Generally speaking, male beings were known to possess greater strength than their female counterparts. Yida assumed that Lin Yu harbored a desire to summon male angels. That is entirely unnecessary. Lin Yu firmly rejected the notion, his thoughts conveyed to Yida with increased intensity. Female angels are preferable. While he held no aversion to male angels, he simply favored the beauty and gentleness of female angels. I understand, my lord, Yida acknowledged. Concurrently, she relayed this information to the other members of the angelic squad. Upon learning of the preferences of their Lord of Holy Light, the beautiful angels were filled with joy. It was an honor to earn the favor of the Lord of Holy Light. They were even prepared to shed their armor and devote themselves at a moment's notice, fully aware that the most fundamental desire of sentient beings was reproduction. Lin Yu, however, remained oblivious to the inner thoughts of the angels. Even if he had known, he would not have felt embarrassed. As the deity of the angels' faith, it was entirely reasonable for him to take a few angels as lifelong companions or even establish a harem within the angelic race. After severing the mental connection with Yida, Lin Yu once more directed his gaze towards the nearly 2-meter-long Wolftooth Club. Its equipment information was displayed as follows. Wolftooth Club. Type: offensive equipment. Damage level: level 8. Durability: 100. Special effect: in the hands of a practitioner whose level does not exceed 9. Damage is increased by 50%. Description: this is the exclusive weapon of a two-headed ogre leader. Only those possessing sufficient strength can wield it. Another exquisite piece of equipment. As Lin Yu beheld the equipment information of the Wolftooth Club, his smile grew even more radiant. In terms of value, the Wolftooth Club surpassed the snake armor, as the latter was defensive equipment while the former was offensive. Once equipped with the Wolftooth Club, a practitioner's hunting speed would become extraordinarily terrifying, with the 50% damage increase showcasing the club's formidable power. A quintessential artifact for novices. The sole drawback of the spiked mace is its unwieldy size. Stretching nearly 2 meters, it exceeds the dimensions of an average human, rendering it quite cumbersome to wield. However, it is merely inconvenient, not unusable, much like Lin Yu, who is now able to equip the spiked mace. With a flourish, he conjures a tempest. A single strike sends shockwaves through the air, creating a scene of sheer terror. Alas, the weight of this spiked mace proves quite taxing, making it arduous for Lin Yu to maintain his swings. In contrast, combat professionals of similar rank could likely sustain their use for a longer duration. It is anticipated that once one reaches level 5, any professional could effortlessly wield this spiked mace. The same holds true for humanoid soldiers. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yu resolved to list the spiked mace on the island trading platform. This equipment is ill-suited for him, and even less so for the angels. Its sole purpose is to be sold, potentially fetching several thousand gold coins. At this stage, no professional is likely affluent enough to make such a purchase. But Lin Yu remains unperturbed. Even if it lingers unsold for 2 months, the value of this equipment will not diminish. Should someone offer special or advanced blueprints in exchange, he would entertain the idea. The emphasis lies on special and advanced blueprints, such as blacksmith shop blueprint. Common blueprints like fence blueprint or arrow tower blueprint simply do not match the worth of this spiked mace. Once listed, Lin Yu's reputation among the professionals on the island is bound to ascend another notch. That said, Lin Yu did not hesitate. He decisively placed the spiked mace on the trading platform. He harbored no fear of exposure. After all, this is the floating island. Furthermore, even if he were to conceal himself, he would still radiate the aura of a top-tier lord. The emergence of the spiked mace would merely serve to enhance the brilliance of his aura, posing little threat to him personally. Chapter 22. Tumultuous. Lin Yu, the Super Tycoon. As Lin Yu anticipated, the moment the spiked mace appeared on the trading platform, the island's chat channel erupted in excitement. Every professional who glimpsed the information on the spiked mace expressed their disbelief. Unbelievable. It's Lin Yu again. The great Lin Yu has actually listed an 8th level equipment on the trading platform, and it possesses special effects as an offensive weapon. How astonishing. What has Lin Yu done to list such a high-level equipment again? On the entire trading platform, apart from Lin Yu, no other professional has listed equipment reaching level 5. Yet Lin Yu alone has listed 3 items, 2 of which are exceptional. An 8th level exceptional equipment. Doesn't that require the defeat of an 8th level boss to obtain? Good heavens, is Lin Yu's power truly that formidable? In retrospect, no one will dare claim that the spiked mace was merely picked up by Lin Yu. Picked up? It's one thing to find an item. It's quite another to find them consecutively. We have all been misled by the alliance leader of the Hall of Kings. The serpent armor was not picked up by Lin Yu. It was dropped from the defeat of a 7th level boss. From the very beginning, we have grossly underestimated Lin Yu's strength. What nonsense. A top-tier lord claiming that others cannot achieve what he himself cannot. The alliance leader of the Hall of Kings has led us all astray. One thing is certain. Lin Yu's combat power is exceedingly terrifying, surpassing even the golden behemoth of the Hall of Kings. I am curious to know, what type of soldier possesses strength greater than the golden behemoth? Most likely a pure-blooded dragon species. Pure-blooded giant dragon. The dragon species on the floating island is categorized into 2 types, the true dragons and the sub-dragons. The true dragons include many varieties, such as metallic dragons, gem dragons, and elemental evil dragons, among others. The sub-dragons also comprise numerous types, including earth dragons, bipedal wyverns, fish dragons, and unicorn dragon beasts, all falling under the sub-dragon category. In terms of combat power, sub-dragons are naturally inferior to pure-blooded true dragons. However, thus far, no reports have emerged of any lord professionals randomly acquiring a pure-blooded dragon species, and even sub-dragon species remain exceedingly rare. Many professionals in the chat channel speculate that Lin Yu's species is likely a pure-blooded dragon. With the combat power of a pure-blooded giant dragon, coupled with the advantages of flight and numerical superiority, it is indeed plausible that he could vanquish an 8th level boss monster. Of course, these are merely conjectures by the professionals. As no one truly knows what Lin Yu's species is, they can only surmise that it is likely a pure-blood giant dragon, with a slim chance of being another exceptionally rare top-tier species. Regardless of the specifics, Lin Yu species must surely surpass the Golden Behemoth. For it is a feat beyond the capabilities of the Golden Behemoth's alliance leader to slay a 7th-level boss on one day and an 8th-level boss the next. His Golden Behemoth lacks such combat prowess. Incredible. It seems Lin Yu is the true tycoon. This is beyond doubt. Can someone tell me how to win favor with the great Lin Yu? I've been trying to add him as a friend since yesterday, but my requests have all been declined. As if I haven't been rejected myself. I've been turned down 3 times. 1. I've made up my mind. I will pledge allegiance to the great Lin Yu. As battle professionals like us will ultimately need to align ourselves with a lord to survive in the floating island. Lin Yu is the most suitable choice. With the great Lin Yu backing us, our lives will surely improve. I am currently awaiting the establishment of Lin Yu's alliance. If Lin Yu were to form an alliance, I would be the first to join. Under a great tree, one finds ample shade. Count me in. Agreed. By the way, has the exquisite steel sword that Lin Yu previously listed been traded? I wonder what blueprints he received in return. Warehouse, fence, arrow tower. Any of these are possible. For a lord to upgrade their territory to a mid-level village, possessing these 3 types of buildings is a prerequisite. I suspect the great Lin Yu is in urgent need of blueprints for these 3 structures. I have a fence blueprint. I wonder if I could trade it for Lin Yu's spiked mace. Dream on. The spiked mace is an 8th-level exceptional equipment. Trading it for 3 to 5 fence blueprints is utterly insufficient. If only I had special blueprints. Then I could take this opportunity to add Lin Yu as a friend, making it easier to align with him in the future. Just sleep on it, surely. You'll dream of it. I have underestimated Lin Yu once again, in stark contrast to the lively chatter in the channel. The territory of the Hall of Kings leader is shrouded in silence, mirroring the young man's current mood. He feels as though he is plunged into an icy abyss. The instant he glimpsed the information about the spiked mace on the trading platform, a chill surged from the crown of his head, swiftly infiltrating his entire being. He felt a shiver down his spine, accompanied by a sense of dread. For he needn't even observe the chat channel to deduce that he had indeed underestimated Lin Yu. Lin Yu's species is far more formidable than he had imagined. And it is certainly not something that his Golden Behemoth could rival. Cursed be it. What could Lin Yu's species possibly be, with such terrifying combat power? It is merely the 2nd day since arriving on the floating island, and Lin Yu's species is capable of vanquishing an 8th-level boss. It's as if the game has glitched. At this moment, the young man feels he has encountered his greatest nemesis in life, Lin Yu. He possesses ample reason to believe that Lin Yu will pose the most significant obstacle to his aspirations of becoming the island master of the floating island. Without eliminating Lin Yu, he cannot seize the position of island master. Even the 8th-level boss could be vanquished, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Lin Yu's level has likely ascended to the 2nd tier. In terms of levels, I find myself trailing behind Lin Yu. The young man gritted his teeth and declared, however, I shall not concede defeat. No matter what, I possess the strongest alliance on the island. In terms of influence, Lin Yu is simply no match for me. As long as I adeptly manage the Hall of Kings, I will undoubtedly surpass Lin Yu. I must surpass him. At this moment, the young man was engulfed in a profound sense of urgency. Moreover, he was not alone in this sentiment. All the lords and professionals on the island felt a growing unease and a pressing need to develop their territorial power. Presently, Lin Yu was already capable of defeating 8th-level bosses, far surpassing their strength. If they did not accelerate their development, they would soon find themselves left far behind by Lin Yu. In the future, defeating Lin Yu's formidable army in the battle for the island would become a mere fantasy. To summarize, Lin Yu had already positioned himself ahead of all the lord professionals. To conquer him would mean conquering all lords. Although they were all lords, Lin Yu had, unbeknownst to them, become the target they must strive to catch up with, a top-tier hidden powerhouse, indeed. The desire to pursue Lin Yu and to regard him as the benchmark for surpassing had almost become the collective voice of every lord professional on the island. They might disregard the lord of the Golden Behemoth, but they could not turn a blind eye to Lin Yu, because Lin Yu had achieved what none of them could. This is the disparity. Where there is a gap, one must pursue. Simultaneously, countless professionals shared the same thought. Upon returning to Blue Star, they would leverage all their connections to uncover Lin Yu's true identity. A top-tier lord like Lin Yu, if not cut short, would inevitably become a dominant force on the floating island of all realms. Such a person is someone one should befriend as early as possible. After all, the floating island of all realms is not merely a game, it is a tangible world. Without the protection of a powerful ally, let alone achieving divinity in the future, even the ability to leave the current floating island and enter the grand stage of Myriad realms remains uncertain. Of course, while some aspire to befriend Lin Yu, others wish for his downfall. There are not a few who harbor such thoughts, either out of jealousy or simply viewing Lin Yu as a rival. Regardless, Lin Yu's reputation on the island had become thoroughly sensational. When he returns to Blue Star, his name is bound to resonate throughout the world. Chapter 23, The Blueprint for the Arrow Tower, and a Surprise. In the Lord's Hall, Lin Yu did not pay attention to the island's chat channel. It goes without saying that the current chat channel must be abuzz with activity. Within a short span, tens of thousands of professionals had sent friend requests to him. including self-proclaimed campus belles and goddesses, which indicated a significant boost in his notoriety on the floating island. However, Lin Yu disregarded all of it. At this stage, women would only impede his angel summoning speed. Moreover, what could a campus belle offer compared to an angel? At this moment, Lin Yu's gaze was fixed upon the blueprint that Yada had brought back. His expression was a blend of complexity, tinged with both regret and undeniable joy. For this was a blueprint for an arrow tower. He felt regretful that the drop was not of a higher level or a more unique blueprint, such as that of a blacksmith shop. Yet, he was elated because the arrow tower was precisely what he urgently needed. Territory building blueprint. Type, arrow tower. Usage count, 3 times. Each time allows the construction of a low-level arrow tower. Construction requirements, 100 units of wood, 50 units of stone. Special reminder, the arrow tower is a fundamental defensive structure for your territory. With it, your territory will possess the most basic defensive capabilities. However, do not completely entrust your territory's safety to the arrow tower. Troops are the core weapon for safeguarding your territory, with 3 uses available. This blueprint allows me to construct 3 arrow towers. Lin Yu had always been puzzled as to why each blueprint had a usage count. Now, he understood that some blueprints could be reused. Without hesitation, Lin Yu promptly made his way outside the territory. Near the spirit field, he constructed 3 arrow towers. After the uses were exhausted, the arrow tower blueprint disintegrated into countless starlights and vanished. This is the principal entrance to my territory's future. Defensive capabilities must be bolstered. As for other areas of the territory, I will consider construction once I acquire new arrow tower blueprints. Just as he spoke, 3 arrow towers materialized seemingly out of thin air. Constructed entirely of wood, each stood approximately 6 meters tall. Atop the arrow towers were 3 longbows, requiring no human manipulation or additional preparation of arrows. Under the influence of the floating island's regulatory power, defensive structures like the arrow tower possessed the capability for automatic reloading and attacking nearby enemies. As long as they were not toppled or destroyed, the arrow towers would continuously assault hostile units. This was truly marvelous. Now that the arrow towers had been constructed, only the fence remained. The closer he got to the final step, the more impatient Lin Yu became, yearning for the angel squad to immediately drop a fence blueprint, so he could simultaneously upgrade his territory. However, Lin Yu was also aware that acquiring blueprints could not be rushed. It was entirely a matter of luck. With good fortune, even hunting low-level monsters might yield blueprints. With bad luck, he could only pray to the goddess of fortune. Lin Yu opened the island trading platform and glanced at the remaining time for the serpent armor listing. In just a few hours, the auction for the serpent armor would end, and it would be sold directly. The instant sale price of 3,000 gold coins was evidently exorbitant for any professional, so a secondary auction must be initiated. Given the current financial capacity of professionals, selling for several thousand gold coins was implausible. My bottom line is 1,000 gold coins. If any professional can produce 1,000 gold coins to bid on the serpent armor, I shall sell it outright. The value of this serpent armor cannot simply be measured at 1,000 gold coins. Yet, Lin Yu could not hold on to it indefinitely. A week or 2 later, the serpent armor could indeed fetch a high price, but Lin Yu was unwilling to wait that long. He had resolved to sell this serpent armor. Even if it were sold for merely 1,000 gold coins, it would suffice to summon 20 winged angels. 20 winged angels could create far greater value for him within a week or 2, whether through potential blueprints, equipment, or level advancements, yielding profits that far surpassed those few thousand gold coins. It may seem like a loss, but in reality, it was not a loss at all. Lin Yu mused. In just a little over a day, individual professionals cannot possibly drop 1,000 gold coins. However, those alliance leaders, with their numerous alliance members, should have no trouble acquiring a batch of gold coins through their status as leaders. Thus, a base price of 1,000 gold coins is entirely feasible. Selling the serpent armor too cheaply would pain me. I can only hope that those alliance leaders are clever enough to think of ways to gather gold coins. This way, the serpent armor can be sold successfully. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was noon. The auction for this serpent armor had yet to commence. But the angel squad had already provided Lin Yu with a delightful surprise. Of course, it was not another blueprint or piece of equipment, but rather the successful execution of his strategy against the goblin tribe. An hour ago, the goblins, led by Lunan, had safely returned to their tribe. A night away was not particularly remarkable, yet Lunan and several other goblins were summoned by the tribe's chieftain for questioning. Due to inexplicable circumstances, over 100 goblins from their tribe have mysteriously vanished from yesterday to today. This presents a significant dilemma. In the face of the goblin chieftain's inquiry, Luan calmly recounted the sequence of events. He asserted that they had inadvertently discovered a burrow belonging to the Grey Dwarves, which housed a substantial cache of food supplies. The goblins who disappeared yesterday were tasked with guarding this food. However, as night fell, they dared not return to the tribe in the dark. Their current return was to lead the tribe's members to transport the provisions. Upon hearing Luen's account, the goblin chieftain was exceedingly elated. Harboring no doubts about the veracity of Luen's words, he believed that Lin would not dare to deceive him, let alone betray the goblin tribe. After all, where could the feeble goblins seek refuge without the protection of their tribe? To ally with other races? That would be tantamount to courting death. And life would only become more miserable. Additionally, the chieftain's limited intellect precluded him from considering such possibilities. He promptly dispatched an entire squadron of goblin warriors, along with over 100 ordinary goblins, to accompany Lin and his cohort to the Grey Dwarf's burrow. When you have accomplished a great feat, once the food is successfully transported back, I shall restore the honor belonging to your father, the Goblin Cork, and assist you in becoming a true goblin warrior. The chieftain declared, patting Lin on the shoulder. Lin nodded earnestly. Rest assured, chieftain, I shall undoubtedly succeed in bringing back all the food. Without waiting for the chieftain to utter another word, he swiftly led the lengthy line of goblins away from the tribe. He was eager to meet the esteemed envoy, lest any unforeseen events arise. Fortunately, the journey was devoid of any mishaps. Nearly 200 goblins were successfully brought into the encirclement of the angelic squad. Before the goblins could react, the searing angelic flames ensconced them, and radiant holy light descended from above, enveloping the goblins entirely. Within this holy light resided the purifying power of the sacred flames. Under the control of 9 angels, the holy light, infused with the strength of the sacred flames, commenced the forcible purification of the goblin souls. The absence of any disparity in levels rendered the purification remarkably straightforward. In less than 5 minutes, nearly 200 goblins were transformed into fervent followers of Lin Yu, their levels of faith ascending to a zealous degree. Faith levels: ordinary believer, true believer, devout believer, zealous believer, spirit believer. Hail to the esteemed envoy. Praise be to the great Lord of Holy Light. May the holy light endure forever. Following the conclusion of the purification ritual, nearly 200 goblins knelt in unison upon the ground, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. Subsequently, Yetta summoned the goblin Lin once more. You shall return to the goblin tribe and inform them that while transporting food, you were intercepted by the Grey Dwarves and urgently require support. As you command, esteemed envoy. Lin replied, returning to the tribe with a spirited goblin squad. Not long after, the goblin tribe suffered yet another considerable loss of goblins. Chapter 24. Only the holy light can protect the goblin tribe. Damn those Grey Dwarves. Our goblin tribe shall never rest until we have avenged this. In the assembly hall of the goblin tribe, the diminutive goblin chieftain was shouting in fury. His rage was so intense that it stirred the magical energies of the world, manifesting as a faint crimson cloud in the sky. Witnessing this phenomenon, the goblins within the tribe were instantly gripped by fear and unease. Their chieftain was an elemental mage wielding fire magic. The anomaly above signified that the chieftain was currently in a state of extreme wrath. Some timid goblins feared that the terrifying fire elemental magic might descend upon their tribe, which would spell disaster for them. Fortunately, the fiery cloud did not linger for long. As the chieftain's roar subsided, the fire cloud gradually dissipated. Chieftain, within the hall, a robust goblin warrior spoke. Please issue your command. This grievance must be avenged with the blood of the Grey Dwarves. Chieftain, we must seek retribution for our fallen kin. The hall was filled with a dozen or so goblins, each a level 6 or 7 warrior, with even 2 level 8 leaders among them. At this moment, all the goblins were aflame with righteous indignation, eager to confront the Grey Dwarves and unleash their pent-up fury. The treacherous Grey Dwarves had inflicted grievous losses upon their tribe. The so-called supplies hidden in the burrow were merely a ploy devised by the Grey Dwarves to ensnare the goblin tribe. In the morning, they had dispatched a group of goblins to transport the food, but soon thereafter, news of a team being attacked by the Grey Dwarves reached them. To rescue the supply convoy, the goblin chieftain dispatched another group. Though small in number, every member was elite. Unfortunately, this squad also fell victim to the Grey Dwarves. In total, they had lost over 200 goblins. Coupled with the goblins who had not returned the previous night, approximately 400 goblins were now unaccounted for in a tribe that consisted of only a little over 700. Such a staggering loss of more than half their numbers would naturally incite their wrath. When, at this moment, the goblin chieftain fixed a fierce glare upon Lin, seething. If it were not for the news you brought back, would the tribe have suffered such immense losses? To this day, he had never doubted Lin, nor considered the possibility of his betrayal. He understood the enemy to be the Grey Dwarves. Historically, goblins and Grey Dwarves have been bitter foes. As a goblin, Lin had no reason to betray his tribe and align himself with the Grey Dwarves. The chieftain merely viewed all of this as a trap set by the Grey Dwarves, with the foolish goblin Lin simply returning with information. Cursed Lin, why were you not among the dead? The other goblins in the hall cast their furious gazes at Lin. Faced with their collective ire, Lin bowed his head. His body trembled as he repeatedly apologized and berated himself. Yet, the truth was that his inner world remained remarkably calm, even tinged with a hint of excitement, for he had flawlessly fulfilled the task assigned to him by the Lord of Holy Light. Once the opportune moment arrived, the envoys would lead a strike, and he, along with the 30-odd goblin warriors who had managed to escape, could coordinate from within to seize the goblin tribe in one fell swoop. Although this was his tribe, he did not believe he had committed a wrongdoing. On the contrary, he felt he was guiding the tribe towards a brighter path. Only by embracing the holy light could the goblin tribe secure a glorious future. In his time within the goblin tribe, he had endured hunger, shivered in the cold, and occasionally faced threats from other intelligent races, such as the malevolent and formidable two-headed ogres. However, upon arriving in the domain of the Lord of Holy Light, he savored delicious beast meat on his very first night. Under the protection of the Lord of Holy Light, he had no cause for concern regarding safety. Even sleeping outdoors, he felt not a shred of fear. He firmly believed that the Lord of Holy Light would usher prosperity for their goblin race. Thus, when he received the subsequent task from the esteemed envoy, Yetta, he hesitated not and led an entire squad of goblin warriors back to the tribe to prepare for the forthcoming grand scheme. The chieftain's anger remained unabated as he bitterly remarked, "Foolish goblin Lin, you have irrevocably forfeited your right to inherit your father's glory. You are unworthy of being a goblin warrior. Chieftain, please temper your anger." Lin implored in trepidation, "I shall surely amend my ways and make reparations for the tribe's losses." Reparations? How can a mere goblin warrior like you hope to compensate the tribe? I could just kill you right now. The goblin chieftain exclaimed in fury. "Get out of this grand hall that bears countless glories. I do not wish to see your face again for the time being." "As you wish, my lord." Goblin Lunan promptly dashed out without a backward glance. Observing his hasty retreat, the chieftain's anger intensified, yet he found no outlet for his frustration. "My lord, what should we do now? Should we immediately assemble our forces and wage war against the treacherous Grey Dwarves? Yes, we must go to war. Otherwise, the panic within the tribe will only escalate. However, if we engage in battle, we may very well find ourselves outmatched by the Grey Dwarf clan. The losses we have already incurred today are substantial. Recklessly attacking the Grey Dwarves would only lead our tribe to utter ruin. Indeed, we cannot afford to commence a war without due consideration." The goblins in the hall engaged in a cacophony of opinions, which only served to exacerbate the chieftain's irritation. "Enough," he bellowed in exasperation, "everyone out. I require some solitude." Faced with their leader's ire, the goblins could only sigh in resignation as they departed. Once the hall was devoid of all goblins, the chieftain slumped back onto his throne, murmuring to himself, "The tribe's losses are so grave. To engage in war would be tantamount to courting death. The only course of action left to me is to retract our territorial defenses. We cannot allow those Grey Dwarves to succeed any further. As long as I remain at the helm of the tribe, those Grey Dwarves will dare not encroach upon our domain." The chieftain remained confident in his own strength. Little did he realize that the events unfolding were entirely unrelated to the Grey Dwarves, who were merely innocent bystanders in this turmoil. He was also unaware that nearly 400 of his goblins, who had not perished, had instead been transformed into units of the opposing faction. Most importantly, the enemy forces could strike at any moment. In stark contrast to the chieftain's dismal sentiments, Lin Yu, the orchestrator of these events, was in high spirits. In the blink of an eye, his number of followers had surged from just over 100 yesterday to nearly 400 now, half of whom were goblin warriors. Elite troops ready for battle. His domain's power had dramatically increased, while the goblin tribe's influence had been severely diminished. Naturally, his mood was buoyant. Once is a coincidence. Twice is a pattern, but thrice is a farce. The tail of the wolf cannot deceive for a third time. Relying on such tactics to weaken the goblin tribe was no longer a viable option. It was time for a direct assault. Regarding the plan to attack the goblin tribe, Lin Yu conferred with Yada, who was out hunting. They ultimately settled on an attack time. At the break of dawn tomorrow, Yada and Shaylee needed to expedite their hunting, ensuring they reached level 7 before returning to the territory, thus enabling them to defeat the goblin chieftain, a level 9 elementalist. Lin Yu also hoped to acquire the fence blueprint by the end of the day. If successful, he could upgrade his territory and summon the four-winged angels. With their assistance, the conquest of the goblin tribe would be far more assured. Chapter 25, The Frantic Auction. The time had come. Lin Yu opened the island trading platform. On the platform, there were only a few minutes left for the flash sale of the serpent armor. After 24 hours, no adventurer had managed to produce 3,000 gold to snatch this serpent armor, leading to its auction instead. Besides Lin Yu, countless adventurers were now focused on the trading platform, all eyeing the serpent armor, whether they intended to bid or merely spectate. It was evident that Lin Yu's promotional efforts had been immensely successful. The greater the interest, the higher the eventual sale price of the serpent armor. Soon, a few minutes passed, and with no one having executed a flash sale, the serpent armor was withdrawn and returned to Lin Yu's possession. Without hesitation, he relisted it. The trading mode was set to auction, with a starting price of 600 gold coins, and each bid required a minimum increase of 10 gold coins. The auction duration was 1 hour. Compared to the staggering flash sale price of 3,000 gold coins, the auction starting price was reduced by a remarkable 4/5. Effectively a significant markdown. Yet, something was amiss. As 10 minutes elapsed, not a single adventurer had participated in the auction, leaving Lin Yu perplexed. Island chat channel. It seems that Lin Yu is about to be embarrassed. 10 minutes in, and not a single adventurer has joined the auction, Lin Yu must be furious. Why should he be furious? If such an exquisite piece of equipment doesn't sell, he can just wear it himself. I would feel sorry for Lin Yu otherwise. The issue is, Lin Yu is a lord-class adventurer. At this stage, a lord has no need for equipment. Even a true artifact pales in comparison to converting it into gold for summoning troops. Agreed. If I were Lin Yu, I would sell the serpent armor too. With gold coins, he could summon more troops and acquire more equipment. The profits earned during this period would far surpass the value of the serpent armor. But the problem is, the serpent armor is already up for auction, yet it remains unsought. I even suspect that the big shots have conspired not to participate in the auction, denying Lin Yu the chance to garner gold and expand his troop roster. That is indeed a possibility. Upon seeing this message, Lin Yu entertained similar thoughts. Were the island's elite truly colluding to suppress him? It was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. After all, he had grown sufficiently powerful. Some adventurers even referred to him as the strongest lord on the island. In light of this acclaim, it would be entirely reasonable for those who viewed him as a rival, other lords or combat-oriented adventurers, to unite in their efforts to suppress him. If the serpent armor failed to sell, he would not acquire a substantial sum of gold, and naturally, he could not expand his troops. This could indeed hinder his developmental pace. Another 10 minutes passed. Nearly half an hour had elapsed since the serpent armor was listed for auction, yet still, no one had participated. The auction price remained stagnant at 600 gold coins. However, Lin Yu was not anxious. Even if his suspicions were correct and certain individuals on the island were conspiring against him, resulting in the serpent armor failing to sell, it would matter little. He held a trump card, one that would soon make him genuinely wealthy. The serpent armor was ultimately just a piece of equipment. Once his blacksmith shop commenced operations, he would be able to produce equipment en masse. The serpent armor, being a high-level exquisite item, was inherently valuable, thus beyond the means of ordinary adventurers. However, if he could create standard equipment in bulk suitable for the general adventurer population, it would undoubtedly attract a frenzy of interest. At that point, he would be able to amass wealth effortlessly. Additionally, Lin Yu entertained another hypothesis. The notion of a coordinated suppression was merely a farce. The true reason behind the lack of bidders could be that those wishing to bid on the serpent armor were hesitant to engage too early, fearing that their bids would inflate the price beyond their means. This scenario was also plausible. Regardless of the ultimate outcome, Lin Yu stood to lose nothing. He now held a singular thought. If it sells, great. If not, he would keep it for himself. The idea that such a prime piece of equipment could go unsold was, indeed, a jest. The golden behemoth lord, roaming the vast plains, couldn't help but laugh heartily upon witnessing the serpent armor remain untouched for half an hour in the auction. He felt that the pent-up frustration he had experienced at Lin Yu's place over the past few days was finally unleashed at this moment. But who, after all, was suppressing Lin Yu, and why had he received no news whatsoever? As the leader of the most formidable alliance on the island, the Hall of Kings. If someone were indeed orchestrating events behind the scenes, they would certainly have communicated with him. After all, what if he decided to participate in the bidding? That would jeopardize their plans. Yet, the troubling fact remained that no one had approached him. The young man could not fathom the situation, and fortunately, he chose not to dwell on it any longer. To him, as long as this serpent armor did not sell, it would be a cause for celebration. Time slipped away once more. In the blink of an eye, only 5 minutes remained until the conclusion of the serpent armor auction. However, at that moment, the previously stagnant bidding price suddenly surged by 10 gold coins. It felt as though someone could no longer resist making a move. Damn it! Who was causing this commotion at this late hour? The young man exclaimed in frustration, feeling quite irked. The sight of Lin Yu profiting did not sit well with him, and his irritation only grew. Simultaneously, the chat channel on the island erupted with fervor. Some were jubilantly sending messages of celebration, while others were overwhelmed with disappointment. These individuals, whether out of jealousy towards Lin Yu or a dread of witnessing his wealth lead to an expansion of his territorial influence, regardless of the reason, their sentiments were far from pleasant. They cursed the individual participating in the auction. However, soon, something even more disconcerting transpired. This round of bidding seemed to have sounded the clarion call for an all-out charge. In the following minute, the number of bids skyrocketed, resulting in the auction price soaring above 800 gold coins. Most importantly, the momentum showed no signs of abating. Another minute passed, and the auction price shattered the 1,000 gold coin barrier, inciting envy and resentment among those lordly practitioners who were unable to recruit troops due to insufficient gold. 1,000 gold coins. How many troops could that recruit? If calculated with lower-tier units, that would amount to a staggering 200 troops. Lin Yu has struck it rich. Once the serpent armor sells, he will be able to recruit dozens of top-tier units in an instant. This is terrifying. I only managed to recruit a handful of low-level units, barely 30. I can hardly fathom how fearsome Lin Yu will become with dozens of top-tier units. He might even conquer the strongholds of the native intelligent beings. That's too exaggerated. Top-tier units start at level 4, and even with dozens of them, taking down a stronghold is nearly impossible. By the way, who is this practitioner participating in the auction, Who possesses such wealth? I only know that our Summer Night Alliance's leader is one of them. This morning, our leader was borrowing gold in the Alliance channel. Undoubtedly for the purpose of bidding on the serpent armor. Borrowing? What a cheeky maneuver. No need to be surprised. It's just basic strategy. Our Zijingwa Alliance's leader borrowed as well. Otherwise, how could he have amassed so much gold for the auction? In the Lord's Hall, Lin Yu too observed the incessantly rising auction price. Indeed, these individuals had waited until the final minutes to make their move. Nevertheless, the auction price had already exceeded 1,000 gold coins. It was above his bottom line, so it could be sold. Lin Yu had initially prepared for the possibility of the auction failing, but was pleasantly surprised by the number of wealthy individuals willing to bid. A dual-winged angel costs 50 gold coins. He wondered how many dual-winged angels he could summon all at once after the auction concluded. Chapter 26. This Old Six. I am truly impressed. As the deadline approached, the bidding for this serpent armor intensified. Each participating lord was resolute in their desire to acquire the armor, for the gold they possessed was borrowed. After all, even Lin Yu, who commanded ultra-elite units, had only garnered fewer than 400 gold coins from yesterday until now. What could the others possibly manage? Lacking gold meant they had no choice but to borrow. And borrowed gold must be repaid. Regardless of whether they secured the serpent armor, they would have to return it along with the promised interest. Failing to do so would jeopardize their positions as lords. This auction represented a golden opportunity. If they could secure the serpent armor, they would undoubtedly profit. Given its immense value, in a week or two, such a level 7 premium piece of equipment could fetch thousands of gold coins. Winning would be a windfall. Losing, however, meant repaying the loan plus interest. Naturally, they were compelled to fight tooth and nail. Though only minutes remained, to the participating lords, time felt like an eternity. The fierce competition resulted in a bidding price that surpassed their wildest imaginations. In the final 10 seconds, the auction price nearly reached 1,700 gold coins, causing all observers to gasp in astonishment, especially the lordly practitioners, including the golden behemoth lord, whose eyes turned green with envy. How many units could one recruit with close to 1,700 gold coins? Yet, the climax had yet to unfold. In the last 2 seconds before the auction ended, the bidding price suddenly skyrocketed to 1,800 gold coins, an increase of over 100 gold coins. Clearly, the bidder intended to seal the deal without leaving any room for others. In the end, the auction price of 1,800 gold coins indeed secured the serpent armor for this bidder, resulting in a mutually joyous outcome, except for the other participating lords, who were left disgruntled. Damn it! One lord exclaimed angrily. I borrowed a staggering 1,500 gold coins from Alliance members to bid for the serpent armor, only to lose it in the end. This old six, I am truly in awe. Another lord cursed vehemently. I borrowed a total of 2,000 gold coins from Alliance members in 3 successive attempts. I thought I was a shoo-in, only to have this old six swoop in at the last minute. Before the auction concluded, his bid stood at 1,680 gold coins, the highest at that time. He was ready to claim the serpent armor, only to be thwarted in the final 2 seconds by someone who bid 1,800 gold coins. Clearly, this was an aggressive tactic to seize the prize. When he saw that price, he immediately thought to raise his bid, but alas, it was too late. The auction ended before he could finalize his offer, leaving him seething with anger. If only he had been given enough time, the serpent armor would have certainly been his, for he held 2,000 gold coins. Regrettably, a moment of oversight led to this old six snatching it away, and now he could only lament, realizing that the serpent armor had fallen into another's hands. This lord pounded his chest in frustration, exclaiming, had I known there was an old six in the mix, I should have been bolder and bid 2,000 gold coins outright. Who could have contested me then? He felt the profound sting of having lost his opportunity through carelessness. The auction was a resounding success. At least, that was Lin Yu's belief. He was exceedingly pleased with the final sale price. The staggering amount of 1,800 gold coins far exceeded his expectations. He had initially thought that the serpent armor would fetch around 1,000 gold coins at best. Little did he realize how many affluent bidders were present. It also indicated that he had underestimated the financial prowess of certain lords. Connections and relationships were indeed invaluable resources. Those alliance leaders, whether borrowing or strategizing, could effortlessly secure such a vast sum of gold due to their extensive networks. Lacking gold coins, one can simply borrow from alliance members. After all, repayment is not expected immediately. It is merely a matter of issuing a promise on paper. However, once a substantial amount of gold is acquired, the development speed of those alliance leaders will skyrocket, yielding immense profits. To borrow another's hen in order to lay one's own eggs. This scheme is distinctly audible even in the Blue Star. Nonetheless, I find no need to engage in such dealings. Even with the establishment of an alliance, I do not require loans of gold from my comrades. Once I manage to subdue the goblin tribe and bring the blacksmith on board, I can commence mass production of equipment. The profit derived from selling gear on the trading platform is likely to be swifter and more enduring than borrowing. Lin Yu shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. An informational prompt from the floating island appeared in his mind. Congratulations, Lord. The equipment, serpent armor, you listed on the trading platform has been successfully sold. The auction proceeds of 1,800 gold coins have been concurrently deposited into your territory's warehouse. Please check. The myriad realms of the floating island constitute a tangible world. There are no transaction fees, nor do middlemen profit from the differences. One earns precisely what one sells. Lin Yu opened the warehouse information and glanced at his gold reserve, 1,837 coins. The surplus was from previous reserves, insufficient for summoning angels. Hence it was saved. 1,800 coins would allow him to summon 36 winged angels. At this thought, Lin Yu's breath quickened, and he felt a surge of exhilaration. Without hesitation, he entered the Lord's Hall and communicated with the floating island to activate the black hole for summoning angels. Whether it was a mere illusion or the excitement of summoning such a multitude of angels for the first time, Lin Yu felt an unusual sensation upon gazing at the black hole. It seemed to him that the black hole appeared somewhat different. Before he could ponder further, elegant figures began to emerge from within the black hole, clad in standard angelic battle armor and wielding flaming angel swords. Each bore a pair of snow-white wings radiating a holy luminescence. A glance revealed their breathtaking beauty. 36 enchanting winged angels, neither more nor less. All hail, Lord, they proclaimed in unison. May the eternal Lord reign, and may the holy light endure. The angels gathered in the Lord's hall, bowing reverently to Lin Yu, their golden eyes shimmering with admiration and fervor. This was a scene capable of stirring the depths of the soul. Those who had not experienced it firsthand could hardly fathom Lin Yu's emotions at this moment, and no words could adequately express his feelings. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Yu regained his composure and addressed the assembly of beautiful angels. The holy radiance and faith shall be safeguarded by you. I eagerly anticipate the day the angelic race is restored in this world. Praise be to you, O Supreme Lord of the Holy Light. We vow to follow in your footsteps to spread the holy light across myriad worlds. The angels, overwhelmed with excitement, prostrated before Lin Yu. He could distinctly sense a vast surge of faith emanating from each angel, ultimately converging within him. The faith power derived from the angels far surpassed that of the goblin followers, for angels are innately the highest echelon of Holy Spirit devotees. This is precisely why the goblin followers refer to angels as the Holy Envoys. The title of Holy Envoy is reserved solely for those of the spirit level. Go forth. Lin Yu nodded slightly and instructed the winged angels. Head to the wilderness and rendezvous with the angelic squad. Yida will provide you with information regarding this world. Understood. My lord. The angels responded respectfully as they exited the Lord's hall. With a powerful flap of their snow-white wings, they ascended into the sky, vanishing like streaks of starlight into the distance. Chapter 27. Technological Restrictions on Island Entry. Summoning 36 angels at once with the addition of the angelic squad. I now command a total of 45 winged angels. In an instant, Lin Yu felt a surge of confidence. A hunting team composed of 45 superlative units is undoubtedly the strongest on the entire floating island. No other lord could possibly boast such a formidable force. Lin Yu was self-assured about this. However, he remained humble. Being stronger than professional adventurers holds little value compared to surpassing the indigenous forces of the island. After all, the local powers pose the greatest obstacle to adventurers attempting to seize the island. Lin Yu was clear-headed, not blinded by a fleeting surge of strength. He understood his current position well. Although he outclassed other adventurers, in comparison to the island's local powers, his current strength was still negligible. At best, he could contend with minor factions like the Goblin tribe. However, should he engage in battle with the two-headed ogre tribe, it would inevitably result in his defeat. There is no need to rush. At this rate of development, I will soon possess the strength to eliminate the two-headed ogre tribe. Then, I shall commence the conquest of this entire jungle. Lin Yu was quite pleased with his current pace of advancement. Although the level of his territory was artificially restricted due to issues with blueprints, at least the scale of his exclusive units was expanding. Exclusive units are the cornerstone of a territory, and their rapid growth is indeed a matter worthy of celebration. In the interim, Lin Yu perused the island chat channel, gathering more information about the floating island and other adventurers while simultaneously accessing the island trading platform to list beast meat. His goblin followers had begun the day by dismantling the corpses of monsters, and those goblins accompanying the angelic squad were continuously transporting the hunted remains back. The process of disassembling monster corpses was ongoing, and periodically, the quantity of beast meat in the warehouse increased. Lin Yu's strategy for handling this beast meat was to retain a necessary supply for rations while listing the remainder on the island trading platform, in exchange for wood, stone, and iron ore. These three fundamental resources hold significant value. They are essential for upgrading the territory and constructing buildings. Stockpiling them is advantageous, ensuring that when the time arises, he is not caught short and forced to scramble for trades, which would be quite troublesome. In addition to listing beast meat, Lin Yu also searched for items he required on the island trading platform, such as fence blueprints and spirit rice seeds. Unfortunately, by afternoon, he had yet to uncover any bargains. As the island's adventurers became increasingly engaged in hunting, the availability of blueprints, equipment, and spirit rice seeds on the trading platform grew progressively. However, this did not imply a decrease in prices. Acquiring these items still necessitated a substantial expenditure of gold coins, dictated by market demand. Moreover, given the inherently low drop rate of monsters on the floating island, it would be surprising if prices were to plummet. Scarcity breeds value. Adventurers fortunate enough to discover such items are loath to lower their prices for sale, even if their goods remain unsold for long periods. Especially for blueprints and spirit rice seeds, these are considered rare commodities. Conversely, equipment transactions occur with some frequency. The gear currently dropping is predominantly low level, only marginally superior to the initial equipment provided by the floating island, and thus the prices are not significantly elevated. Adventurers with some capital tend to seize these opportunities for purchase. In contrast to the sky-high prices of blueprints, equipment appears to be somewhat in demand. Soon, tomorrow morning, I will launch an assault on the goblin tribe. Once I have the blacksmith, I can engage in mass production of equipment and reap considerable profits on the trading platform. Once again, a fresh batch of several hundred units of beast meat has been listed on the trading platform. Lin Yu suddenly found himself engulfed by a sense of ennui. Since his arrival, he had remained ensconced within his domain, never daring to venture outside. It was not out of lack of desire, but rather the perilous nature of the wilderness that deterred him. The angel squad had been hunting from dawn until dusk, during which an impressive 36 winged angels had joined their ranks, exponentially increasing their hunting efficiency. A rough estimate suggested that the angel squad had slain over 1,000 wild monsters of various levels. Yet, Lin Yu's level remained stubbornly at 2, seemingly stuck in the mid-tier of that rank. He still had a considerable distance to traverse before ascending to the 3rd tier of profession. However, even if he were to reach level 3, he would still be susceptible to dangers lurking in the wild. At this stage, only his domain offered true safety. As the Lord, his primary duty was to maintain a strategic presence in the rear, which required a great deal of patience and solitude. Simultaneously, this was also a trial for the temperament of the Lord. Lin Yu reassured himself with these thoughts. Of course, it would be ideal if he had a mobile phone or a computer at his disposal. Alas, the rules of the floating island forbade the presence of technological artifacts within its bounds. Consequently, the inhabitants of Blue Star were utterly incapable of bringing items such as phones, computers, or even modern firearms onto the island. This was quite understandable. Setting aside the mobile phones and computers, should anyone smuggle in a few pieces of equipment emitting azure flames, it would lead to a massacre of the low-level monsters on the island, akin to cheating. And if someone were to bring in a giant mushroom, the calamity would be even more terrifying. Just the thought of it sent shivers down Lin Yu's spine. The emergence of such a mushroom would undoubtedly spell doom for the world. Not even a king-level powerhouse would stand a chance, let alone the local extraordinary beings. Perhaps only a saint-level powerhouse, or even a demigod, could withstand the catastrophic destructive power of the giant mushroom. Amidst his boredom, Lin Yu stepped out of the Lord's Hall and beckoned to a nearby goblin devotee. Upon receiving the summons from the Lord of Holy Light, the goblin devotee was instantly filled with excitement, abandoning his work to scamper over. "Oh, great deity, what is your command? No need to be anxious. I merely wish to have a casual conversation with you," Lin Yu said, his expression softening as he regarded the goblin, who stood at a mere 1 meter and 23 centimeters tall. The first time he had encountered a goblin, he had found the creature unsightly from every angle. For goblins were indeed quite hideous. However, now he inexplicably found them somewhat endearing. Their grotesque exterior could not overshadow the fervent loyalty they harbored for him, which was a significant factor in altering Lin Yu's perception of the goblin race. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the goblin devotee was at a loss for how to engage in conversation with the esteemed Lord of Holy Light. Ultimately, Lin Yu asked questions, and he provided answers. "What is your name?" "In response to your lordship, my name is Zago." "How many people are there in your family?" "My lord, I have no family. Since birth, I have never encountered another being, for very few humans tread these woods. Let us change the subject. Zago, do you have any dreams?" My lord, I do have a dream. Once, my aspiration was to become a powerful goblin leader, striving for the glory of my tribe. But now, my dream is to follow you for eternity. That is a truly noble dream." As their question and answer session progressed, time swiftly slipped into the evening. From the goblin Zago, Lin Yu also gleaned a wealth of information regarding this jungle. The forest was known as the Obsidian Forest, ruled by 4 immensely powerful factions: the Kingdom of Giants, the Bone Sanctum, the Naga Kingdom, and the Elven Garden. According to Zago's vivid descriptions, Lin Yu discerned that, in comparison to these 4 superpowers, the 2-headed ogre tribe, which he had long viewed with trepidation, was merely a minor player. Chapter 28. The Lord is the Master, and Lin Yu is the Grand Master. The Obsidian Forest sprawled over an immense expanse, stretching for countless miles. Within this vast wilderness, countless wild monsters thrived, alongside numerous strongholds constructed by indigenous intelligent beings. These strongholds were scattered throughout the Obsidian Forest. The Goblin tribe, the 2-headed ogre tribe, and the besieged Grey Dwarf tribe were but a small fraction of them. While these tribes appeared to command their own territories, their influence was negligible when viewed against the backdrop of the entire Obsidian Forest, particularly in contrast to the four dominant factions, rendering them almost insignificant. It was only in the presence of newly arrived professionals that they could claim any semblance of strength. From Zago's somewhat vague account, Lin Yu gleaned that the four superpowers were positioned at the four cardinal directions of the Obsidian Forest. The Kingdom of Giants held sway over the western region, the Bone Sanctum ruled the southern area, the Elven Garden occupied the eastern territory, and the Naga Kingdom governed the northern expanse. These four factions had united to seal off the entirety of the Obsidian Forest, preventing external forces from infiltrating and internal powers from extending their reach. Of course, this information stemmed from a humble goblin's narrative. Whether it was accurate or if there existed more precise intelligence remained to be verified by Lin Yu himself. There was a legend that among these four factions resided immortal deities, a statement uttered by Zago in a state of profound fear. The truth of this claim remained uncertain. However, Lin Yu suspected it was merely a fable, devoid of reality. For within the Professionals Forum of Blue Star, the first batch of professionals who had arrived on other floating islands had revealed that the pinnacle of local combat power on these islands was the peak demigod. Only upon leaving the floating island and entering the grand stage of Myriad Realms could one possibly encounter a truly immortal god. In comparison to the mere level 3 goblin warrior before him, Lin Yu was inclined to trust the information disseminated by seasoned professionals. My domain is located in the western part of the Obsidian Forest. The highest authority in this region is the Kingdom of Giants. This is crucial information. If all went as anticipated, Lin Yu would need to first vanquish the Kingdom of Giants if he wished to conquer the Obsidian Forest. After all, they were so close in proximity. Once Lin Yu's domain flourished to a point where it posed a threat to the Kingdom of Giants. Even if he did not initiate hostilities, the Giants would undoubtedly send forces to quell his burgeoning power. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, nor can a region sustain two formidable factions. However, that was a matter for another day, and it need not occupy his thoughts now. Lin Yu set aside his musings about the threat posed by the Kingdom of Giants and instead focused on devising a strategy to eliminate the two-headed ogre tribe. Centered around Lin Yu's domain, the surrounding mountainous forest, spanning several dozen kilometers, was home to three indigenous factions: the Goblin tribe, the Grey Dwarf tribe, and the two-headed ogre tribe. The first two tribes were evenly matched, with their leaders being level 9 professionals. The two-headed ogre tribe was the strongest, led by a king-level powerhouse. Should Lin Yu succeed in dismantling the two-headed ogre tribe, he would effectively claim dominion over the surrounding forests, granting him the freedom to act as he pleased. Lost in thought, Lin Yu began to formulate a preliminary plan. The night on the floating island descended with remarkable swiftness. The sun's afterglow had barely vanished before the sky darkened at an observable pace. Within half an hour, the outside world was shrouded in pitch darkness. In such an environment, the visibility for professionals was severely hampered, making hunting exceedingly difficult. Conversely, wild monsters were less affected and became remarkably active. If professionals did not swiftly locate a safe haven, they risked falling prey to a surprise attack from the lurking beasts. In this inky abyss, one could perish without ever understanding the circumstances of their demise. Fortunately, the newcomers on the island have taken last night's lesson to heart. Before the night fully descends, they swiftly retreat to their hiding places. Naturally, these are the beleaguered combat professions. As for the Lord professions, they enjoy the protection of their own territories and need not worry about ambushes from wilderness monsters. Nor do they waste time seeking refuge. At such times, the chat channels are inundated with voices expressing envy towards the Lord professions. Another night of jealousy towards the esteemed Lord. I am quite curious about what the Lord's territory looks like. Perhaps a kind-hearted Lord could share their coordinates so we combat professionals could visit and broaden our horizons. High emotional intelligence, visiting the territory; low emotional intelligence, robbing resources. At this stage, it is unlikely that any Lord would dare to disclose their coordinates, not even top Lords like Lin Yu. This is the truth. Before the Lord's armies are fully developed, a group of fully armed combat professions can easily sweep through a Lord's domain. Those above do not incite discord between us combat professions and Lord professions. It is well known that the Lord's territory is the safest haven for U.S. combat professionals. Aligning ourselves with a Lord is indeed our most desired aspiration. You speak as if it were true. Similar information has long been disclosed on the professional forum. On floating island number 013724, there have been wars between Lord professions and combat professions, and not just once. I have also heard that the wars led to the deaths of many combat professionals, and even some Lords were slain. Floating island number 013724. This is one of the floating islands where the first batch of summoned humans arrived. Different numbers signify different floating islands. No one knows how many floating islands exist in this world. The only certainty is that becoming the Lord of a floating island is the key to opening the gates of all realms. Once someone becomes the Lord of an island, a teleportation array leading to the Myriad Realms will appear on that island. This is the information disclosed by the floating islands of the Myriad Realms. Although no profession has yet succeeded in achieving this goal of ascending to the Lord's position, this information is undoubtedly true. If our floating island descends into chaos, the number of fallen professions will be even greater. This is inevitable, given the large population on our island. Let us change the topic to something lighter. Sure, today alone, the avatars of 3 of my friends have turned gray. By the way, has anyone leveled up to level 2 yet? As a high-level lord, I must say that leveling up in this world is exceedingly difficult. I am still merely at the late stage of level 1. How enviable. I have just reached the mid-level of 1. At present, only the top lords might have reached level 2. Regarding matters of levels, Lin Yu possesses absolute authority. Why refer to Lin Yu as the Great Lord? Every lord profession is a lord, and Lin Yu is the strongest among them. Thus, he is the Great Lord. And what are we combat professionals? The solitary nobles wandering the extraordinary world? Dream on. Combat professionals are merely the servants and attendants of the Lord. I refuse to be a servant. I wish to be the lady. The lady of the Great Lord Lin. Goodness. Even across the endless dark void, I can smell the foot odor of the brother above. Please put on some socks and tuck away your sweaty feet. Thank you. Get lost. Chapter 29. Strengthening Abilities, Nighttime Hunts. Shortly after darkness falls, a gentle and sacred radiance suddenly appears outside Lin Yu's territory. Looking up, he sees beautiful figures cloaked in that glow. These figures are clad in silver armor, wielding long swords engulfed in golden flames, with a pair of snow-white wings gently fluttering behind them. They are his winged angels. A total of 45. All returning to the territory. Following the angelic squad, there is a line of diminutive figures. Were it not for the holy light illuminating the ground, Lin Yu would scarcely have noticed them. This is a transport team composed of over 300 goblins. Every 2 goblins form a pair, each shouldering the corpse of a wilderness monster, their voices resonating in synchronized heave-ho chants. The goblin transport team, accompanied by the angelic squad radiating holy light, successfully returns to the territory and immediately presents themselves before Lin Yu, kneeling in reverence to their deity. Rise, Lin Yu says with a faint smile. He never anticipated that. In the blink of an eye, the number of goblin followers under his command had already reached nearly 400. Among them, there are over 180 level 3 and 4 goblin warriors, along with a dozen or so level 5 and 6 goblin champions. Compared to the other lord professions on the island, his goblin army is indeed a formidable force. Lin Yu addressed the gathered goblin followers. The firewood has been piled over there. You may roast your meat to solve your evening meal. No goblin is permitted to leave the territory without my permission. As you command, Great Lord. Praise be to you, merciful and benevolent deity. The goblin followers once again kneel on the ground, sincerely expressing their gratitude for the blessings bestowed by their faith. At that moment, Lin Yu felt a significant surge of faith power gathering within him. Thus far, his body had not undergone any noticeable changes due to this faith power. However, this was of little consequence. The true impact of this faith power would manifest fully when he ascends to godhood. As Ieta would say, it is a matter of accumulating small amounts into a larger whole. The greater the faith power he amasses now, the easier it will be for Lin Yu to ascend to divinity in the future. Furthermore, the stronger the divine power he wields post-ascension. Faith power is the foundation of worshipping deities. Success or failure hinges upon faith. After the goblin followers withdrew, Lin Yu turned his gaze to the angelic squad. Currently, this squad is led by the first summoned angels, Ieta and Sally, who also possess the highest levels among all the angels. Excellent. You have not disappointed me. Both of you have been promoted to level 7. The rapid advancement of Ieta and Sally filled Lin Yu with envy. When summoned yesterday, both were at level 5. After 2 days of hunting, they had both ascended to level 7. Although Lin Yu also elevated 2 levels, it was merely a breakthrough from 0 to 2. This signifies that the source power he harvested is far inferior to that of Ieta and Sally. Of course, this is primarily because he did not personally participate in the hunt for wilderness monsters, thus receiving only a minimal portion of the source power, resulting in a naturally slower leveling pace. In the afternoon, with the addition of 36 winged angels to the squad, their hunting speed surged dramatically. Consequently, the source power I obtained also increased significantly. The more diverse the troop composition, the quicker the Lord's leveling speed. This is no mere saying. Lin Yu has now advanced to the late stage of level 2. Just as in the previous night, he is once again on the brink of leveling up. Over here, upon hearing Lin Yu's praise, Ieta and Sally were equally exhilarated. Excitement shone on their fair, exquisite faces. For them, receiving accolades from Lin Yu is an immense honor. Their mission as angels in this world consists of 2 tasks. One is to revive the angelic race, planting the banner of the holy light across the universe. The other is to serve Lin Yu, the Lord of the Holy Light. Naturally, Lin Yu's recognition and admiration hold immense significance for them. This serves as their driving force. My lord, Ieta exclaimed eagerly, the size of the angelic squad has surged dramatically. Both Sally and I are confident we can capture the goblin tribe tonight. The conquest of the goblin tribe was indeed part of Lin Yu's grand design. The current angelic team possesses sufficient strength to actualize this plan ahead of schedule. without needing to wait until dawn to declare war on the goblins. There's no rush. Lin Yu interjected, waving his hand. The goblin tribe cannot escape. An assault tomorrow morning will yield the same result. Moreover, marching at night is fraught with risks. Even if we were to seize the goblin tribe by nightfall, transporting the spoils back would prove arduous. Therefore, we shall adhere to the original plan. At the break of dawn, we shall launch our attack on the goblin tribe. In addition to your angelic team, 200 goblin warriors within the territory will also participate in this tribal conflict. However, their primary task will be to transport the captured resources. The main combat force remains with you. As you command, my lord, Yida replied with utmost respect. She was equally eager to fulfill Lin Yu's ambitions. Hearing his analysis now made her realize her earlier impulsiveness. Conducting military operations at night indeed posed risks. Even though the angelic team was fearless, it would be challenging for the accompanying goblin contingent to traverse the dark jungles unscathed to reach the goblin tribe several kilometers away. Inevitably, some goblin followers would fall victim to wild monsters lurking in the shadows. Such sacrifices would be utterly meaningless. My lord, here are the spoils from this afternoon's hunt. Yida did not forget the most crucial matter and presented the loot to Lin Yu. Among the spoils, there were no blueprints, no equipment, and certainly no seeds of spirit rice, only gold coins. Yet, the quantity of gold coins brought Lin Yu immense joy. There were a staggering 375 coins. The floating island endowed practitioners with the ability to perceive the number of gold coins at a glance, just as they could discern information about blueprints and equipment. Coupled with the 37 coins left from previously summoning angels, I now possess a total of 412 gold coins. In other words, I can summon 8 more winged angels. Lin Yu was elated and immediately returned to the Lord's Hall, summoning 8 splendid winged angels. Thus, the number of winged angels under his command soared to 53, a truly formidable figure. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly astonish all practitioners on the island. With the scale of the angelic team expanded once more, they could attempt nighttime hunts. Lin Yu cautioned Yida and Sally, who followed closely behind him. But remember, safety is paramount. Additionally, do not stray too far from the territory. If danger arises, return immediately. The territory can provide you with protection. At this stage, wild monsters will not invade. However, do not prolong the nighttime hunting. Manage your own endurance and return for rest when fatigued. Understood, my lord. Rest assured, we shall safeguard ourselves. Yida and Sally both responded. Subsequently, under Lin Yu's nod of approval, they led a vibrant group of angels out of the territory and into the shadowy wilderness. Before long, the clash of battle erupted. Within the confines of the territory, Lin Yu could see brilliant sword lights piercing through the darkness, illuminating the battlefield. These were the martial techniques of the angels, the radiance of the sacred cross sword, and the holy light slash. Besides their combat skills, the angels unleashed golden flames to incinerate the battlefield, a divine fire capable of purifying all wicked forces. Under the illumination of the sword lights and sacred flames, Lin Yu discerned the forms of the monsters. One type was a skeletal creature formed from a mass of bleached bones, while the other was a greenish-skinned monster with blood-red eyes, scuttling swiftly on all fours. It resembled a hairless wolf, but bore some human-like characteristics upon closer inspection. Despite their differing appearances, they belonged to the same wretched race. Both were undead beings. Goblin Lunin's words rang true. The nocturnal wilderness was indeed the dominion of demons and the undead. Lin Yu was uncertain of the demon's appearance, but he had encountered the undead, an overwhelming horde of them. The battlefield was besieged by a dense throng of undead, encircling the angelic team like a relentless tide, sending shivers down Lin Yu's spine. It was terrifying. The sheer number of undead was their undeniable advantage. At this moment, each angel faced the relentless assault of multiple, even dozens of undead foes. The only solace lay in the fact that these undead creatures appeared to lack formidable strength, with swathes of them falling to the angel strikes. Communicating with the floating island of Myriad Realms, Lin Yu activated notifications for the defeat of ordinary monsters, and a flurry of kill notifications immediately flooded in, almost incessantly. Thanks to these notifications, Lin Yu gained insight into the identities of the 2 types of undead. The skeletal creatures on the battlefield were low-tier soldiers of the undead race, predominantly level 1 or 2 skeleton warriors, with only a few reaching levels 3 or 4. The other type, the greenish-skinned crawlers, were known as ghouls, often mutated from deceased humans, thus retaining some human traits. On the battlefield, these ghouls generally range from levels 3 to 4, with a few elite ghouls reaching level 5. Thankfully, the enemies consisted solely of ordinary undead creatures, with no high-level undead in sight. Observing the fierce battle from a distance, Lin Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The advantage of undead beings lay in their numbers. Scanning the battlefield beyond the territory, he saw shadows of undead swarming like a plague, thick and numerous. Given their low levels, the angelic team could manage the situation with composure. However, should a horde of high-level undead appear, that would spell danger. In such a scenario, the first instinct would be to retreat to the safety of the territory. As anticipated, The holy and radiant powers wielded by the angels were indeed the perfect counter to the undead. Whether through their martial techniques or the sacred flames, they could effortlessly vanquish these abominations. Lin Yu witnessed a newly summoned angel, still at level 5, engaging a ghoul of the same rank. With a few swift strikes, the ghoul bore not only numerous sword wounds, but also emitted wisps of dark smoke from the injuries. Typically, the undead were impervious to pain. However, the angel's attacks inflicted excruciating agony upon the ghoul, eliciting pitiful cries as if its very soul had been struck. Then, in apparent fear, the ghoul turned to flee. Yet, it was swiftly overtaken by a beautiful angel with the ability to fly, who severed its head with a single stroke. Even after losing its head, the ghoul continued to writhe on the ground, only to be met with several more strikes from the angel, ultimately meeting its end in a gruesome dismemberment. Moreover, angels unleashed golden sacred flames upon the battlefield. Under the enveloping glow of the sacred fire, both ghouls and skeletal undead wailed in agony as they were reduced to ashes. Generally speaking, flames do not significantly affect undead creatures. However, the angels' sacred flames could decisively subdue them. The malevolent energies within the undead were akin to gasoline. A mere touch of the angelic flames ignited them into a blazing inferno, consuming them until nothing remained but ash. Such scenes of battle were countless, unequivocally demonstrating that angels were the nemesis of the undead. Even at the same level, angels could effortlessly slay undead beings, a feat that would be far from simple for other factions' troops. Take, for instance, the skeletal warriors on the battlefield. Even when their bodies were shattered, they could rely on the power of soul fire to reconstruct their skeletal frames and continue fighting for countless rounds. Yet, the divine and radiant force emanating from the angels could purify this soul fire. Once the soul fire was extinguished, the undead would meet their demise. This exemplified a flawless counterbalance between factions. Before the emergence of higher-level undead creatures, these ordinary undead on the battlefield were effectively providing experience points to the angelic forces. And they were an endless source of experience points. Lin Yu's initial concerns dissipated, and his spirits soared. He could clearly observe a relentless tide of new undead pouring onto the battlefield, surging forth in waves. As vast swathes of undead were harvested, both the angelic forces and Lin Yu, as their lord, were rewarded with an abundance of primal power. If this continued, Lin Yu even suspected that he might ascend to level 4 before the dawn, transforming into a mid-tier professional. It was noteworthy that he was currently at the latter stage of level 2. Ordinary professionals are categorized into 3 tiers. Levels 1 to 3 are deemed low tier. Levels 4 to 6 are mid tier. Levels 7 to 9 are high tier. And breaking through level 9 signifies entering the realm of kings. Attaining king level status marks one as a formidable entity, no longer a mere ordinary professional. This was no longer a hunt. It was an experience farming spree. It resembled entering an experience dungeon in a game, where one could accrue immense experience with each passing second. Lin Yu was elated, even feeling a pang of regret for not dispatching the angels the previous night, thereby missing out on a significant influx of primal power. However, this thought was swiftly dismissed. Last night, he had only 7 angels at his disposal, utterly incapable of countering the current relentless tide of undead. A misstep could lead to unforeseen consequences. Thus, his earlier decision was entirely justified. With over 50 angels banded together, they were indeed capable of confronting the onslaught of undead waves. As they harvested a copious amount of primal power, coins occasionally erupted from the fallen undead. This was truly a lucrative endeavor. Both primal power and gold were invaluable resources. Even without the emergence of blueprints or equipment, Lin Yu found himself thoroughly satisfied. Time swiftly passed, and half an hour had elapsed. The battle outside the territory remained fierce. Yet Lin Yu felt no fatigue. He felt as though he could watch through the night. At that moment, he suddenly sensed an immense surge of energy welling up within him. This energy was visibly transforming his body, enhancing his physical attributes at a remarkable pace. After a considerable time, when the energy dissipated and his body ceased to strengthen, he discovered that his level had broken through, ascending from late-stage level 2 to level 3. In the entirety of the floating island, this could be regarded as a rather low level. Even the skeletal warriors being harvested in droves by the angels were of levels 3 and 4. Yet, it should be noted that since his arrival, less than 48 hours had elapsed. This illustrates just how terrifying Lin Yu's leveling speed was. Should a professional level ranking be established on the floating island, Lin Yu's level would undoubtedly be far ahead of the rest, effortlessly claiming the top spot. Chapter 31. Without comparison, there is no pain. Lin Yu had now been promoted to a level 3 professional. He was overjoyed, his face lighting up with an uncontainable smile. The speed of leveling on the floating island was notoriously difficult. With each level gained, the requisite experience, primal power, multiplied exponentially. This meant that one had to slay a number of monsters several times greater than before to level up again. As of now, the professionals on the island were predominantly at level 1. Some had not even reached level 1. After all, not everyone possessed the courage to engage in combat with wild monsters. However, this was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that the top professionals on the island likely hovered around level 2, with most either at the latter stage of level 1 or just stepping into level 2. Those who had reached the mid-level of Tier 2 were exceedingly rare. A mere handful. This was not Lin Yu's mere speculation, but rather deduced from information shared in the island chat channel. For instance, the Golden Behemoth Lord, possessing top-tier troops and commanding the strongest professional alliance on the island, was undoubtedly a prominent figure. Apart from Lin Yu, he was the most renowned individual on the island, standing ahead of the majority of professionals. Yet, his level was merely at the initial stage of level 2, having just leveled up that afternoon. This revelation came directly from the Golden Behemoth Lord in the King's Hall chat channel, intended to bolster his prestige among alliance members. Subsequently, a member of the King's Hall leaked this information into the island chat channel, where it was disseminated among countless professionals, including Lin Yu. Setting aside the influx of professionals drawn to join the King's Hall due to this event, the fact remained that even a top-tier figure like the Golden Behemoth Lord had just recently ascended to level 2, highlighting the levels of other professionals. It was evident that those who achieved level 2 were exceedingly scarce. In this context, Lin Yu's breakthrough to level 3 appeared immensely formidable. Without comparison, there could be no suffering. Lin Yu's claim to the top of the level rankings was indisputable. Should Lin Yu's level information reach the island chat channel, it would undoubtedly cause a considerable uproar, with many professionals insisting that such rapid advancement was simply impossible. If it were true, it would be deemed a bug. Standing in the small square of his territory, Lin Yu gazed beyond the unbarred boundaries of his domain towards the battlefield shrouded in darkness. The clash between the angelic forces and the undead army raged on without pause. The relentless tide of undead creatures continued to surge forth, undeterred by death. In the surrounding shadows, it seemed as though countless undead were amassing, launching wave after wave of assaults against the angelic forces. Illuminated by the sacred light, Lin Yu could barely discern the battlefield. The combat area, spanning hundreds of meters, was already carpeted with bleached bones, the remnants of skeletal soldiers and warriors who had perished, devoid of blood or flesh, yet exuding an even more chilling aura. In addition to the skeletal remains, numerous ghouls lay slain. Some had turned to ashes, while others had been cleaved into pieces by the angels' swords. As the battle raged on, the number of undead slain by the angelic forces had surpassed 1,000, a truly astounding figure. Hunting an equivalent number of wild monsters had taken the angelic forces nearly an entire afternoon, yet this engagement had unfolded in less than an hour. This vividly illustrated the intensity of the conflict. One can easily envision the terrifying multitude of undead beings lurking within the shadows, to the extent that one might assert that the ground is teeming with them. The angelic legion finds itself unable to prolong the battle until the break of dawn. Such intense combat exacts a tremendous toll on the angels' magical energy, physical stamina, and even their mental fortitude. It is imperative to remind Yida and Sally. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu reaches out to Yida, who is amidst the battlefield, conveying that if she can no longer endure, she should lead the other angels to retreat back to their territory to prevent unnecessary casualties. Yida promptly responds, assuring Lin Yu that they can sustain one more round of battle. With this reassurance, Lin Yu refrains from further comment, placing his trust in Yida's capabilities. As time progresses, Lin Yu keeps a watchful eye on the battlefield while attuning himself to the surging primal energy within him. The clarity with which he perceives his own power's elevation is a source of immense joy, even bordering on ecstasy. He finds himself delightfully enraptured by this sensation. Additionally, counting the golden coins scattered across the battlefield brings him a certain amusement. Under the shroud of night, the coins reflecting the holy light and flames appear particularly resplendent, akin to stars adorning the night sky. After counting, he notes over 70 small stars. Upon a second count, the number rises to over 80. This is merely what is visible. Many coins lie obscured beneath the corpses of the undead, making it impossible to ascertain the total amount that has fallen upon the battlefield. However, it can be confidently stated that their number is substantial. Lin Yu laments, alas. The overwhelming presence of undead on the battlefield has left the angels with no time to collect the coins. Otherwise, I could summon new angels using these coins, allowing them to join the fray and vanquish even more of the undead. The affairs of the world can never be entirely perfect, and Lin Yu must set aside this thought. Moreover, the coins will not vanish from the battlefield. At most, they can be collected tomorrow morning after the undead have retreated, so the impact is minimal. An hour passes. The angels on the battlefield cease to engage the undead horde head-on. Under Yida and Sally's guidance, the angelic legion fights while gradually withdrawing, making their way back to their territory. The angels are severely depleted, particularly their magical energy, which is nearing exhaustion. Both their combat techniques and angelic holy flames require magical energy to unleash their formidable power. Once their magic is entirely spent, the angel strength will be gravely compromised. Thus, a temporary retreat is essential. Even if they must continue fighting, it must wait until their magical energy is restored. At that moment, however, a furious roar emanates from the depths of the jungle, shrouded in darkness. This sound is unlike any monster's roar Lin Yu has heard before. Imbued with an aura of deadly intent and an unnerving chill, as if the very dead are wailing in rage. Retreat. Yida's expression tightens as she issues an immediate command for a full retreat. The other angels sense the impending danger, abandoning their gradual withdrawal for a moment of urgency, unleashing all their magical energy to obliterate the undead blocking their path. Despite the encroachment of even more undead, the angelic legion manages to carve a path back to their territory, marked by the blazing flames of purification, the angelic holy flames. The angels do not take to the skies for their retreat, as the air is not an unequivocally safe haven. Rather, under the intimidation of the holy flames, the nearby undead dare not approach, merely watching as the angels traverse the path of flames and break free from their encirclement. Nearby ghouls roar in frustration, releasing their pent-up ire. It is only after another booming roar reverberates that the ghouls and skeletons recede like a receding tide, vanishing into the darkness. The undead army has retreated, yet this is far from over. Soon, the distant darkness seems to be torn asunder by some horrific being, from which emerges a colossal silhouette. The ground trembles at the appearance of this figure. Within moments, the figure approaches the entrance of the holy flame pathway. The still-burning golden flames vividly illuminate its form in Lin Yu's view. In that instant, Lin Yu's pupils dilate in shock. Chapter 32, The Skeleton King Ryan. A grand revelation. What a fearsome presence it is. Though humanoid in shape, it towers over 4 meters, nearly 5. Before this figure, even the imposing two-headed demon lord seems diminutive in comparison. It stands at the terminus of the holy flame pathway, its ghostly blue eyes fixated coldly upon the angelic legion that has retreated into their territory. Clad in a complete suit of black armor, it bears 2 exaggeratedly large battle blades on its back. Even more imposing than the wolf-toothed club Lin Yu has recently acquired. Through the eye sockets of its black helmet, it is evident that its ghostly blue orbs are not true eyes, but rather 2 blazing flames, soul fires, a characteristic of the undead skeleton race. One can surmise that the frame encased within the black armor is most likely composed of bones. Yet, it is difficult to fathom what race it belonged to in life to possess such a massive form. Human? Certainly not. Perhaps a giant, or even the legendary titans. Lin Yu leans towards the former as a more likely possibility. It is uncertain whether it is due to the distance or the overwhelming disparity in levels. But Lin Yu cannot discern any information regarding this gigantic undead entity. Lord. Yida approaches Lin Yu's side, her exquisitely beautiful cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson, likely a remnant of the intensity of the previous battle. Regardless of the reason, in Lin Yu's eyes, Yida appears even more enchanting at this moment, exuding an allure that is almost suffocating. Lin Yu has encountered many beautiful women, with Su as one who would rank above 90 in beauty. Yet, it must be said that compared to Yida's grace, Su pales in comparison. Unaware of Lin Yu's distraction, Yida maintains a respectful demeanor as she addresses him. This undead being's magical fluctuations are exceedingly potent, surpassing the 9th tier. With my strength, I could contend with a 9th tier practitioner, yet this creature emanates a distinctly dangerous aura. Its level must have reached that of a king. A king-level undead? Lin Yu is struck with trepidation. It is entirely expected for a larger threat to emerge following the defeat of a lesser foe. Yet the appearance of something of this magnitude is beyond his anticipation. Lin Yu swiftly regains his composure, stating, "Do not worry. Our territory is safeguarded by the rules of the floating island. Even if it is indeed a king-level boss, it cannot breach our defenses. The rules of the floating island are not something a mere king-level creature can shatter." Indeed, Yida nods in agreement. Then, with unwavering determination, she implores Lin Yu, "Please, Lord, grant me a moment. Once I ascend to the 9th tier, I shall slay this undead aberration and purify its soul, cleansing its disrespect towards you." In Yida's eyes, this king-level undead has intruded upon the domain of the Lord of Holy Light and gazed down upon the Lord's subjects with disdain, constituting an unforgivable transgression. Once she has developed further, she shall eliminate this creature. Very well, I shall await your success. Lin Yu smiles. Indeed, it is the pressure that fuels ambition. Yida is already eager to ascend to the 9th tier. At that moment, the formidable undead monarch slowly turned its massive head, shifting its gaze away from the host of angels and locking onto Lin Yu, as though it had finally found its true target. In that instant, Lin Yu felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, a sense of horror that was beyond verbal description. However, this sensation did not linger for long. As Yida and Sally promptly positioned themselves before him, glaring defiantly at the undead king. As divine beings, the angels remained undaunted, especially when confronting malevolent creatures, as they possessed an innate ability to counter their foes. Faced with the fierce stares of Yida and Sally, the undead monarch remained silent. Perhaps it was incapable of speech, being a member of the skeletal race, likely devoid of vocal cords. After a brief exchange of glances with the 2 angels, it appeared to concede defeat, gradually turning its colossal form and retreating into the encroaching darkness. It had arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. As it vanished, a cacophony erupted from beyond the territory. As if the throngs of undead creatures had been similarly ushered away, Lin Yu let out a quiet sigh of relief. After all, the king-level boss was still beyond his current capacity to contend with. It was for the best that it had left. He turned to Yida and Sally, who had stepped aside, and inquired, "Can you discern what type of undead that was? A skeletal lord? Or perhaps a skeletal king?" "Reporting to you, my lord. It is indeed the skeletal king," Yida responded. Sally added, "I can sense that lurking in the darkness behind it are numerous high-level undead, far beyond the ordinary skeletons and ghouls we encountered on the battlefield." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt an immense wave of gratitude wash over him. It was fortunate that the angelic squad had made a decisive retreat, and the protective rules of the floating island had shielded his territory. Otherwise, the losses would have been significant. This served as a stark reminder that the shadowy wilderness beyond was fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to calamity. Suddenly, Lin Yu furrowed his brow, pondering, "It is rather peculiar that this skeletal king would venture into my territory at such an hour with a cadre of high-level undead minions. Where did it emerge from?" No angel could provide an answer, as they too were baffled. At that moment, Lin Yu heard a faint voice, barely audible yet clear. Great God." He turned to see a goblin raising its hand. This goblin was none other than Jago, the one Lin Yu had summoned for a chat earlier that afternoon. "Come forth." Lin Yu beckoned Jago. Responding to his lord's call, Jago hurried over, kneeling before Lin Yu with excitement, and exclaimed, "My lord, I know the origin of the skeletal king." "Is that so?" Lin Yu's eyes brightened. "Do share." Jago, unable to raise his head, kept it bowed and quickly elaborated. "His name is Rayan, the skeletal king. It is said that he was once a formidable figure in the giant kingdom. He met an untimely demise, leading to a lingering resentment that ultimately transformed him into an undead being. The skeletal king Rayan reigns over the land of the buried bones. Yet no one knows its exact location. It is merely speculated to lie within the underground world." "The underground world?" Lin Yu inquired. "Indeed, my lord," Jago affirmed. "Beneath our feet lies an abyss teeming with countless malevolent creatures, of which the undead are but one category." At this revelation, Lin Yu felt his worldview expanding. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Yida and remarked, "The domain of the skeletal king must lie in the subterranean regions nearby. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared with such alacrity. When you venture out to hunt, be vigilant for any passages leading to the underground world." For Lin Yu, the skeletal king Rayan represented a ticking time bomb, a considerable threat. However, he anticipated that once Yida and Sally leveled up to 9, the skeletal king Rayan would become an enticing opportunity. In his previous gaming experiences, Lin Yu had relished the challenge of defeating bosses. The same principle applied on the floating island. Vanquishing boss-level monsters significantly increased the chances of acquiring blueprints and equipment. At this juncture, Jago raised his hand once more, saying, "My lord, the Grey Dwarves should possess knowledge of passages to the underground world. These treacherous Grey Dwarves delight in excavating caves within the mountain's belly. Their tribe even resides hidden within the mountain itself." This was splendid news. Lin Yu smiled broadly. His original plan had been to deal with the goblin tribe first, and then conquer the Grey Dwarves, ultimately targeting the two-headed ogre tribe guarded by a king-level powerhouse. Now, it was fortuitous that he could simultaneously gather information on the skeletal king Rayan while engaging the Grey Dwarves, preparing for the forthcoming opportunity. "Jago, you have performed admirably. I believe you are a goblin of great promise." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Jago was filled with elation, as if his very soul were soaring. After all, such praise came from the divine. Once Jago departed, Lin Yu instructed Yida and the other angels to return and rest, allowing them to recuperate their nearly depleted magical energies. There would be no further hunting that night. The angelic squad needed to be in top form for the assault on the goblin tribe come dawn. Chapter 33, A Bountiful Harvest. It was the second night since arriving on the floating island. Lin Yu did not sleep soundly. In his drowsy state, he could hear unknown creatures roaring and bellowing in the vicinity of his territory. He was awakened multiple times in the dead of night, suspecting that the skeletal king Rayan, frustrated by his inability to invade, had dispatched undead creatures to create a cacophony and disturb his slumber. Each time he contemplated this, his resolve to confront the skeletal king and claim the opportunity solidified further. The following morning, Lin Yu awoke, stifling a yawn. On the bedside table lay a breakfast prepared by the angels, fresh fruits, roasted meat, and honeyed water, just as the day before. The circumstances were indeed limited. Otherwise, the angels would surely strive to provide Lin Yu with a more varied feast. To the angels, Lin Yu, as their sole revered leader of the holy light, was deserving of the finest offerings the world had to offer. While enjoying his breakfast, he perused the island trading platform, occasionally glancing at the chat channel to see what the day's adventurers were up to or if there were any new revelations. This had become a part of Lin Yu's daily routine. After finishing breakfast, Lin Yu descended from his second-floor chamber and entered the Lord's Hall on the first floor. Immediately, he noticed a considerable pile of gold coins stacked in the hall, over 200 coins in total. Clearly, This was the bounty collected by the angelic squad from their relentless pursuit of undead monsters the previous night, while Lin Yu had been in slumber. The diligent angels had already cleaned the battlefield and deposited the spoils in the Lord's Hall. At this moment, the angelic squad was not in the territory. They had already set forth towards the goblin tribe. Accompanying them were approximately 200 goblin warriors and goblin champions forming a transport convoy. If all went according to plan, the tribal war would soon commence. In total, there were 264 gold coins, sufficient to summon 5 winged angels. Additionally, the spoils included not only gold but also 2 pieces of equipment, a bone sword and a piece of defensive leather armor, though no blueprints had dropped. The unexpected acquisition of 2 pieces of equipment and a substantial haul of gold greatly pleased Lin Yu. He promptly examined the details of the 2 items. Sword of the Skeleton, type, offensive equipment, damage level, 4, durability, 100, special effects, none. Description: this is a bone sword forged from the vertebrae of skeletal undead, imbued with a faint trace of necromantic power. Ghoul skin armor, type, defensive equipment, defense level, V. Durability, 100, special effects, disguise. Description: this leather armor is stitched from the hide of elite ghouls, allowing the wearer to blend in as one of the undead. Ordinary undead creatures below level 5 will find it exceedingly difficult to see through this disguise. 2 pieces of equipment, one a standard item of level 4, the other a superior piece of level V with special effects. Lin Yu was elated. Together, these items could fetch several hundred gold coins, potentially even more. Particularly, the ghoul skin armor might yield an unexpected delight. Without hesitation, he promptly listed both items on the island trading platform, setting the trade mode to auction mode. Auction duration, 1 hour. The starting bid for this sword of the skeleton was set at 100 gold coins, while the ghoul skin armor began at 300 gold coins. As soon as the items were listed, a small commotion erupted in the island chat channel, drawing the attention of numerous adventurers. At this stage, level 4 equipment was still relatively scarce on the trading platform, and level V items could best be described as rare. Especially, level V items with special effects were even more elusive. Until now, only 2 other level V superior items had been sold by individuals other than Lin Yu, both at elevated prices. However, this was not the primary reason for the stir, nor was it due to Lin Yu's burgeoning fame on the island, which had reached a point of universal recognition. Rather, it was the secrets that lay behind the sword of the skeleton and ghoul skin armor. Island chat channel. As expected of Lin Yu, he has listed 2 pieces of equipment, one of which is a superior item. My envy for Lin Yu has transformed me beyond recognition. Lin Yu, oh great lord, may I seek your patronage? Speaking of which, did you not notice? Both items listed by Lin Yu belong to the undead faction. It's merely undead equipment. What is so surprising about that? Lin Yu has even managed to obtain level 8 superior items, let alone level V. That is not the point. I suspect Lin Yu has started hunting at night, as undead creatures typically roam during those hours. Goodness, it appears to be true. Has Lin Yu's strength escalated to such heights? As a lord with advanced units, I find nighttime hunting akin to courting death. Just last night, I lost an entire squad of elite troops without a single trace left behind. As one of the few advanced lords, this adventurer held considerable pride. However, it wasn't long before others chimed in with retorts. Brother upstairs, your limitations do not reflect Lin Yu's capabilities. What does being an advanced lord even signify? Lin Yu is a top-tier lord, NVX1, while our team is still figuring out how to survive the night. Lin Yu has already begun to hunt monsters in the wild. Truly, the disparity is infuriating. Lin Yu is simply too powerful. Wow, look at the trading platform. In just this short time, the bidding price for the ghoul skin armor has already surpassed 470 gold coins. By the way, are there really that many wealthy individuals nowadays? At this bidding frequency, the final price might soar towards 1,000 gold coins. It seems the previous record for the most expensive level V superior item was only 530 gold coins. Could this be the legendary celebrity effect? I cannot fathom the reasoning behind those bidding feverishly. What significance lies in paying a premium for a level V item? Is it solely because it was dropped by Lin Yu? Does equipment from Lin Yu even possess collectible value? One can only say, foolish people with plenty of money. Observing the island chat channel, Lin Yu shook his head upon reading these messages. These individuals utterly failed to recognize the true value of the ghoul skin armor. Those who discerned its worth were either bidding frantically or lamenting their lack of gold to participate in the auction. Indeed, there are still many astute individuals in this world. The ghoul skin armor did not disappoint. It brought forth a delightful surprise. Lin Yu anticipated that the final price for the ghoul skin armor would be astonishingly high. As for the chaotic chat channel, he chose to disregard it and instead communicated with the floating island of all realms, summoning a black hole. Before long, 5 exquisite figures emerged from the black hole. Once again, 5 enchanting winged angels appeared. Following this summoning, Lin Yu found himself with only 26 gold coins remaining, which prompted a sigh of reflection. For a lord, no amount of gold ever sufficed. Chapter 34, Comprehensive Enhancement. March towards the Goblin Tribe. The 5 newly summoned winged angels were dispatched by Lin Yu to rendezvous with the angelic battalion. As of now, Lin Yu had a total of 58 winged angels. Among this celestial host, Aida and Sally held the highest levels at late stage 7. Vina and Josie had also successfully advanced to level 7 following their confrontation with the Undead Legion last night. The angelic trio, along with the subsequently summoned Rue and Hylon, had all reached mid-stage 6. Besides them, several other angels had also ascended to level 6 during the night. The battle from the previous day had proven more fruitful for the angelic battalion than for Lin Yu, as they were the ones to vanquish the undead creatures and reap the majority of the source power rewards. With 4 level 7 angels, 8 level 6 angels, in addition to dozens of other angels and 200 elite goblin followers, they were more than equipped to conquer the goblin tribe. Although Lin Yu had not been able to summon the 4 winged angels to lead the charge against the goblin tribe, the current strength of the angelic battalion made the siege quite feasible. Lin Yu felt a tinge of regret, but there was little he could do, lacking the fence blueprint. He could not upgrade his territory and thus could not summon 4 winged angels. The resources of wood, stone, and iron ore he had stored in his warehouse were sufficient to elevate his territory to a intermediate village. Yet, without the fence blueprint, the upgrade remained unattainable. He even contemplated expending several hundred gold coins to purchase one from the trading platform. Of course, he was not the only lord troubled by the inability to upgrade territories. Other lord adventurers faced similar restrictions. Of the 3 prerequisite buildings for upgrading to an intermediate village, warehouse, arrow tower, and fence, Lin Yu already possessed 2, while many other lords might not have even one. Hence, he was still progressing at a commendable pace. As he stepped outside the lord's hall, Lin Yu observed a gathering of over 100 goblins in a nearby square. These goblins were ordinary ones, predominantly level I, with very low combat capabilities, suitable only for logistical tasks. Currently, they were busy dismantling the corpses of monsters left over from the previous day, with hundreds more still awaiting dismemberment. Raising his gaze once more towards the battlefield from the previous night, Lin Yu beheld an expanse of approximately 200 meters, strewn with stark white bones and numerous carcasses of ghouls. These remnants bore no utilitarian value, and thus remained upon the field of conflict. However, there was no cause for concern regarding the potential emergence of malevolent undead forces, for the angels had early on purified the area with their holy light. Not only could one not expect the rise of dark powers from such remains, but even the prospect of using them for a nourishing bone broth was entirely feasible. Subsequently, Lin Yu proceeded to the vicinity of the spirit fields beyond his territory. Observing that the spirit field, spanning 100 meters, remained enveloped in a soft, ethereal glow, untouched by the skirmish of the night before, he exhaled a sigh of relief. For a lord, the utility of spirit fields was immense. Currently, Lin Yu had yet to put them to use due to the absence of crop seeds. Once he acquired seeds, he could cultivate spirit rice, thereby ameliorating the food supply of his domain, sparing his people from the monotony of fruit and roasted beast meat at every meal. Moreover, spirit rice also possessed the remarkable ability to enhance physical constitution. Prolonged consumption could fortify one's physique, for instance, the ordinary goblins within the territory, through consistent intake of spirit rice, might transcend their limitations and evolve into goblin warriors, or even goblin champions. On a grander scale, as the number of Lin Yu's subjects swelled, perhaps exceeding 1 million in a city, the collective consumption of spirit rice would provide significant benefits to the development of the territory and the overall strength of its populace. In addition to spirit rice, the spirit fields could also yield magical plants and alchemical herbs. During a discussion with the Goblin Zaga the previous day, Lin Yu had inquired about the specifics of magical plants and potions. Magical plants, in layman's terms, are sentient flora, primarily serving to guard the territory. A domain protected by magical plants would deter ordinary wild monsters. Alchemical herbs, on the other hand, are the ingredients for crafting potions. In the world of adventurers, potions are akin to consumable items in games, such as health and mana potions, holding immense significance for practitioners. A combatant under the influence of a potion becomes extraordinarily formidable. Just as forging equipment requires specialized structures, the lord must also possess a dedicated building to brew potions. The prerequisite structure for potion crafting is known as the Alchemy Guild, which is of a higher caliber than the blacksmith shop, used for equipment forging, with related blueprints proving to be considerably rarer. Equipment merchants and potion merchants represent lucrative enterprises on the floating islands. Should Lin Yu manage to monopolize the trade of equipment and potions on the floating islands, his daily earnings could indeed reach astronomical figures, potentially summoning a vast angelic legion at a moment's notice. Yet, this remains a dream. To realize it, relentless effort must persist. The Goblin tribe lies approximately 4 kilometers to the west of Lin Yu's domain. One should not underestimate this distance, for there are no highways in between, nor even proper roads, only sprawling forests and territories claimed by wild monsters. Presently, the majority of lord adventurers are still engaged in the extermination of wild monsters within a kilometer of their territories. In contrast, Lin Yu's forces have already traversed several kilometers to assault the stronghold of sentient beings. This marks a significant disparity. After enduring 2 hours of arduous jungle trekking and vanquishing an unknown number of wild monsters, the angelic battalion finally reached the goblin tribe. Upon arrival, the angels made no effort to conceal their presence. They unfurled their snow-white wings and stood majestically at an elevation of 100 meters. Each angel was clad in gleaming silver armor, wielding swords engulfed in golden flames, radiating an aura of unparalleled sanctity. The mere sight of such a spectacle left the goblins within the tribe in utter awe. "What manner of beings are these?" inquired the tribe leader, gazing out from the wooden palisade at the distant celestial figures. Could they be the fabled winged folk? The leader, alongside a group of high-ranking goblins, stood speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment at the angels hovering above. Beautiful and divine, such was their immediate impression of the angels. "I do not know." The goblin leader shook his head. Despite being the most seasoned and eldest among the tribe, he had never laid eyes upon the fabled winged folk. Perhaps these were indeed the winged beings, or perhaps of another race. Regardless of their origin, one thing was certain: they were not here with benevolent intentions. If they were allies, they would not bear arms. With this thought, the goblin leader tightened his grip on his staff, the source of his power. A wizard without a staff would see a significant drop in combat effectiveness, at least a 30% decrease. With a serious expression, the goblin leader commanded, "Everyone, steady yourselves. These are foes intent on invading our tribe. Though their levels may not be high, we must not underestimate them." "Yes, chief." The goblin warriors responded in unison. Simultaneously, the tribe began to mobilize for battle. The remaining 300 goblins, regardless of their combat prowess, were gathered together. Defending the tribe was an obligation shared by all goblins. No goblin would abandon their kin to flee, unless the enemy proved overwhelmingly powerful. At that moment, a cacophony of unusual sounds erupted from the jungle outside the tribe. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be a chorus of synchronized battle cries. Moments later, a multitude of goblins surged forth from the thicket, all equipped for combat. Led by several valiant goblin warriors, with the remainder comprising goblin soldiers, a total force of around 200. Quickly, this contingent of goblins appeared near the tribe and formed an attacking formation. Witnessing this scene, the tribe leader and his companions were left dumbfounded. What in the world? Chapter 35. Damn it, I've been deceived. The goblin leader and his companions were momentarily bewildered. The reason was simple. The goblins gathered outside the tribe were, unmistakably, the very kin they had lost over the past 2 days. Nearly 200 elite goblins, no more, no less. The missing were the 100 or so ordinary goblins. In total, the numbers matched perfectly. Beyond the numerical coincidence, they recognized many familiar faces among the ranks of the goblins. Some goblins were even known by name. The goblins who had gone missing were not dead, they were all alive. The elite goblins' eyes widened in disbelief, grappling with the realization that their elite kin had appeared amidst the enemy's ranks, poised to attack their very tribe. This was no mere act of betrayal. It was a large-scale defection. "Damn it, I've been duped," the goblin leader bellowed, as a sudden realization struck him. The foolish goblin he had denounced in the tribal council was none other than the weak goblin warrior, Lin. He had fallen into Luin's trap. From the very beginning, there had been no so-called underground food reserves, nor any incident involving an ambush by the Grey Dwarves during food transport. One could even assert that the Grey Dwarves had no connection to this series of events whatsoever. This was a conspiracy, a scheme orchestrated by the winged beings. The goblin leader's gaze turned malevolent as he fixated on the angels hovering above. It was these winged beings who harbored sinister designs against his tribe. He had to concede that they were exceptionally beautiful beings. Even by goblin standards, they were strikingly lovely. Furthermore, he sensed an overwhelming presence of divine and luminous energy emanating from them, exuding an unparalleled aura of sanctity. As he gazed upon these exquisite beings, an overwhelming impulse to prostrate himself surged within him. They resembled divine messengers traversing the realm of mortals. No, this was the allure of enchantment. The goblin chieftain abruptly regained his senses and, filled with indignation, declared, "Their beauty is but a facade. At their core, they are a host of malevolent entities. Surely, it is they who have ensnared the elites of my tribe with their wicked sorcery." This was the only plausible explanation he could conjure. Beyond the sinister magic capable of beguiling souls, he could fathom no other means by which so many elite goblins could betray their tribe in such a brief span of time. And that foolish goblin, along with the 30 or so goblin warriors who returned to the tribe with him, they too had likely succumbed to the enchantments of these nefarious creatures. Otherwise, they would have surely revealed the truth of the matter. But alas, they are presently within the tribe. The goblin chieftain felt a chill run down his spine as realization dawned upon him. He had been slow to comprehend. The enemy had infiltrated the very heart of their tribe. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded a nearby goblin warrior, "Hasten. Capture Lin and all those goblin warriors who returned with him." What? The goblin warrior appeared bewildered, unable to grasp why the chieftain would issue such an order. The enemy was already encroaching upon the tribe, and a battle for the tribe's defense could erupt at any moment. To apprehend goblin warriors within the tribe at such a juncture would be akin to undermining its very foundation. Should chaos ensue, it could grant the enemy a significant advantage. Chieftain, why must we seize them? With a grim expression, the goblin chieftain replied, the goblin warriors who returned with Lin yesterday have been ensnared by malevolent forces. What? The goblin warrior gasped in shock. Could it be that enemies had infiltrated their tribe as spies? Enough of this chatter. Go now? Yes, chieftain. I shall apprehend those traitors at once. Yet, before the warrior could finish his sentence, the clarion call of war echoed from outside the tribe. The cacophony of battle cries startled countless birds from the jungle. It was a method employed by goblins to rally their spirits. Upon receiving the command from the divine emissary, the goblin faithful swiftly launched their assault, with nearly 200 elite goblins charging towards the goblin tribe in a frenzy. They charged forth, shouting, resembling a death squad from a film, entirely unconcerned with the dangers that lay ahead. Madness. These goblins have all gone mad. A level 7 goblin warrior instinctively remarked. In past skirmishes with the Grey Dwarves, these fellows never exhibited such frenzied zeal. This is the terrifying power of enchantment. The goblin chieftain's convictions were further solidified. Remember, we shall soon gather all our forces to attack those aerial beings. Let us refer to them as the Winged Ones. They are wicked spellcasters, and by eliminating them, their dark magic shall crumble. Understood, chieftain. The assembly of goblin warriors nodded in unison. At that moment, one of the warriors asked, what of the goblins outside the tribe? The goblin chieftain coldly replied, pay them no heed. They will not breach our walls anytime soon. If necessary, we may eliminate a few of them. Everything for the tribe. For the tribe. The goblin warriors thundered in unison, preparing for battle. They are here. The goblin chieftain suddenly bellowed. He brandished his elemental staff, conjuring a massive fireball that soared towards a group of beautiful figures in the sky. At that moment, dozens of winged angels, wielding holy swords, dove from a height of 100 meters. Each angel's sword blazed with resplendent golden flames, their wings radiating a sanctified and dazzling brilliance. It was a scene of extraordinary beauty. With a resounding explosion, the nearly 1 meter wide fireball was cleaved apart by a cross-shaped beam of light. The searing flames instantly engulfed an area of several dozen meters. While it appeared magnificent, its threat was minimal, as the elemental magic had been disrupted, transforming it into mere fire. Under the leadership of Ayada and Sally, the winged angels boldly pierced through the inferno, descending upon the goblin tribe below. This defies logic. The goblin chieftain exclaimed in alarm. He was a level 9 elemental mage, and the fireball he conjured held enough power to slay an 8th level practitioner. Yet those winged ones, whose highest level was merely mid-7th, could sever his fireball with a single strike, even dismantling the magical runes he had inscribed upon it. How could such a relatively low level possess such formidable strength? This confounded him utterly. However, before he could ponder further, the onslaught from the angelic battalion arrived. Numerous radiant beams sliced through the air, directly aimed at the location of the goblin chieftain and his allies. Dodge! The goblin chieftain sensed a tremendous threat within those beams of light. With a furious roar, he leaped from the wooden wall. The other goblin warriors, too, were quick to evade. Yet several slower goblin warriors were instantly reduced to mere fragments by the beams of light. The barrage continued unabated. In the blink of an eye, the beams struck the wooden wall, creating a gaping breach several meters wide amidst a flurry of splintered wood. Charge! Rush in and save those foolish goblins. Honor the great Lord of Holy Light. Praise the Holy Light. Nearly 200 elite goblins surged through the breach into the goblin tribe, as if receiving a signal. Within the tribe, the 30 or so goblin warriors led by Lin instantly turned traitor. They shouted praises to the Holy Light, affirming their eternal faith, while brandishing their weapons to attack nearby goblin tribesmen. With enemies both inside and out, the goblin tribe was plunged into utter chaos. Chapter 36. Uncle. Join me in believing in the Lord of Holy Light. Lin, what are you doing? I am your uncle. An elderly goblin roared in anger. How dare you betray the tribe, betray the chieftain, and even aim your weapon at me? Have you lost your mind? In the tumultuous goblin tribe, Lin, branded as mad by the elder, unhesitatingly swung his sword, striking down a nearby goblin tribesman with the flat of his blade. I am not mad. It is the tribe's kin who are too foolish. Burial, the goblin chieftain, cannot lead the tribe to glory. He cannot even contend with the despicable Grey Dwarves. Only the great Lord of Holy Light can revive our goblin race. Uncle, join me in believing in the Lord of Holy Light. The deity shall protect us. Holding his sword, Lin advanced step by step towards the elderly goblin. The elder, trembling with fear, implored, put down your weapon first. Let us sit and discuss this calmly. Lin shook his head, stating, the Lord of Holy Light is a merciful deity, granting the tribe's kin a singular opportunity for self-redemption, but only this once. Uncle, trust me. I will not harm you. Then will you lower your weapon first before we speak? I cannot. Seeing Lin approach with his sword, the elderly goblin became so frightened he lost control, shouting, do not come any closer. I will listen to you. I will believe in the holy light. Good, uncle. Now I need you to kneel on the ground and refrain from any other meaningless actions. As the tribal war draws to a close, the esteemed emissary shall ignite the flame of faith within you. I understand, but could you perhaps maintain a distance? Very well, dear uncle. The goblin named Lin turned on his heel and departed. Meanwhile, the elderly goblin, kneeling in supplication, glanced around frantically, searching for an opportunity to flee. However, he soon realized that the goblin acolytes had encircled the entire tribe. Those among the goblin tribe who refused to bow their heads to the holy light were either struggling in vain or had already succumbed to unconsciousness upon the ground. Escape was no longer an option. More pressing was the thought. If he managed to flee the tribe, where could he possibly go? Without the tribe's protection, he would inevitably become prey for the wild beasts lurking in the wilderness. With this realization, the aged goblin surrendered, abandoning thoughts of flight and instead hoping that the tribal leaders, led by the goblin chieftain, could successfully repel the invaders, thus sparing him from becoming a disciple of the Lord of the Holy Light. Like the chieftain, the old goblin believed that the goblin acolytes were under the thrall of dark sorcery. Naturally, the Lord of the Holy Light was, in his eyes, an evil deity, and to worship such a being was utterly unacceptable, for it would surely bring calamity upon the tribe and perhaps even annihilate the entire race. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Yu's 200 elite goblin devotees had seized control of the entire goblin tribe. Inside the goblin stronghold, despite the presence of over 300 goblins, the majority were mere commoners. The tribe's formidable warriors had already been encircled by the angelic battalion. With no opposition, the goblin acolytes effortlessly claimed dominion over the goblin tribe. A glance around revealed goblins kneeling in submission everywhere, while others lay scattered about, having been forcibly rendered unconscious. Our mission is complete. Now we await the emissaries to impart the tenets to chieftain burial, and this tribal redemption battle shall conclude. Praise the great Lord of the Holy Light. Under divine guidance, our goblin tribe is destined to stride into the light. The goblin devotees wore fervent expressions, each envisioning a glorious future for their tribe. Conversely, those compelled to kneel felt a rising tide of fear and regarded the goblin acolytes as mad. This world no longer required faith. They now hoped fervently for the old goblin chieftain to emerge victorious and come to their rescue. Damn it, are the legendary winged beings truly this formidable? On the battlefield, the goblin chieftain's eyes bulged with fury as he repeatedly wielded his elemental staff, unleashing massive fireballs at the four angels besieging him. Yet, his elemental magic proved utterly ineffective, failing to pose any substantial threat to his adversaries. All the fireballs he conjured were effortlessly cleaved apart by the radiant sword lights, leaving behind only charred patches of earth. The four angels surrounding the chieftain were all of level 7, with Ayada and Sally leading the charge, while Vina and Josie provided support. The combined might of the four angels forced the goblin chieftain into a relentless retreat, pushing him back from the wooden palisade of the tribe to the threshold of the grand hall that housed countless goblin honors. As for the other goblin warriors, they had long been encircled, facing a far more perilous predicament as the remaining dozens of angels closed in on them. Several goblin warriors had been slain in the initial skirmish, and after another round of combat, more had perished. As it stood, only 6 goblin warriors remained, desperately holding their ground, 2 of whom were level 8 leaders and 4 were level 7 warriors. Such terrifying power. Were these winged beings truly all offspring of the fabled deities? At this moment, the 6 goblin warriors found themselves surrounded by the angel battalion, perpetually facing terrifying assaults from all directions, with every misstep potentially leading to their demise. When the angels first descended, they had not regarded them with much concern, as their levels were relatively low. Most were level 5, with a few at 6, and the strongest among them only reached level 7. The goblin tribe, however, boasted both level 9 and 8 guardians. They had every reason to believe that the angel battalion could not breach their stronghold. Yet, when the battle truly commenced, they discovered they had gravely underestimated the angel's strength. Each angel possessed the prowess to battle above their level. The 2 formidable level 8 goblin leaders were even overpowered by a throng of level 6 angels. This was remarkable, almost unfathomable. It left the encircled goblin warriors in a state of shock and dread. Most despairingly, their old chieftain appeared to be nearing his limit. Elemental mages are akin to long-range artillery on the battlefield, utterly vulnerable to close-quarters combat. Thus, as the 4 mightiest angels pressed their assault on the goblin chieftain, his fate seemed all but sealed. Fire dragon spell. The goblin chieftain roared, brandishing his staff to unleash a high-level fire elemental magic. In an instant, a fire dragon stretching dozens of meters surged toward Ayada and her companions. As the fiery serpent traversed, it not only scorched the earth, but also rendered the air acrid with the scent of charred matter, a testament to its formidable might. However, Ayada and her companions did not flinch. From a distance of several dozen meters, they swung their angelic swords down upon the fire dragon. Instantly, jets of golden flames erupted forth, coalescing into massive fire serpents that collided with the fire dragon. With a resounding explosion, the fire dragon was shattered, Even the waves of fire produced by the blast were consumed by the golden fire serpents. What kind of flame is this? The goblin chieftain was struck with horror. The events of the day seemed to transcend his understanding. Ayada and her companions advanced steadily, proclaiming, "This is the holy and radiant flame forged from faith, capable of purifying all evil in the world. Old goblin, our Lord is merciful and grants you a chance at life. Embrace our Lord. Join the ranks of the holy light, and you shall receive eternal life and redemption. And if I refuse?" The goblin chieftain gripped his elemental staff tightly, his face a mask of vigilance and anger. Refusal? Ayada stood poised in midair, a pair of radiant angelic wings unfurling behind her. Her beauty was divine, as if she had descended from the heavens. She gazed down upon the goblin chieftain with an indifferent expression and stated, "Those who reject the faith of the holy light shall not receive my Lord's mercy. The consequence will be the purification of both soul and flesh by the sacred flames." Chapter 37. Ayada, then you shall perish. The so-called purification of flesh and soul, to put it plainly, meant being burned alive on the spot. The goblin chieftain's countenance darkened considerably, a mix of rage and fear. He was acutely aware of the power of the angelic holy flames, his only mastered fire magic. The fire dragon spell had been utterly extinguished in the clash of flames against the angel's holy fire. Were he to face that fire himself, he would undoubtedly be reduced to ashes. A mortal body could not possibly withstand the inferno of faith. The goblin chieftain even suspected that Ayada was not exaggerating. The angelic holy flames could not only reduce a body to cinders, but also extinguish the very essence of life. For within the holy flames, he sensed an unfathomably terrifying force of annihilation. That power instilled dread within his soul. Without a soul, he would not even be able to become a specter. The goblin chieftain yearned to resist, but he knew he was no match for these angels, a conclusion drawn from the earlier combat. Should he resist, he would likely face a brutal demise. After a moment of silence, the goblin chieftain, his face despondent, declared, "You have won. I will hand over the tribe to you and promise not to take anything away, as long as you allow me to leave." He was unlike the uncle of the goblin Lunin. He was a 9th level practitioner. One step further, and he would ascend to the ranks of kings. With his formidable strength, he could easily survive in this jungle alone, and venturing beyond its confines was not beyond the realm of possibility. Once he broke the shackles and stepped into the kingly tier, he would soar to great heights, thriving anywhere he chose. Given this circumstance, how could he possibly consent to becoming a follower of an evil deity? Abandoning his tribe was already his limit. Alas, this was his own boundary, unrelated to the likes of Yida and others. Without any exchange of words, Yida, Sally, Vina, and Josie, for 7th level angels, encircled the goblin chieftain, cutting off all avenues of retreat. The goblin chieftain was immediately struck with terror. "What do you intend to do? I have promised to hand over the tribe to you. Yet you still refuse to spare me? We have already conquered this tribe and do not require your consent," Yida retorted, wielding the angel's sword with flames blazing along its blade. "You now face 2 choices. One is to embrace our Lord and achieve redemption. The other is to be purified by the holy flames." The goblin chieftain turned his gaze and saw a multitude of goblins kneeling in the distance. Under the watchful eyes of a throng of goblin devotees, none dared to make a move. They all complied. On the other side, the goblin warriors besieged by the angelic squad had dwindled to just 3, all of whom surrendered, too intimidated to resist. Among them was an 8th level goblin commander. All his kin had been captured, and the strong of the tribe lay dead or had yielded. He was now utterly alone. Yet, even in this dire situation, the goblin chieftain remained defiant, gritting his teeth as he declared, "I shall never bow my head to any evil deity." "Then let me die?" No sooner had he spoken than Yida and the others lunged at the goblin chieftain in unison. The goblin chieftain erupted in fury, wildly swinging his elemental staff to unleash torrents of searing and destructive fire magic, hoping to repel the angels while seeking an escape. However, despair soon enveloped him. For more angels appeared near the battlefield. Though their levels were only 5 or 6, they were sufficient to sever his path to safety. Boom! Another fire dragon was shattered. The scorching waves of flames surged forth, igniting several tribal structures in the vicinity. Illuminated by the raging inferno was the goblin chieftain's woeful figure. Though he had not sustained significant injuries, the magic within him had dwindled to nearly half. He felt his strength rapidly waning. An elementalist devoid of magic was hardly stronger than an ordinary person, especially on such a battlefield. Once his magic was exhausted, any nearby angel could easily slay him. "Wait, I surrender." At last, the goblin chieftain felt fear and cried out for mercy. Compared to death and the purification of his soul, worshipping an evil deity seemed a far easier pill to swallow. Yet, Yida and her companions remained deaf to his pleas. The angels' swords, ablaze with golden flames, danced in their hands, carving radiant crosses of light through the air. "No!" The goblin chieftain screamed in despair. He swung his staff in a futile attempt to defend himself, realizing it was utterly insufficient. There was no escape. In an instant, he was engulfed by a torrent of cross-shaped sword light, drowning in hopelessness and terror. Stab, stab, stab. Several beams of light pierced through the goblin chieftain's body, leaving half-meter deep gashes in the ground. His eyes widened in disbelief as his body stiffened, life force draining away. Yet, he did not perish immediately, for the sword light was so sharp that it passed through him without spilling a drop of blood. Why? The goblin chieftain gazed incredulously at Yida and her companions hovering in midair. He could not comprehend it. He had prepared to surrender, even shouting his intent to do so. Yet these angels showed him no mercy. Was he, a powerful 9th-level elementalist, truly inferior to those ordinary goblins? Yida looked down upon the goblin chieftain, her exquisite features betraying a chilling indifference. Heretic who has blasphemed our Lord, you are unworthy of the holy light's protection. The goblin chieftain was struck dumb. It dawned on him that he had indeed referred to the divine figure these angels worshipped as an evil deity. Realizing this, he was filled with profound regret. But it was too late. At that moment, excruciating pain surged through him. The goblin chieftain opened his mouth, as if to utter something, but it was too late. His body collapsed like a pile of stacked blocks. Limbs and flesh lay scattered across the ground. Simultaneously, a glowing golden parchment fell from his grasp. Chieftain. Within the tribe, goblins cried out in sorrow. The chieftain's sacrifice left them heartbroken, setting aside the fact that he had wished to surrender but failed. They believed he had ultimately sacrificed himself for the glory of the tribe and the dignity of Goblinkind, deserving of an honorable farewell. What are you blubbering about? Clang, clang, clang. Swords were drawn and pointed at the shoulders of the weeping goblins. In an instant, the weeping ceased. The entire tribe fell silent. All the goblins obediently knelt, not permitted to shed a tear. Josie, gather the goblins of the tribe. Vina, lead a squad of angels to clean the battlefield. The rest of the angels, join me in purifying the souls of these tribal goblins and spreading the faith of our Lord. Commands flowed from Yida's lips. The tribal battle had come to an end. Now the time for cleanup had arrived. At the edge of the territory, Lin Yu learned of the goblin tribe's conquest by the angelic squad. It was not due to the goblin chieftain's death, but rather because the floating island of all realms had sent him a message. Esteemed Lord, your forces have slain the goblin chieftain Burial and captured all goblins of the tribe. You have successfully conquered the goblin tribe. Congratulations. You are the first practitioner on the island to conquer a stronghold established by indigenous intelligent beings. Your glorious achievements will be recorded in the annals of the floating island. Simultaneously, you will receive the following rewards. Reward 1, 1,000 gold coins. Reward 2, 100 honor points. Reward 3, 500 reputation points. Reward 4, your name, along with your glorious achievements, will shine in the island's chat channel, inspiring other practitioners to press forward with valor. Chapter 38, Dominating a Leaderboard. As Lin Yu gazed at the series of notifications that appeared in his mind, he felt an overwhelming surge of joy. He had not anticipated that the first to dismantle a stronghold established by indigenous intelligent beings would yield such rewards from the floating island, for distinct rewards, no less. Just the mere 1,000 gold coins was enough to leave Lin Yu in awe of the generosity of these rewards, not to mention the honor and reputation points granted. Since arriving on the floating island, his angels had slain thousands of wild monsters and toppled numerous high-level bosses, yet they had never received honor or reputation points. It was only after conquering the goblin tribe that these points suddenly manifested, and as a reward for being the first to conquer a native stronghold. This indicated that acquiring honor and reputation points was exceptionally challenging and thus highly precious. However, he remained uncertain about the exact utility of these two items. At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly recalled something. He hastily extended his right hand, revealing a red seal on his wrist, the mark of a practitioner, which also bore a teleportation function. On the left side of the brand, there exists an energy progress bar, currently displaying a value of 346. Once this energy progress bar reaches 100%, he will be able to activate the brand and return to the blue star. However, this was not the focal point of Lin Yu's attention. He reached out to click on the red brand, and before him appeared a series of virtual buttons, such as Island Chat Channel, Professional Trader Platform, and Friends Channel. These three were frequently visited by Lin Yu. In addition, there was also a honor contribution list. This list had remained blank until now. At this moment, Lin Yu clicked on it, and as expected, his name was indeed present. Furthermore, he was the sole name listed on the entire honor contribution list. Honor contribution list. Rank 1. Lin Yu. Honor points 100. Professional Lord. No title. Rank 2. None. Rank 3. Rank 100. None. His solitary dominance of the leaderboard seemed rather impressive. Yet, it remained unclear what exactly the honor points were useful for, along with the reputation points. Aside from the 100 honor points, the floating island of all realms had also granted Lin Yu a substantial 500 reputation points, leading him to believe that reputation points might not hold as much value as honor points. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yu decided to communicate with Floating Island of All Realms, inquiring about the functions and relevant information regarding honor points and reputation points. Soon, he received a response from Floating Island of All Realms. Honor points are one of the most precious commodities of the Floating Island of All Realms. You can use them to exchange for anything you desire, including but not limited to special blueprints, divine artifacts, primal forces, and more. Professionals who contribute outstanding achievements to the floating island will be rewarded with honor points. For instance, Lin Yu was recognized as the first professional to conquer a local stronghold, an achievement of remarkable merit and difficulty, thus earning him honor points. The method of acquiring reputation points is similar to that of honor points. However, the difficulty is somewhat lower than that of obtaining honor points. The higher your reputation points, the greater your renown in the native world of the floating island, making it easier to gain the allegiance of local intelligent beings. When establishing a kingdom, a certain amount of reputation points is required. After hearing this, Lin Yu gained a clearer understanding of honor points and reputation points. As for reputation points, their significance was not paramount. He possessed an exceptionally elite unit, the Angels, and was not overly fixated on the voluntary allegiance of local intelligent beings. As conquest through force was equally viable, what mattered most was that a certain number of reputation points were necessary for establishing a kingdom, which was indeed crucial. Overall, the cost-effectiveness of honor points surpassed that of reputation points, as they could be exchanged for essential items for professionals. Subsequently, Lin Yu found the exchange button on the honor contribution list. Upon clicking it, he was greeted with a plethora of exchangeable items, an overwhelming array. Courageous Set, Royal level 500 honor points. Veil of Secrecy, Saint level 800 honor points. Chronospatial Ring, Semi-Artifact 2000 honor points. Cursed Lich King, Artifact 5000 honor points. Exclusive Unit Quantity Blueprint, 300 honor points. Unit Evolution Blueprint, 100 honor points. Alchemist Mansion Blueprint, 300 honor points. Top-tier Unit Building Blueprint, 10,000 honor points. Level 1 Spirit Rice Seed, 10 honor points. Level 2 Spirit Rice Seed, 20 honor points. Black Bone Bloodvine, Demonic Plant, 300 honor points. Immortal Flower, Demonic Plant, 2,000 honor points. The sheer abundance of rare items was astonishing, ranging from artifacts and top-tier unit building blueprints to the level 1 Spirit Rice Seed, which could be exchanged for a mere 10 honor points. The richness of the items left Lin Yu utterly speechless, his eyes dazzled and mouth watering. Yet, the unfortunate reality was that he could afford very few of these items, possessing only a meager 100 honor points. The mere existence of top-tier unit building blueprints was terrifying. Gazing at the item information on the exchange menu, Lin Yu couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. The top-tier unit building blueprint was considered a premier treasure of the island. Currently, the Lord Professionals, including Lin Yu, summoned their units from the Lord Hall, which provided randomly designated territorial units that could not be altered. In contrast, unit buildings served as another avenue for summoning units, akin to barracks in a game. Once constructed using blueprints, units could be summoned using gold coins. The unit buildings did not conflict with the unit summoning from the Lord Hall. Rather, they simply provided an additional channel for summoning other units. Such building blueprints could enable Lord Professionals to achieve a remarkable transformation. For instance, a low-level Lord, upon acquiring the ability to summon top-tier units through unit buildings, could ascend directly to the status of a top-tier Lord. This was indeed formidable. However, the probability of such miraculous transformations occurring was lamentably low. Lin Yu had every reason to believe that it was next to impossible for a professional to obtain a top-tier unit building blueprint through monster drops. As for the top-tier unit building blueprint listed in the exchange menu, it required a staggering 10,000 honor points, even more than the artifact, Cursed Lich King. Hence, it was merely a spectacle for Lin Yu. He had no intention of gathering 10,000 honor points for the exchange. In the presence of his singular unit, the Angels, all other top-tier units held little significance. At present, with only 100 honor points, the items available for exchange were limited. Lin Yu remained unhurried, opting to study the options meticulously. If he could not find a desirable item to exchange for, he could always save his existing honor points, accumulating them over time. Perhaps one day, he might be able to exchange for an artifact or a powerful demonic plant. While Lin Yu pondered which item to exchange, the island's chat channel erupted in a frenzy. The cause of this commotion was the floating island announcing Lin Yu's name and his glorious achievements, which would shine in the island's chat channel, inspiring other professionals to forge ahead valiantly. What did this imply? It was akin to a world announcement in the gaming realm. With such a world announcement, how could the island's chat channel not be abuzz? After all, the floating island of all realms had dropped a bombshell. Chapter 39, World Announcement. A frenzy. At this very moment, at the pinnacle of the island's chat channel, a row of golden characters gleamed and dazzled. Congratulations to Lord Lin Yu for conquering the local faction stronghold, the Goblin Tribe. As the first Lord Professional to seize a local faction stronghold, Lin Yu is rewarded with 1,000 gold coins, 100 honor points, and 500 reputation points. May all professionals take Lin Yu as an example and make outstanding contributions to the unification cause of the floating island. These lines of golden text were prominently displayed, shining with distinction, ensuring that every professional entering the chat channel could see them at once. This was the world announcement. It was a means of fame that any professional would envy. If there were still individuals unaware of Lin Yu's name before, Now such individuals were virtually non-existent. Unless one chose to abstain from the island's chat channel, which was evidently implausible, whether boasting in the chat channel or gathering various information. These activities constituted the daily routine of professionals. Thus, Lin Yu had undeniably risen to prominence. At that moment, his name was etched into the minds of every professional on the island. He was renowned beyond compare, the name echoing throughout the floating island. The chat channel was in a complete uproar. Wow, it's actually a world announcement. I had never heard that the floating island had a system of world announcements. The veteran adventurers who were the first to arrive on the floating island never enjoyed such treatment. Indeed, it's true. During my days on Blue Star, I frequented the adventurer forums daily, yet I had never heard of the floating island issuing a world announcement for any individual adventurer. Since when did the floating island succumb to competition? Whether it has or not is inconsequential. What truly matters is the content of the announcement. Is Lin Yu's power truly so formidable? He actually conquered a goblin tribe. I am aware that goblins are low-level intelligent beings native to the floating island. No matter how lowly they may be, they are still a tribe. Generally speaking, even the weakest local stronghold is guarded by level 9 monsters. In other words, Lin Yu's army has grown powerful enough to vanquish a level 9 boss. This is astonishing. As a fellow Lord-class adventurer, I must admit that not only can my forces not contend with a level 9 boss, but they also struggle against ordinary level 5 monsters. It's as if I am not in a different position. Heaven help me. As a lord with advanced troops, I am still engaged in skirmishes with small packs of wild wolves. At this stage, the Lord-class adventurers are indeed at this level. Currently, only top-tier lords possess the strength to challenge level 5 or even level 6 monsters. However, being able to slay a level 6 monster is already a remarkable feat. Adventurers can hardly even dream of achieving what Lin Yu has done, conquering a stronghold guarded by level 9 local powerhouses. If it weren't for the world announcement attesting to Lin Yu's accomplishments, no adventurer would believe that his strength had reached such heights. Is there a senior adventurer who can speculate on what kind of troops Lin Yu possesses? It is merely the third day, and he has already captured a local stronghold. It's truly unfathomable. Regarding this matter, I believe the leader of the Hall of Kings holds significant authority. It seems that the leader of the Hall of Kings cannot even take down a local stronghold at present, can he? There is no need for speculation. That is a fact. Ever since Lin Yu began acquiring high-level exquisite gear, I realized that his army must be extraordinary. Lin Yu's troops must be among the most powerful within the top tier. I envy Lin Yu. By the way, being able to acquire gold coins from the floating island without any cost is no small feat of full 1,000 gold coins. Now, Lin Yu can summon 20 top-tier troops once again. Let us not forget the rewards of honor and prestige. Both are invaluable, with honor being of even greater worth. When I opened the honor contribution leaderboard, it displayed only Lin Yu at the top. I have also seen it. Lin Yu occupies the number 1 position on the honor contribution leaderboard, with no one else in sight. My envy for Lin Yu has transformed my countenance. The vast grasslands, the domain of the Golden Behemoth Lord. The Golden Behemoth troops within the territory have been dispatched to hunt. The entire territory is now left with only the Golden Behemoth Lord himself. At this moment, the young man gazes at the bustling island chat channel and the dazzling world announcement, his face contorting in disbelief. Jealousy, shock, and incredulity, various negative emotions manifest on his face, rendering his already unremarkable appearance even more unattractive. How is this possible? Even if Lin Yu's elite troops surpass my Golden Behemoths in strength, it is inconceivable that he could have captured a stronghold of intelligent local beings so swiftly. Can the current adventurers truly challenge local powerhouses of level 9? The young man's eyes widen in terror and astonishment. With his Golden Behemoth army, it would take at least another week to even consider challenging a level 9 powerhouse. In contrast, Lin Yu has achieved this now. He cannot fathom why Lin Yu's troops possess such combat prowess. Previously, some speculated that Lin Yu's forces could hunt monsters at night. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he has breached a stronghold of intelligent local beings. What kind of troops does he possess that can grow at such an astonishing rate? Or is it possible that Lin Yu's troops began at a level exceeding 4? That seems even more implausible, as top-tier troops begin at level 4. What kind of troops would have an initial level exceeding 4? Divine-tier troops? This cannot continue. I must seek alternative avenues for rapid development. Otherwise, I will find it exceedingly difficult to catch up to Lin Yu. As a fellow top-tier lord, Lin Yu is accelerating at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, my territory and troops, although also developing and growing, are simply not at the same pace. My speed might just be 80 kilometers per hour. Before long, I may not even catch a glimpse of Lin Yu's taillights. Thus, I must find a way to accelerate my progress. But what options do I have? Shall I raid the Alliance for more gold coins to expand my Golden Behemoth army? It seems that, perhaps, this is indeed the only solution. It is not just the young man who feels this urgency. Other top-tier adventurers on the island are also gripped by an overwhelming sense of urgency, especially those who aspire to contest for the title of Island Lord. Each one is filled with anxiety. As Lin Yu accelerates, the gap between him and the others widens. The challenges of seizing the island lord title grow increasingly daunting. Under such pressure, every top-tier adventurer is frantically devising strategies to expedite their strength's improvement, lest they fall too far behind Lin Yu. While they may not hope to surpass Lin Yu, they at least wish to keep him within sight. Otherwise, their prospects are utterly bleak. At this moment, a message appeared in the island chat channel, reigniting fervent discussions among countless adventurers. The message was straightforward. Having Lin Yu as the first to conquer a local power stronghold and receive the generous rewards of the floating island raises the question, will the first to upgrade their territory, the first to conquer an outdoor gold mine, and the first to be promoted to a king-level profession also receive corresponding rewards from the floating island? Upon this announcement, the island's chat channel erupted in a clamor. Countless adventurers swiftly engaged in discussions about the related information. Within a short time, the fence blueprint and arrow tower blueprint that were available on the island's trading platform became hot commodities, fiercely contested by various lord-class adventurers. They believed this news held substantial credibility. The reason for their eagerness to acquire fence and arrow tower blueprints was that they all aspired to be the first to upgrade their territory and seize the second crab. However, these lord-class adventurers soon found themselves perplexed again. What would seizing the fence and arrow tower blueprints accomplish if they lacked the warehouse blueprint? Fences, arrow towers, and warehouses are three essential structures required for upgrading a territory to a intermediate village. None can be omitted. Yet, on the trading platform, there is no information regarding the warehouse blueprint. The drop rate for the warehouse blueprint is even lower than that of the fence and arrow tower blueprints. No worries. There's no rush. Since not a single warehouse blueprint has appeared, Lin Yu must not have one either. I still have the chance to claim this reward. This was the sentiment of many lord-class adventurers, perhaps also a means of self-comfort. Chapter 40, A Day of Abundant Harvest. At this moment, the Alliance channel of the Hall of Kings was abuzz with activity. As the most potent adventurer alliance on the island, the membership of the Hall of Kings has surpassed 150,000. This is an exceedingly formidable number. If all the members of the Alliance could be utilized by the Golden Beeman Lord, he would undoubtedly gain a significant advantage in the forthcoming battle for the islands. It is precisely for this reason that, at times, the Golden Beeman Lord does not regard Lin Yu with much respect, believing that his current setback is merely temporary. With the backing of the Hall of Kings, he is confident that he will soon surpass Lin Yu. At this moment, however, the Alliance channel of the Hall of Kings is stirred by a single utterance from the Golden Beeman Lord. The audacious actions of this young lord have resurfaced. This time, instead of using the excuse of forming a core team to siphon off Alliance members' gold, or even seeking loans, he has opted for a direct crowdfunding approach. He believes that, as a top-tier lord and the leader of the Alliance, it is entirely reasonable to crowdfund some gold within the Alliance. After all, why resort to borrowing when one can raise funds collectively? Borrowed gold must be repaid. Furthermore, borrowing requires a contract. And under the watchful eye of the rules of the floating island, repayment is non-negotiable. Unfortunately, the Golden Beeman Lord has overestimated himself. His crowdfunding initiative immediately faces resistance from numerous Alliance members. Our Lord is indeed quite imposing. Other Alliance leaders at least resort to borrowing gold. Our leader, however, has the audacity to call for crowdfunding. Such empty promises, merely wishful thinking. One cannot possibly undertake such actions without having consumed a sufficient amount of alcohol. No one's gold comes from thin air. Each coin is soaked in the sweat and even blood of our combat professionals. Borrowing gold is acceptable, but crowdfunding is simply out of the question. Countless similar messages flood the Alliance channel, leaving the Golden Beeman Lord utterly bewildered. Is his status as a top-tier lord truly so inconsequential? In a vast alliance boasting over 150,000 members, he cannot gather enough gold to purchase even 2 architectural blueprints? Indeed, he aspires to be the first to upgrade his territory and reap the rewards from the floating island. However, he does not place much value on the gold and prestige within those rewards. His focus lies on the world announcement and honor points. These 2 elements can significantly elevate his prestige on the island, thereby attracting more professionals to join his alliance, the Hall of Kings. He acknowledges that he may not compete with Lin Yu in terms of troop types, but he holds the trump card of the Hall of Kings. As long as he firmly grasps this advantage, he is certain he can defeat Lin Yu and other top-tier professionals, ultimately claiming the title of Island Lord. Yet, it seems that something has gone awry. Within the alliance, his reputation proves utterly ineffective. Not a single member is willing to rise in support, not even those in his core team. Witnessing the overwhelming tide of public opinion within the alliance, the Golden Beeman Lord quickly backtracks, asserting that he is not crowdfunding but rather seeking loans, successfully quelling the chaotic voices. Ultimately, he manages to secure a loan of several thousand gold coins. Lord, the prices of the fence and arrow tower blueprints are rising too rapidly. They are not worth purchasing. The most critical issue is that there are no warehouse blueprints. If someone acquires a warehouse blueprint and upgrades their territory first, your investment will lead to significant losses, Lord. Warehouse blueprints are exceedingly rare. Better to be safe than sorry. Lin Yu, I suspect you are speaking about me. The Golden Beeman Lord pays no heed to the voices in the Alliance channel. The moment he receives the several thousand gold coins, he opens the island trading platform and promptly purchases one fence blueprint and one arrow tower blueprint. The prices of both blueprints have been steadily increasing. Delaying would only result in higher costs. Nevertheless, the Golden Beeman Lord feels a pang of regret. Damn these scheming merchants. In just a brief moment, the prices of the blueprints have surged by more than half. He is infuriated, feeling as though he has suffered a tremendous loss. However, he has secured the blueprints and still possesses over 2,000 gold coins. Now, he eagerly awaits the release of the first warehouse blueprint. No matter the cost, he must acquire it this time. He vows not to allow Lin Yu to seize the advantage again. The Golden Beeman Lord mutters to himself, determined to redeem his honor through a world announcement. Meanwhile, Lin Yu has closed the exchange menu for honor items. After much contemplation, he finds that his 100 points of honor remain unspent. He struggles to decide on what to redeem. In truth, his options are rather limited. For instance, there is the Troop Evolution Blueprint, worth 100 honor points, the Low-Level Equipment Blueprint, valued at 50 points, and even cheaper options like Spirit Rice Seeds. Yet, no matter which item he considers, he feels a sense of loss. To him, given the difficulty of acquiring honor points, they should be used to redeem rarer items rather than squandered. Common items can be easily purchased on the trading platform, rendering the need for honor points unnecessary. Even the Troop Evolution Blueprint, which could facilitate troop advancements, falls into this category. He has reviewed the Troop Evolution Blueprint information. Initially, it seems impressive, but a second glance reveals the potential headaches. His angel troops can indeed evolve through this blueprint, but there are risks of both success and failure. Should he fail, Lin Yu would lose 100 honor points. Thus, after much deliberation, he ultimately refrains from making a decision. Observing the bustling island chat channel and the prominently displayed golden world announcement, Lin Yu, feeling quite content, heads over to the adjacent island trading platform. No warehouse blueprints have emerged, but the competition for fence and arrow tower blueprints is fierce. These individuals are truly relentless. Fortunately, his warehouse has already been constructed. Just then, Lin Yu glances at the auction for the ghoul leather armor. With less than 3 minutes remaining until the auction closes, the bidding price has escalated to 1,070 gold coins, surpassing that of any previously sold level 5 premium equipment, with a transaction price exceeding 1,000 gold coins. The floating island has rewarded him with an additional 1,000 coins, coupled with the spoils from conquering the goblin tribe. It must be said that today has been an exceptionally fruitful day. Lin Yu smiles broadly, his spirits lifted. At this moment, he receives yet another notification from the floating island of all realms. Esteemed Lord, your troop has captured the core building, the conference hall, of the goblin tribe. You may choose to demolish it or claim it. Choosing to claim it will make the goblin tribe your second territory. Choosing to demolish it will reduce the goblin tribe to ruins, rendering it a no man's land. During this process, you may obtain relevant blueprints from the goblin tribe. Demolishing the stronghold of a local faction carries a significant probability of yielding blueprints related to territorial buildings, among others. While other blueprints may also be obtained, their probabilities are comparatively lower. Lin Yu had previously gathered this information from the professional forum on Blue Star, so he does not hesitate and decisively opts for demolition. Claiming the goblin tribe holds no significance for him at this moment. Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu. You have successfully demolished the goblin tribe. You have incurred the ire of the goblin clan. You have acquired 3 blueprints for arrow towers, 1 blueprint for a fence, 1 blueprint for a warehouse, 5 blueprints for wooden houses, and a silver-grade stronghold treasure chest. As a flurry of information flashed through Lin Yu's mind, a singular thought consumed him. He had struck gold. Chapter 41. The Stronghold Treasure Chest. A piece of priceless equipment. In comparison to this windfall, offending the goblin tribe was of little consequence. Even without the destruction of the goblin settlement, the adventurers arriving at the floating island were already in a hostile relationship with the local factions, including the goblins. Hence, animosity posed no threat to Lin Yu, who was now engulfed in immense joy. He had obtained 1 blueprint each for a fence and a warehouse, 3 blueprints for arrow towers, and an impressive 5 blueprints for wooden houses. Furthermore, a silver-grade stronghold treasure chest was now in his possession. What a remarkable windfall. At that moment, Lin Yu's smile was utterly uncontainable. The blueprint for the fence had finally come into his hands. He could now construct the fence and elevate his territory to a mid-level village, thereby unlocking the ability to summon 4-winged angels. Should there be rewards for being the first to upgrade a territory, they would undoubtedly be his alone. The warehouse blueprint was equally valuable. Although I already possess a warehouse structure, I could easily sell this blueprint. Lin Yu chuckled, remarking, aren't those top-tier elites, the alliance leaders, all vying to upgrade their territories to reap the rewards from the floating island? However, the trading platform only displayed blueprints for fences and arrow towers, with none of the rarer warehouse blueprints available for sale. If I were to list this warehouse blueprint on the trading platform, it would likely fetch an astonishing price, surpassing even the value of the serpent armor. Additionally, I have acquired the wooden house blueprints. I wonder how many wooden houses can be constructed with these 5 blueprints. Some blueprints can be utilized multiple times. For instance, one arrow tower blueprint can be used thrice to construct 3 arrow towers. Lin Yu speculated that the wooden house blueprint, being of fundamental type, might also be reusable, potentially even more so than the arrow tower blueprint. Finally, and most importantly, the silver-grade stronghold treasure chest. This was Lin Yu's first encounter with such a treasure chest. Even within the forums for adventurers from Blue Star, no one had ever divulged any information regarding stronghold treasure chests. Could it be that the stronghold treasure chest is a novel item exclusive to the floating island? It is not outside the realm of possibility. After all, the world announcement was merely a newly unlocked feature of the floating island. A year ago, the first batch of seasoned adventurers who arrived at other floating islands had never enjoyed the privilege of a world announcement. Whether it was the first to conquer a local faction stronghold or the first to upgrade a territory, none of these events elicited a world announcement. The most they received were default rewards of honor or prestige points. Thus, it is highly likely that the stronghold treasure chest is also a new addition exclusive to the floating island. Yet, what treasures might lie within? Lin Yu was brimming with anticipation to open the treasure chest, but alas, it remained inaccessible for now. Both the blueprints and the treasure chest had been obtained during the destruction of the goblin tribe, which still lay within their grasp. He needed to wait for Yetta and the others to return with the spoils. After mulling it over, Lin Yu decided to communicate with the world of floating islands to inquire about information concerning the stronghold treasure chest. Soon, he received a response. The stronghold treasure chest is a rare item. It can only be obtained upon the destruction of a local faction stronghold. The levels of stronghold treasure chests, from lowest to highest, are as follows: bronze, silver, gold, diamond, crystal, divine, and super divine. The more formidable the faction destroyed, the higher the level of the treasure chest obtained. The contents of the chest are randomized, including but not limited to gold, basic resources, blueprints, equipment, and crop seeds. The higher the chest's level, the greater the value of the randomly appearing items. What might be required to obtain such a high-tier treasure chest? The super divine level. Perhaps the local kingdoms? Additionally, it seems there exists a bronze-level stronghold treasure chest. In other words, the goblin tribe is not the weakest of the local factions. Some factions must be weaker than the goblins. Otherwise, I would have received a bronze chest instead of a silver one. Without lingering on these thoughts, Lin Yu focused on awaiting the angelic squad's return with the spoils. At that moment, whether it was upgrading his territory, listing the warehouse blueprint, or opening the stronghold treasure chest, he could address all in due time. Just then, World of Floating Islands sent another notification. The content was simple. It informed Lin Yu that the equipment he had listed, the ghoul leather armor, had been successfully auctioned off, concluding at a price of 1,140 gold coins. Quite impressive. This price is double that of other top-tier level 5 equipment. It exceeded my expectations. Lin Yu's instincts had proven correct. The ghoul leather armor indeed brought him a delightful surprise. Simultaneously, the skeleton sword, which he had also listed, was sold for 270 gold coins. This was significantly cheaper than the ghoul leather armor. After all, it was merely a piece of ordinary equipment, lacking any special effects, and was one level lower. In contrast, while the ghoul leather armor is also a mere level 5 piece, its special effect of disguise is akin to a divine skill at this stage. If utilized wisely, it could lead to remarkable ascension. This explains why someone was willing to pay such a high price to acquire it. Meanwhile, the island's chat channel was abuzz with activity. Numerous adventurers discussed Lin Yu's recent auction of the ghoul leather armor. Some considered the price slightly high but justified, while others deemed it sheer insanity to bid so much for a level 5 piece of equipment. A level 5 item sold for over 1,000 gold coins. Lin Yu has truly struck it rich. With the gold rewards from the floating island, Lin Yu can summon dozens of top-tier units. It's simply terrifying. I cannot fathom why so many are clamoring for a level 5 piece of equipment. And it's such an astonishing price. I still don't get it. Could it be that the buyers are simply foolish with too much money? To the one above, do not expose your pathetic intellect to the world. The equipment description for the ghoul leather armor clearly states that wearing it allows one to disguise as a ghoul, evading detection by undead creatures below level 5. Do you understand what that implies? It means that possessing the ghoul leather armor enables nighttime hunting, as long as one is cautious and avoids high-level undead monsters. The speed of leveling up will surge. In comparison to personal level advancement, gold is trivial. It's not like I'm a lord. Wait, is that even possible? Of course. Otherwise, why would so many elites participate in the bidding? They are solely attracted by its disguise skill, which accelerates leveling. Damn, I previously thought those bidders were insane. Now I realize the foolish one is me. What a blunder, I never considered that. But does it matter if I thought of it? Do you possess that much gold? Can you compete with those elites? Young man, recognize your limitations. This is beyond your control. Time swiftly passed to noon. The angelic squad finally returned to the territory, comprising a total of 58 dual-winged angels, all safely back. Moreover, there were over 500 goblin devotees, escorting a substantial trove of food, essential resources, and a plethora of monster materials, metals, and more. All these treasures were seized from the goblin tribe. The spoils alone were sufficient to be deemed a bountiful harvest. Not to mention the addition of over 300 new goblin devotees, along with numerous blueprints, gold coins, and various pieces of equipment. Truly, it was a war that culminated in immense wealth. My lord. Upon returning to the territory, Aida promptly led the angelic battalion to pay their respects to Lin Yu, presenting the spoils into his hands. Among the treasures were gold coins, blueprints, and equipment, including the silver-grade outpost treasure chest that Lin Yu had eagerly anticipated. Chapter 42. Opening the treasure chest. A significant level breakthrough. Just as the name suggests, the chest was a silver-white hue. It was rectangular and somewhat flat, measuring approximately 40 centimeters in length. It appeared small, and when cradled in his arms, it felt remarkably light. After shaking it vigorously, he heard no sound at all, as if it were empty. However, items in the extraordinary world cannot be perceived with conventional reasoning. A storage room seemingly no larger than a wooden hut could hold a staggering 100,000 units of various resources, evidently indicating a compression of space. Surely, the chest contained a special space as well. Let us see what fortune has in store for me. Lin Yu placed the treasure chest on the floor of the hall, exhaled onto his hands, and rubbed them together, akin to a gambler at the gaming table. After all, opening a treasure chest is inherently a gamble. The floating island had mentioned that the items within the chest appear randomly. With a stroke of luck, one might uncover something splendid. The silver-grade outpost treasure chest was merely one tier above the bronze chest, making it challenging to yield high-tier items, unless it were a gold or diamond chest. Nevertheless, this treasure chest was practically a complimentary gift from the floating island, akin to receiving something for nothing. Regardless of what emerged, it would be accepted. Lin Yu first engaged in a bit of psychological preparation to avoid the disappointment that accompanies lofty expectations. He then extended his right hand toward the chest. Just as he was about to touch the lock, a virtual information prompt materialized in his field of vision. Would you like to open the current treasure chest? Yes. No. Upon seeing the prompt, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. He had presumed he would need to force open the lock, but he was pleasantly surprised by this feature. How convenient. He promptly selected yes. Instantly, with a click, the treasure chest lock automatically unlocked. Following this, the lid of the chest slowly opened. Streams of golden light burst forth from the chest, cascading onto the hall's floor. Simultaneously, a series of information prompts flooded Lin Yu's mind. Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu. You have successfully opened a silver-grade outpost treasure chest. You have received 1,000 units each of food, wood, stone, and iron ore. You have obtained a blueprint for goblin unit quantity. You have acquired a blueprint for low-level equipment. You have received 300 gold coins. You have obtained a small vial of primal energy. Did I truly uncover so many treasures? Resources, gold coins, blueprints, and even a small vial of primal energy. Without a point of comparison, Lin Yu could not ascertain whether his luck was fortunate or unfortunate. However, that was of little consequence. What mattered was that he felt elated and satisfied. In due time, after opening several more outpost treasure chests, he would discern if this instance was a stroke of good fortune or misfortune. Lin Yu did not linger on these thoughts and immediately stored the total of 4,000 units of food and various fundamental resources in the territory's warehouse. The 300 gold coins were also collected. What remained were 2 blueprints and a small vial of primal energy. Primal energy was essential for the elevation of both professions and units, typically rewarded from slaying monsters. This small vial of primal energy was equivalent to an experience potion. Consuming it would yield experience. Among the items redeemable with honor points, there were also primal energy vials, albeit larger and exorbitantly priced, far beyond Lin Yu's meager 100 honor points. How much experience could this small vial of primal energy possibly grant me? Lin Yu gazed at the diminutive crystal vial in his hand. Within it was a liquid, with faint glimmers of golden light shimmering through. Concurrently, the information regarding the crystal vial became apparent. Primal energy, quantity, small, quality, low, usage conditions, restricted to low-level practitioners only. Description: it can assist low-level practitioners in ascending a complete level. However, as a low-quality primal energy, it is unsuitable for intermediate practitioners or those of higher levels. Only low-level practitioners may utilize this. Is this not tailor-made for me? Lin Yu felt a surge of joy. Last night, his level had risen to 3, yet he remained in the low-level practitioner phase. Only upon reaching level 4 would he be considered an intermediate practitioner. This meant he could precisely use this vial of primal energy to elevate his level directly to 4, facilitating a complete transition to the next level. Conversely, the angels could not use it, as the lowest among them were level 5. Without hesitation, Lin Yu unscrewed the cap of the crystal vial and downed the pale golden liquid in one swift motion. Almost immediately, a tremendous surge of energy erupted within him, filling his entire being in the blink of an eye, forcefully transforming his body in a rather domineering manner. The process was excruciating. Lin Yu nearly cried out in pain. Yet, thinking of Aida, Sally, and the other angels gazing at him with reverence, he gritted his teeth. There would be a time for cries, but not now. The Lord of Holy Light also required dignity. Time passed, though he could not discern how long it took. The agony within him gradually subsided until it vanished entirely. In that moment, Lin Yu felt as though he had entered paradise, basking in the glorious light once more, exhilarated to the core. Upon checking his information template, he confirmed that his level had indeed ascended to 4, at the early stage of level 4. Pain and pleasure intertwined. I hope to experience this opportunity to leap levels 100 more times. Lin Yu beamed with delight, disregarding the sweat-soaked garments clinging to him, and turned his attention to the 2 blueprints extracted from the treasure chest. Goblin Unit Quantity Blueprint. Level, Intermediate. Description, upon using this blueprint, you will acquire 300 units of Goblin units, including Goblin Warriors, Elite Goblin Warriors, and Goblin Champions. Equipment Blueprint. Level, Low. Description, this blueprint enables your territory's blacksmith shop to craft various low-level equipment, not exceeding level 3. In this moment, Lin Yu felt like the favored child of fortune. He now possessed both the blueprint for the blacksmith shop and the equipment blueprint. Furthermore, the angelic battalion had already located the 3 goblin blacksmiths described by Lin and brought them back to the territory. Everything was in place, nothing was lacking. He could immediately commence the mass crafting of equipment. Though limited to low-level gear, this was perfectly suited for the combat practitioners at this stage. Let us not even mention level 3. The vast majority of combat practitioners had yet to achieve level 2. Once the mass-produced equipment hit the market, it would undoubtedly be met with fervent demand. The gateway to wealth had swung wide open for me. Lin Yu felt invigorated. With profits, he could summon more angels. For him, today was undoubtedly a day of great harvest. My lord, in our conquest of the goblin tribe, we also collected 76 gold coins, 2 pieces of equipment, and a blueprint. Aside from these, the remaining resources consist of the stockpile from the goblin tribe, over 13,800 units of food, 6,400 units of timber, 4,080 units of stone, and a mere 1,500 units of iron ore. Yida is currently reporting to Lin Yu about the other spoils of war, which do not include the architectural blueprints obtained from the destruction of the goblin tribe, nor the items procured from the silver-grade stronghold treasure chest. Furthermore, regarding the goblin tribe, apart from a few slain, such as the goblin chieftain and a dozen high-level goblins, the vast majority have surrendered and become your devoted followers. Well done. Lin Yu nodded in appreciation. The mere acquisition of 76 gold coins is indeed modest. After all, during this assault on the goblin tribe, the angel squad did not slay many goblins. However, they returned laden with other resources. Particularly, the nearly 14,000 units of food represent a bountiful harvest, sufficient to sustain the goblin followers in the territory for a considerable duration. Bring me those 2 pieces of equipment and the blueprint, Lin Yu instructed Yida. He had learned from the kill notification that the blueprint had dropped from the goblin chieftain, which filled him with anticipation. After all, the goblin chieftain is a level 9 major boss, and the loot must be exceptional. Chapter 43. Learning high-level elemental magic. Yida promptly handed over the 2 pieces of equipment and a blueprint to Lin Yu. One was a set of armor, and the other a spear. Goblin Chieftain's armor. Type, defensive equipment. Defense level, level 8. Durability, 100. Special effect, dissuasion. Description, this equipment is crafted by the esteemed blacksmiths of the goblin clan, and only chieftain-level goblins are deemed worthy to don it. When a practitioner wears it, they instill a certain degree of intimidation in ordinary goblins. Goblin's Courage Spear. Type, offensive equipment. Damage level, level 7. Durability, 100. Special effect, Courage Aura. Description, the Courage Spear is a meticulous creation of a goblin blacksmith. Imbued with a Courage Aura, no matter how timid or cowardly a goblin may be, once equipped with the Courage Spear, they will fearlessly face death. Special reminder, do not equip it without sufficient strength, or you may perish in the charge. Professional Skill Blueprint. Fire Dragon Technique. Type, Fire Elemental Magic. Level, Advanced. Learning requirements, none. Description, do not overestimate yourself. This is a high-level fire elemental magic. Even if you learn it, you may not be able to successfully cast it. 2 pieces of equipment, one an 8-level defensive armor, the other a 7-level offensive weapon. All are exceptional gear with special effects. Moreover, there is a high-level magic skill blueprint. Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim once more. The assault on the goblin tribe truly yielded a bountiful return. No wonder there are often practitioners on the Blue Star forums boasting about how much their teams profited after conquering a stronghold. Having experienced it firsthand, Lin Yu must concede that this is indeed not mere bragging, but a reality. Local strongholds can genuinely allow practitioners to fulfill their dreams of overnight wealth. He is now swimming in riches. Across the entire floating island, there is certainly no practitioner wealthier than he is at this moment. Just the gold coins he possesses nearly approaches 3,000. As for the various basic resources, they are abundant enough to be inexhaustible. Additionally, the blueprints and equipment obtained are almost entirely related to the conquest of the goblin tribe. As is his custom, Lin Yu listed the Goblin Chieftain's armor and Goblin's Courage Spear on the trading platform. The former is priced at 5,000 gold coins, while the latter is listed at 3,000 gold coins. Both are at irresistible prices. Should no one purchase them immediately, they will be auctioned at the same time tomorrow. Lin Yu did not intend to part with these two pieces of equipment today, as he planned to sell the warehouse blueprint later. If affluent buyers were to compete for the two pieces of equipment, it might result in a lack of gold to bid for the warehouse blueprint, which would be a significant loss. As for the professional skill blueprint, Fire Dragon Technique, Lin Yu decided to use it himself. The Fire Dragon Technique is a high-level fire elemental magic, renowned for its formidable power, and it has no learning restrictions. Even those who are not elementalists can learn it. Naturally, he did not wish to sell it. Moreover, at present, no practitioner could afford it. The value of the Fire Dragon Technique has already surpassed that of the Goblin Chieftain's armor, the Courage Spear, and even the Serpent armor and Ghoul Skin armor combined. Selling it for less than 10,000 gold coins would be a grievous loss. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Yu immediately chose to use the Fire Dragon Technique blueprint. Instantly, the blueprint vanished, transforming into countless golden lights that surged into Lin Yu's forehead. At the same time, an overwhelming wealth of information regarding the Fire Dragon Technique filled his mind, and he quickly mastered this advanced elemental magic. Shall I give it a try? Lin Yu thought, releasing the Fire Dragon Technique. Instantly, energy surged within him, and the fire elemental magic in the surroundings began to tremble. Moments later, a searing flame erupted from the palm of his right hand. The flame quickly expanded as if it were transforming into a dragon of fire. However, just then, Lin Yu's body swayed, his complexion suddenly paling, and the blazing flame in his palm extinguished in an instant. Lord, Yida and Sally exclaimed in unison. The two beautiful angels hurriedly approached, supporting Lin Yu on either side. I'm fine. Lin Yu waved his hand and took a deep breath, striving to suppress the chaotic elemental energy within him. I was careless. I also overestimated myself. Lin Yu remarked. The warning from the floating island was not incorrect. Even though I have now mastered the Fire Dragon Technique, I still cannot successfully cast it. The reason being my level is too low. A low level means fewer elemental energies within me. I cannot sustain the powerful magic runes of the Fire Dragon Technique. Nor can I gather enough fire elemental energy to condense the dragon. At the very least, I need to reach level 7 to successfully cast it. Lin Yu summarized the main reason for his failure. His low level is a significant hindrance. Seeing Lin Yu's complexion gradually regain some color, but still looking somewhat pale, Yida could not help but say, My lord, you truly do not need to learn these things. Whatever you wish to do, you can simply command us. Our angelic race is your most devoted follower and will eternally follow and serve you faithfully. That's different. Lin Yu smiled and replied, You are you, and I am I. As a practitioner, I also aspire to master formidable power. Moreover, perhaps I shall soon return to the Blue Star. Before that, I must strengthen myself. Blue Star? Yida's expression reflected confusion. Lin Yu explained, Blue Star is a mundane world, not part of the floating island. The vast majority of its inhabitants are ordinary people, with only a few being practitioners. However, while the number of practitioners is limited, their levels are quite high. Some have even reached the king level, transcending the ordinary. Lin Yu thought of the beautiful Su Dabin Dao. Su Yi's level should be at the king level, or perhaps even higher. She is among the first batch of summoned practitioners and has developed for an entire year on other floating islands. It would not surprise Lin Yu if she has even advanced to a transcendent level. Is Blue Star your home planet, my lord? Indeed, Lin Yu nodded. Upon witnessing the situation, Yetta and Sally's eyes instantly brightened, and they eagerly inquired, My lord, may we accompany you to the Blue Star? Hearing this, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. It appeared he had never contemplated this question before. After a brief reflection, he responded, That seems improbable. I have never heard of any lordly class practitioner bringing their subordinates back to the Blue Star. Observing the disappointment on Yetta and the others' faces, Lin Yu reassured them. However, nothing is absolute. It may simply be that our strength has yet to reach such heights. Once your power increases, perhaps you will indeed have the opportunity to journey to the Blue Star alongside me. Upon hearing this, the angel's lovely cheeks rekindled with hope. While it seemed unlikely for them at present, the prospect of ascension could alter their fate. Perhaps by then, they might truly be able to accompany their esteemed lord to the Blue Star. Meanwhile, Lin Yu privately communicated with the floating island of all realms. Rather than speculating, it was far more prudent to seek answers directly from the floating island. Chapter 44. Could this be a miracle? Lin Yu had always been aware that practitioners could transport certain items from the floating island back to the Blue Star. For instance, spirit rice had previously been brought back by lordly class practitioners, who sold it at exorbitant prices to wealthy individuals on the Blue Star, thus amassing fortunes overnight, living in villas, driving luxury cars, and indulging in pleasures. Additionally, there were also equipment, gold coins, and various other items. During his classes, the instructor from Su University occasionally displayed a crimson staff, which was an item she had retrieved from the floating island. Yet, he wondered if troops could also be transported to the Blue Star. Lin Yu did not have to wait long for a response from the floating island of all realms. Transporting troops to the Blue Star. The Lord must pay a transport fee of 5,000 gold coins for each troop type. Troops may only break this limitation upon becoming eternal deities, allowing them to traverse the boundaries of time and space using their own divine power. So, it was thus Lin Yu realized why he had never heard of any lordly class practitioner bringing troops back to the Blue Star. The transport fees were simply too exorbitant. After all, only by becoming an eternal deity could one cross realms freely. And 5,000 gold coins per transport slot would surely cause any lordly practitioner to feel a pang of regret. That amount could summon 100 elite troops. Consequently, barring extraordinary circumstances, it was highly unlikely that lordly practitioners would transport troops back to the Blue Star. Of course, Lin Yu suspected there was another reason. The initial batch of those randomly assigned to the Lord class was exceedingly small. The Su University instructor had mentioned that out of the first batch of over 1 million practitioners, only a little over 100 were lordly class practitioners. And they were scattered across the globe. Considering those who had perished, how many remained? The scarcity of such practitioners naturally resulted in limited information about them. Perhaps some lordly practitioners had indeed paid a hefty price to transport troops to the Blue Star, yet this remained unknown to the general populace. I would also like to bring these angels back to the Blue Star, but the issue lies in the inability to afford the transport. Among all practitioners on the island, Lin Yu could be considered the wealthiest. However, he had never witnessed what 5,000 gold coins amassed together felt like. He could only wait for future opportunities. Lin Yu contemplated and then inquired again with the floating island of all realms. Apart from troops, can any other items be transported back to the Blue Star? Only personal belongings of the practitioners are allowed. Only personal belongings? This raised a peculiar question. How had those lordly practitioners managed to bring spirit rice back to the Blue Star? Surely, it was impossible to transport merely a trivial amount. They must have brought back hundreds, if not thousands, of pounds. Could that be classified as personal belongings? As if struck by inspiration, Lin Yu quickly communicated with the floating island of all realms again. Was there some sort of practitioner equipment on the island capable of containing vast quantities of items? Something akin to a storage chest? Spatial equipment can hold a significant amount of items. Lin Yu realized he had indeed hit the mark. Spatial equipment counted as personal belongings. By storing spirit rice or other items within spatial equipment, and then wearing it, one could circumvent the floating island's restrictions. It was decided. The next objective would be to uncover spatial equipment. Lin Yu was quite fascinated by this wondrous item that only existed in the realm of fiction. And having spatial equipment would greatly simplify the task of storing items. For instance, during the recent conflict with the Goblin tribe, had Yetta possessed spatial equipment. She could have stored the seized resources within it, effortlessly transporting them back to the territory without needing laborious transport, slow and prone to mishaps. Next, Lin Yu consolidated all remaining gains. Excluding food, wood, stone, and iron or basic resources, the total gold amounted to 2,786 coins, 100011402, 7030076, 2786. Blueprints, 12 in total, including 3 arrow tower blueprints, 5 wooden house blueprints, 1 warehouse blueprint, 1 fence blueprint, 1 goblin troop count blueprint, and 1 low-level equipment blueprint. New goblin followers, 385, including 1 level 8 goblin commander, 2 level 7 goblin warriors, and fewer than 100 goblin soldiers. An impressive haul. Lin Yu first retrieved the warehouse blueprint, preparing to list it on the island's trading platform. If I sell the warehouse blueprint now, other practitioners will surely speculate that I have already constructed a warehouse. Otherwise, I would not part with such a precious blueprint. Consequently, those eager to be the first to upgrade their territories would likely refrain from bidding too high, knowing they could not outpace me. I must devise a plan. Lin Yu pondered for a moment, believing he could enlist another practitioner to assist him in auctioning the warehouse blueprint. This way, the transaction details would not reveal his name, and no one would know the warehouse blueprint originated from him. He had a candidate in mind, the practitioner who had previously exchanged the blacksmith shop blueprint for a steel sword. As long as they signed a contract, there would be no cause for concern. At most, he would give that practitioner a token of appreciation after the auction concluded. This was a backup plan. First, I need to ask the floating island if the trading platform allows for the owner's information to be concealed. If so, I would not need to seek that practitioner. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu once again reached out to the floating island of all realms for relevant information. The floating island of all realms was not bothered by his inquiries and quickly replied, indicating that if the item owner wished, they could choose to hide their identity. This essentially served as a means of protecting personal privacy. From this, it was evident that the floating island of all realms was quite flexible and not rigid. If hiding was possible, that would be ideal. Lin Yu then listed the warehouse blueprint on the island's trading platform, concealing his information. After concealing it, the owner of the item displayed a string of characters in the transaction section. However, this concealment would last only until the auction concluded. The reason was simple. I intended to upgrade my territory the moment the auction ended. Upgrading too early could lead to a world announcement, preventing the warehouse blueprint from fetching a high price. Conversely, delaying too long could risk losing the rewards to bidders. Regardless, others would inevitably deduce that I was the one auctioning the warehouse blueprint. The timing could not be a mere coincidence. Thus, I could only conceal my identity temporarily. Nevertheless, that was of little concern. I was not afraid of others harboring ill intentions toward me. I simply needed to time my actions perfectly to maximize the value of the warehouse blueprint. The auction time for the warehouse blueprint is set for 1 hour. Ample enough for Lin Yu to conduct his affairs and for the lords to amass additional gold coins. Without further contemplation, Lin Yu retrieved the blueprint for goblin troop numbers and chose to utilize it. As the blueprint transformed into countless golden lights and vanished, a large throng of goblins materialized in the nearby territory square. These goblins, summoned by the blueprint, were fully armed and exuded an imposing presence that clearly surpassed that of the goblin devotees within the territory. Praise the Lord, they proclaimed fervently. We pledge our undying loyalty to you. 300 elite goblins knelt in unison, casting fervent glances toward Lin Yu. Should Lin Yu command them to perish at this moment, they would undoubtedly comply without hesitation. The other goblin devotees, witnessing this spectacle, were left utterly dumbfounded, unable to fathom how their great lord could conjure an entire battalion of fully equipped goblins from thin air. Was this the fabled miracle? Chapter 45, A Surge in Power. Constructing the blacksmith's forge. The 300 elite goblins, each at least level 4, were fully equipped and brimming with high morale, even emanating a formidable battle intent, far surpassing the goblin devotees in the territory. After all, they were elite warriors summoned through a blueprint, distinctly different from the indigenous, intelligent goblin devotees. Among these 300 elite goblins were 200 level 4 goblin warriors, 80 level 5 elite goblin warriors, and 20 level 6 goblin champions. This formidable force could venture out to hunt independently, without needing to accompany the angel battle squad. Thus far, Lin Yu had amassed approximately 1,000 goblins under his command. Over 700 of these were goblin devotees, among which more than 400 were ordinary goblins, while around 300 belonged to the elite category. The most powerful among them was the 8th level goblin leader who had surrendered, whose name Lin Yu had yet to learn as he had not summoned him yet. Lin Yu planned to form 2 separate goblin hunting teams, one led by the 8th level goblin leader, comprising 200 goblin devotees, selected based on merit, and the other being the fully equipped goblin troop before him. Coupled with the angel battle squad led by Yida, he would have 3 hunting teams. The spoils of their hunts would undoubtedly multiply, including his own level. Currently, Lin Yu was at the early stage of level 4, unquestionably the strongest on the island, as the vast majority of adventurers were still at level 1, with only a handful having reached level 2. After today, the number of level 2 adventurers would significantly increase. Yet they would still be far from Lin Yu, who stood at level 4. However, Lin Yu felt this was still insufficient. He needed to expedite his level progression. He was determined to reach level 7 before returning to Blue Star, as achieving this level would grant him access to the advanced fire magic, fire dragon technique, further enhancing his combat prowess. The remaining ordinary goblin devotees would be divided, with some assisting the 3 hunting teams in logistical support, while others remained in the territory to dismantle the corpses of the slain monsters. Thus, the plan was set. Lin Yu turned to Yida and instructed, "Shortly, I will upgrade the territory, so you need not remain here. Proceed with your hunting to elevate your levels." "At your command, my lord," Yida replied promptly, bowing respectfully before leading her cadre of beautiful winged angels away from the territory. Subsequently, Lin Yu issued commands for the goblins to embark on their hunting expedition. Soon, 2 fully equipped goblin teams surged forth from the territory, heading toward a forest area distinct from that of the angel battle squad. During this time, Lin Yu summoned the 8th level goblin leader, learning that his name was Bard, a distant relative of the slain goblin chieftain, Burial. However, under the influence of his newfound faith, Bard, now a fervent devotee, harbored no resentment toward Lin Yu. On the contrary, he was immensely grateful to Lin Yu for redeeming the goblin tribe. Previously, the tribe had been engulfed in confusion, devoid of a future. It was faith that illuminated a path for them, and it was Lin Yu, the great lord of holy light, who brought hope to their tribe. Before Lin Yu, the goblin leader Bard displayed utmost reverence, kneeling as a humble servant before his divine benefactor. "Bard, you possess the courage to rectify your past mistakes and return to the right path. I believe you will become a goblin of great promise, destined to surpass the goblin chieftain. Strive diligently and advance forth. The future of the goblin tribe lies in your hands." Lin Yu's words imbued Bard with a powerful sense of belief and motivation, instilling in him an unprecedented hope and anticipation for the future. After bidding farewell to the great lord of holy light, the goblin leader Bard rose with renewed vigor, eagerly leading his fellow goblin devotees to hunt. Thus, only Lin Yu and a handful of ordinary goblins remained in the territory. Contemplating his next move, he produced the blacksmith's forge blueprint. Until now, Lin Yu had refrained from utilizing this architectural blueprint due to the absence of a blacksmith in the territory. Even if he constructed the blacksmith's forge, he could not produce any equipment. Now, however, with a blacksmith and the necessary equipment blueprints at hand, the construction of the blacksmith's forge was indeed pressing. Lin Yu surveyed the territory, identifying a suitable location for the forge. As the blueprint transformed into a myriad of golden lights and dissipated, A phantom of a building gradually materialized in the vacant area before him. Moments later, the illusion solidified into reality, revealing a small structure with a chimney within Lin Yu's view. Territory building, blacksmith's forge, level, low level, can accommodate blacksmiths, 3 to 5, daily equipment production, 50 to 100 pieces, next level, intermediate, upgrade requirements, 500 units of wood, 300 units of stone, 1,000 units of iron ore. Remarks: the probability of producing exceptional equipment at a low-level blacksmith's forge is 1%. Upgrading the forge can enhance the likelihood of exceptional equipment production. Upon observing the information regarding the blacksmith's forge, Lin Yu immediately contemplated upgrading it. He currently lacked no fundamental resources and could effortlessly elevate the forge to intermediate level, thereby increasing the probability of producing exceptional equipment. Exceptional gear held significantly greater value than ordinary equipment, and upgrading was undeniably beneficial. However, upon noticing that the number of blacksmiths that could be accommodated was 3 to 5, he promptly rescinded his intention to upgrade the blacksmith's forge. The implication was clear: at least 3 blacksmiths were required, with a maximum of 5. Lin Yu's territory could only support 3 blacksmiths, barely maintaining the operation of the low-level forge. Yet, should he upgrade to intermediate level, it was possible that the minimum requirement for blacksmiths could rise to 5 or even more. His current number of blacksmiths was insufficient, and he might end up having to close the forge altogether. Better to be prudent. Lin Yu summoned the 3 goblin blacksmiths who had been waiting nearby. One was an elder goblin named Devon, alongside 2 younger goblins. The elder goblin was a mid-level blacksmith, increasing the probability of exceptional equipment production by 3% when forging. The 2 younger goblins were low-level blacksmiths, lacking any enhancement to the probability of exceptional equipment. My lord. 3 goblin blacksmiths, both terrified and exhilarated, knelt before Lin Yu. With a slight nod, Lin Yu addressed the elder goblin. Devon, from now on, this blacksmith shop shall be entrusted to you. You may freely utilize the monster materials and metal resources in the territory's warehouse. Crafting equipment will be your primary task, while your secondary responsibility will be to select some of the more astute goblins to train additional blacksmiths for our domain. Do you understand? I comprehend, my lord. I shall exert every effort to train blacksmiths for you. The elder goblin, Devon, replied with utmost solemnity. Very well, rise, Lin Yu commanded. As he spoke, he produced the low-level equipment blueprint and chose to use it. This action unlocked the ability to forge low-level equipment within the blacksmith shop. The equipment unlocked by the blueprint is suitable for all races and professions. Previously, the elder goblin could only craft goblin-specific gear, but now he could create a diverse array of low-level equipment applicable to various races. This is the purpose of the equipment blueprint. Next, Lin Yu unveiled the fence blueprint. Once the fence was constructed, he would be able to upgrade the territory and simultaneously unlock the ability to summon the 4-winged angels. At present, he had nearly 3,000 gold coins in reserve, specifically prepared for the summoning of the 4-winged angels. Chapter 46. With his hands in his pockets, he was oblivious to the notion of arrival. Territory building blueprint. Type: fence. Usage: 1 time. Construction requirements: 500 units of wood, 200 units of stone, 100 units of iron ore. Special note: the fence is an indispensable structure for the territory, providing the most basic defensive assurance. As the blueprint transformed into countless golden lights and vanished, a wooden fence emerged around Lin Yu's territory, encircling the entire domain. The only area not enclosed by the fence was the spirit field, situated outside the territory. However, there was no need to worry about the safety of the spirit field. Lin Yu had inquired with the floating island of all realms, and learned that as long as the territory remained unconquered, the spirit field would be invulnerable. The fence was constructed from logs, standing just over a meter high. It appeared quite fragile, seemingly toppling with a mere push. Yet, this was merely a facade, for it existed within the realm of the floating island, shrouded in the power of rules. The defensive durability of the low-level fence is 300 points. Until this durability reaches 0, no matter how formidable a being may be, they cannot breach Lin Yu's territory. That is the rule. Upon completing the fence, Lin Yu glanced at the territory information panel. The conditions of prosperity, prerequisite buildings, and required resources had all been met. He could upgrade the territory at any moment. However, he decided to wait until the auction for the warehouse blueprint reached its final moments to ensure he maximized the value of the blueprint. Opening the island trading platform, he saw that the featured auction item was the warehouse blueprint he had listed. The auction had been ongoing for over 20 minutes, and the starting bid of 1,000 gold coins had surged to 1,700 coins. It would soon surpass the price of the level 7 exquisite equipment, the serpent armor. If all went as expected, after the auction concluded, this warehouse blueprint would set a new record for the highest transaction price on the trading platform. His gaze shifted to the adjacent island chat channel, which remained abuzz with activity. However, the topic of discussion had shifted from world announcements to the warehouse blueprint that Lin Yu had anonymously put up for sale. No need for further debate. I can state with absolute certainty that the warehouse blueprint is indeed listed by Lin Yu. But if it is indeed sold by the esteemed Lin Yu, why then the anonymity? What else could it be for? Certainly to drive the price of the warehouse blueprint higher. Why did the prices for the Fence blueprint and Arrow Tower blueprint rise so dramatically? Because many Lord professionals wanted to be the first to upgrade their territories. With the world announcement, they could also receive rewards from the floating island, ensuring a profit. But now, Lin Yu has listed the warehouse blueprint. This signifies that he already possesses the warehouse building. Even if someone else were to win the warehouse blueprint at auction, they could not outpace him. The first to upgrade their territory will undoubtedly be Lin Yu. Knowing they cannot compete, why do these territorial professionals still bid high prices for the warehouse blueprint? To avoid such scenarios, Lin Yu chose anonymity, allowing certain hopeful Lord professionals to compete. As I anticipated, the Goblin Commander armor, the Spear of Courage, and the warehouse blueprint that have already been listed are all spoils from Lin Yu's conquest of the Goblin tribe. The analysis above is quite insightful. Agreed. There are indeed astute individuals among them. This analysis elucidated Lin Yu's plan with clarity. However, even with this understanding, it did not deter the bidding price for the warehouse blueprint from escalating relentlessly. As one professional remarked, there will always be some Lord professionals clinging to a sliver of hope. What if this warehouse blueprint were not sold by Lin Yu? Perhaps it belonged to an extraordinarily fortunate combat professional who chose to remain anonymous, simply wishing to avoid notoriety or trouble. After all, those capable of participating in the bidding for the warehouse blueprint are typically the elite among professionals, predominantly Lord-level figures. This includes even the leaders of the Hall of Kings. Exposing one's identity might invite threats, envy, or even lead to enmity. Thus, the seller opted for anonymity. This encapsulated the thoughts swirling in the minds of the bidders, including the Golden Behemoth Lord, who was also vying for the warehouse blueprint. He could not fathom how Lin Yu could possess such extraordinary luck. The drop rate for the warehouse blueprint was pitifully low, and so many professionals on the island had not encountered it. In contrast, Lin Yu had already obtained one and was now set to acquire a second. How could such fortune possibly be? It defied reason that all good fortune would fall into Lin Yu's lap. Consequently, he felt compelled to compete fiercely, ensuring that the warehouse blueprint did not fall into the hands of other Lord professionals. Otherwise, his primary Lord plan would be utterly thwarted. If that were to happen, not only would he fail to upgrade his territory and secure rewards, but he would also incur substantial losses from the high-priced Fence blueprint and Arrow Tower blueprint he had previously purchased. Under the watchful eyes of countless professionals, the bidding price for the warehouse blueprint soared higher and higher. Within half an hour, the bidding price had surpassed 2,000 gold coins. Yet, even this did not quell the fervor. The momentum was unstoppable. It could be said that nearly all notable Lord professionals on the island participated in this auction. Especially those who had formed alliances, none were absent. Despite their awareness that the warehouse blueprint was likely from Lin Yu, they remained unwilling to relinquish their pursuit. Each individual wished to take a chance. After all, what if it were not? If it were someone else? They could be the first to upgrade their territory and claim the rewards from the floating island. In the final 10 minutes, the price of the warehouse blueprint surged to 2,500 gold coins. In the last 5 minutes, it broke through the 3,000 gold coin threshold. Such an exorbitant price sent shockwaves throughout the island's chat channel. Yet, this was still not the end. As the auction neared its conclusion, the bidding became increasingly intense. Some Lord professionals, unable to afford the escalating prices, had to regretfully withdraw. However, those who remained were driven to madness. For instance, the Golden Behemoth Lord is currently in the Alliance channel of the Hall of Kings, urgently seeking to borrow gold coins. Leader, refrain from borrowing more gold. Lin Yu is treacherous. This is clearly a trap set by him. Indeed, leader, exercise some prudence. Spending such an exorbitant amount of gold to acquire a warehouse blueprint is utterly unwarranted. With over 3,000 gold coins, you could recruit 60 or 70 Golden Behemoths. Many members in the Alliance channel implore the Golden Behemoth Lord to reconsider. However, he remains obstinately resolute. In his quest to ascend as the premier leader, he has already invested a considerable amount of gold. Now, at this critical juncture, retreat is not an option, even if it means accruing debt. He is determined to secure the warehouse blueprint. With merely 2 to 3 minutes left until the auction concludes, Lin Yu has yet to make a move, indicating that the warehouse blueprint holds no significance for him. I must take a gamble. I cannot allow another lord to acquire the warehouse blueprint. Brothers, lend me gold. Let me become the foremost leader, claim the world announcement, and guide the Hall of Kings into a more illustrious era. The members of the Alliance are left speechless by their leader's adolescent fervor. His disregard for their counsel leaves them helpless. Ultimately, many Alliance members step forward and lend a substantial sum of gold to the Golden Behemoth Lord. After all, it is a loan, secured by a contract, and they have no fear of the Golden Behemoth Lord defaulting. Moreover, the interest is high. Regardless of who ultimately claims the warehouse blueprint, these creditors are guaranteed profit. Now, with gold in hand, the Golden Behemoth Lord's confidence swells. He escalates the bidding price for the warehouse blueprint from just over 3,300 to a staggering 3,500 gold coins. With hands tucked in his pockets, he remains oblivious to the concept of competition. In the final bidding showdown, he intends to dominate. Chapter 47. The Pricey Blueprint. Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu. Soon, only 20 seconds remain in the auction for the warehouse blueprint. Virtually no one continues to bid. The Golden Behemoth Lord has also ceased bidding. After numerous rounds of fierce competition, he has driven the auction price to a terrifying 4,800 gold coins, successfully deterring all rivals. This is his limit. He cannot muster more gold. Yet, he is confident that others are equally constrained. Unless something unforeseen occurs, the warehouse blueprint is poised to become his. In truth, many deem it madness to spend 4,800 gold coins on a mere warehouse blueprint. He himself feels somewhat deranged. After all, this amount of gold could recruit a staggering 96 golden behemoths. The thought alone makes his heart bleed. Were it not for the ambition to be the first to upgrade his territory and claim the rewards of the floating island, he would never entertain such folly. A mere warehouse blueprint pales in comparison to the allure of a golden behemoth battalion. At this moment, the Golden Behemoth Lord has closed the trading platform, closely monitoring the island chat channel. He is not interested in the conversations among the players, but is instead fixated on whether there are any changes to the world announcement, pinned at the top of the chat. The acquisition of the warehouse blueprint seems almost assured. He is anxious to see if a new world announcement emerges, such as congratulating Lin Yu for becoming the first lord to upgrade his territory. He silently prays that such a scenario does not transpire, otherwise, he would suffer a monumental loss, one that would leave him with nothing but tattered remnants. It appears that his prayers have been answered. Until the auction concludes and the warehouse blueprint falls into his hands, the world announcement in the island chat remains unchanged. Throughout the entire duration, it only congratulates Lin Yu for conquering the goblin tribe. My conjecture was correct. I knew it was impossible for all good fortune to befall Lin Yu. At last, it is my turn. My name shall shine at the pinnacle of the chat channel, revered and admired by countless players, eclipsing Lin Yu and etching itself into the memory of every player. The Golden Behemoth Lord is ecstatic. He promptly exits the island chat channel to communicate with the floating island of all realms. Hasten, grant me the upgrade for my territory. Shortly, a response comes from the floating island of all realms. Current territory lacks warehouse construction. It does not meet the upgrade requirements. Damn it. The youthful Golden Behemoth Lord curses in frustration. Yet, he must hastily seek a location to construct the warehouse. The rules of the floating island are not for him to challenge. However, unbeknownst to the Golden Behemoth Lord, shortly after he exits the island chat channel, the world announcement he has been monitoring suddenly changes. It is a new world announcement belonging to Lin Yu. Almost simultaneously, the entire island chat channel erupts with excitement. The Alliance chat channel of the Hall of Kings is equally abuzz. What the hell? It's Lin Yu again. The first to upgrade their territory will indeed trigger a world announcement, and it turns out to be Lin Yu. I knew our leader was duped. That warehouse blueprint was clearly a trap laid by Lin Yu for all the Lord players, causing many to fall into it. That statement is erroneous. While other lords fell into the trap, they ultimately managed to escape. Only our foolish leader has truly plummeted into the pit and emerged a wreck. By the way, where is our leader? Most likely hiding alone in the territory, weeping. That is not certain. Perhaps the leader is still unaware that the world announcement has changed and is rushing to construct the warehouse to upgrade the territory. When the leader logs in and sees that the world announcement and rewards have been claimed by Lin Yu, he might faint from rage. This foolish leader is driving me mad. I'm leaving the alliance. I'm not in a hurry. I'll wait a bit longer. What are you waiting for? A leader so stubborn and juvenile will never develop this alliance. Although the Hall of Kings currently boasts over 100,000 members, the greatest power, it will eventually collapse under his leadership. I'm well aware of that. If you know this, why remain in the alliance? I have no choice. Our leader still owes me a few gold coins. Meanwhile, Lin Yu recognizes that even if the warehouse blueprint is snatched away, the bidder will not be able to upgrade their territory immediately. They must first construct the warehouse. Thus, he remains unperturbed. Once the 4,800 gold coins from the auction fall into his possession, he promptly communicates with the floating island of all realms. The upgrade proceeds smoothly, with no unforeseen events occurring. He effortlessly becomes the first Lord player to upgrade their territory. Upon upgrading to a intermediate village, the territory expands nearly tenfold, revealing vast swathes of vacant land. These spaces can be utilized for constructing various types of buildings. In Lin Yu's possession, he also has 3 arrow tower blueprints and 5 wooden house blueprints, which he plans to employ shortly. Particularly, the wooden house blueprints must be prioritized. Setting aside his angelic companions, the number of goblins in the territory has surpassed 1,000. Such a multitude of goblins cannot remain encamped in the open. Thus, the wooden house blueprints will be essential for erecting wooden houses to provide shelter for the goblin populace. Following the territory's upgrade, aside from the expansion of its area, the Lord's Hall has also undergone some transformations. The small building has risen taller and larger. The bedroom on the second floor has transformed into a refined space. no longer merely furnished with a simple bed and two modest nightstands. However, Lin Yu did not take the time to admire his chamber. At this moment, an information prompt from the floating island of all realms appeared in his mind. Congratulations, Lord. Your territory has successfully upgraded to an intermediate village. You have taken a significant step closer to the unification endeavor of the floating island. Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu. You are the first territory professional to upgrade your domain. In recognition of your outstanding performance, we reward you with 500 gold coins, 200 glory points, and 1,000 prestige points. Your name shall shine within the island's chat channel, serving as an inspiration for other professionals to forge ahead. Another world announcement. Lin Yu felt a surge of joy. In just one day, he had received 2 world announcements. If one were to encapsulate his renown on the island in a single phrase, it would undoubtedly be famed far and wide, known to every household. Any professional on the island would be familiar with his illustrious name. Nevertheless, Lin Yu remained indifferent to such accolades, believing himself to be above such superficiality. With that thought, he hummed to himself and strode directly into the rejuvenated Lord's Hall. The blueprints for the wooden house and arrow towers could wait. He was eager to summon his four-winged angel. Chapter 48, Summoning. The unique four-winged angel. In contrast to its previous state, the upgraded Lord's Hall now exuded a sense of grandeur. The 4 pillars had transformed into 8, each intricately carved with various patterns resembling some profoundly mysterious magical runes. Lin Yu accessed the exclusive unit summoning information of the Lord's Hall. As anticipated, the summoning permission for the four-winged angel had been unlocked. Recruitment requirements. 2-winged angel, 50 gold coins, recruitable. 4-winged angel, 200 gold coins, recruitable. 6-winged angel, 1,000 gold coins, intermediate village unlocked. 8-winged angel, 5,000 gold coins, town-level territory unlocked. 12-winged angel. The 4-winged angel costs 200 gold coins each. 4 times the price of the 2-winged angel. Summoning 1 4-winged angel consumes the equivalent of summoning 4 2-winged angels. Yet, one cannot measure value solely by quantity. After all, the status of the 4-winged angel is superior to that of the 2-winged angel. It is reasonable to expect that, in terms of initial level, combat prowess, or potential for growth, the 4-winged angel would surpass the 2-winged counterpart. There must be a good reason for the higher cost. Lin Yu did not dwell on this for long. He quickly assessed his gold reserves. Previously, he had possessed 2,786 gold coins. Subsequently, he acquired 4,800 gold coins from the auction of a warehouse blueprint. Coupled with the 500 gold coins awarded for being the first to upgrade his territory, his total now amounted to 8,086 gold coins. This was an astonishing figure. It could be said that no other professional on the island possessed as much gold as Lin Yu. Not even those elite professionals who had formed alliances. 8,086 gold coins. He could summon 44 winged angels. In contrast, he could summon 161 two-winged angels. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Thus far, he had only 58 two-winged angels under his command. One could only imagine what it would mean to summon over 162 winged angels at once. However, this time, he intended to summon a 4-winged angel. Without hesitation, he connected with the floating island of all realms to initiate the summoning. Yet, just as his thoughts were transmitted, an information prompt from the floating island of all realms materialized in his mind. The Lord must summon higher-tier angels according to the angel squad ratio. For every 52 winged angels, a 4-winged angel may be summoned. A standard-sized angel squad consists of 1 4-winged angel leading 52 winged angels. For every 500 2-winged angels, 10 angel squads, a 6-winged angel can be summoned, forming a standard-sized miniature angel legion. For every 5,000 2-winged angels, 10 miniature angel legions, an 8-winged angel can be summoned, forming a standard-sized medium angel legion. For every 50,000 2-winged angels, 10 medium angel legions, a 10-winged angel can be summoned, forming a standard-sized large angel legion, and so forth. After reading the information from the floating island of all realms, Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. If he were to continue summoning at this ratio, by the time he could summon 12 winged angels, wouldn't he have numerous tens of thousands of angels under his command? Why could he not summon higher-tier angels directly? Upon receiving Lin Yu's thoughts, the floating island of all realms promptly responded. A territory cannot consist solely of high-tier beings. It also requires a substantial number of grassroots citizens. This is the foundation for a territory's long-term development and eternal legacy. The same applies to a legion. Where there is a commander, there must also be rank-and-file soldiers. Do not underestimate the 2-winged angels. Every race's units possess the ability to evolve. The only difference lies in the quality of their evolutionary potential. Angels are a unique unit with exceptionally powerful evolutionary capabilities. In fact, the vast majority of high-tier angels have evolved from the weakest 2-winged angels. Your 2-winged angels can also evolve into high-tier angels. Upon hearing this explanation from the floating island of all realms, Lin Yu was left with a singular thought. Summoning 2-winged angels would save him gold. Summoning a 4-winged angel requires 200 gold coins. while summoning a two-winged angel costs merely 50 gold coins. If he were to have two-winged angels evolve into four-winged angels, it would effectively save him 150 gold coins. Furthermore, if they evolved into six-winged angels, even more gold would be saved. Was there no limit on summoning two-winged angels? There are no restrictions. The Lord can summon two-winged angels infinitely. However, it is essential to remember that evolution is a gradual process. A territory, while growing and developing, still requires strong figures to preside over it. Understood. Just moments ago, Lin Yu had nearly abandoned the thought of summoning four-winged angels, contemplating using all his gold to summon two-winged angels instead. After all, if even 1/10 of the two-winged angels were to evolve, he would be profiting immensely. However, the reminder from the floating island of all realms was not without merit. Who could predict when the summoned two-winged angels would evolve? Thus, the most prudent approach would be to follow the angel squad ratio proposed by the floating island of all realms to summon angels of varying tiers. This way, he would possess both high-tier angels and a substantial number of two-winged angels to facilitate their evolution. Let me calculate. A standard-sized angel squad consists of one four-winged angel and 52 winged angels. This means summoning one angel squad will consume 2,700 gold coins. With 8,086 gold coins, he could summon precisely two standard, fully staffed angel squads. Yes, Lord Lin Yu. After the summoning, you will still have 2,686 gold coins remaining. You are just 14 gold coins short. Otherwise, you could have summoned 3 fully staffed angel squads. Seeing the information prompt appear in his mind, Lin Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes. He was still quite adept at arithmetic, not requiring any special prompting. Thus, he decided to summon 2 angelic combat squads first. With the remaining 2,686 gold coins, he would summon 1 four-winged angel and 49 two-winged angels. In this manner, he would be left with merely 36 gold coins, which meant his resources would be thoroughly expended. Before long, a black hole materialized in the Lord's Hall. Similar to the previous summoning, Lin Yu felt a distinct sense of transformation emanating from the black hole. It appeared to morph into an eye, as if something beyond was observing him. However, this sensation was fleeting, for soon, exquisite figures began to emerge from the black hole. Leading the procession were the 3 four-winged angels summoned this time, each more breathtaking than the last, with alabaster skin that bore no blemish. To describe them would be to say they had the faces of angels and the figures of devils, stunningly divine. In terms of attire, 2 of the four-winged angels wore armor that closely resembled that of the two-winged angels, clad in unified silver-white battle garb and wielding swords of angelic flame burning with golden fire. Distinctly, they bore 2 pairs of snow-white angelic wings on their backs, a hallmark of their status as four-winged angels, and their aura was indeed superior to that of the two-winged variety. The third four-winged angel, however, donned a resplendent platinum magic gown, and instead of a sword, she held a staff crafted from what appeared to be white jade. Lin Yu felt a spark of curiosity regarding why this four-winged angel was so unique. He promptly opened the information templates of the 3 four-winged angels for comparison. Chapter 49, Angelic Factions. The Graceful Four-Winged Archangel. Four-winged angel. Initial level, 7, growth potential, peak demigod, combat skills, holy cross sword, radiant slash, light triple slash, holy shield. Angelic flame. Description. A four-winged angel belonging to the orthodox faction of the angelic lineage under the command of the 12-winged angels, with the potential to advance to the 6-winged power angels. They are the most adept warriors of the angelic race, possessing indomitable will and unwavering faith. This information template pertained to the 2 four-winged angels wielding angelic swords. Both shared an initial level of 7 and a growth potential of peak demigod. Their templates were identical, yet they were undeniably stronger than the 2-winged angels. Notably, they were subordinate to the 12-winged angels and could advance to 6-winged angels if they surpassed their current status. 4-winged archangel. Initial level, 7, growth potential, peak demigod, combat skills, holy light technique, holy light confinement. Faith divine technique. Description. A 4-winged archangel belonging to the orthodox faction of the angelic lineage under the command of the 12-winged wise angels, with the potential to advance to 6-winged energy angels. The 4-winged archangel possesses special abilities, most adept at spreading faith for the divine. This template belonged to the 4-winged angel in the platinum magic robe, wielding a staff. She also had an initial level of 7 and a growth potential of peak demigod. However, unlike the other 2 four-winged angels, she specialized in divine faith techniques and was under the 12-winged wise angels. Her name differed as well. She was a 4-winged archangel, indeed a unique entity. Soon, all the angels descended, filling the Lord's Hall with their breathtaking presence. The entire space was suffused with sacred radiance. Bow before our Lord. May the Holy Master endure eternally, and may the holy light prevail. Under the leadership of the 3 four-winged angels, over 100 angels bowed reverently towards Lin Yu. Their expressions and gazes were replete with profound respect and fervent faith towards him. To the angels, Lin Yu was the embodiment of the holy light. Whatever commands he issued, they would follow without hesitation. Serving the Holy Master was their sacred duty. Lin Yu nodded slightly, and then instructed the two winged angels to withdraw. The space of the Lord's Hall was still too confined, and a gathering of over 100 angels would appear excessively crowded. He retained only the three four-winged angels. First, Lin Yu turned his gaze to the four-winged archangel clad in the platinum robe and inquired, "Does your angelic race comprise different factions?" "Indeed, my lord," the four-winged archangel replied, her staff radiating a gentle, sacred light as she bowed her exquisitely pale cheek towards Lin Yu in respect. "Among our angelic kin, the most numerous are the orthodox faction angels, while others are specialized angels, which are relatively rare, such as angels of love, war, fate, and paradise, among others. Furthermore, the orthodox faction is divided into three camps: the commanding angels led by the 12-winged seraphim, comprising the principal angels and virtue angels; the divine technique angels led by the 12-winged wise angels, comprising the energy angels and archangels; and the war angels led by the 12-winged seed angels, comprising the power angels and the common two-winged angels. Although the functions of these three camps differ, we all belong to the orthodox angelic faction, and when united, we can form a fully functional angelic legion." Upon hearing the four-winged archangel's explanation, Lin Yu garnered a deeper understanding of the angelic race. He then curiously asked, "Above the 12-winged angels, are there angels of even higher rank?" "Indeed," the four-winged archangel replied respectfully. "There are the 14-winged angels, who typically serve as commanders of multiple legions. Additionally, there are the 16-winged angels and the exalted 18-winged archangels." Lin Yu inhaled deeply. The four-winged archangel's words had certainly opened his eyes. The most terrifying aspect was that the initial level of the four-winged angels was already at 7, with a growth potential at the peak demigod. Most likely, the growth potential of the 6-winged angels would reach the divine level. Given that higher-ranked angels possessed greater initial levels and growth potential, what then would the initial level and growth potential of the exalted 18-winged archangels be? Surely, when summoned, their initial level would soar to the divine level, emerging as eternal deities. The mere thought was terrifying. It was no wonder the floating island of all realms classified angels as a unique type of unit. No other race's units could compare to them. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu named the three four-winged angels. The two adept in combat, under the command of the 12-winged seed angels, were named Morin and Myriad. The four-winged archangel proficient in divine faith techniques was named Elena. "All hail our Lord. Thank you for your bestowed names. May you endure eternally." The three stunning angels were filled with immense excitement. Receiving a name from the Holy Master was a tremendous honor for them. None of the over 100 two-winged angels summoned alongside them had been graced with a name from the Lord. Lin Yu nodded slightly and addressed the two four-winged angels. "Morin, Myriad, you shall each lead a fully staffed angelic squad to hunt in the outer world." Elena, his gaze then shifted back to the four-winged archangel. "You currently have 49 two-winged angels under your command. When yet a squad returns this evening, select one two-winged angel from among them to form a complete squad." "Obeying your divine command, my lord," Elena responded, her voice exquisitely melodic yet imbued with an ethereal quality that tugged at the heartstrings. Holding her angelic staff, crafted from a substance akin to white jade, a pure radiance emanated from the pinnacle of her divine techniques, enveloping her perfectly shaped figure. Compared to the other two four-winged angels, her demeanor exudes a more gentle and sacred aura. Undoubtedly, in terms of beauty, the three angels are on par. It is merely their temperaments that diverge slightly. "Go forth. Lead your battle teams into the wilderness," Lin Yu declared. "Hunting the vile monsters of the outside world will elevate your levels. I hope you can grow swiftly, but it must not be solely confined to levels. If you can achieve evolution and become 6-winged power angels, that would be my utmost delight." "As you command, my lord," the three beautiful angels responded in unison. "We shall exert our utmost efforts to transcend our current ranks and evolve into 6-winged angels, ensuring we do not disappoint you." A smile graced Lin Yu's face. Soon, Elena and her companions soared away from the territory, accompanied by over 100 two-winged angels. They divided into 3 teams, 2 fully staffed, and 1 nearly complete, venturing into different directions of the forest. Thus, Lin Yu commanded 6 teams hunting in the wilderness, 4 angelic battalions, and 2 goblin squads. This was a truly formidable matter. Should this news reach the ears of the island's professionals, countless would likely be left in stunned silence, their hearts gripped by terror. Especially those aspiring to seize the position of Island Lord. They would surely feel a profound sense of despair. Chapter 50. Major Construction. Explosive Mindset. In the blink of an eye, the number of angels under my command has exceeded 200. The angel battalion, led by Yada and Sally, comprises 58 angels. This time, Lin Yu summoned 3 additional 4-winged angels and 149 two-winged angels, totaling 152 angels. Altogether, this brings the total number of angels to exactly 210. Lin Yu's heart swelled with joy as he mused, "At this rate of expansion, I believe it won't be long before the number of angels under my command reaches 1,000. This is not an impossible feat." Although the exorbitant price of the warehouse blueprint was unexpected, my blacksmith shop has commenced operations. Each day, batches of equipment are forged, and through the sale of these wares, I can amass a considerable fortune in gold, which I can then use to summon more angels. Thus, surpassing 1,000 angels is not a distant dream, but a goal that can soon be attained. The explosive growth in the number of angels, coupled with the expansion of the 2 goblin squads, signifies that my level will also rise rapidly. Upon reaching level 7, I will be able to master the advanced magic dragonfire technique. Without further contemplation, Lin Yu accessed the information panel post-territory upgrade. Territory. Level. Intermediate village. Lord. Lin Yu. Territorial structures. Lord's Hall, wooden houses, warehouse, arrow tower, fence. Blacksmith shop. Fertile land level. Level 1. Prosperity. 1395. Next level. Advanced village. Upgrade conditions. Condition 1. Prosperity must reach 1,000 completed. Condition 2. Possess buildings. Blacksmith shop, watchtower. And 10 intermediate structures. Condition 3. 5,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of stone, 5,000 units of iron, or I have already met the prosperity requirement. The difficulty of acquiring the basic resources is not high, and I will soon gather them all. I already possess a blacksmith shop. For me, obtaining 10 intermediate structures is quite simple. The only challenging aspect is acquiring a blueprint for the watchtower, which I must find a way to obtain. No need to rush. I shall take my time. Tomorrow, I will strategize against the Grey Dwarf tribe, followed by the 2-headed demon tribe. I believe that conquering these 2 tribes should yield the watchtower blueprint. Lin Yu felt remarkably at ease. Compared to other lord professionals on the island, he was already far ahead. Coupled with the burgeoning angel army and the 2 goblin squads numbering 500, his influence would undoubtedly expand like a snowball, growing ever larger, far surpassing those other lord professionals. Once I acquire the watchtower blueprint, I will continue upgrading my territory. Once the territory ascends to an advanced village, I will unlock the ability to summon 6-winged angels. If all goes well, the growth potential of the 6-winged angels will surely reach divine levels, considering that 4-winged angels are already at the pinnacle of demigods. At that time, I will possess divine tier troops. As he stepped outside the Lord's Hall, Lin Yu was immediately aware of the adoring and fervent gazes directed at him. These stares came from the ordinary goblin followers, whose meager strength rendered them incapable of hunting outside, thus remaining in the territory to handle logistics. Lin Yu did not feign the arrogance or indifference of a deity. Instead, he was quite amiable, offering a gentle smile and a nod to the goblin followers gathered at a distance, who dared not speak loudly. To him, it was merely a simple gesture. However, to the goblin followers, this modest indication was an unparalleled honor. Each of them felt as though they were graced by divine attention and admiration. In an instant, they became extraordinarily excited, their efforts becoming more diligent and spirited. Such is the power of faith. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Subsequently, he retrieved the last 3 remaining arrow tower blueprints and 5 wooden house blueprints. He had previously acquired 1 arrow tower blueprint. While this marked his first acquisition of the wooden house blueprint, territory building blueprint, type, wooden house, usage count, 10, construction requirements, 100 units of wood, 50 units of stone. Special reminder, the wooden house is a fundamental structure of the territory, but do not underestimate it. Without it, you risk losing the trust of your subjects. A lord who cannot provide a basic living environment for their subjects is unworthy of their loyalty. Gazing upon the information of the wooden house blueprint, Lin Yu mused, faith is a remarkable thing. It can ensure that my subjects remain loyal to me at all times. In the floating island world, there is no concept of loyalty. This applies equally to both troops and indigenous intelligent beings. If a lord is unfriendly towards their troops or local subjects, betrayal is not out of the question. Especially for those indigenous subjects who have defected. They possess their own stances and greater freedom. Compared to summoned troops, the attitude, or rather the loyalty of local subjects towards their lord, is more susceptible to the surrounding environment. In a harsh environment, with a tyrannical lord, betrayal is very much a possibility. Thus, Lin Yu is fortunate. His angels excel in spreading faith, with the power of faith bolstering them. Even if the goblin followers have been without housing for several days, camping out in the open, their loyalty to Lin Yu remains unwavering. Were it any other lord, these indigenous goblins might have already revolted. Building a wooden house requires 100 units of wood and 50 units of stone, making it relatively inexpensive. Lin Yu possesses 5 wooden house blueprints, each usable 10 times, which means he can construct a total of 50 wooden houses, consuming 5,000 units of wood and 2,500 units of stone. For Lin Yu, this resource is entirely within his reach. He opened the warehouse to take stock of the available resources. Food, 28, 364 units. Wood, 17, 450 units. Stone, 12,000 units. Iron ore, 8, 720 units. With such an abundance of fundamental resources, there was more than enough to construct all the arrow towers and wooden houses. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu promptly initiated extensive construction. Soon, a multitude of arrow towers and rows of wooden houses rose majestically within his territory. The result was a rapid increase in the prosperity of his domain. Meanwhile, the alliance channel of the King's Hall erupted with activity. The Lord of the Golden Behemoth, who had spent a fortune acquiring the warehouse blueprint, had finally come online. However, upon witnessing the flurry of messages in the alliance channel and the prominently displayed New World announcement at the top of the island's chat, the Golden Behemoth Lord's composure shattered. Had he truly fallen for Lin Yu's ruse? And that was not even the gravest of his misfortunes. The most severe blow was that he had emerged victorious from a chaotic bloodbath of competitors, ultimately securing the warehouse blueprint at an astonishing price. Yet, the outcome was that he had unwittingly stepped into the pit dug by Lin Yu. In other words, he was the sole fool who had jumped into the trap of his own volition. Such a predicament would undoubtedly provoke explosive frustration in anyone's heart. Chapter 51, New World Announcement. Defeat Lin Yu and redeem oneself. At this very moment, a New World announcement shone brightly at the pinnacle of the island chat channel. Congratulations to Lord Lin Yu for upgrading his territory to a mid-level village. As the first lord to upgrade his territory after descending upon the floating island, Lin Yu is awarded 500 gold coins, 200 honor points, and 1,000 reputation points. May all professionals on the island take Lin Yu as a paragon. Breaking through their limits and forging ahead, a dazzling array of golden characters sparkled resplendently, captivating and radiant. Beneath the world announcement lay a bustling and fervent island chat channel. Countless professionals congregated here, venting their emotions through text. Some expressed excitement, others jealousy, admiration, or astonishment. Lin Yu is truly formidable. In just one day, the floating island has released 2 world announcements regarding Lin Yu. He is simply invincible. Lin Yu has undoubtedly become a household name on the island. Indeed, with 2 world announcements, it would be a miracle if anyone remained unaware of Lin Yu's name. Envy. That said, I find it rather unsurprising that such a world announcement has emerged. I had mentally prepared for this. When the warehouse blueprint appeared on the trading platform, I knew that the floating island's rewards were undoubtedly destined for Lin Yu. Even a fool could see that, right? Those lords who participated in the bidding must have also guessed that the warehouse blueprint originated from Lin Yu. Yet lacking solid evidence, they were willing to take a gamble. If I were a lord, I would gamble as well. The rewards from the floating island are too generous. 500 gold coins, 200 honor points, and additionally, 1,000 reputation points. Aside from the gold coins, the honor and reputation points in this reward are both doubled. Honor and reputation points cannot simply be measured in gold coins, especially honor points, which can be exchanged for various rare items on the honor contribution list, even genuine artifacts. Reputation points are equally significant. I inquired with the floating island of all realms and learned that if a lord wishes to establish a kingdom, a certain amount of reputation points is required. Without sufficient reputation, even a powerful force cannot ascend to kingship. Calculating, Lin Yu now possesses 300 honor points and 500 reputation points. The term envy can no longer encapsulate my current sentiments. At that moment, someone redirected the conversation back to the bidding for the warehouse blueprint. Their words were laced with relief and a hint of schadenfreude. As one of the bidders for the warehouse blueprint, I can only express my gratitude for having limited gold coins. Otherwise, I would have been the one to fall into Lin Yu's trap. Haha. Just thinking about it makes me chuckle. But who, in the end, secured the warehouse blueprint? Someone just leaked that the winner of the bid was the Lord of the King's Hall. That lord with the top-tier unit, the Golden Behemoth? Indeed. What a top-tier lord, merely a fool steeped in delusions. Many members in the Alliance channel advised him against bidding, yet he refused to listen. It's understandable he didn't heed their counsel. After all, he had already invested so much. I wonder what the King's Hall lord is feeling now. If it were me, I would be utterly furious. While it may not be accurate to say he would be outright furious, it is undeniable that the Golden Behemoth lord's composure had crumbled. Especially upon reading the chat messages and seeing the pinned world announcement, his mindset completely shattered. If there were such a thing as a regret pill, he would consume it by the handful. After all, the feeling of social death is unbearable. Damn Lin Yu, how dare he dig a pit for me to fall into. One day, I shall exact my revenge. The pinned world announcement, with its rows of dazzling golden characters, felt exceedingly glaring to the Golden Behemoth Lord, inciting him to grit his teeth in fury. This time, his losses were tremendous. Not only had he lost face, but he had also squandered a significant amount of gold coins. He was now burdened with insurmountable debt. For an extended period, he would have to toil to repay those creditors. Had he been the first to upgrade his territory and receive the floating island's rewards, it would have been acceptable. However, the issue was that he also upgraded his territory, yet due to a mere few minutes delay compared to Lin Yu, he ended up with nothing. Left with an empty basket and a mountain of debt, it was no wonder he harbored resentment towards Lin Yu. After all, he firmly believed Lin Yu had ensnared him. Entering the Alliance chat channel of the King's Hall, the Golden Behemoth Lord's mood soured further as he observed the incessant stream of chat messages. Many members mocked him. Not only that, but numerous Alliance members began to withdraw from the King's Hall. Within a short span, thousands departed. The impact was catastrophic. This alliance is no longer enjoyable. The foolish actions of our Lord have brought shame upon all of us members. I now feel embarrassed to admit to others that I am a member of the King's Hall in the island chat channel. We all feel the same. Is there any professional on the island who remains unaware of our Lord's blunder? It's pointless. I'm leaving. Brothers, let us all withdraw from the alliance. I have already secured a new alliance, the second alliance of the island, Midsummer Night. The leader of Midsummer Night is also a top-tier lord and a beautiful woman. Is that true? Before we discuss whether she is a top-tier lord, how do you know she is a beauty? Are you sure she is not a rugged man? Why would I deceive you? I knew her back on Blue Star. She is one of the most beautiful women in our academy. Had I not confirmed her name and added her as a friend, I would not have believed her luck in randomly acquiring a top-tier unit. What the heck? What are we waiting for? Let us withdraw. I have made my decision. The League of Midsummer Night shall be my new home. In the blink of an eye, a significant number of members withdrew from the Hall of Kings, and this time the exodus was even more pronounced, clearly drawn by the allure of the beautiful leader of Midsummer Night. Witnessing this scene, the Golden Behemoth Lord was thrown into a state of panic. If this continued, the Hall of Kings, which he had painstakingly established, would inevitably collapse. You, Xia Qingwei, how dare you poach my members? The Golden Behemoth Lord cursed bitterly. Xia Qingwei, whom he spoke of, was the esteemed leader of the Midsummer Night Alliance. The leaders of various alliances on the island had essentially exchanged friend requests and communicated privately, becoming acquainted in the process. He had ample reason to suspect that the individual inciting the withdrawal was indeed sent by Xia Qingwei. Lin Yu has betrayed me. And now you too. This is far from over. The Golden Behemoth Lord was seething with anger. Yet, he recognized that this was not the time for rage. With more and more alliance members choosing to withdraw, he immediately took to the forefront, publicly apologizing while attempting to soothe the restless members. Brothers, I concede defeat this time. It shall not happen again. I am the second lord to upgrade my territory. Although I did not receive the reward of the floating island, it is of little consequence. My development speed has already surpassed that of the majority of other lords. I firmly believe I can lead the Hall of Kings to glory. I shall vanquish Lin Yu and redeem my honor. Such mistakes shall not be repeated. I implore you all to trust me. Chapter 52, Xia Qingwei and the Ice Dragon. In truth, very few cared whether the Golden Behemoth Lord would err a second time. At this juncture, the various alliances lacked cohesion. The professionals on the island were predominantly at level 1, while top-tier professionals like the Golden Behemoth Lord were merely approaching level 3. All professionals remained entrenched at the lowest echelon of the floating island. Discussing aspirations for glory and future prospects felt like mere self-indulgence. The wilderness still belonged to monsters and indigenous intelligent races, and the professionals on the island remained mired in hardship. Their participation in alliances was merely for the thrill of it. After all, at this stage, alliances could offer them no tangible assistance. In moments of peril, would seeking help from the alliance be effective? Not at all. Moreover, the alliances lacked a base of operations and the presence of strong guardians, thus failing to forge any meaningful bonds with their members. To summarize, the current alliances bore little significance, at least for the average professional. Whether an alliance existed or not made little difference. Only when their strength increased, as they ventured into higher, royal, or even extraordinary levels, capable of navigating the floating island and establishing careers, would alliances acquire substantive importance. This reality led ordinary professionals to remain indifferent to any specific alliance. They could join or leave at will, and if they could not find a place, they could simply roam as lone wolves, suffering no losses. The freedom was immensely high. This was precisely why, at the first sign of trouble for the Golden Behemoth Lord, so many alliance members chose to withdraw. Furthermore, with a neighboring alliance led by a stunningly beautiful top-tier leader, the number of professionals defecting only increased. There was no stopping it. Even the Golden Behemoth Lord's self-imposed penitence and fervent apologies could not stem the tide. Within just an afternoon, tens of thousands of professionals had exited the Hall of Kings. In fact, the vast majority of those who withdrew had indeed joined Midsummer Night. The allure of a beautiful leader combined with the prestige of a top-tier lord proved irresistible. As the second largest alliance on the island, Midsummer Night already boasted a substantial membership. This sudden influx nearly propelled Midsummer Night ahead of Hall of Kings, establishing it as the new preeminent alliance of professionals on the island. As it stood, the two alliances now stood side by side in power. Xia Qingwei, you truly are something. Just as I stumbled with Lin Yu, you swoop in to strike. The Golden Behemoth Lord opened his friend list. Fuming as he sought out Xia Qingwei of Midsummer Night, he yearned to vent his frustration. With Lin Yu having blocked him, he had no choice but to confront the one who had undermined him, Xia Qingwei. Shortly thereafter, a message from Xia Qingwei arrived. This matter has nothing to do with me. You should reflect on your inability to manage your alliance members. Her cold reply only fueled the Golden Behemoth Lord's ire. Fine, this time you have triumphed. But the days ahead are long, and there will come a time when you will fall into my hands. As for that Lin fellow, he shall pay dearly for his actions today. The message was sent, but after a long wait, there was still no response. The golden behemoth lord's frustration erupted once more. And he cursed, "How dare you ignore my message? Damn you, Xiaqingwe. You had better pray you do not fall into my grasp." The floating island is unlike Blue Star. While Blue Star is governed by laws and national machinery, the floating island is a lawless realm. Here, as long as one possesses sufficient strength, they can do anything they desire, however audacious. The current situation had not yet reached an irreparable state. At least the Hall of Kings had not completely collapsed, and he still had a chance to rise again. Furthermore, his territory had successfully upgraded, and he commanded a substantial number of golden behemoths. Compared to the vast majority of lords, he was still ahead. He had not yet lost. Henceforth, he would simultaneously develop his territory and revitalize the Hall of Kings. He could not allow Xia Qingyue's machinations to succeed. Moreover, he had debts to repay. The golden behemoth lord felt a chill run down his spine. He owed a staggering 4,800 gold coins within the alliance, in addition to 10% interest. He was obligated to repay the entire principal along with the interest within 2 weeks. Otherwise, it would constitute a breach of contract. He could hardly fathom the consequences he would face for violating the loan contract signed under the witness of the floating island's rules. His golden behemoth could very well be seized and sold to repay the debt. All of this was Lin Yu's fault. Had it not been for him, how could he have ended up in such dire straits? Accumulating a massive debt was one thing, but he had gained nothing in return, which was the most infuriating part. Furthermore, the thought of having lost all credibility within the alliance, with tens of thousands of professionals defecting to Xia Qingyue, only deepened his anger. In a vast expanse of mountains, there lay a territory, coordinates undisclosed. This territory belonged to Xia Qingyue, the leader of Midsummer Night. Like all lords, Xia Qingyue remained within her territory, opting not to venture into the perilous wilderness. "I must have overestimated you," she murmured within the lord's hall. Her silhouette was striking. With a graceful figure and exquisite beauty, her eyes shimmered like autumn waters, lips full, and skin fairer than snow. Her curves were alluring, accentuated by a well-defined silhouette. Upon reading the irate messages from her friend, Xia Qingyue shook her head and remarked, "Even if this withdrawal incident were connected to me, a rational person would not resort to threats. Such threats are not only futile, but also breed animosity." At this moment, Xia Qingyue's regard for the golden behemoth lord had indeed diminished considerably. The true adversary I must regard with utmost seriousness is none other than Lin Yu. Though Lin Yu has not formed an alliance and stands alone, this circumstance poses no significant challenge for him, given Lin Yu's prominence within the island. Should he choose to establish an alliance, he would undoubtedly rally countless professionals to his side, all eager to pledge their loyalty to him. This unique charisma belongs solely to Lin Yu. He shall undoubtedly become the foremost obstacle for all lord-class professionals vying for the title of Island Master. There is no denying that his strength is indeed formidable, surpassing even my expectations. Today marks the 3rd day since our arrival on the floating island. Yet Lin Yu's forces have managed to conquer a stronghold belonging to a local faction. Merely this feat is beyond what I, Xia Qingyue, could accomplish. Patience. I must take my time. This is but the beginning of the extraordinary journey ahead. The days to come are still abundant. Xia Qingyue's words served both to comfort and encourage herself. After all, without a sufficiently resilient mindset, how could one hope to keep pace with the illustrious Lin Yu? I remain curious about which city Lin Yu hails from. Upon returning to Blue Star, I shall endeavor to uncover this information. Xia Qingyue has long wished to add Lin Yu as a friend. The friend request has been sent, yet it has seemingly vanished into the void, leaving her feeling quite helpless. As she exited the Lord's Hall, Xia Qingyue's gaze fell upon a small square not far away. Following her line of sight, she spotted a colossal dragon, entirely cloaked in icy blue. This dragon measured less than 20 meters in length and was only of level 4, clearly a juvenile. Furthermore, numerous wounds marred its body, some so deep that bone was visible. Witnessing this sight, Xia Qingyue could not help but sigh softly. Though my frost dragon is also a top-tier unit with the advantage of flight, its low level has yet to enhance the innate racial talents of the dragonkin. Should it encounter an 8th or 9th level adversary, it would be nothing more than a living target. What does flight matter? A seasoned professional could easily bring my dragon down from the sky with a single spear. This reality is precisely why I dare not provoke the local faction stronghold. Simultaneously, Xia Qingyue found it difficult to fathom the nature of Lin Yu's forces. It seemed that before Lin Yu's troops, her frost dragon appeared somewhat inadequate. It is essential to note that the frost dragon is a pure-blood dragonkin unit. Among all top-tier units, pure-blood dragons rank among the elite. What manner of unit could possibly surpass a pure-blood dragon? Chapter 53. Lin Yu's enigmatic flora, the Blackbone Bloodvine. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, events transpiring within the Hall of Kings are of no concern to him. He is presently engrossed in civil engineering projects within his territory. However, even if he were aware, it would not weigh upon his mind. The fate of the Hall of Kings alliance, whether it flourishes or falters, holds no bearing on him. At least until he formally initiates the war for the title of Island Master, his focus remains steadfastly on his own affairs. Developing his territory and fortifying his power is his foremost priority. After an hour, Lin Yu successfully concluded the civil engineering work at hand. 3. Arrow Tower Blueprints. Yielding 9 arrow towers, 5 wooden house blueprints, resulting in 50 wooden houses. The scope of the project was not particularly extensive. Most of the time was consumed by deliberations over construction locations. In contrast, the actual building process proved to be far more efficient. With the necessary foundational resources prepared, the floating island would construct the buildings autonomously. The wooden houses were all erected in the western and southern regions of the territory. Arranged in a fan-like manner around the small square, these areas would henceforth serve as the residential zones of my domain. When the territory flourishes, I intend to transform the eastern region into a bustling commercial street. As for the northern area, it shall constitute the core of my territory, housing the Lord's Hall and various significant structures. In the future, this region shall be off-limits to all but the most essential individuals, angels accepted. Angels, being Lin Yu's exclusive unit, not only demonstrate unwavering loyalty to him, but are also strikingly beautiful and elegantly poised. Such enchanting and devoted beings will receive preferential treatment within Lin Yu's domain. Additionally, the newly constructed 9 arrow towers encircle his territory. As a village-level territory, there exists only a single entrance, located near the spirit fields. 3 arrow towers have already been erected there. Thus, the 9 newly constructed towers will be evenly distributed around the perimeter of the territory. Their primary duty is to eliminate any wild monsters encroaching upon the vicinity and to prevent such creatures from damaging the barricades behind the arrow towers. Nevertheless, 9 arrow towers are insufficient. Their coverage cannot encompass the entirety of the territory's boundaries. I must construct additional arrow towers around the territory for unforeseen contingencies. Currently, the Lord-class professionals on the island do not lead lives of hardship, but rather enjoy a comfortable existence. With territorial protection, they need not worry about their safety. Unlike those combat professionals, who endure the elements daily and must remain perpetually vigilant against potential ambushes by wild monsters, which may result in their untimely demise. However, once the territory upgrades to a town, such idyllic days will swiftly dissipate, plunging them into a hellish state of warfare. At that juncture, the power of the floating island's rules shall no longer shield the Lord's territories. Furthermore, the floating island will emit a war signal to the wild monsters in nearby areas, as well as to the indigenous intelligent races. In time, a horde of wild monsters will converge upon them, and the local intelligent races will march forth, fully armed, leading their troops into battle, ranging from tribal powers to kingdom-level forces. These wild monsters and indigenous intelligent races share a singular objective: to utterly annihilate the Lord's territories and to rend their very beings to shreds. While it is true that the vast majority of Lord-class professionals currently oversee only low-level villages, still far from upgrading to towns, that day will inevitably arrive. Any lord who grows complacent in development or harbors a sense of false security shall undoubtedly perish in this hellish mode of warfare. Lin Yu will not escape this fate either. Thus, despite being recognized as the island's strongest lord, he remains tirelessly devoted to expanding his power and bolstering the defenses of his territory. He does not fear the onslaught of wild monster hordes, nor does he dread the tribal-level indigenous intelligent races. These are merely his targets for hunting. What he must remain vigilant against are the kingdom-level local forces. Such entities may mobilize regular troops numbering in the thousands, their combat capabilities undeniably formidable. In this jungle, for such superpowers exist, the giant kingdom being the closest to his territory. The defensive strength of his territory must be continually reinforced. However, passive defense is not my ultimate objective. Proactive offense is the hallmark of a competent lord. As he mused to himself, Lin Yu opened the glory contribution list. At the top of the rankings, his name soared high, boasting 300 glory points, firmly securing the first position. Indeed, he stands alone atop the leaderboard. It remains uncertain who might claim the second seat. Lin Yu's intention for accessing the glory contribution list was not merely to admire his own standing, but rather to exchange items from the glory menu. 300 glory points are sufficient to redeem an item he covets. Upon opening the glory menu, he was greeted by a dazzling array of various treasures. Rare items were plentiful, with artifacts merely one among countless options. Regrettably, the majority of these items remain beyond Lin Yu's current means. He can only indulge in the visual feast. Soon, he successfully located his target for redemption, the Blackbone Bloodvine, Chapter 38. Indeed, this time he intends to exchange for that extraordinary plant. The moment he first opened the honor item menu, his gaze was captivated by the Blackbone Bloodvine, which was valued at precisely 300 points of honor. Unlike other plants such as the blue silver grass, the ogre flower, and the gecko grass, each worth 100 honor points, which he could have redeemed before but deemed unworthy, the Blackbone Bloodvine stood out. There was also the immortal flower, valued at 2,000 honor points, which he coveted but could not afford. Blackbone Bloodvine, category, vine-based extraordinary plant, grade, gold, growth period, 90 days, growth potential, king level. Description, a rather rare extraordinary plant that primarily thrives in the land of the dead, with a fondness for blood and corpses, classified under the evil plant lineage. Note 1. Providing ample blood and corpses can accelerate its growth rate. Note 2. This is an extraordinary plant capable of continual evolution, provided it is nourished with sufficiently high-quality sustenance. Quotation from the Blackbone Bloodvine. If I could savor the taste of divinity, the immortal flower would be but a younger sibling before me. Lin Yu's decision to exchange for the Blackbone Bloodvine stemmed from its remarkable ability to evolve endlessly. Furthermore, the 90-day growth period could be shortened by feeding it an abundance of blood and corpses. Currently, he commanded 6 hunting teams, each capable of hunting numerous wild monsters daily, thus acquiring a vast supply of blood and corpses. In fact, the decomposition of monster carcasses yielded various resources, including edible beast meat, monster materials, an indeterminate quantity of blood, seemingly useless bones, and the foul entrails of monsters. Previously, Lin Yu had collected the beast meat and monster materials, storing them in the warehouse, while the blood, bones, and entrails were discarded by his goblin followers into the wilderness to prevent an overpowering stench within the territory. Now, with the Blackbone Bloodvine, the decomposed blood, bones, and entrails had found a purpose. All of it would be fed to the Blackbone Bloodvine, not only safeguarding the surrounding environment, but also achieving waste utilization, all while accelerating the growth of the vine. A multifaceted advantage. Having meticulously considered his options, Lin Yu acted without a hint of hesitation, exchanging 300 honor points for the Blackbone Bloodvine. In an instant, the void split open, and a slender vine, approximately 10 centimeters in length, tumbled forth from the rift. The main stem and branches of the vine were pitch black, resembling ink, with a faint blood light flickering within, imparting an aura of malevolence. This was the seedling of the Blackbone Bloodvine. Extraordinary plants require cultivation. Lin Yu promptly ventured beyond the territory, passing through the protective barrier of the spiritual fields, to plant the seedling of the Blackbone Bloodvine. As soon as it touched the soil, the vine exhibited remarkable vitality, its entire form writhing as though it were a small serpent of red and black. He aimed to have the Blackbone Bloodvine mature before returning to Blue Star. In its mature state, the vine would possess the combat prowess of a king-level practitioner, making it the perfect choice as his ace bodyguard. Unlike sentient beings, extraordinary plants could enter into magical contracts, integrating into one's body, thus allowing them to be transported to Blue Star without any cost. This was information Lin Yu had gleaned from the floating island of all realms. Chapter 54, Let It Feast. Lin Yu stands at the precipice. The spiritual fields of the territory were divided into a planting zone and a breeding zone. In the planting zone, one could cultivate spiritual rice, extraordinary plants, and alchemical crops. The breeding zone, on the other hand, was designated for raising various wild monsters. Before arriving at the floating island, one of Lin Yu's classmates had exclaimed about raising pigs on the floating island, utilizing the functionality of the breeding zone. The wild world of the floating island was teeming with wild boar monsters. By capturing these wild boar monsters and placing them in the breeding zone, one could realize the dream of becoming a pig farm owner. However, Lin Yu harbored no interest in such aspirations. If he were to raise anything, it would be the purebred dragons of the floating island. The seedling of the Blackbone Bloodvine was planted in a corner of the planting zone, deliberately chosen to avoid contamination from the blood, bones, and foul entrails of the monsters that would be deposited there, ensuring it would not adversely affect the cultivation of spiritual rice or alchemical crops in the future. At Lin Yu's summons, over 100 goblin followers gathered within the territory, delivering copious amounts of decomposed blood, bones, and entrails to the corner where the Blackbone Bloodvine resided. It seemed to detect the sweet scent of blood, causing the seedling's movements to intensify. Soon, even finer tendrils extended from the seedling's body, resembling numerous tentacles, burrowing into the sustenance. It greedily absorbed the blood, voraciously devouring the bones and entrails of the monsters. For the Blackbone Bloodvine, these seemingly useless remnants from the monster carcasses were nothing short of delectable delicacies. Of course, whole monster corpses would have been even better. Regrettably, Lin Yu still needed to decompose monster corpses to obtain edible beast meat and monster materials for crafting equipment. At this stage, he was not yet in a position to use entire monster carcasses to nurture the seedling of the Blackbone Bloodvine. Nevertheless, even the decomposed remnants were sufficient for the seedling to feast heartily. After all, the volume was substantial. Moreover, among them were remains from intermediate and high-level monsters, which constituted high-quality food for the currently juvenile Blackbone Bloodvine, significantly accelerating its growth rate. Indeed, within less than 10 minutes, the seedling of the Blackbone Bloodvine had grown to over 30 centimeters in height, with a thicker main stem and more branches. Before planting, it had merely measured a few centimeters. This was a visible testament to its growth. Lin Yu expressed satisfaction and turned to address the goblin followers within the territory. From now on, all decomposed monster blood, bones, and entrails will be brought here to nurture the Blackbone Bloodvine. Additionally, collect all the bones discarded in the past 2 days, although they may have deteriorated. I trust the Blackbone Bloodvine will not be picky. In the corner of the spiritual fields, the seedling of the black-bone blood vine swayed in the wind, continuously waving its delicate tendrils, seemingly responding to Lin Yu's words. "As you command, my lord." The goblin followers nodded in unison, expressing their commitment to care for the seedling of the black-bone blood vine. In their eyes gleamed a profound admiration for Lin Yu. Extraordinary plants were exceedingly rare. Despite the goblin tribe's years of development, they had yet to discover any cultivable extraordinary plants. In stark contrast, their lord had effortlessly procured a plant that appeared both exceptionally rare and powerful, truly remarkable. Indeed, the great deity is omnipotent. Upon returning to the territory, Lin Yu suddenly found himself at a loss for what to do. The rhythmic clanging of metal echoed from the blacksmith shop. Under the guidance of the intermediate blacksmith goblin, Derwin, completed pieces of equipment were being forged. Apart from 2 junior goblin blacksmiths assisting in the process, a dozen young goblins observed eagerly, learning the craft. These young goblins were brimming with excitement. In the past, when they were in the tribe, the elder blacksmith Derwin would never allow anyone to witness his equipment forging process, tightly guarding the secrets of his craft. If it weren't for the goblin chieftain's insistence, the elder blacksmith wouldn't have taken on a single apprentice. Now, with the opportunity to learn the trade and become blacksmiths, their excitement was palpable. Every young goblin is exceedingly earnest, for they understand that this is their opportunity to alter their destinies. By becoming the blacksmiths of the territory, they can forge equipment for the esteemed lord, thereby securing a place of importance and perhaps even divine favor. After 2 or 3 hours, the blacksmith shop has produced over 10 pieces of equipment, predominantly of the 2nd and 3rd tiers. Lin Yu plans to accumulate a greater quantity of gear before listing them on the island trading platform. He believes that this will undoubtedly send ripples throughout the floating island, attracting countless combat professionals clamoring for their share. After all, equipment remains a scarce resource at this stage. Most combat professionals on the island are still clad in the initial gear bestowed upon them by the floating island, due to the exceedingly low drop rates of equipment. The release of bulk gear will naturally cause a sensation. Of course, Lin Yu is most concerned with the pricing of the equipment. He intends to set the price for 2nd-tier equipment at 50 gold coins and 3rd-tier equipment at 100 gold coins. Should he acquire exceptional items, their prices would multiply accordingly. Such pricing is not insignificant. In fact, it is rather high, only slightly below auction prices. At present, equipment is a coveted commodity, and commanding high prices is entirely reasonable. Once other lordly professionals establish their own blacksmith shops, an array of equipment will flood the island's trading platform. At that point, the prices of low-tier equipment may plummet to single digits. Lin Yu, at this moment, stands at the precipice of fortune. Even with closed eyes, he could stumble upon wealth. He aims to seize this moment, while blacksmith shops remain scarce, to amass riches through the bulk sale of various low-tier equipment, thereby summoning a multitude of angels. To sweep across the world with his own strength, a massive army of angels is indispensable. Outside the territory, a group of goblin devotees returns intermittently from the battlefields of the wild world. Each of them bears the carcasses of wild monsters upon their backs, collectively depositing them in the small plaza of the territory, awaiting subsequent disassembly. The hunting efforts of the 6 teams have been remarkably successful. As the bodies of monsters are continually transported back, the disassembly work progresses unabated. Almost periodically, the storeroom fills with an abundance of beast meat and monster materials. As for the remnants of blood, bones, and monster entrails, they are all cast into the spiritual fields, providing a hearty meal for the saplings of the black-bone blood vines. Simultaneously, Lin Yu can sense a significant influx of primal energy converging towards him. In the past few days, when the number of troops was limited, his rate of advancement was painfully slow. Compared to the promotions of Yeda and Sally, it felt akin to moving at a snail's pace. However, the situation has changed. The 6 teams are relentlessly hunting in the wilderness, continually slaying vast numbers of wild monsters. This has resulted in his power increasing rapidly. Even though he has already reached the 4th level of the intermediate professional stage, he can feel his strength surging. And perhaps by tonight, he may step into the latter half of the 4th level, with aspirations of attaining the 5th level tomorrow. The prospect of becoming a 7th level professional is indeed within reach. Chapter 55, The Grey Earth Dwarf Tribe. Supreme Edict. To the southeast of Lin Yu's territory, approximately 6 kilometers away, stands an imposing mountain several hundred meters high. Even from Lin Yu's vantage point, the silhouette of the mountain is discernible. This is the location of the Grey Earth Dwarf Tribe. Unlike the goblins who construct their tribes in the flat woods, the Grey Earth Dwarves have concealed their tribe within the mountain itself. The Grey Earth Dwarves excel at excavating caves. They shun sunlight and prefer to dwell in the shadows of their subterranean abodes. Only when food is required do they emerge from their caves, typically during the twilight hours. By day and deep into the night, the Grey Earth Dwarves remain hidden within their lairs. The Grey Earth Dwarves are a branch of the dwarf race. However, in stark contrast to their more esteemed kin, they are notoriously lazy and exceedingly timid. They have even forgotten the ancient art of equipment forging passed down through generations of dwarves, a skill for which the dwarf race is renowned. To be devoid of the ability and talent for crafting equipment is a disgrace for the dwarves. Were they part of the proud and haughty nature elves? Such a disgraceful branch would have long been exiled from their kin, much like the banishment of dark elves. However, due to the straightforward nature of dwarves, who are not prone to holding grudges, the Grey Earth dwarves have not yet lost their title. Nonetheless, some learned races refer to the Grey Earth dwarves as the timid burrowing gnomes, denying them recognition as a legitimate branch of the dwarf race. Suddenly, a sneaky, diminutive figure appeared at the foot of the mountain, gliding through the dense underbrush like a specter. Ultimately, it arrived at the base of a massive tree, requiring several individuals to encircle it. The figure glanced around and nimbly ascended the tree to a branch where a dark hollow awaited. Without hesitation, it slipped into the tree hole and vanished from sight. As the figure traversed the straight, downward-sloping tree hole, it entered an underground passage approximately 1.5 meters in diameter. The passage twisted and turned, with numerous branching openings appearing along the way. However, the majority of these branches led to dead ends, laden with traps. Only one opening truly led onward, and it connected to the heart of the mountain, where the Grey Earth dwarf tribe resided. After an indeterminate passage of time, the ghostly figure finally emerged from the convoluted underground passage into a cavern of considerable expanse. This cavern, nestled within the mountain's depths, has not seen the light of day for years. It should have been cold and damp, yet it was surprisingly dry and warm, with air currents circulating. This indicated the presence of other ventilation shafts leading to the surface world. The interior of the cavern was not dark, as the walls were embedded with numerous luminous objects, resembling crystals that reflected light. The most significant source of illumination was situated at its center, where the Grey Earth dwarf tribe was established. Surrounding the tribe, an abundance of oil lamps and torches burned brightly, casting their glow, which was reflected by countless crystals, ultimately illuminating the entire cavern. While the Grey Earth dwarves may dislike blinding sunlight, they have not evolved to the point where they can thrive in the dark without external light sources. The ghostly figure moved swiftly, eventually entering the heart of the Grey Earth dwarf tribe. Chief, the figure darted into the hall of the tribe like a large black rat, only to slip and fall with a thud. Ignoring the pain, it quickly scrambled to its feet, exclaiming, "Chief, something grave has occurred." On the elevated throne at the front of the hall sat the venerable chief of the Grey Earth dwarf tribe. Observing the panicked demeanor of his kin, he furrowed his brow and stated, "Speak plainly. What is the matter? There is no need for such commotion. Even if the sky were to fall, I would bear the brunt of it." The old chief's expression remained remarkably composed, exuding an air of stability that could withstand the weight of a collapsing mountain. However, internally, he pondered, could it be that the nefarious brigands of the two-headed ogre tribe have come to raid us? The indigenous wise races of the floating island do not coexist peacefully, and the goblin tribe has often fallen victim to the bullying of the two-headed ogre tribe. The plight of the Grey Earth dwarf tribe is somewhat better, as their tribe is concealed within the mountain, affording them significant protection from the disturbances of the two-headed ogre tribe. One can only say that in the realm of indigenous wise races, strength reigns supreme. The weak are perpetually subjected to the tyranny of the strong. Should they dare to resist, extermination and annihilation of their kin are commonplace occurrences. Such is the nature of our esteemed chieftain. In the hall, a gray dwarf spoke with a visage of sheer terror. "While I was out hunting, I passed by the goblin tribe. Who permitted you to leave the tribe during daylight?" The old chieftain abruptly interrupted, his voice laced with anger. "Forgive me, my chieftain." The gray dwarf recoiled in fright, hastily returning to the matter at hand. "I heard fierce sounds of combat emanating from the goblin tribe, yet I dared not approach. It was only after the clamor had subsided for an extended period that I mustered the courage to sneak closer." "My chieftain, can you guess what I beheld?" The old chieftain fixed a piercing gaze upon him. The gray dwarf hurriedly continued, "I saw that the goblin tribe had been utterly obliterated. The entire settlement lay in ruins, and all the goblins had vanished. In the end, I could only find a few goblin corpses amidst the debris. Those who once owned those bodies were formidable in life, the weakest among them being level 6 goblin warriors, and there was even an 8th level goblin commander." "What?" Upon hearing this, the elder chieftain of the Grey Dwarves could no longer maintain his composure. The goblin tribe had been annihilated, their settlement reduced to rubble, their strongest warriors fallen in battle. It was undoubtedly devastating. Yet, amidst this forested region, who could have dispatched a force of nearly 1,000, guarded by a level 9 practitioner? In such a short time, the perpetrator must be the two-headed ogre tribe. The elder chieftain declared bitterly, aside from those greedy, two-headed monsters, no other power could have raised the goblin tribe to the ground. In this area, the two-headed ogre tribe is undeniably the most formidable. Other regions may harbor even stronger tribes, but none would find it necessary to venture forth and obliterate a mere goblin tribe. "My chieftain, I believe that is not the case." The elder chieftain cast a sidelong glance, his expression tinged with irritation. "Indeed, my chieftain, amidst the ruins of the goblin tribe, there emanated a potent aura of sacred and radiant magic. The vile two-headed ogres are unworthy of wielding such powers." "Sacred and radiant powers?" "Indeed, my chieftain. What of the other members of the goblin tribe?" I know not. The gray dwarf shook his head. There were neither corpses nor any more bloodshed. As if the goblins had been swiftly captured and taken away. I see. The elder chieftain, seated upon his ornate throne, inhaled deeply. Relay this information. Summon all the high-ranking members of the tribe to the assembly hall. Of course, my chieftain. The gray dwarf hastily complied. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he cautiously inquired, my chieftain, do you have any inkling as to who the perpetrators behind the goblin tribe's demise might be? Most likely, it is a lord from another world. The elder chieftain replied gravely. If my suspicions hold true, then war is imminent. With the goblin tribe's destruction, we shall be next. Upon hearing this, the gray dwarf's gaze turned blank. But it has only been 3 days, hasn't he it? Do those lords from another world develop at such an alarming rate? After all, they are beings from another realm and cannot be measured by ordinary standards. Daring not to inquire further, the gray dwarf departed the tribal hall, his heart laden with unease. Soon after, the tribe's leadership convened. Not long after, a war mobilization order was disseminated throughout the gray dwarf tribe. Each gray dwarf endeavored to arm themselves as best as they could. Though timid, cowardly, and indolent, they understood that in the face of an enemy from another world, they must brandish their weapons. For this was the decree of the highest order. Chapter 56. The Diligent Four-Winged Archangel. In the afternoon, the sun hung low in the sky. The jungle, bathed in its rays all day, felt somewhat stifling. In the upstairs chamber of the Lord's hall, Lin Yu lounged comfortably within an oversized wooden tub. Having spent 2 or 3 days upon the floating island, this was his first opportunity to bathe. Previously, he had been constrained by insufficient conditions, but now, that issue had been resolved. The wooden tub had been hewn from a massive tree by goblin followers, and a goblin blacksmith had taken several minutes to polish it inside and out. The bathing water was sourced from a mountain spring, heated just right. The juice of certain berries had been added to assist in cleansing his skin, while a handful of flower petals had been graciously sprinkled by the goblin followers to imbue the water with a delicate fragrance. One must admit, the goblin followers were indeed invaluable. The early days of the Lord's existence had been exceedingly pleasant. Lin Yu reclined in the tub, his hands resting on its edges, a look of sheer enjoyment upon his face. Meanwhile, the combat practitioners on the island were engaged in life and death struggles against monsters in the wild. As night fell, they would need to hastily seek shelter. In stark contrast, Lin Yu's life was remarkably comfortable. News of his indulgent existence would surely incite envy among countless battle-hardened practitioners. However, this was merely the beginning. As they drew nearer to a town-level territory, the pressures on the Lord would only intensify. To maintain such a leisurely lifestyle on the island, he must exert even greater effort and ensure that external factors posed no threat to the safety of his domain. Otherwise, he would find himself unable to enjoy even a peaceful night's rest. As he pondered, a petite young female goblin entered to replace some of the warm water. Lin Yu did not object, his eyes half closed, simply wishing to revel in the moment. Unbeknownst to him, he gradually drifted into slumber. The young female goblin dared not disturb him. After replenishing the warm water, she quietly exited the chamber. Yet before leaving, she cast a furtive glance at Lin Yu. Her eyes filled with admiration. Oh, the Divine One radiates a resplendent glow at all times, even while asleep in the bath. As if struck by a thought, the young female goblin glanced at her own greenish skin with a hint of disdain. The Divine One's skin is truly beautiful, translucent, rosy, and lustrous. Time slipped by, and Lin Yu, in a hazy state, heard soft footsteps. He awoke to find a beautiful four-winged angel standing by the edge of the bed, delicately arranging a stack of garments. This four-winged angel was clad in a gown of platinum magic fabric. Her 2 pairs of snow-white wings had folded gracefully behind her. As she bent down, her figure, enveloped in the magical gown, revealed a perfectly alluring silhouette, both curvaceous and enchanting. Lin Yu spoke. Have I slept for so long? The four-winged angel before him was none other than his archangel, Elena. Compared to the valiant Morin and Myriad, Elena, who excelled in divine magic, exuded a more delicate charm. Master, Elena softly exclaimed, seemingly taken aback by Lin Yu's sudden awakening. She quickly lowered her head and respectfully continued, I must report to you. The time has reached evening, and all 6 hunting teams have returned to the territory. Is it already evening? Lin Yu stretched within the tub. The water remained warm, devoid of any chill. Clearly, someone had been diligently replacing the bathing water. Notably, he was now a mid-level practitioner, with an exceptionally robust physique. Had it been the body of an ordinary person, soaking for such an extended duration would have left their skin pruny. At that moment, the four-winged archangel Elena approached with measured steps. Master, may I assist you? Assist me with what? Lin Yu queried, his expression one of confusion as he gazed at Elena. Elena gently lowered her exquisitely beautiful cheek, her slender eyelashes fluttering slightly as she spoke. You have yet to ascend to divinity. It is only natural that you are tainted by some impurities. Once you attain a divine form, the dust of the mortal realm shall no longer dare to approach you. Such a topic left Lin Yu at a loss for words. At that moment, he suddenly felt an incredibly soft pair of small hands resting upon him, gently caressing his back, and then slowly beginning to rub. Goodness. Lin Yu was utterly bewildered. Was Elena intending to give him a bath? His gaze momentarily blank. He never imagined he would one day be in a position to have an angel attend to him in such a manner. No, it was not merely a bath. That term felt too pedestrian. It should be described as cleansing away the dust of the world, removing the superficial grime. Well, perhaps it was indeed more straightforward to call it a bath. Feeling the delicate hands on his back, Lin Yu was suddenly overwhelmed with confusion. Just as he prepared to speak, Elena softly remarked, "It is the honor of every angel to serve their master." Her voice and movements were imbued with utmost tenderness, devoid of any discord. As she had stated, serving the Lord of Holy Light was the angel's fundamental duty, which included, but was not limited to, bathing. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu found himself momentarily speechless. Thankfully, he chose to say no more, closing his eyes to relish the bathing service provided by the magnificent four-winged angel. Throughout this entire process, the expression on Elena's stunning face remained largely unchanged, consistently reflecting an aura of profound reverence. This, in turn, brought a sense of tranquility to Lin Yu's inner world, allowing him to cast aside any wandering thoughts. Eventually, after an indeterminate amount of time, Lin Yu emerged from the bath, feeling an unprecedented sense of lightness, both externally and internally. Subsequently, under the attentive service of the four-winged angel Elena, he donned his freshly cleaned garments and casually inquired, "Elena, do angels require bathing?" "Not at all," Elena replied while gently adjusting the collar of Lin Yu's attire. "Angels are born as sacred beings, untouched by the dust of the world. Moreover, our angelic attire possesses the ability to purify worldly impurities." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu, perhaps inspired by a thought, remarked, "Sometimes, a bath can be quite enjoyable." "I understand, great master," Elena responded with a serious nod. Lin Yu was left perplexed, pondering what exactly this four-winged angel had comprehended. Within the first floor of the Lord's Hall, a substantial pile of gold coins awaited, numbering a remarkable 769. This was an astonishing windfall. Aside from the proceeds from auctions, Lin Yu had never amassed such a quantity of gold coins in one go. Moreover, all these coins were dropped by the monsters he had slain. It was evident how many wild creatures his 6 hunting teams had dispatched in a single day, an estimated minimum of 5,000. In addition to the coins, 6 pieces of equipment and 2 blueprints lay stacked nearby. One could only lament that the drop rates for equipment and blueprints were dismally low. Stepping outside the Lord's Hall, Lin Yu found a multitude of figures gathered in the small square not far away. These figures were divided into 2 factions. On one side stood over 200 breathtakingly beautiful angels radiating with divine light, while on the other side were the goblin soldiers and their followers, numbering over 1,000. The goblins were remarkably silent, not daring to utter a sound. Meanwhile, the angels murmured in unison, offering prayers to their master. Upon seeing Lin Yu emerge from the Lord's Hall, the angels immediately ceased their prayers and approached, led by the four-winged angels Morin and Myriad, bowing respectfully before him. Among them were the 2-winged angels Yida and Sally, who had reached the late 7th level and were on the verge of advancing to the 8th. Yet, they remained behind Morin and Myriad, for the hierarchy among angels was exceedingly strict. Rank represented status. As 2-winged angels, no matter how high their level or how formidable their strength, they could not surpass the 4-winged angels. Such was the nature of hierarchy. Thus, Lin Yu harbored great anticipation for Yida and Sally to transcend their current state and evolve into higher-ranking angels, securing their place within the future angelic legion. If they remained as 2-winged angels, even if Lin Yu appointed them as legion commanders, they would still be unable to command their subordinates. After all, they were the first angels summoned. Lin Yu held considerable expectations and special sentiments for Yida and Sally. "Great master," the 4-winged angel Myriad addressed Lin Yu with utmost respect. "The angelic battle teams are fully equipped and rejuvenated with magic, ready to venture forth for hunting at any moment." At that moment, the dark night had already enveloped the outside world, yet the angels remained undaunted. They were even eager to purify the undead creatures lurking in the shadows. Chapter 57. Once more into the darkness. The new 4-winged angel Marty. While other races might fear the undead, angels did not. As servants of the holy and luminous realms, angels were the nemesis of undead beings and all malevolent forces. The angelic race not only excelled in spreading faith, but also in purifying evil powers. Lin Yu was well aware of this. Therefore, he did not refuse Myriad's request. Furthermore, the number of monsters in the wild at night exceeded that of the daytime. If they could hold their ground, a bountiful harvest was certain. "Myriad, Morin, Elena, each of you shall lead your respective angelic teams into the wild to engage the enemy. However, be vigilant regarding any anomalies in your surroundings," Lin Yu instructed. Last night during the hunt, the sounds of battle attracted the skeleton King Ryan. He is a king-level skeleton boss of formidable strength. Thus, you must remain constantly aware of your surroundings. Should the skeleton King Ryan appear again, retreat immediately to the territory. The 3 of you, newly summoned 4-winged angels, are still at level 7. While encircling a level 9 monster poses no problem, defeating a king-level boss like the skeleton King Ryan presents a significant challenge. To avoid unnecessary losses, it is best to refrain from confronting him directly at this stage. After all, the Skeleton King Ryan does not stand alone. He commands a host of high-level undead. This is a tough nut to crack and requires an angel to advance to level 9 before it can be crushed. "We shall obey, my lord." Elena, Morin, and Myriad responded with reverence. Subsequently, the four-winged angel Myriad added, "Rest assured, my lord, while hunting in the wild, we will send scouts to monitor the surroundings, ensuring our teams do not fall into perilous situations." "Excellent." Lin Yu nodded, then turned his gaze towards the goblin forces gathered nearby, led by the 8th-level goblin commander Bard, along with 200 elite goblin followers. "Bard, you and your goblin team shall accompany the angelic battle teams. However, remember that the goblin forces must remain close to the angelic teams to cooperate in combat. The dangers of the wild at night are exponentially greater than during the day. I do not wish to witness any goblin warriors sacrificed in vain." "We understand, my lord." Bard and the others nodded vigorously. The powerful angels not only offered them protection, but the divine and luminous powers wielded by the angels could significantly aid them in hunting the undead creatures lurking in the darkness, enhancing their efficiency in slaying monsters. Soon, a large contingent of angels and elite goblins surged forth from the territory, comprising 3 fully equipped angelic battle teams and 2 elite goblin squads. During today's daylight hunting expedition, both squads of goblins suffered casualties among their ranks. After all, the goblin warriors are of relatively low rank and represent a mere primary class, rendering their combat prowess utterly incomparable to that of the angels. Thus, their losses were to be expected. However, the number of fallen goblins was minimal, totaling fewer than 10, which had little impact on the overall situation. In stark contrast, the angels emerged unscathed. Naturally, even if any had perished, it would not pose a significant issue. Angels differ from other intelligent races and from the exclusive soldier classes of various territories. They are divine beings born from the angel rebirth pool, containing within them the essence of their souls and the source of their magical power, known as the angel's heart. Upon their demise, the angel's heart returns to their territory, allowing Lin Yu to resurrect the fallen angels at the cost of gold coins. The amount required for resurrection is half of the summoning price. This information was gleaned by Lin Yu after communicating with the floating island of all realms. For instance, if Ayada were to fall in battle, Lin Yu could use 25 gold coins to facilitate her return. However, this resurrection is not without its own costs. The resurrected angel will revert to their initial level. Ayada's starting level is 5. Hence, after revival, she would need to hunt wild monsters anew to regain her current level, essentially starting over. Therefore, it is preferable to avoid sacrifices whenever possible. "My lord, what about us?" 3 four-winged angels led a sortie, while the 50-odd 2-winged angels, including Ayada and Sally, remained behind, as they had not received any mission directives from the Lord of Holy Light. At this moment, Ayada and Sally, along with the other beautiful angels, gazed longingly at Lin Yu, eager to partake in the hunt and contribute to the territory of the Lord of Holy Light. "Please wait a moment." Lin Yu instructed Ayada and the others. "I will soon summon another 4-winged angel, and some of you will join her angelic squad." Originally, the angel squad led by Ayada and Sally consisted of a total of 58 2-winged angels. Upon their evening return to the territory, the 4-winged archangel Elena selected 1 2-winged angel from their ranks to complete her own squad. In other words, the squads under the command of the 3 4-winged angels are now fully staffed. As for the remaining 57 2-winged angels, their numbers still exceed the required count, prompting Lin Yu to prepare for the summoning of another 4-winged angel to establish a 4th fully staffed angelic squad. "Understood, my lord." Ayada and the others breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they were not prohibited from hunting, the formation of new angel squads was of little consequence. Lin Yu then returned to the Lord's Hall. The floor of the hall was still strewn with a considerable amount of gold coins, along with several pieces of equipment and blueprints. The spoils of war were to be submitted to him, the Lord. No one else dared to touch them. Today's hunting yield amounted to 769 gold coins. Added to the 36 gold coins remaining from the previous angel summoning, the total reached 805 coins. This sum was sufficient to summon 1 4-winged angel and 12 2-winged angels. Without hesitation, Lin Yu immediately communicated with the floating island of all realms, activating the black hole for angel summoning. This time, no unusual sensations accompanied the summoning. The black hole remained as it was, unlike when he summoned during the day, where it felt as though a watchful eye was hidden within its depths. Perhaps it was merely my imagination. Lin Yu dismissed any further thoughts. Under his gaze, beautiful figures swiftly emerged from the black hole. At the forefront was a stunning angel adorned with magnificent wings. Even without consulting her information, Lin Yu recognized her as a war-grade angel belonging to the 12-winged seat, adept in the art of charging into battle. She was clad in silver-white armor and wielded an angelic sword engulfed in golden flames, standard equipment for war-grade angels. Conversely, a 4-winged archangel like Elena, who excelled in divine magic, would typically don a magical gown and wield a staff resembling white jade. One represents the war angel faction, while the other belongs to the intellect angel faction. Their equipment and functions are entirely distinct. As for the command-grade angels under the Seraphim, Lin Yu had yet to summon them due to insufficient authority. According to the four-winged Archangel Elena, command-grade angels are at least of the six-winged tier. Lin Yu could only summon six-winged angels once his territory upgraded to Advanced Village. All hail the great Lord of Holy Light. May the Holy Light endure, and may the Lord reign eternally. Upon her arrival, the new four-winged angel immediately approached Lin Yu, bowing deeply with utmost reverence. Behind her were 12 fully armed two-winged angels, also belonging to the 12-winged seat. Among the angelic race, the majority are war-grade angels skilled in charge, followed by magic-grade angels, command-grade angels, and finally, the rare special angels who are not part of the orthodox factions and possess a minimum of 6 wings. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu named the newly summoned four-winged angel Maddie. As for the 12 two-winged angels behind her, he decided against naming them, as his stock of names was limited and he preferred to reserve them for higher-ranking angels in the future. Chapter 58, The Fourth Fully Staffed Angelic Squad. All hail the Lord of Holy Light. The four-winged angel Maddie exclaimed excitedly as she bowed to Lin Yu. The 12 two-winged angels, left unnamed, displayed expressions of regret. However, they quickly regained their spirits. Not receiving a name did not imply that the great Lord of Holy Light did not value them. It simply reflected their current weakness and low rank. They believed that with diligent effort to enhance their abilities and break through their rank limitations, they too would one day be worthy of the Lord's naming. For the Lord of Holy Light is fair, just, and selfless, watching over each of his followers. Outside the Lord's Hall, Lin Yu divided 38 two-winged angels from the squads led by Ayada and Sally and transferred them to the four-winged angel Maddie. Thus, the fourth fully staffed angelic squad was formed. The rationale behind this division was solely due to the increased combat effectiveness of angels under the command of higher-ranking beings. Lin Yu addressed four-winged angel Maddie. These 52-winged angels will be your squad members. As their commander, your duty is not only to assist in their growth, but also to ensure their safety. Obeying your divine decree, great Lord. Four-winged angel Maddie replied with great respect. Rest assured, angels shall never abandon their kin. I will strive to enhance our squad's overall strength and not disappoint you. Excellent. Lin Yu nodded in approval. Go forth into the wilderness and purify the evils lurking in the shadows. Understood, my lord. Four-winged angel Maddie respectfully took her leave, leading her squad of two-winged angels out of the territory. Consequently, only the squads led by Ayada and Sally remained, now reduced in size by 2/3. After transferring 38 two-winged angels to four-winged angel Maddie, only 17 two-winged angels remained in Ayada and Sally's small team. With the addition of Ayada and Sally, the total number of angels stands at a mere 19. According to the summoning ratios provided by the floating island of all realms, one can summon a four-winged angel for every 52 winged angels, thereby forming a standard scale angelic battalion. In other words, even with 200 gold coins at his disposal, Lin Yu is unable to summon another four-winged angel at present. He must first gather 52 winged angels before he can proceed with further summoning. However, this task is no longer daunting for Lin Yu. Once a substantial amount of equipment hits the market, gold will inevitably flow in abundantly. In the future, when Lin Yu seeks to recruit angels, it may not be a matter of summoning one or two, but entire battalions, perhaps even two at a time. The snowball of his territory has already begun to roll. The progress is commendable. He has already reached the late stage of level 7. If all goes well, the ascension to level 8 will soon be within reach. Lin Yu turned his gaze towards Ayada and Sally, who stood quietly beside him, and he could not help but smile. Ayada, tall and alluring, Sally, petite and charming, resembling a delightful sprite. Lin Yu harbors a unique emotional connection to these first summoned two-winged angels, wishing to witness their further advancement. Should they ascend to the rank of 12-winged angels, commanding a grand army of angels, it would be even more splendid. Ayada and Sally quickly proclaimed, all blessings come from our Lord. Lin Yu nodded slightly and replied, though your ranks have diminished, it does not significantly impact your hunting and personal level progression. I hope you will strive with doubled effort. Not only must your levels increase, but your status must also break through. When you ascend to four-winged angels, I shall personally assemble a fully fledged angelic battalion for you to command. Praise be to you, great Lord of the Holy Light. We shall exert ourselves to surpass our limits and achieve the evolution of our bloodline. Ayada and Sally declared with unwavering determination. They silently vowed to break the shackles of their status, ascending to four-winged angels, so as not to disappoint their beloved Lord. With a nod, Lin Yu shifted his gaze to the 17 beautiful two-winged angels standing behind Ayada and Sally, all familiar figures. Vina, Josie, Helen, Ada, Phyllis, as well as Rue and Hylon, were all among them. Lin Yu held considerable expectations for these named two-winged angels as well. Vina, Josie, and the others, you are no different from Ayada and Sally. Lin Yu addressed them. I also wish to see the day you break through your shackles, and not merely as four-winged angels. 6-winged and 12-winged angels are my hopes for you. In the days to come, Each of you must strive to enhance yourselves, to grow stronger. I envision a day when every one of you present here shall become a legion commander, independently leading an angelic army. Praise the Lord. The assembly of beautiful angels was instantly stirred. In their eyes, there shone not only a fierce combat spirit, but also boundless aspirations for the future. As the two-winged angels, the most basic tier of their kind, they longed for the evolution of their bloodline to ascend to higher ranks. Now, with the Lord's blessings, they believed that as long as they put forth the effort, success was assured. Shortly thereafter, Ayada, Sally, and the others departed from the territory. Compared to other angels, their desire for promotion burned more intensely. They were filled with passion and motivation for the future. As for Lin Yu, he turned and returned to the Lord's Hall. On the floor of the hall lay a pile of equipment and blueprints, gathered by several hunting teams during the day. Lin Yu meticulously examined the information on these items. There were 6 pieces of equipment in total, 5 of which were standard items, with levels ranging from 4 to 6. While the remaining piece was a premium item with special effects. It resembled a glass orb, about the size of a palm. Yet it was neither a defensive nor an offensive item, but rather an auxiliary equipment. Magic Sphere, Type, Auxiliary Equipment, Level, 6, Durability, 100, Special Effect. Increases damage from elemental magic by 30%, applicable only to low-level and mid-level spells. Description: for elementalists who wield elemental magic, this item holds greater value than any equipment of the same level. It not only enhances the elementalist's combat prowess, but also serves to store elemental magic, providing a magical supplement when needed. An undeniable premium item. With magical replenishment and an enhancement in spell damage, it could be considered a divine artifact for elementalists in the early stages. Even I would desire it. Lin Yu gazed at the magic sphere in his hand and, with a hint of regret, remarked, "Alas, as a lord, my only mastery lies in high-level elemental magic, exceeding the enhancement limits of this sphere. This auxiliary equipment holds little utility for me. I shall set it aside for now, and tomorrow I will sell it alongside the equipment crafted at the blacksmith shop on the trading platform." Subsequently, Lin Yu turned his attention to the remaining 2 blueprints. One was for a wooden house, and the other was for a fence. Both were ordinary building blueprints. There were no surprises, nor was there any disappointment. After all, the drop rate for rare blueprints was lamentably low. The wooden house blueprint could be utilized later. But as for the fence blueprint, previously sought after but now no longer needed, Lin Yu hesitated not and promptly listed it on the trading platform, hoping to exchange it for hundreds or even thousands of gold coins. Thus, all spoils were thoroughly sorted. Outside the territory, the dark world was already resonating with the roars of monsters, and brilliant sword lights pierced the night sky, while holy light dispelled the darkness. The clarion call of war had unmistakably sounded. Chapter 59. Faith in the Lord, the eternal flame of belief. Kill. Swish, swish, swish. 3 dazzling sword lights erupted from the long sword of the 4-winged angel Murata, instantaneously obliterating a level 7 skeletal elite. This was the 4-winged angel's combat skill, the triple slash of radiance. Despite being of the same level, Murata's power far surpassed that of the skeletal elite. The 3 overlapping sword lights delivered exponentially increased damage. The skeletal elite could not withstand the onslaught, its decayed greatsword shattering alongside its form, rendering it incapable of resurrection. The angel's attacks were imbued with the essence of holiness and light, the bane of all evil creatures. As an undead being, the skeletal elite was no exception. In the moment it was vanquished by Murata, the soul fire encased within its skull was purified by the divine and luminous forces. Without the soul fire, resurrection was impossible. A horde of beings born from the realm of death dared to aspire for immortality. Utterly absurd, Murata coldly remarked. Confronted by the throng of undead creatures surging around her like a tide, her expression bore no trace of fear. With a swift motion, she wielded her angelic sword. Crescent Moon Slash. In an instant, several undead beings were reduced to mere bone fragments. Then, she unfurled her 2 pairs of angelic wings, transforming into a beam of white light that surged directly into the densest cluster of undead, harvesting them like a divine reaper. In this world, only those who worship the great Lord of Holy Light may attain eternal life. Yet you, unworthy, do not deserve to be his followers. Swish, swish, swish. The sword lights surged forth in a flurry. In an instant, at the center of the 4-winged angel Murata, all undead creatures within a radius of several dozen meters disintegrated, transforming into countless pale shards of bone that fell to the ground. In comparison to their 2-winged counterparts of the same rank, Murata, as a 4-winged angel, exhibited an overwhelming combat prowess. It is no exaggeration to assert that 2 or 3 similarly ranked 2-winged angels would not stand a chance against Murata. This is the essence of a high-ranking angel. Among angels of the same level, the higher the rank, the greater the strength. This fundamentally explains why, within the angelic race, the hierarchy is determined by rank. On another front, a brilliant radiance illuminated the battlefield, emanating from the holy light of the angels. Under the embrace of this divine luminescence, Nearby undead creatures fell in droves. At the heart of this holy light stood the graceful figure of the four-winged archangel Elena. She unfurled her four snow-white angelic wings, raising her alabaster staff high above her head, poised in midair, resembling a goddess from the divine realm descended upon the mortal world. The Lord proclaimed that the holy radiance illuminates the world, and the wicked and dark beings cannot gaze upon the light. Accompanied by the softly spoken words of the four-winged archangel Elena, an even more dazzling holy light surged forth from the tip of her staff, cascading outward like a tsunami. In an instant, the darkness within 100 meters was dispelled by the holy light, and the undead creatures within this area were swiftly annihilated. Even the shattered bones scattered across the battlefield were ignited by the radiant holy light, quickly reduced to ashes. This is the divine art of holy light. It poses no harm to beings of the virtuous camp, while bestowing immense benefits upon those who wield light magic. However, when the target transforms into evil beings such as the undead, the divine art of holy light becomes a terrifying offensive spell. Its lethality far surpasses that of advanced elemental magic. Believe in the Lord. The flame of faith is eternally unquenchable. Upon uttering a phrase of divine incantation, the four-winged archangel Elena waved her staff, causing countless golden rays to materialize out of thin air, descending upon the battlefield like a rain of light. Numerous angels and goblins were enveloped by this radiant shower. The former experienced a rapid replenishment of their magical energies, while the morale of the latter surged, emboldening their fighting spirit. Conversely, the undead caught in the light rain emitted plumes of black smoke, their bodies riddled with numerous holes as if corroded by sulfuric acid. After a single wave of light rain, a significant number of undead fell. Simultaneously, other angels were fervently harvesting the undead creatures on the battlefield. Some employed combat techniques to slay, while others incinerated with holy flames. In short, at every moment, countless undead perished at the hands of the angels. Naturally, it was not solely the angels who were reaping the undead. The goblins on the battlefield were equally valiantly engaging the enemy. They lacked the holy light to purify evil and the angels' sacred flames to reduce the undead to ashes. Yet, they displayed unwavering courage and steadfast faith. All goblins loyally executed Lin Yu's commands, following the angels' lead on the battlefield, coordinating in pairs to fiercely battle the nearby undead. If this scene were witnessed by other indigenous intelligent races, their eyes would surely widen in disbelief, for the goblin race is notoriously known for its cowardice and timidity. They are inherently predisposed to fear the strong and prey upon the weak. Whenever they encounter an opponent of even slightly superior strength, their first instinct is to flee. Yet, the goblins on the battlefield exhibited bravery surpassing even that of the undead. They charged forth like fanatical zealots at the sight of any undead creature. Fortunately, the omnipresent angels provided a measure of support to the nearby goblins. Otherwise, some valiant goblins would undoubtedly have fallen to the hands of the undead. This war raged from dusk until deep into the night. The first two goblin squads could no longer hold their ground and were compelled to retreat to their territory. The angels also began to rotate, as their divine and holy energies had been severely depleted. It remained a mystery from where the undead creatures in the darkness had amassed, for they appeared as numerous as the stars, an unending tide. Killing one batch only led to another wave of undead encroaching, with even greater numbers, sending shivers down one's spine. It is no wonder that it is said the floating islands during the day belong to wild monsters and indigenous intelligent beings, while the night belongs to demons and the undead. Lin Yu had no knowledge of what demons were, nor had he ever encountered them. However, he had truly witnessed the terror of the undead. Facing an enemy that could not be vanquished even after exhausting one's strength, one might acquire vast amounts of primordial power and various spoils of war, yet the fear of unforeseen calamities loomed large. At the late stage of level 4, Lin Yu stifled a yawn. The time was just past 11 o'clock at night, meaning this war had persisted for over 5 hours. Though it was impossible to tally the exact number of undead slain, it was undeniable that the figure exceeded 10,000. Such a vast number of undead vanquished naturally resulted in a tremendous influx of primordial power. Lin Yu's level ascended smoothly from the mid-4th level to the late 4th level. If this killing spree continued until dawn, a direct advancement to the 5th level was also a distinct possibility. At that moment, a sudden brilliance of golden light appeared on the distant battlefield. Raising his gaze, Lin Yu beheld two radiant forms, each enveloping a beautiful angelic figure, none other than Yida and Sally. The holy radiance surged forth, and their auras multiplied in strength within an instant. They had leveled up. A radiant smile blossomed on Lin Yu's face. Yida and Sally had both ascended to level 8, bringing him even greater joy than his own level increase. This signified that he was one step closer to unlocking the Skeleton King Ryan Easter egg. Tomorrow, he would vanquish the Grey Dwarf tribe, afterwards plotting to unleash the Skeleton King Ryan and conquer the two-headed ogre tribe. Once these tasks were completed, the area within a 10-kilometer radius would be firmly under his dominion. Chapter 60, A Rampage. The Easter egg returns. For a Lord-class practitioner, the larger the area of dominion, the stronger the territorial influence. Lin Yu's primary objective at this stage is to eliminate the four formidable factions guarding this jungle: the Giant Kingdom, the Bone Sanctuary, the Naga Kingdom, and the Elf Garden, thereby establishing control over this vast and resource-rich jungle. However, on this path, Lin Yu's adversaries are not limited to these indigenous forces and wild monsters. Other Lord-class practitioners also pose a threat. Conflicts between lords over regional resources are not uncommon, with life and death encounters leading to territorial obliteration. After all, the prevailing theme of the floating islands across myriad realms is war. Lords who cannot adapt to combat and slaughter face inevitable elimination. In contrast, combat-oriented practitioners fare somewhat better. They resemble solitary adventurers or bounty hunters, not vying for territory or plundering resources. Their sole task is to hunt the wild monsters on the islands. Generally, Lord-class practitioners do not declare war on combat-oriented practitioners, as there exists no direct conflict of interest between them. In fact, lords often serve as the strong support for combat practitioners, with most combat practitioners aspiring to ally with a lord to secure their entry into the grand battlefield of the myriad realms. Thus, regarding combat practitioners, the lords predominantly seek to win them over. Within this dense jungle, it is reasonable to assume that other lord-class adventurers exist. However, their territories remain unknown for the time being. Should fortune favor an encounter, Lin Yu surmised that he would likely resort to rather forceful methods to expel those lord-class adventurers from this area or eliminate them outright. After all, the resources of a given territory are finite. The concept of a group of lord-class adventurers sharing these resources vastly differs from that of a single lord-class adventurer enjoying them in solitude. It must be acknowledged that Lin Yu possesses a penchant for monopolizing resources. Just as with the matter of selling equipment, he prefers to operate unilaterally. He even harbors hopes that the development pace of the lord-class adventurers on the island slows to a crawl, allowing him to amass a significant fortune through the blacksmith shop. Without further contemplation, Lin Yu redirected his gaze towards the battlefield beyond his territory. Yida and Sally have both ascended to level 8. Their strength has magnified considerably, rivaling that of the four-winged angels, such as Murata and Morin. Even if their ranks are insufficient, the mere difference of a level renders their power escalation entirely reasonable. In addition to their substantial power increase, Yida and Sally now brim with magical energy, attaining the pinnacle of their combat state. With their snow-white angelic wings unfurled, they charge directly into the most densely populated areas of the undead. The angelic swords in their hands radiated with scorching golden flames. Each swing unleashed a dazzling arc of light and a sea of golden fire. Within that sword light resided the pure essence of divine and luminous power, while the golden flames were sacred fires unique to the angelic lineage, coalesced from the strength of faith. Both forces inflicted terrifying damage upon the undead. Even if some undead managed to survive the onslaught of the sword light, their remnants would swiftly be reduced to ashes by the engulfing golden flames. In a fleeting moment, the number of undead vanquished by Yida and Sally amounted to several hundred. A glance around revealed the ground strewn with scattered, bleached bones, some still smoldering. Alongside the multitude of corpses lay glimmering gold coins. The rule of the floating island world dictates that slaying monsters yields gold coins. Even if the undead are destitute, they will still drop coins when the moment arises. Moreover, it is not only coins that drop, but also equipment, blueprints, and seeds of crops, among other items, all subject to probability. In the floating island realm, the supreme force of rules permeates every facet. As Yida and Sally wreaked havoc, a group of figures stood several kilometers away above the jungle, observing the battlefield. From their appearance, it was evident that these figures were all undead beings: skeletal knights, skeletal mages, and skeletal hunters, each a high-level elite. At the forefront stood a colossal skeletal figure nearly 5 meters tall, the Skeleton King, Ryan. Had Lin Yu been present, he would have immediately recognized this giant skeleton as the very being he yearned to defeat. After a day's absence, Ryan had returned. However, unlike the previous night, he did not approach Lin Yu's territory. Instead, he lingered with his cadre of high-level undead, remaining a few kilometers away from the battlefield, hidden from the angel's sight. "My king, the strength of this territory has increased significantly," remarked a tattered skeletal figure clad in a gray robe, riddled with holes as if gnawed by rodents. Upon closer inspection, it was apparent that this had once been a magical robe belonging to an elemental mage. This undead being had indeed inherited its former abilities and transformed into a skeletal mage, wielding the magic to resurrect the undead, albeit limited to its own kind. Were it to encounter other types of undead, such as ghouls, phantoms, or zombies, its resurrection magic would be ineffective. Skeletal beings lack vocal cords and do not speak in the conventional sense. However, they can communicate with one another through the flickering of soul fire and the vibrations of mental energy. This is part of the reason why the undead are classified as an intelligent race. They possess awareness. Furthermore, high-level undead exhibit intelligence comparable to that of humans. Not only has it increased significantly, interjected a skeletal knight, responding with a tremor of mental energy. Compared to last night, This territory's strength has surged by at least fivefold. My mount is a colossal skeletal bear, once belonging to the Earth Demon Bear clan, also of high caliber. Unbelievable. Just on the third day, a lord from another world has achieved such growth. If granted another 3 days, would he not conquer even the two-headed demon tribe? The assembly of high-level undead expressed their astonishment. Despite being undead, their evolved intelligence has given rise to a myriad of emotions, such as fear, surprise, and excitement. Presently, they found themselves in a state of sheer dread, alarmed by Lin Yu's rapid territorial expansion. My king, the skeletal mage addressed the skeleton king Ryan. Might I suggest that you withdraw the undead legion from the battlefield? If this slaughter continues, the strength of this territory will only grow more formidable. Futile. Ryan shook his head. Towering nearly 5 meters above the rest, he resembled a giant among them. Nonetheless, it is worth noting that he originally belonged to the giant race. Once night falls, these low-intelligence undead cease to heed my commands, particularly in the face of an enemy, as they are then under the dominion of the supreme rules. What shall we do? The skeletal mage expressed concern over the safety of their burial grounds. We cannot allow this territory to continue developing, otherwise, even our own safety may be compromised. Fear not, declared the skeletal knight, mounted upon the skeletal bear. My king's territory is located in the underground world, posing no threat from this otherworldly lord's advances. The skeletal mage, however, countered, we are too close. Should he locate the entrance to the underground world, tracking down my king's territory would be no challenge. Then let us take the initiative and mount an assault on this territory, exclaimed a foolish member of the group. This territory is merely an intermediate village, not even reaching the town level, protested the skeletal mage, rapping the skeletal bear with his bone staff. Under the supreme rules, who dares to overstep? Local forces are forbidden from attacking territories below the town level. This is the law of the floating island. The skeletal knight retorted angrily. What do you propose, then? This option is unfeasible. That option is unfeasible. Shall we simply relocate? Ryan, the skeleton king, declared, indeed. My wisdom prevails. Another bountiful night awaits. Let us return to our burial grounds. He felt disinclined to linger further. Witnessing the enemy's strength intensifying while being devoid of any effective countermeasures left him in a state of discomfort. He too wished to withdraw the undead from the battlefield to prevent them from bestowing the enemy with an abundance of leveling resources. Yet, he found himself powerless to do so. Under normal circumstances, he could command these undead, but once night descended, his control waned significantly, particularly in combat, as the supreme rules held sway over the undead, limiting even his own authority. Last night, it yearned to obliterate this territory. Yet, it found itself powerless. For the supreme rules forbade any native creature from launching an assault on a lord's dominion that had not yet attained the status of a town. Only upon the territory's elevation to town would the supreme rules relinquish their constraints. Until that moment, it could only watch helplessly as the enemy's strength continued to ascend. It had contemplated striking, targeting the winged creatures and the raucous native traitorous goblins that appeared on the battlefield, all without directly attacking the enemy's territory. However, the enemy had not afforded it that opportunity. Surrounding the battlefield were numerous winged beings, standing tall against the vast night sky, vigilantly monitoring every movement in the vicinity. Even as a king-level being, it could not approach the battlefield stealthily. Any attempt to draw near would undoubtedly attract the notice of those beautiful winged creatures, resulting in a retreat of enemy forces back to their territory, rendering its efforts futile. Therefore, rather than squandering time and subjecting itself to frustration, it would be wiser to return to the burial ground and contemplate its forthcoming strategies. The skeletal knight, somewhat slow-witted, had just uttered the suggestion of relocating. And upon hearing the skeletal king, Ryan, mention returning to the burial ground, it hastily inquired, My king, are we truly moving? The burial ground had been carefully managed by King Ryan for many years, entombing countless remains. It was saturated with the potent essence of necromancy. For the undead, the burial ground was a veritable paradise. It was reluctant to leave. Move. King Ryan shot a reproachful glance at the foolish skeletal knight, asserting with a surge of mental force, of course, we shall return to seal off the entrance to the underworld, prohibiting any surface beings from approaching. Wise is our king. The skeletal mage interjected, eager to flatter. If possible, my king could also forge an alliance with those flamboyant dark elves. With the strength of the dark elf tribe, we could together seal the entrance. Should that otherworldly lord dare to send his forces even a step through the entrance, we shall deliver a fatal blow. The affairs of the surface world are beyond our concern, but the underworld shall forever belong to our king. Excellently articulated. King Ryan nodded in appreciation towards the skeletal mage. Compared to the dim-witted skeletal knight, the skeletal mage was far more agreeable. Not only was he intellectually astute, but he also occasionally proposed exceedingly viable suggestions, aiding in the refinement of their strategies, which brought King Ryan immense satisfaction. It had only just considered sealing off the entrance to the underworld and had not thought of collaborating with the dark elf tribe. Now, with the skeletal mage's proposal, it deemed the plan remarkably prudent. After all, The growth rate of that otherworldly lord was terrifying. By the next encounter, it might not stand a chance. With the assistance of the Dark Elves, its confidence would surely be bolstered. Though we are undead, the Dark Elves are not far removed from that state. As fellow denizens of the evil faction and long-standing neighbors, I believe we stand a significant chance of allying with the Dark Elf tribe. Upon hearing this, the skeletal mage promptly replied, as long as our king personally intervenes, the alliance with the Dark Elf tribe is bound to succeed. Very well. King Ryan nodded slightly. As a king-level powerhouse, he had his prestige. At that moment, the skeletal knight asked again, my king, with your strength, you could easily intimidate that otherworldly lord, preventing him from stepping foot into the underworld. Why then should we collaborate with those despised dark elves? The skeletal giant bear under his command also shook its head, seemingly perplexed. Though devoid of flesh, the skeletal giant bear had a rotund form, appearing somewhat adorably dark in its demeanor. Sensing the mental query from the skeletal knight, the hidden emerald flame of King Ryan's soul flickered with agitation beneath his helmet. Could he admit to being wary of that otherworldly lord, fearing he might not be able to handle the situation alone? Certainly not, for he was a king. Thus, he felt a surge of anger, nearly overwhelmed with the impulse to smite the skeletal knight for his foolishness. The skeletal mage, perceptive and astute, discerned King Ryan's thoughts and recognized that the king had entered a state of fury. It was likely that in the next moment, he might cleave the skeletal knight in two and consume its soul flame. The mage hastily chastised the skeletal knight, foolish bear knight. Of course, our king's might can intimidate that otherworldly lord. As for allying with the dark elves, it is merely a strategy to weaken their power, preparing for the eventual annihilation of the dark elf tribe. Do you understand? Oh, so that is the case. The skeletal knight finally grasped the situation, exclaiming in admiration, truly, our king is wise. King Ryan, skeletal mage. Soon, King Ryan led a cadre of high-level undead away from the area, swiftly vanishing from the surface world. This night battle persisted until just past 2 in the morning. The reason for this prolonged conflict lay in the intensity of the fighting, which drained the angels of their magical energies, compelling them to retreat to their territory. Moreover, a new journey awaited them on the morrow. They required ample time to recuperate their magic. The method by which angels restored their magic was straightforward. It did not involve magical meditation, but rather prayer to the Lord. During the act of prayer, the magic expended by the angels would be swiftly replenished. In the words of Ayada, this was the Lord's blessing. Following this war, the angels experienced significant enhancement. They had slain over 10,000 undead beings of various ranks on the battlefield, granting each angel a substantial reward of primordial power. By the war's conclusion, all the angels had, to varying degrees, leveled up. Some achieved remarkable advancements across different tiers. For instance, most of the summoned winged angels had ascended to level 6. Others, like the 4-winged angels Murata, Morin, and Marty, had progressed from early level 7 to mid-level 7. The 4-winged archangel Elena, utilizing the widespread damage advantage of the holy light divine art, had dispatched an astonishing number of undead creatures on the battlefield, leading to an even greater breakthrough in her level. She had now entered the latter stages of level 7, with only a step remaining to reach level 8. Furthermore, the participating goblins also reaped substantial benefits, with their levels rising and combat prowess soaring. In summary, this war had elevated the overall strength of the Lin Yu territory by another tier. While the overall scale of the forces had not drastically changed, their combat capabilities had become significantly more formidable. Additionally, the spoils of war were plentiful. Scattered across the battlefield, littered with pristine white bones, lay countless gleaming gold coins, akin to stars adorning the night sky. If fortune favored, there would undoubtedly be equipment and blueprints to be uncovered. Compared to those forced to hide away, too fearful to tread into the dark world, the combat professionals and lord-class individuals of Lin Yu had indeed unlocked a night of bountiful harvest. Chapter 62. Unexpected Gains. The Beautiful and Gallant Angels. The following morning, Lin Yu awoke early. Though he had only slept for a few hours, his spirit was remarkably invigorated, devoid of any sense of fatigue. Perhaps it was due to the significant surge in his power. His vitality was recovering at an extraordinary rate. This led Lin Yu to speculate whether, upon ascending to the extraordinary realm, practitioners could sustain prolonged periods without sleep. Once they attained divinity, would they be entirely free from the need for slumber? Most likely, the answer is affirmative. After dressing and freshening up, as he finished tidying his bedding, a graceful figure timely knocked and entered. My lord, here is the breakfast prepared for you. The 4-winged archangel Elena respectfully presented a tray to Lin Yu. Today's breakfast bore no significant alterations, comprising fresh fruits, roasted meat, and honey water mixed with wild forest honey. The fruits and honey were gathered by the angels during their hunts. The bountiful resources of the dense forest ensured that such provisions were never scarce. Even solitary practitioners, with a modicum of effort, could avoid starvation in this mountainous region. The sole concern was whether they might fall prey to the claws of wild monsters. Who roasted today's beast meat? Lin Yu inquired, savoring the tender and juicy morsels while casting a glance at the respectfully poised Archangel Elena. Unlike other angels, Elena exuded an aura of exquisite grace. In her movements and stillness alike, she embodied a profound gentleness, as if no matter how one might torment or exploit her, she would never resist, but would instead yield obediently, allowing others to do as they wished. This was undeniably captivating. At least, Lin Yu found it quite appealing. Upon hearing Lin Yu's question, Elena promptly replied, "My lord, I attempted to roast some beast meat, though I am not particularly skilled at it. If it does not meet your satisfaction, I shall replace it immediately." Lin Yu chuckled, "No need for that. I merely wish to express that today's roasted meat tastes even better than yesterday's. Thank you for your kind words." The tension in Elena's stunning countenance gradually eased. Rather than fearing Lin Yu's displeasure, she was more concerned with whether she had served him well. As an angel, it was her duty to serve the Lord of Holy Light. Whatever the task, as long as she earned the Lord's approval, these angels found contentment. Today, Lin Yu's praise for her breakfast brought her joy. "Alas, there are no vegetables." "My lord, what are vegetables?" Elena asked with a hint of confusion. As a divine being born from the angel rebirth pool, angels do not consume grains or drink sweet springs. Their bodies are replenished solely through daily prayers. Thus, she was unaware of what vegetables were. Lin Yu explained, "A type of edible leafy plant. Wrapping roasted meat in lettuce leaves is simply a perfect match. Unfortunately, such things do not grow on the floating island." Seeing Elena fall into silence, seemingly pondering where to gather such edible leafy plants, Lin Yu smiled and waved his hand. "No need to dwell on it. I merely mentioned it in passing. Compared to those combat practitioners on the island who quench their thirst with dew and feast on grasshoppers, his breakfast was already exceedingly lavish. Even if some combat practitioners could procure similar food, it would be through their own efforts, unlike him, who required no labor." Upon awakening, a gentle and beautiful angel would appear, wholeheartedly attending to his needs. What more could he desire? Such a life was undoubtedly enviable to countless practitioners on the island. After finishing breakfast, Lin Yu descended with Elena to the first floor of the Lord's Hall. The scene before him felt eerily familiar. Indeed, it was just like yesterday. Much like the previous morning, the ground floor was once again piled high with a substantial amount of spoils, even exceeding yesterday's haul. There were over 1,000 gold coins alone, along with a dozen pieces of equipment and several glowing blueprints. Among these treasures, Lin Yu also spotted a green package. "What is this?" Lin Yu exclaimed, astonished to encounter a package-type loot for the first time. "My lord, I have inspected it, and the package contains seeds of various crops." Elena informed him. "Seeds? They must undoubtedly be spirit rice." As he spoke, Lin Yu approached the green package. Before he even opened it, the information materialized before his eyes. 10 units of spirit rice seeds. Category: common grain. Level: 1. Germination period: 7 days. Description: this is the most common type of food crop, capable of fulfilling your subjects' basic food needs. With it, your subjects can enjoy rice. Note 1. Planting 1 unit of spirit rice seeds will yield 1,000 units of spirit rice. Note 2. Upgrading the spirit field's level will accelerate the growth rate of spirit rice and other crops, enhance yield, and increase mutation probabilities, among other benefits. Spirit rice quote: "That's right, it's you. Put away that disdainful gaze. Eating me will allow you to become a practitioner. This is an incredibly true legend." 10 units of spirit rice seeds. Thus, if planted in the spirit field, after 7 days, he would yield 10,000 units of spirit rice. How many pounds 10,000 units of spirit rice equates to, Lin Yu did not know. He had never seen mature spirit rice, and what lay before him were merely seeds, inedible under the supreme rules. However, it was reasonable to assume it would be substantial. After all, it amounted to a full 10,000 units. If it were 10,000 units of beast meat, it would be sufficient to feed 1,000 goblins for several months. Furthermore, the prospect of upgrading the spirit field to accelerate crop growth, enhance yield, and increase mutation probability was not mentioned in the spirit field's documentation. Lin Yu resolved to attempt upgrading the spirit field when he planted the spirit rice. The spirit field is a special structure. Upgrading requires gold coins, but no other fundamental resources. To elevate the first level, spirit field, to the second level necessitates 200 gold coins, as stated in the information documentation. Setting down the package containing the spirit rice seeds, Lin Yu and the four-winged archangel Elena ventured outside the Lord's Hall. Looking around, they beheld fully assembled angelic battalions that had completed their gathering. Leading the front lines were the war-grade four-winged angels Mira, Morin, and Maddie, followed by the recently promoted level 8 Yada and the petite and adorable Sally. Behind them, over 200 angels stood in an orderly formation, perfectly aligned. Each angel was fully armed, clad in uniform silver-white angelic battle armor, wielding swords ablaze with golden flames, and sporting pairs of snow-white angelic wings. The nascent dawn cast a holy golden sheen upon them, rendering the entire scene profoundly striking. At first glance, the angels possessed enchanting visages and proud figures. Yet, not a trace of feminine fragility was discernible among them. These beautiful angels exuded a gallant spirit, brimming with martial fervor. Their resolve was as unyielding as their steadfast faith, impervious to fear of any adversary. "My lord," the four-winged archangel Elena, who had been walking respectfully by Lin Yu's side, spoke with reverence. Yesterday afternoon, we successfully pinpointed the exact location of the Grey Earth Dwarf tribe based on information provided by a goblin follower. Rest assured, with our strength, we shall easily conquer this local tribe. The Grey Earth Dwarf tribe, a local stronghold guarded by a level 9 practitioner, posed little challenge to the current angelic battalion. Lin Yu nodded slightly, harboring confidence in his angels. Go forth, and bring back all the resources from the Grey Earth Dwarf tribe. As for the dwarves within the tribe, handle them as you see fit. At your command, Great Lord of Holy Light. The four-winged Archangel Elena responded dutifully. When it comes to the indigenous intelligent beings that do not belong to the evil faction, the angelic race has always bestowed upon them two fateful choices: to worship the Lord and attain eternal life, or to reject the Lord, which brands them as heretics destined for purification. This has been the unchanging method of warfare for the angelic kin. Soon, the angels embarked on a collective expedition. Led by four-winged angels, over 200 two-winged angels unfurled their celestial wings, soaring into the sky before swiftly vanishing beyond the distant horizon. It was evident that they were heading straight for the towering mountain several kilometers away. Concurrently, 2 battalions of goblins, already prepared, surged forth from their territory. The goblin troops ventured out to hunt, while the goblin followers, commanded by the 8th-level goblin leader Bard, made their way on foot to the Grey Earth Dwarven tribe, tasked with transporting the spoils of war captured by the angelic forces back home. Chapter 63, from today onward, Raising Angels. In an instant, the vast territory was left with only Lin Yu and over 100 ordinary goblin followers. The daily labor of these followers involved dismantling the corpses of the wild monsters hunted by various teams. Their working hours exceeded 12 each day. Fatigue was inevitable. Yet there was no alternative. The sheer number of wild monsters hunted daily was overwhelming, at least over 5,000. Without working a full 12 hours, they would never manage to dismantle all those corpses. If left for the next day, the workload would only accumulate, becoming an endless cycle. I need more followers, Lin Yu murmured to himself. His motivation was not solely to alleviate the burden on these goblin followers. It was primarily due to the exponential increase in strength of both the angelic teams and the goblin battalions, resulting in even more hunting spoils each day. Currently, they were working 12-hour shifts. Soon enough, even if these goblin followers forwent food and sleep and toiled for 24 hours a day, they might still not finish dismantling the corpses of the hunted wild monsters. The current dismantling workload was already at full capacity. It was imperative to recruit more followers to join in the dismantling efforts to prevent overwhelming excess. Not far away, rhythmic clanging sounds emanated from the blacksmith's forge, an unmistakable cadence of equipment being crafted. The old blacksmith, Devon, had been tirelessly laboring since last night until after 10 o'clock and resumed at dawn. Lin Yu planned to visit the blacksmith's forge later to see how many pieces of equipment had been forged. For now, he needed to plant the seeds of spirit rice in the spirit field and upgrade the spirit field. Without hesitation, Lin Yu returned to the Lord's Hall, took the green package containing the spirit rice seeds, along with 200 gold coins, and made his way directly to the location of the spirit field. Passing through the softly glowing shield, Lin Yu entered the spirit field. From the outside, it appeared as a square measuring no more than 100 meters on each side. However, upon stepping inside, his vision expanded exponentially, revealing a space far larger than it seemed from the exterior. This was evidently due to the compression of space. The precise mechanism behind it was beyond Lin Yu's current understanding, as he had yet to attain the level of insight required to perceive the supreme rules governing the floating island. First, to upgrade the spirit field, Lin Yu communicated with the floating island of all realms. Soon, a notification from the floating island of all realms appeared in his mind. Upgrading the spirit field to level 2 requires the expenditure of 200 gold coins. Do you wish to proceed with the upgrade? Yes. No. Without hesitation, Lin Yu chose yes. At these moments, he often found the floating island of all realms somewhat rigid. Despite having clearly expressed his intention to upgrade the spirit field, it still required him to confirm, as if following a predetermined set of rules like a machine. Before he could ponder further, the 200 gold coins he brought with him suddenly transformed into countless golden rays, merging with the spirit field. Almost simultaneously, a fragrant aroma seemed to permeate the air within the spirit field. After approximately 10 seconds, the space of the spirit field shook violently a few times, and then everything fell silent. Gazing around, the vast expanse of the spirit field appeared unchanged. It looked just as it had before the upgrade. The only difference was that the air felt fresher and sweeter. Lin Yu then opened the information panel for the upgraded spirit field. Spirit field, level 2, special attributes, crop, pet beast, growth time reduced by 20%, yield increased by 30%, mutation probability is 5%. Upgrade requirement, 1,000 gold coins. Note, level 2 spirit fields can only cultivate level 1 and level 2 grains. Indeed, the growth time had been reduced. Moreover, there was an increase in yield and mutation probability. A smile of delight spread across Lin Yu's face. When the spirit field was at level 1, The special attributes section bore the single word none. Now, upon reaching level 2, several special attributes had immediately been added. Could this be the power of gold coins? Then, Lin Yu glanced at the upgrade requirements for the next level, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Upgrading from level 1 to level 2 required 200 gold coins, while ascending from level 2 to level 3 demanded a staggering 1,000 gold coins. The increase was excessively disproportionate. At this stage, 1,000 gold coins was not an insurmountable sum for Lin Yu. However, he pondered the future. How many coins would be required to upgrade to level 4 and level 5? Lin Yu was aware that the highest level of the spirit field was level 9. In other words, to attain a fully upgraded level 9 spirit field, an astronomical amount of gold coins would be necessary, sufficient to recruit a vast army of troops. Nevertheless, overall, upgrading the spirit field proved to be quite beneficial. According to the information divulged by the floating island of all realms, only high-level spirit fields could cultivate divine-grade crops and breed divine-level pet beasts. The term pet beast is broad and does not refer to any specific type of creature. Wild boars, wolves, and wild chickens in the forest are all considered pet beasts. Powerful pure-blood dragons, proud nature spirits, sea serpents known as evil sirens, and so forth, also fall under this category of pet beasts, regardless of the species. Whether intelligent or not, even immortal deities can be raised as pet beasts if the Lord is willing and possesses sufficient strength. This is the essence of the Lord profession, often regarded by countless combat professionals as the favored offspring of the floating island. At this moment, an epiphany struck Lin Yu, igniting a spark of inspiration. Since the breeding area of the spirit field can accommodate any creature, could he also raise angels? The increase in yield was secondary. His angels were all in their initial forms, yielding 0 produce. What truly mattered was the enhancement of mutation probability. Angels like Yida, Sally, and Vina had long yearned for the opportunity to achieve bloodline evolution and ascend to higher echelons of angelhood. With this in mind, Lin Yu immediately communicated with the floating island of all realms. Moments later, a response arrived. Yes, there have been previous attempts by some Lord professionals to utilize the breeding area of the spirit field to facilitate the growth of their troops. However, the Lord must remember one thing. Efficient growth and bloodline evolution will always depend on warfare and slaying enemies. The fundamental function of the spirit field is merely to provide food sources for the Lord's domain. I understand this. As long as it helps Yida and the others, that's enough. A radiant smile appeared on Lin Yu's handsome face. Efficiency may be a bit lower, but as long as it yields results, that suffices. During the day, the angels would be out hunting. After the battle of the night concludes, they shall enter the cultivation zone of the spirit field, where they can pray to restore their magical energy while simultaneously having a chance to undergo mutation, bloodline evolution. This is tantamount to a continuous enhancement, a relentless progression that wastes not a single moment. Is it not far more pleasant than being cramped within those diminutive wooden huts? Furthermore, with the privileges granted by Lin Yu, the angels can freely traverse the spirit field. From another perspective, the cultivation zone can be aptly described as an alternative sanctuary for spiritual training. Moreover, as the spirit field ascends in level, the efficacy of this training will only improve. It is worth mentioning that there have been Lord-class practitioners who have undertaken such measures. Truly impressive. In a moment of reflection, Lin Yu extracted the spirit rice seeds from the green wrap and sowed them into the spirit field. There was no need for meticulous planting of each seed individually. He merely needed to scatter them, and the spirit field would take care of the rest, as per its inherent rules. After planting the spirit rice, Lin Yu glanced at his little demon plant, the blackbone bloodvine. It had been but a single night since their last encounter. Previously a mere 30 centimeters tall, the blackbone bloodvine had now burgeoned to over 2 meters in height. Its trunk was robust, with numerous branches sprouting forth. The blackbone bloodvine was a voracious eater, constantly consuming. With a steady supply of monster blood, bones, and internal organs, its growth rate was remarkably swift. Chapter 64. I shall rely on you in the future. Visiting the blacksmith shop. Blackbone bloodvine. Category, vine-type demon plant. Grade, gold. Remaining growth time, approximately 68 days and 11 hours. Mutation probability, 5. Growth potential, king level. Description, a relatively rare demon plant. Primarily found in the land of the deceased, thriving on blood and bones, categorized within the evil demon plant lineage. Following the upgrade of the spirit field, the information regarding the blackbone bloodvine also underwent a transformation, particularly concerning its growth time. Just yesterday, upon planting, it required a full 90 days for maturation. However, it was now projected to mature in approximately 68 days, at which point it would be ready to sign a magical contract of master and servant. Lin Yu made a rough calculation. Considering the 20% reduction from the spirit field and accounting for the growth time from yesterday to today, the blackbone bloodvine should have about 72 days of growth remaining. Yet now, it was only around 68 days. Was the floating island mistaken in its calculations? Clearly not. The reason for this discrepancy was that since its planting, the blackbone bloodvine had been voraciously devouring monster blood, bones, and internal organs. These substances accelerated its growth rate. The more it consumed and the higher the quality of its fare, the faster it thrived. In the words of the black-bone bloodvine, any taste of divinity would render the immortal flower its younger sibling. Devouring evolution was its innate talent. Its shortcoming lay in its modest growth potential, merely at the king level. In contrast, the angels under Lin Yu's command boasted growth potentials that were all at the demigod level, with the four-winged angels reaching the pinnacle of demigod status, on the brink of true divinity. Comparatively, the growth potential of the black-bone bloodvine was indeed rather low. However, this issue could be addressed. Not to mention the possibility of obtaining blueprints that could facilitate the evolution of demon plants. The unique functions of the spirit field could also allow the black-bone bloodvine to attain a higher growth potential through mutation. Additionally, feeding it high-quality corpses could also enhance its chances of evolution. Otherwise, the black-bone bloodvine would not dare to boast that the immortal flower was merely its younger sibling. Hurry up and grow. Lin Yu stood before the towering black-bone bloodvine, caressing its pulsating, blood-tinged trunk, and murmured, "It would be best if you could achieve mutation and evolution, becoming an extraordinary, even holy-grade demon plant. That way, when I return to Blue Star, I too can be formidable." The black-bone bloodvine swayed its numerous tendril-like branches, brushing its dark red leaves gently against Lin Yu's palm, as if to curry favor and respond to him. After casting one last glance at the sown spirit rice seeds, Lin Yu turned and exited the spirit field. The base growth time for the spirit rice seeds is 7 days, and after a 20% reduction, only 5.5 days remain. This time frame is already quite short, compared to the rice of Blue Star. Such a growth rate is akin to being propelled by a rocket. Upon returning to his territory, Lin Yu first instructed his golem followers to feed the decomposed blood and bones to the black-bone bloodvine before heading towards the billowing blacksmith shop. On the roof of the smithy, there stood a dark chimney. When crafting equipment, dense black smoke would billow forth from it. Lin Yu was somewhat dissatisfied with this architectural design. The black smoke, rising high into the sky, could be seen from afar, easily revealing the location of his territory. Should any combat practitioners pass nearby, they would undoubtedly come to investigate. Yet, dissatisfaction aside, this was the predetermined design of the floating island for territorial buildings, and he had no means to alter it. Upon entering the blacksmith shop, a wave of heat enveloped him. The first thing that caught his eye was a massive equipment furnace, glowing a bright red. The clanging sounds emanating from within the furnace were incessant. Nearby stood the elderly golem, Devin, 2 junior golem blacksmiths, and a dozen young golem apprentices. Upon seeing Lin Yu, they hurriedly approached to pay their respects. "Hail, my lord." The elderly golem, Devin, stood foremost, his demeanor one of utmost respect. The young golems echoed his sentiment, their excitement palpable. Lin Yu was their deity, and the holy emissaries had foretold that in the near future, when their lord ignited the divine fire and elevated the divine realm, they, as his followers, would enter the divine kingdom to attain eternal life. Regarding this prospect, all the golem followers held unwavering faith. They yearned for the dawn of an eternal era. Lin Yu nodded slightly and turned to the elderly golem, Devin. "How goes the progress with the equipment forging?" The elder replied with deference, "My lord. Since the blacksmith shop commenced operations yesterday, we have crafted a total of 44 pieces of equipment. Among these, 39 have reached level 3, while the remainder consists of level 2 equipment. As a mid-level blacksmith, his forging skills were commendable, producing primarily level 3 equipment, with only a few at level 2. As for level 1 equipment, not a single piece had been crafted. Had he possessed higher-level equipment blueprints, he could have even forged mid-level equipment ranging from levels 4 to 6 within the blacksmith shop. The Lord's blacksmith shop is constrained by equipment blueprint limitations. Well done." Lin Yu smiled and nodded in appreciation. The junior blacksmith shop can produce between 50 to 100 pieces of equipment daily. However, due to having only 3 blacksmiths, with a maximum capacity of 5, and insufficient time within a single day, only 44 pieces had been forged. Once the elderly golem, Devin, successfully trains all these young golems into blacksmiths, Lin Yu will be able to upgrade the blacksmith shop to a mid-level establishment. At that point, the daily output of equipment could potentially reach several hundred pieces. The praise from Lin Yu filled the elderly golem, Devin, with immense excitement, and he exclaimed, "To serve the great Lord of the Holy Light is my lifelong honor." Indeed, Lin Yu turned his gaze toward the blazing equipment furnace. To this day, he has yet to comprehend how such a singular forge can produce an array of diverse equipment. Is it not customary for a blacksmith to first work with iron? Yet, he observed that the old goblin, Duin, did not sweat profusely while wielding a great hammer as depicted in films. Instead, he simply tossed monster materials into the equipment furnace. After a brief interval, a completed piece of equipment would emerge from the forge. This phenomenon was truly enchanting. Clearly, it pertained to the supreme rules governing the floating island. Lin Yu mused quietly. After a brief tour of the blacksmith shop, Lin Yu prepared to depart. He addressed the old goblin Duin, instructing, from now on, at the end of each day's work, ensure that the crafted equipment is delivered to the Lord's Hall. Additionally, I expect you to diligently instruct your apprentices. I hope they can soon become blacksmiths themselves, allowing me to upgrade the blacksmith shop to a higher tier and subsequently produce more equipment. At your command, my lord, Duan assured Lin Yu, patting his chest. He vowed to cultivate the young goblins into blacksmiths in the shortest time possible. Excellent. Then continue your work. I shall not intrude any longer. Lin Yu did not linger, turning to exit the sweltering blacksmith shop. Not long after, he heard Duan's bellowing voice from behind. The old goblin, eager to fulfill the lord's directives, raised his voice to ensure the young goblins remembered their tasks. 1,357 gold coins. 15 pieces of equipment, 6 blueprints for arrow towers, and wooden houses. This was the bounty amassed in the Lord's Hall, resulting from last night's battle. Meticulously organized by Lin Yu, it was indeed a bountiful harvest, far surpassing the gains from the night before. Meanwhile, 44 pieces of equipment from the blacksmith shop had also been delivered. Additionally, Lin Yu had retained 6 pieces of equipment from yesterday, including a premium item for the elementalist class, the magic sphere. Altogether, this amounted to a staggering 65 pieces of equipment. Such a figure was truly formidable. At this stage, no adventurer or lord possessed such an abundance of gear. Merely these items could yield Lin Yu over 10,000 gold coins. Today marks my official debut as an equipment merchant. As he spoke, Lin Yu activated the island trading platform, listing all the equipment for sale. Chapter 65. The whole island is shaken. Lin Yu strikes gold. The early bird catches the worm. Those who rise early among the adventurers signify survival from the perils of the previous night. As for those who slumbered long, they have likely been torn to shreds by monsters in the darkness. The nighttime floating island is far more perilous than during the day. Combat adventurers, lacking the protection of territory, must seek refuge on their own. However, even upon finding shelter, absolute safety is not guaranteed, for the undead lurk in the shadows, easily drawn to the presence of the living. Furthermore, there are the demons that may exist within nightmares, capable of shredding any adventurer at this stage. The reason combat adventurers seek to ally with lord adventurers is largely due to the latter's possession of territory, which can provide them with a safer haven. Early in the morning, the island chat channel buzzed with activity. No one cared to ponder how many adventurers had perished the previous night. After all, it was far more prudent to enhance one's own strength than to dwell on the fates of others. This is already the 4th day. Why are there still so few items on the trading platform? In terms of quantity, even the blueprints available have surpassed them. That is to be expected. Blueprints are only sought after by lord adventurers, whereas equipment is coveted by all. It seems that lord adventurers do not have a significant demand for equipment. Not much, indeed. But how many lord adventurers are there on the island? Less than 1/10,000th of the combat adventurers. Even if lord adventurers were to obtain equipment to sell, it would be a mere drop in the ocean compared to the millions of combat adventurers. Once a combat adventurer acquires equipment, they will undoubtedly keep it for themselves, never to sell. One cannot drop much equipment, while the other requires personal use. Thus, the items appearing on the trading platform are exceedingly scarce. As for why the rarer blueprints are increasing in number, that is solely because some individuals are pricing them exorbitantly, rendering them unaffordable for many lord adventurers. Over several days, the accumulation naturally increases. That analysis makes perfect sense. Now I understand why there are so few items on the platform. Speaking of which, it's been over 10 hours since Lin Yu has made any moves. I'm starting to miss him. What? Should we summon 2 world announcements to satisfy your admiration for Lin Yu? Nonsense. That is a world announcement, not something to be picked up like a cabbage. The one above is even more ridiculous. There are no cabbages on the floating island. At that moment, the previously harmonious and tranquil island chat channel erupted into chaos. Holy hell, the commotion you wanted has arrived. Just now, we were lamenting the scarcity of items on the trading platform, and suddenly dozens of items appeared. Dozens of items? That is not much. But what if all those items are being sold by the same person? Then I'll cut off my own head. Hurry and do it. You 1T need it anyway, and it will grow back once you become a god. All I can say is, Lin Yu is magnificent. I just counted. Lin Yu has listed a staggering 65 pieces of equipment. Absolutely terrifying. Where did those 65 pieces come from? There were only 42 moments ago. That was 3 seconds ago. Now there's only 1 premium elementalist item left. What a travesty. You're all inhuman. Couldn't you leave one for me? You snatched them all up so quickly. You're too slow. You wouldn't catch a warm meal even if you tried. You're all too insane. Over 60 pieces of equipment vanished in mere seconds. Given the vast number of combat adventurers, even 100 times that amount could be cleared in a minute. After all, they're inexpensive. Level 2 equipment costs 50 gold coins, while level 3 equipment is merely 100 gold coins. Truly a fair price. Lin Yu's equipment prices are indeed very reasonable, far kinder than those unscrupulous merchants who auction off even level 1 gear. Praise Lin Yu. By the way, where did Lin Yu obtain so many low-level items? Didn't he previously sell high-tier gear? Could it be that he cleared out a staggering number of low-level monsters? Possible, but the likelihood is slim. To drop this many items, he would have had to slay at least 100,000 monsters. If my deductions are correct, Lin Yu must have acquired his own blacksmith shop. A blacksmith shop? A territory building specially designed for crafting equipment? Indeed. And I venture to say the probability of Lin Yu owning a blacksmith shop is over 95%. It can be considered fact. Having a blacksmith shop already is simply terrifying. This was the message from a Lord adventurer, filled with shock and disbelief. He was not alone. Every adventurer in the chat channel was equally astounded. After all, it was only the 4th day. While the majority of professionals are still struggling for survival, Lin Yu has already constructed a prestigious building, the blacksmith shop, and begun to amass great wealth. Is this not terrifying? It is difficult to fathom how Lin Yu managed to unveil the architectural blueprints for the blacksmith shop, particularly for the lords of the island. Upon discovering that Lin Yu possessed a blacksmith shop, they were left in a state of shock. Their territories were merely low-level villages. Not only did they lack the blueprints for the standard blacksmith shop found in intermediate villages, but even the basic blueprints for arrow towers and fences were scarce among them. Most crucially, they realized that Lin Yu had not only constructed the blacksmith shop, but had also secured a blacksmith. A blacksmith shop without a blacksmith lacks soul and the ability to forge equipment. Incredible. Where did Lin Yu acquire a blacksmith, let alone the blueprints? Could it be from the goblin tribe he conquered yesterday? It is said that although goblins are low-intelligence creatures, they do have blacksmiths among them. Even so, how could he compel a goblin blacksmith to obey him? It is well known that the native intelligent beings on the floating island are mortal enemies to us lords from another world, often resorting to violence upon encounter, with surrender being a rare occurrence. While it defies explanation, this is the reality. Distressing. With the emergence of the blacksmith shop, Lin Yu is bound to become extraordinarily wealthy. Just those 60-plus pieces of equipment have already brought Lin Yu several thousand gold coins. Moreover, he can list a batch of equipment daily, becoming richer each day. With such financial backing, the number of troops at Lin Yu's disposal will undoubtedly increase rapidly, widening the gap between us. Despite already being so powerful, he continues to grow stronger. It feels as though all good fortune has fallen upon Lin Yu. It is utterly unjust, in stark contrast to the shock and subsequent revelry among combat professionals. The lords on the island wore expressions of deep concern. While Lin Yu's emergence as an equipment merchant could bolster the strength of the combat professionals, which was a cause for excitement, it posed a grave threat to the lords. Lin Yu's ability to sell equipment in bulk would yield vast amounts of gold, enabling him to expand his territory's influence swiftly. As competitors, the stronger Lin Yu became, the slimmer their chances of ousting him and claiming the title of Island Lord. In such circumstances, how could they possibly feel joy? I am eager to know what Lin Yu is doing now. Counting gold coins. However, Lin Yu had no inclination to count gold coins. After all, he could easily discern the total amount at a glance. Why bother counting? At present, he was preparing to summon angels. In mere seconds, over 60 pieces of equipment were snatched up, resulting in a profit of several thousand gold coins. With this newfound wealth, his first order of business was, naturally, to summon angels. Aside from the exceptional equipment currently being auctioned, the remaining 64 ordinary pieces of equipment sold for a total of 8,470 gold coins. Adding the 1,300 gold coins from the spoils of war, I now possess a total of 9,827 gold coins. This sum is sufficient to summon 3 fully staffed angel squads, with a surplus of over 1,700 gold coins. Without hesitation, Lin Yu communicated with the floating island of all realms, activating the summoning black hole. As the black hole appeared, even before he beheld his angels, he sensed an unsettling feeling of being watched. Faintly, he perceived a voice roaring in the distance. Straining to listen, he discerned nothing. How peculiar. Where did that sound originate? From behind the black hole? However, before Lin Yu could ponder further, the black hole before him erupted with dazzling points of light. Moments later, a stream of pure, resplendent figures soared forth from the black hole. Chapter 66. Angelia, an overwhelming multitude of figures emerged from the summoning black hole. In the blink of an eye, the Lord's Hall was filled with a vast number of fully armed angels. This comprised 3 fully staffed angel squads. At the forefront were 3 stunning 4-winged angels, flanked by 152 winged angels wielding blazing divine swords, their sacred light illuminating the entire hall. Bow before the Lord. May the Holy One endure eternally, and may the holy light prevail. Under the leadership of the 3 4-winged angels, the assembly of beautiful 2-winged angels bowed respectfully to Lin Yu. In their golden gazes, one could see an abundance of reverence for Lin Yu, as well as the fervent devotion of followers towards their divine deity. In the realm of faith, the divine deity is supreme. Even though Lin Yu currently possessed limited power, being only at the late 4th level, and thus any newly summoned 2-winged angel surpassed him in level, the essence of faith remained, and with it, unwavering loyalty. All angels under Lin Yu's command exhibited absolute fidelity, as their faith had reached the highest level of Holy Spirit. What is a Holy Spirit? Broadly speaking, a Holy Spirit is an apostle of the divine deity, an extension of divine will. In the mortal realm, believers of Holy Spirit rank serve as messengers of the divine, embodying the will and authority of the gods. Thus, goblin followers refer to angels as holy envoys. Goblin followers possess a fervent level of faith, merely a step away from reaching the Holy Spirit rank. Yet the chasm between them is vast. It may take hundreds of thousands of fervent believers to produce a single Holy Spirit believer. From the perspective of faith, Holy Spirit rank believers contribute the most faith power, surpassing any other rank of believers. Therefore, many divine deities do not regard ordinary believers with much consideration. Yet they place immense value on Holy Spirit believers, often willing to expend significant divine power to cultivate more of them. This is due to the superior quality of Holy Spirit believers compared to others. It is evident that Lin Yu's ability to garner the faith and loyalty of the angelic race is a truly magnificent achievement. Indeed, Lin Yu surveyed the impeccably organized 3 angel squads before him, feeling immense satisfaction. With this, he commanded 7 fully staffed angel squads, totaling 350. This count does not include the 7 four-winged angels leading these squads, nor the incomplete angel squad led by Yetta and Sally, should he conduct another summoning. The total number of angels under his command could effortlessly surpass 400. This is indeed a formidable prospect. After all, at this stage, the lords who randomly receive low-level exclusive troops find it challenging to reach such numbers. For high-level or top-tier troops, it becomes even more unattainable. The higher the level of the troop, the pricier it is. A top-tier troop can cost as much as 50 gold coins to recruit. Across the entire floating island, only Lin Yu can summon them in batches of 100 or 200. For those high-ranking or top-ranking lords, such thoughts would be utterly unfathomable. Poverty is their only shortcoming. As for Lin Yu, he is the envy and jealousy of the landowners among the island's lords. According to the allocation scheme of the floating island of all realms, possessing 10 standard-sized angel squads allows for the summoning of a 6-winged angel, thus forming a small-scale angel army. This means that if I summon 3 more angel squads, I will be able to summon a 6-winged angel. Of course, the prerequisite is to upgrade the territory to a high-level village. From yesterday onwards, Lin Yu had been refreshing the domestic trading platform at every opportunity, eagerly searching for any benevolent professionals willing to sell the Watchtower blueprint. Should such an offering arise, he would not hesitate to purchase it, provided the price was not exorbitant. This was crucial, as he was merely one Watchtower blueprint away from upgrading his territory and unlocking the summoning rights for the 6-winged angels. Of course, it would be even more fortuitous if he could procure one himself, thus avoiding the risk of being extorted by unscrupulous merchants. My lord, 3 four-winged angels approached Lin Yu, bowing with the utmost reverence. Beauty and purity were inherent traits of angels, while respect and fervor were emotions they only exhibited in the presence of Lin Yu. Towards other races, however, angels displayed arrogance and indifference. The 3 newly summoned 4-winged angels, like Murata, Morin, and Maddie, were also classified as war-grade angels under the command of the 12-winged angels. Their evolutionary path led to the 6-winged mighty angels. Comparatively, the divine magic-grade angels, such as Elena, were fewer in number, while the command-grade angels led by the seraphim were even rarer. Lin Yu felt a twinge of regret for not summoning a divine magic-grade 4-winged archangel. Yet this sentiment was fleeting. After all, in terms of rank, 4-winged angels and 4-winged archangels were equivalent. The distinction lay solely in their functions. Contemplating this, Lin Yu resolved to bestow names upon the 3 4-winged angels, as a captain of a battle squadron should naturally receive the favor of the Lord of Holy Light. From this moment forth, you shall be named Mira and Beth. As Lin Yu's gaze fell upon the 3rd 4-winged angel, a sudden inspiration struck him, and he exclaimed, "Your name shall be Angelia. All praise to you, exalted Lord of Holy Light." Angelia clasped her hands over her ample bosom, bowing her head in a respectful gesture towards Lin Yu. Subsequently, the 4-winged angels Mira, Beth, and the host of 2-winged angels echoed praises to the Supreme Lord of Holy Light. Lin Yu nodded slightly, and then examined the information panel for the 3 4-winged angels. They were all of initial level 7, with a growth potential at the peak of demigod status, indistinguishable from the previously summoned 4-winged angels. He then looked towards the 3, focusing primarily on Angelia, and instructed, "The other angels have proceeded to the Grey Dwarf tribe to eradicate heresy. You shall accompany them. After breaching the Grey Dwarf tribe, each of you will lead your own squad in hunting within the mountains and forests. This world is fraught with various dangers, so exercise caution during your hunts." "We shall obey, Great Master." Angelia and her companions replied with utmost respect. Following Lin Yu's indication, they led over 100 2-winged angels out of the Lord's Hall and soared towards the distant mountains. Angelia? What a splendid name. Lin Yu smiled broadly, feeling a sense of improvement in his naming prowess. After this round of summoning, he still had over 1,700 gold coins remaining, insufficient to summon a full-fledged angelic battalion. Though summoning scattered angels posed no issue, nevertheless, he was in no rush, for in half an hour, the auction for the premium enchanted item, the magic sphere, would conclude. By then, the proceeds from the auction, combined with his existing funds, would easily allow him to summon a complete angelic battalion. Chapter 67. The Mountain Must Fall. They have invaded. Several kilometers away, at the foothills of the Grey Dwarf Tribe S Mountain, Over 200 angels stood resolutely in the air. Armed with their flaming angelic swords, they gently flapped their snow-white wings, radiating a sacred glow. Lady Elena, we have located the most vulnerable point. Breaching the mountainside by no more than 50 meters will grant us direct access to the caves inhabited by the heretics, reported a two-winged angel. Very well, let us proceed. The four-winged archangel Elena nodded slightly. At once. Soon, a multitude of two-winged angels gathered. At the forefront stood the 8th level Yida and Sally, raising their angelic swords high and delivering dazzling arcs of light towards the designated point. Simultaneously, the other two-winged angels followed suit, striking down with their swords. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the mountain trembled. Countless boulders were shattered into fragments, and the marked location erupted in a shower of debris and dust. Concurrently, a cave with a diameter of several meters visibly extended into the mountain's core. In fact, just yesterday, the angels, having obtained information from their goblin acolytes, located an underground passage leading directly into the mountain and to the Grey Dwarf tribe. They even discovered several concealed tree hollows hidden by the Grey Dwarfs. However, there was a significant issue. The Grey Dwarfs were diminutive in stature, and the tunnels and tree hollows they constructed were only slightly over a meter in diameter. If the angels were to proceed through these passages, they would have to bend over uncomfortably. Moreover, the underground passages were riddled with various traps set by the Grey Dwarfs, making their removal time-consuming and labor-intensive. Should they encounter an attack from the Grey Dwarf tribe during this endeavor, it would become even more troublesome. Thus, several four-winged angels deliberated and decided to forcibly breach the mountain, creating an entrance directly to the Grey Dwarf tribe. This method was both safe and expedient. The mountain trembled from the sword strikes, and the Grey Dwarves within the mountain's belly naturally sensed the disturbance. After all, their cave was also quaking, with luminous crystals and tiny stalactites occasionally falling from the ceiling. While the exact number of Grey Dwarves injured was unclear, it was evident they recognized a formidable enemy was attempting to invade their tribe. The Grey Dwarves within the tribe were on high alert. Without needing any orders, they swiftly armed themselves with whatever they could find: thick leather armor, iron swords, long knives, and shovels. Anything that could provide them a semblance of security was put to use. The war horn had sounded. The evil enemy was at hand. Yet, not a single Grey Dwarf chose to flee. For the tribe's elder had warned them that their adversary hails from a different world. The supreme edict had decreed that they must resist the incursion of the otherworldly lord with all their might. Until the tribe was on the verge of annihilation, no one was permitted to flee or surrender. Failure to comply would result in the wrath of the supreme edict. To these feeble native sentient beings, the punishment of the supreme edict was akin to divine retribution. Once it descended, their demise would be inevitable. Therefore, they had no choice but to fight with all their strength to thwart the invasion of the otherworldly lord. Within the tribe's council hall, the elder of the Grey Dwarves and a group of high-ranking Grey Dwarves gathered, comprising the tribe's elite. In contrast to the panic and fear of the ordinary tribesmen, they were more perplexed, their faces etched with confusion. For in their view, even if they truly faced an invasion from the lord of another world, there would be no reason for such a tumult. The entire mountain seemed to tremble and sway, giving them the impression that ancient titans were hammering upon their mountain. Elder, what is happening? A high-ranking member of the tribe queried, filled with suspicion. Is it possible that this lord from another world can truly summon ancient titans? In the realm of the otherworldly lords, the ability to summon troops is no secret among the indigenous intelligent races. The supreme rules have long conveyed pertinent information regarding this. Moreover, they are acutely aware that the task of these otherworldly lords is to conquer this world and ascend as its sovereign. In stark contrast, the mission of the native intelligent races is to eradicate all otherworldly lords, thereby safeguarding the world that rightfully belongs to them. The two factions exist in a state of absolute opposition. Whosoever emerges as the ultimate victor shall wield dominion over the world, and in the end, the supreme rules will bestow unimaginable rewards upon the triumphant side, such as the chance to become an immortal deity amidst the void of myriad realms. Ancient titans? Impossible! Exclaimed a high-ranking member of another tribe, instantly dismissing the notion. Even if an otherworldly lord could summon titans, they would only be ordinary titans. Indeed, the ancient titans, storm titans, and thunder titans are mythic beings of unparalleled power. It is inconceivable for an otherworldly lord to summon them directly. Other tribal leaders nodded in agreement. The venerable patriarch seated upon the grand throne in the hall waved his hand, declaring, "Such discussions are futile. Our foremost duty now is to strive to protect our tribe with utmost effort." Wise words, esteemed chieftain. Just then, a scout from the Grey Dwarves burst into the council chamber. He fell to his knees, exclaiming, "Great chieftain, we have scoured all entrances and exits, yet found no trace of the enemy." No sooner had he finished speaking than another Grey Dwarf rushed in, shouting, "Great chieftain, dire news. I have seen a multitude of luminous winged beings assaulting our great mountain. Their resplendent sword lights extend for dozens of meters, and there are hundreds of these radiant winged beings wreaking havoc." In the blink of an eye, a massive cavity appeared in the belly of the mountain. Is this not a confirmation? A high-ranking tribal member gasped. No wonder the mountain trembles so violently. It has been struck by hundreds of them. Not humans, but luminous winged beings. The scout's expression was one of shock as he continued. Some possessed 2 wings, others 4, wielding divine swords ablaze with golden flames. Enveloped in a dazzling brilliance, resembling goddesses from the divine realm. Truly magnificent. Foolish and shallow. The patriarch retorted coldly. Such beauty is merely a ruse employed by malevolent beings to ensnare the hearts of men. It is certain that they are the architects of the destruction of the goblin tribe. The goblin tribe has fallen at their hands. Now, they have set their sights on our gray dwarf tribe. Indeed, the supreme rules have not deceived us, whether they hail from the otherworld or are their summoned troops. They all possess an insatiable lust for war. These otherworldly beings will bring catastrophe upon our native intelligent races. A profound silence enveloped the council hall, as all present gray dwarfs fell into a contemplative hush. However, this silence did not endure long, for the patriarch swiftly issued war orders, commanding every gray dwarf in the tribe to arm themselves and partake in the imminent battle for justice. Soon, over 1,000 gray dwarves had assembled. Among them were ordinary gray dwarves, warriors, elites, and even tribal powerhouses of level 8, all unwavering in their resolve, as if they welcomed death itself without fear. Approximately 10 minutes later, the vast cavern suddenly shuddered. Following a resounding crash, a section of the cavern's ceiling was pierced by a dozen brilliant sword lights. Enormous boulders tumbled down, striking the ground with mournful thuds. They are breaking in. A gray dwarf cried out in alarm. In no time, under the intense gaze of the assembled dwarves, a host of fully armed angels soared forth from the breached cavern passage. They flapped their snow-white wings, brandishing angelic swords. Standing proudly in the air above the cavern, hundreds of angels congregated, gazing down upon the gray dwarf army with an unmistakable air of disdain towards the heretics. Chapter 68. Alina's Divine Art of Faith. Indeed, they are luminous winged beings. The patriarch murmured, as he and all the gray dwarves gazed upward in a state of stupefaction. He could not deny the undeniable beauty of these winged beings, even through the lens of gray dwarven aesthetics. Most importantly, as his gaze lingered upon them, he felt an inexplicable sense of shame, a desire to prostrate himself and confess all past transgressions in pursuit of redemption. Cursed be this sorcery. The patriarch shook his head vigorously, striving to maintain clarity as he seethed. Indeed, these otherworldly beings possess a power to beguile the heart. No matter how beautiful their exterior, it is but a facade. At their core, they are profoundly malevolent beings, akin to demons prowling in the night. Seeing that other tribesmen were also beginning to exhibit dazed expressions and signs of enchantment, the patriarch bellowed, startling the surrounding gray dwarves back to their senses. What just happened? I felt as though I beheld a goddess and was uncontrollably drawn to worship. I felt the same, murmured the surrounding gray dwarves, voices rife with shock and trepidation. The patriarch's expression darkened as he proclaimed, "This is an insidious power of enchantment, ensnaring us and rendering us helpless. Yet, as long as we remain vigilant and steadfast in our will, these malevolent beings shall not be able to beguile us." Understood, great chieftain. A high-ranking tribal member quickly responded. It seems these luminous winged beings are generally of low level, most at 5, with a few at 6. The 2 strongest among them are merely at level 8. Great chieftain, I believe we have a chance of victory. In their tribe, 3 gray dwarves had attained level 8, while the patriarch was a late-stage level 9 practitioner. He believed that under his leadership, their tribe could surely triumph over this legion of winged beings. You speak truth. Victory is within our grasp. The patriarch felt a surge of confidence. Nevertheless, he cautioned, let us not grow complacent. These otherworldly beings were able to conquer the goblin tribe. They undoubtedly possess some prowess. Flight is one of their advantages. Quickly, gather all the tribe's spears and arrows and distribute them to those practitioners above level 5. We must strike them down from the skies with ranged attacks. Though he had reached late-stage level 9, he could not fly, as typically. Practitioners could only attain flight after stepping into the realm of the extraordinary, elemental mages who mastered flight magic being the exception. In lower-tier battles, possessing the ability to fly grants a significant advantage. Yet, the patriarch remained unperturbed, swiftly devising a countermeasure. Understood, great chieftain. The high-ranking tribal member promptly departed to execute the orders. Above the cavern, the number of gathered angels had surpassed 350. This was due to the arrival of the 4-winged angels, Angelia, Mela, and Beth, each leading their squads of angels. Presently, 7 fully staffed squads of angels had converged here, along with the likes of Yida, Sally, and Vina. The total number of angels approached 370. As I cast my gaze upon the cavern, I beheld a breathtaking spectacle. A multitude of radiant angels soared high above, their gleaming swords ablaze with divine flames, illuminating the expanse. This scene was not only beautiful, but also profoundly moving. The diminutive gray dwarves below, along with the adventurers on the island, would undoubtedly be left awestruck by such a sight. A horde of lesser beings. Were it not for our Lord's desire for followers, these wretches would be deemed fit only for purification by the holy flames. At that moment, Angelia spoke, her voice icy and demeanor indifferent. She stood at the forefront of the angelic legion, flanked by the seraphs, including Elena, Myriad, and Maddie. Turning to the archangel Elena behind her, she commanded, Elena, before the battle commences, cleanse the souls of these base creatures with your divine faith magic. Understood, Elena replied, bowing her head slightly. She then took flight towards the gray dwarf tribe below. Let us proceed. We must conclude this battle swiftly. As Angelia's words resonated, hundreds of angels unfurled their snow-white wings in unison, surging like a sacred torrent towards the gray dwarf settlement. Could these malevolent beings no longer contain themselves? The elder chieftain of the gray dwarves lifted his gaze to the approaching archangel Elena, gripping a spear forged of fine iron in each hand. With 4 more resting at his feet and a long sword strapped to his back, a formidable 9th-level swordsman, he considered himself a great swordsman. Within 20 meters, I shall pierce you with a single thrust, he muttered, fixating on the swiftly descending Elena while calculating the lethal range of his spear. Meanwhile, he addressed the assembled tribal warriors, prepare yourselves. When the enemy's main force draws near, strike together and ensure they suffer grave losses in the first wave. At your command, Chief. The warriors nodded, affirming their readiness for victory. Above the tribe, the archangel Elena took note of the elder chieftain and the myriad gray dwarf warriors. She even observed as the chieftain slowly raised his steel spear, clearly intended for her. Yet she felt no fear. In an instant, she hovered above the settlement, less than 100 meters from the gathered gray dwarf forces. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh pierced the air. 2 steel spears shot towards her, one after the other, their speed akin to lightning. To the ordinary human eye, their trajectory was nearly imperceptible. However, for the archangel Elena, it posed no challenge. With a swift flap of her wings, she transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from her original position. The spears, having pierced her afterimage, flew into the distance, while Elena reappeared several dozen meters away. Despite being a 9th-level powerhouse, the chieftain's attack, capable of vanquishing 7th-level warriors, was effortlessly evaded by the archangel. Angels possess dominion over unparalleled speed. Conventional ranged attacks seldom inflict harm upon them. Had the chieftain been a 7th-level dragon warrior, it was highly likely that one spear would have impaled his head while the other pierced his abdomen. Pitiful heretic, Elena proclaimed, gliding through the air, her gaze fixed upon the astonished elder chieftain. To attack a servant of our Lord shall render your soul irredeemable. Taking a deep breath, the chieftain retorted with scorn. The faith of the dark god only leads to the degradation of the soul and the decay of the flesh. Heretics are perpetually ignorant and unafraid. Elena raised her staff, resembling pure white jade, and with a gentle wave, radiant light erupted from its tip. Simultaneously, a melodious voice emanated from her lips. O Lord of holy light, redeem the world. All must worship the Lord, revering the Most High. The sacred Lord, who created light, shall eternally banish darkness. The Lord is benevolent and selfless. All must pray for his protection. As Elena whispered these words, an endless cascade of luminous rain began to coalesce from the void. Moments later, this radiant rain poured down upon the cavern, saturating the atmosphere with divine and luminous magic. In the depths of the abyss, it felt as if countless souls were praying. Those were the supplications of the faithful. Chapter 69, The Terrifying Divine Art. Ensnared. What is this? Rain that emits light? This is my first encounter with such a phenomenon. How beautiful. Over 1,000 gray dwarves within the settlement stood transfixed, awestruck by the sight before them. The endless cascade of luminous rain enveloped the entire tribe, bathing the world in holy light. It was the first time in their lives that they had witnessed such exquisite beauty. Many gray dwarves could not resist the urge to reach out and touch the falling light. Yet, as is often the case, when circumstances seem extraordinary, caution must prevail. The elder chieftain shouted, everyone listen. Use whatever you can to shield your bodies from this light. Do not let the rain touch you, nor should you reach out. The chieftain and the tribal warriors were the most alert, quickly springing into action. They summoned their inner magic to conjure protective shields around themselves. However, their efforts appeared futile. The descending luminous rain passed through their magical barriers, transcending even their armor, and infiltrated their bodies. As the light mingled within them, the gray dwarven warriors suddenly felt their souls cleansed. Their bodies and minds were enveloped in a wave of comfort. What is this power? It harms me not. Rather, it brings me solace. Just moments ago, I was filled with anxiety, yet now I feel utterly at ease, as if all worries and negative emotions have vanished. I hear the call of the divine. I too echoed countless sacred voices in their ears. I understand now. I have erred. I am a deeply flawed gray dwarf. I should not have bullied my fellow tribesmen, nor should I have conspired against Ruber for my own gain. O God, forgive the transgressions of my past. I pray for the holiness and light, beseeching the Most High to grant my soul redemption. Beside the elder chieftain, one after another, the tribal warriors began to weep profusely. They cast aside their weapons, prostrating themselves on the ground, fervently bowing their heads. More than half of the tribal warriors were engaged in penance. This bizarre scene sent cold sweat trickling down the chieftain's brow, along with the other 8th-level Grey Dwarf warriors. What terrified them most was not only the 6th and 7th-level elite warriors, but also the lower-ranked tribesmen, none of whom could maintain their composure. A glance revealed a throng of Grey Dwarves discarding their weapons, shedding their armor, and kneeling in supplication. Among the over 1,000 Grey Dwarves in the tribe, not a single one remained unscathed. All were confessing their sins, continuously imploring for the forgiveness of the Lord of Holy Light, for the elder chieftain and his associates. This scene was far more terrifying than an encounter with the demons of the Dark Realm. Damn it! Rise! All of you get up. This is sorcery. The Dark God's bewitchment. The elder chieftain shouted in terror, kicking down the kneeling elite warriors in a desperate attempt to awaken them from their trance. Yet, this tactic proved utterly ineffective. He witnessed with his own eyes as those tribal elites, whom he had sent sprawling to the ground with a single kick, rose once more, continuing to kneel in reverence, fervently praying to the malevolent Lord of Holy Light. On their faces, there was not a trace of anguish. Instead, they bore an expression of devout faith akin to that of true believers. It was over. Everything was lost. Before the war had even commenced, the tribe had already been vanquished. The old chieftain stood in a daze, ensnared by profound despair, for at this moment, only 4 of them remained conscious within the entire tribe. 1 was himself, and the other 3 were the tribe's level 8 warriors. As for the rest of their kin, they had all been ensnared by the faith of the dark deity. One of the level 8 Grey Dwarves trembled as he asked, "Chieftain, what shall we do now? I feel I can barely hold on any longer. The allure of the dark deity's faith is too terrifying. My will is crumbling. Chieftain, you alone can save the tribe." The other 2 level 8 Grey Dwarves echoed in unison. The old chieftain turned to face them, observing their trembling forms, pale faces, and expressions filled with boundless fear and hopelessness. He longed to uplift their spirits, yet found himself at a loss for words. Before the war had officially begun, he had felt capable. Now, he too was engulfed in panic. After all, even before the battle had officially commenced, they had already suffered a staggering loss of 99% of their combat strength. Out of over 1,000 tribesmen, only the 4 of them remained to bear the burden. Not to mention the enemy's numbers, which swelled into the hundreds. A war of attrition would surely tear them to shreds. With a bitter smile, the old chieftain lamented, "I cannot even save myself, let alone the tribe." A level 8 Grey Dwarf urged urgently, "Chieftain, you must not lose hope. If you give up, our tribe is doomed. Fear not, I shall not abandon our cause. Even in the face of despair, I will fight to the last breath." The old chieftain unsheathed the long sword strapped to his back, lifting his gaze toward the majestic seraph Elena hovering high above, accompanied by hundreds of angels drawing ever nearer. He now understood why the goblin tribe had fallen so swiftly. The dark deity's faith had shattered their will. How long could the few remaining goblins resist? The Grey Dwarf tribe was now suffering the same fate as the goblins. Followers of the dark deity, this world has become devoid of faith. The old chieftain, sword in hand, glared furiously at Elena, uttering a curse. "One day, your Lord of Holy Light will be besieged by our native wise races. Heretics who blaspheme my master deserve no pity." Elena's delicate visage was marred by an icy indifference. She waved her staff, unleashing a cascade of radiant holy light. Instantly, over 1,000 Grey Dwarves ceased their prayers, rising in unison and swiftly distancing themselves from the old chieftain. In the blink of an eye, the square was left with only the old chieftain and the 3 level 8 Grey Dwarves by his side. When the Grey Dwarves glanced at them, their expressions were thick with hostility, believing the old chieftain and his companions to be stubbornly obstinate. What was wrong with believing in the Lord of Holy Light? Their native wise race sought nothing less than eternal life. By embracing the Lord of Holy Light, they could attain everlasting existence at the soul level. Even in death, their souls would return to the divine realm of the Lord of Holy Light, existing eternally. Was this not the very essence of their aspirations? Moreover, under the protection of the Lord of Holy Light, the Grey Dwarf race could ascend to glory. The old chieftain and his companions had no valid reason to refuse. The dark deity must be vanquished. Witnessing the hostile gazes of his tribesmen, the old chieftain felt tears welling in his eyes, his heart swelling with rage. For in his eyes, the reason the malevolent Lord of Holy Light spread his faith was to enslave their kin. Now, the dark deity had succeeded. Thus, the dark deity must perish. Unable to contain the fury within him any longer, the old chieftain roared and charged at the seraph Elena. Though he lacked the ability to fly, he was not without recourse. He swung his long sword with fervor, unleashing brilliant arcs of sword light that sliced through the air, aimed directly at the hovering Elena. Chapter 70. The Lord declares, "Evil shall be purified by sacred flame." Heretic. With 2 sharp cries, 2 figures shot forth, swiftly positioning themselves before the seraph Elena. These figures were none other than the level 8 warriors Ayada and Sally. With grace, they wielded their angelic swords. cleaving the air and unleashing dozens of radiant sword lights. The resounding clamor of their clashes echoed throughout the square. In an instant, the sword lights unleashed by the old chieftain were shattered with remarkable precision by Ayada and Sally. The violent collision of sword lights conjured a magnificent magical storm in the air, distorting the surrounding space. The storm howled past, tousling the golden tresses of Ayada and Sally, revealing their exquisitely defined features and enviable figures, one tall and elegant, the other petite and charming, both embodiments of breathtaking beauty. Had they effortlessly neutralized my attack? The old chieftain's expression shifted dramatically, revealing an overwhelming shock. It was important to note that he was a late-stage level 9 warrior, while those two luminous winged beings had merely reached the initial stage of level 8. The disparity between them was nearly 2 whole tiers. Under normal circumstances, such a vast difference in levels would render any reversal impossible, especially since he had just exerted his full strength. Yet, those two winged beings had effortlessly thwarted him. Although their levels were merely 8, their true strength could rival that of a level 9 practitioner. The old chieftain inhaled deeply, bewildered by the origins and nature of these luminous winged beings. The one wielding the staff had ensnared over 1,000 of his tribesmen with but a whisper of dark sorcery, leaving only himself and the 3 level 8 warriors barely holding on. And now, 2 more winged beings capable of fighting beyond their level had emerged. It was utterly terrifying. No wonder the goblin tribe had been unable to withstand such an enemy. Even the peculiar beings with 2 heads would likely retreat in fear, hesitant to provoke such formidable opponents. There was no hope left for the tribe. You must leave at once and seek aid from the 2-headed demon tribe. The old chieftain commanded the 3 warriors behind him. He gripped his long sword tightly, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon Ayada and Sally hovering above. I will hold them off. You must flee for your lives. Understood, chieftain. The 3 warriors did not hesitate, sprinting from the square and heading toward the tribe's outskirts. However, they soon found their escape thwarted by a host of angels descending from the skies, intercepting their path. Those on the ground could never outrun those in the air, especially when the latter were the swiftest beings in existence. In terms of speed, even the dragon race could not surpass the angels, unless they were rare dragons wielding powers over space or time. Were they truly intent on absolute annihilation? The old chieftain watched in fury as his 3 warriors were surrounded. He glared at the beautiful angels soaring above, his heart brimming with anger and resentment. However, what answered him was a dazzling array of sword lights. Ayada and Sally had struck. The 2 joined forces to besiege the venerable chieftain ruling over the Grey Dwarf tribe. In the rear of the battlefield, Myriad and others prepared to join the fray, aiming to slay the old chieftain alongside Ayada and Sally. At that moment, the 4-winged angel, Angelia, interjected, "Leave this heretic to Ayada and Sally. My master has long sought to eliminate the Skeleton King, Ryan. This is a perfect opportunity to elevate Ayada and Sally's levels. Once they reach level 9, they can assist my master in fulfilling his desires." Angelia's tone was frigid, her expression aloof. Both her visage and form were breathtakingly perfect, exuding an indescribable aura of nobility. Upon hearing Angelia's words, none of the 4-winged angels standing behind Myriad, Morin, and Mela voiced any dissent. They all expressed their agreement. Indeed, the Lord of Holy Light had coveted the Skeleton King for several days, and it was imperative to eliminate him swiftly. At this juncture, Angelia addressed the 4-winged archangel. "Elena, go assist in dealing with those 3 fleeing Grey Dwarfs. Your level has already reached the late stage of level 7. Slaying them will be just the breakthrough you need. At your command, your grace." Elena replied, bowing respectfully. Just as she was about to depart, she felt Angelia's cold gaze upon her. Instantly, her form, enveloped in a platinum magical robe, trembled. Angelia, maintaining her indifferent expression, said, "Call my name, Angelia. This is the recognition bestowed upon me by the Holy Master." "Very well, Angelia," Elena responded, seemingly hesitant to say more. She then unfurled her 4 angelic wings and flew towards another battlefield not far away. The battle did not last long. The fight, led by Ayada and Sally, concluded first. The 2 angels wielded their twin swords in unison, leaving the old chieftain, a late-stage level 9 professional, with almost no chance to retaliate. Within 5 minutes, Ayada severed the chieftain's arm that held his weapon. Sally followed closely behind, her brilliant angelic sword sweeping through, cleaving the old chieftain's body in twain. At that moment, a gray figure erupted from the shattered corpse of the chieftain, ethereal in form, yet bearing an identical countenance to the old leader. The spectral gray figure wore a menacing expression, fixating its gaze, particularly on Sally. "Damn heretic, I shall not let you escape. I have memorized your scent. When I become a wraith, I will return for you. I shall be the nightmare of your life." The spectre proclaimed. "The Lord says that evil shall be purified by the sacred flames." Sally and Ayada remained expressionless, casually slashing their angelic swords, which unleashed 2 waves of searing golden flames that enveloped the ethereal gray figure. This figure was the soul of the old chieftain. In the extraordinary realm, when beings die, their souls have a certain probability of departing from their bodies. After a period of transformation, these souls can evolve into specters or similar undead beings. It is said that the spectral dragons, a pinnacle of the undead, are formed from the souls of deceased dragons. No, this cannot be. The old chieftain's soul cried out in terror. How can you see my soul? That is a power only possessed by necromancers. However, before he could finish speaking, the old chieftain's soul was consumed by the searing angelic flames, reducing it to nothingness. Now he was utterly dead. Not even an immortal deity could aid him in seeing the light of day again. I have ascended to late stage level 8. Ayada sensed her newfound power. Beside her, Sally nodded, a radiant smile illuminating her delicate features as she chimed. So have I. The breakthrough is within reach. Together, they had slain the late stage level 9 old chieftain, sharing a substantial reward of primordial power. Had either of them accomplished this feat alone, a direct leap to level 9 would not have been impossible. Meanwhile, in another battlefield, Elena also concluded her combat. As a divine-grade angel, she was not particularly adept at charging into battle, yet her combat prowess was formidable, even extraordinary. Her holy light spells inflicted blinding effects upon foes, while her faith spells weakened and confused the will and souls of her enemies. The holy light bind ensnared opponents in place, culminating in purification by angelic flames. After executing this series of divine spells, 3 level 8 Grey Dwarf warriors were neatly dispatched. With the battle's conclusion, a golden light enveloped Elena. Level 8, she exclaimed, a smile gracing her lovely visage. At the same time, Lin Yu, situated in his domain, also experienced an ascent in level. As the Lord, he enjoyed the luxury of leveling up while at rest. Chapter 71, Ascension to Level 5. The second stronghold falls. Quite unexpectedly, a tremendous surge of primordial power surged within Lin Yu. Moments ago, he had been observing the fierce bidding among prominent figures on the island trading platform for 3 exquisite pieces of equipment he had auctioned: the magic sphere, the gnome's courageous gun, and the gnome commander's armor. Each of these exceptional items boasted levels of 6, 7, and 8, respectively, all possessing unique attributes. Notably, the magic sphere, despite being the lowest level, exhibited the most potent effects, deemed an artifact for mid to low-tier elemental mages. After more than half an hour of intense bidding, the auction for these 3 exquisite items was nearing its conclusion, with prices soaring above 1,000 gold coins for each. The bidding for the magic sphere was particularly remarkable, surpassing the courageous gun and nearly catching up to the highest level, gnome commander's armor. In the Lord's Hall, a pained expression crossed Lin Yu's face. The process of leveling up for professionals is a blend of agony and ecstasy. The primordial power from the floating island is exceedingly violent, ruthlessly tearing at the bodies of professionals to enhance their physical attributes. This process is incredibly painful. Yet, once it concludes, a refreshing sensation akin to spring snow envelopes them, transporting the professional to a state of bliss. Time passed, and the expression of agony gradually faded from Lin Yu's face, replaced by sheer euphoria. He stretched languidly, and his bones cracked satisfyingly. This feeling was undeniably addictive. While the sensation of ascending a minor realm was subtle, the breakthrough to a major realm, such as from level 4 to level 5, was intensely profound, akin to experiencing life and death. Nevertheless, the rewards were substantial. Lin Yu could distinctly feel that his strength had more than tripled compared to before. This was a qualitative leap. Now he could easily crush 2 of his former self with a single punch. As his thoughts stirred, a blazing flame materialized in the palm of his right hand. The elements of fire surged from the world around him, while the energy within him rapidly depleted. Moments later, a small fire dragon, approximately a meter in length, manifested before him. Though diminutive in size, the dragon radiated immense heat, seemingly scorching the very air around it. Yet, it was still insufficient. Even though I could now fully unleash the fire dragon technique, exceeding my previous expectations, the power was still far inferior to that of the true fire dragon technique. Lin Yu had never witnessed the genuine fire dragon technique, but he had learned about it from Ayada, discovering that the fire dragon unleashed by the gnome chief burial extended over several dozen meters. That was the true flame dragon. In comparison, his little Charizard was akin to a newborn, having just crawled out from the belly of its mother. It was minuscule beyond measure. As for its power, it was a chasm apart. After all, there was a disparity of 4 levels, and it was entirely reasonable that it fell short. Lin Yu was not disheartened. Rather, he felt a surge of joy. Just a few days prior, he was an ordinary mortal. Now, merely days later, he had transformed into a practitioner capable of wielding advanced elemental magic. He had ample reason to revel in his newfound status. The only regret was that there was no one to share in the delight of this moment. At that juncture, a notification from the floating island of all realms interrupted Lin Yu's musings. Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu. Your troop brigade has successfully seized the core building, the conference hall, of the Grey Dwarf clan. You may choose to either destroy it or claim it. Opting to claim it will render the Grey Dwarf clan your second territory. Choosing to destroy it will reduce the Grey Dwarf clan to ruins, leaving it a forsaken land. In this process, you may acquire related blueprints of the Grey Dwarf clan. The emergence of this notification was not unexpected for Lin Yu. Moments ago, he had received word of the joint assault by Yida and Sally that resulted in the demise of the Grey Dwarf clan leader, yielding an item of equipment and several dozen gold coins. With the leader's death, the Grey Dwarf clan was naturally beyond salvation. Without hesitation, Lin Yu opted for destruction. Compared to a second territory that was nearly useless at this stage, he favored the blueprints and treasure chests that would result from the obliteration of the Grey Dwarf clan. Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu. You have successfully destroyed the Grey Dwarf clan. You have incurred the enmity of the Grey Dwarf race. The pure-blooded Dwarven clan has placed your name on their blacklist. Congratulations on acquiring 1 fence blueprint, 7 wooden house blueprints, for arrow tower blueprints, 1 territory building upgrade blueprint, and a silver-grade outpost treasure chest. Once again, he had received over 10 blueprints. Among them was even a territory building upgrade blueprint. Lin Yu's heart soared with joy, and a radiant smile graced his face. This was the first time he had obtained a territory building upgrade blueprint. As the name suggests, this blueprint could be used to upgrade territory buildings without consuming resources, effectively providing another method to exploit the floating island. He pondered whether it could be used to upgrade the spirit fields. If so, he could save a considerable sum of gold. As for the enmity from the Grey Dwarves and the blacklist of the pure-blooded Dwarven clan, he paid them no mind. After all, they were opposing factions, and such threats held no sway over him. That said, Lin Yu was perplexed as to why there were no rewards in terms of glory or reputation points for conquering the Grey Dwarf clan. In comparison to the architectural blueprints he had acquired, glory and reputation points were far more valuable, given their scarce means of acquisition. He hastily communicated with the floating island of all realms for clarification. Soon, a response arrived. Except for the first time conquering a local faction stronghold, glory and reputation points will be obtained through opening outpost treasure chests. Should the Lord choose to occupy a local faction stronghold, glory and reputation points will be awarded directly. So that was it. Lin Yu understood, and thus felt no urgency. He could simply await the opening of the treasure chests. Immediately, he turned his gaze to the island trading platform. The bidding for 3 exquisite pieces of equipment had reached a fever pitch. Particularly, the competition for the magic sphere was intensely fierce, with its bidding price surpassing that of the Goblin Commander armor by 2 levels. In contrast, the Goblin Courage spear was met with disdain, as its unique effect was a double-edged sword. For a powerful practitioner, it was an enhancement. However, for a weaker individual or one facing a formidable foe, it could lead to self-destructive attacks. 2 minutes later, the auction for the 3 pieces of equipment concluded. The Magic Sphere fetched 2,170 gold coins. The Goblin Courage Spear garnered 1,350 gold coins. The Goblin Commander Armor sold for 1,940 gold coins. The total sum amounted to 5,460 gold coins. This wealth was enough to summon 2 fully staffed angelic battalions, with the auction proving immensely fruitful. Lin Yu's smile grew even brighter. If all went according to plan, he could amass 10 fully staffed angelic battalions today, with his ranks swelling to over 500 angels, thereby forming a veritable small angelic legion. This was an extraordinarily formidable prospect. Moments later, a flurry of wing beats echoed from outside the Lord's Hall. Lin Yu lifted his gaze to see Yida, Sally, and a host of beautiful angels entering, laden with a plethora of spoils, including a silver treasure chest. Chapter 72, Spoils of War. Expansion of Territory Buildings. My lord, these are the spoils we seized from the Grey Dwarf clan. Yida and the other lovely angels approached and announced, the resources stored by the Grey Dwarf clan will be transported back by your followers shortly. Indeed, Lin Yu nodded slightly, accepting the spoils handed over by Yida and her companions. A large stack of blueprints, over 100 gold coins, a pair of leather boots, and a silver-grade outpost treasure chest were among the items. These treasures were acquired from the defeat of the old clan leader and the destruction of the Grey Dwarf clan. The gold coins were scarce due to the limited number of enemies defeated in this battle. The gold coins of the floating island were not traditional circulating currency. They embodied the power of rules, infused with remarkable strength. They could only be obtained through war and slaughter. The local intelligent races, on the other hand, were completely unaware of what gold coins looked like, as they did not drop coins upon slaying monsters, and thus had no reserves. Slaying monsters for gold coins and gaining experience to level up was a privilege reserved for practitioners. The purpose of the floating island was to accelerate the leveling speed of practitioners through this means. Had the local intelligent races adhered to their meditation methods to enhance their magical power and level up, it would take decades to attain the extraordinary. During that time, practitioners would have long been annihilated by the local intelligent races and wild monsters, rendering the slogan of engaging in war across realms mere empty talk. Where are they? Lin Yu inquired about the angels led by Elena, Murata, and the other 4-winged angels. Yida respectfully replied, every angelic battalion has obeyed your command and set out to hunt wild monsters after the conquest of the Grey Dwarf clan. Moreover, in this battle, apart from the leader of the Grey Dwarf clan and 3 level 8 Grey Dwarfs, The remainder of the Grey Dwarves have become your followers under the faith-based divine art of Lady Elena, totaling 1,347 individuals. Some elite members were dispatched to assist the angelic battalions in clearing the battlefield, while the rest cooperated with the goblin followers teams to transport the resources of the Grey Dwarf clan back to the territory. An increase of so many followers at once. Lin Yu was taken aback. The potency of the four-winged archangel Elena's faith-based divine art astonished him. Yida continued, to report to my lord, Lady Elena excels in spreading faith. Even before the war commenced, she purified the majority of the Grey Dwarf souls with her divine art. Lin Yu understood. It was no wonder the war had concluded so swiftly. With a single application of the faith-based divine art, the strength of the Grey Dwarf clan had been nearly utterly dismantled. Next, it is merely a matter of subduing the obstinate strongmen of several tribes. At this very moment, Lin Yu once again felt the terrifying might of the angelic race. This was merely a celestial being of divine caliber. Once he summoned a multitude of divine angels, raining down waves of faith-infused spells. One must ask, which local stronghold could withstand such a deluge? Lin Yu turned his gaze towards Ayada and the petite and charming angel, Sally, and remarked with a smile. It seems that your powers have significantly advanced. Upon hearing this, the two angels quickly responded, thanks to the Lord's protection. We have ascended to the late stage of level 8. With another step, we shall reach level 9, and we are confident in our ability to jointly vanquish king-level adversaries. To leap across 2 levels? Lin Yu recalled that just last night, Ayada and Sally had only just attained level 8. Ayada explained, in response to our lord, during the battle against the tribal chief of the enemy clan, only Sally and I participated, thus we acquired a substantial amount of primordial power. This was at the behest of Lady Angelia. She understood your desire to defeat the Skeleton King, Ryan, and therefore assisted us in hastening our advancement. At these words, a stunning figure materialized in Lin Yu's mind. Lady Angelia had indeed performed admirably. Nodding, Lin Yu addressed Ayada and Sally, saying, you must hasten your advancement to level 9. At that point, whether it be the Skeleton King Ryan or the two-headed demon tribe, we shall be well equipped to deal with them. In the realm of the extraordinary, king-level professions can already be deemed as formidable. From level 1 to 9, one could merely be described as an ordinary practitioner. Upon reaching the king level, the enhancement in power is nothing short of terrifying. Although angels belong to a mythic race, they can only contend with king-level beings after attaining level 9, including those at the late stage of king level. At the initial stage of level 9, being able to challenge a late-stage king-level opponent is already exceedingly daunting. Furthermore, this pertains to both the 2-winged and 4-winged angels. Should one encounter 6-winged angels, or even higher-tier 8-winged or 12-winged angels, they could effortlessly slay king-level beings. Even with a 2-level disparity. Regrettably, Lin Yu currently lacked such angels in his ranks. Thus, he eagerly anticipated Ayada and Sally reaching level 9 sooner rather than later. By then, their combat prowess would suffice to eliminate the Skeleton King Ryan and the king-level chieftain of the two-headed demon tribe. Rest assured, my lord, Ayada replied respectfully. We shall endeavor to hunt high-level monsters, aiming to reach level 9 by tomorrow or the day after. Indeed, Lin Yu nodded. Given the current strength of Ayada and Sally, they could be considered invincible beneath the king level. He harbored no concerns regarding their safety, as long as they did not venture into the territory of king-level monsters. The surrounding forest areas for dozens of kilometers posed little threat to them. Go forth and hunt. I await your good news. At your command, great lord of holy light. The beautiful angels bowed respectfully before exiting the lord's hall and soaring into the horizon. Meanwhile, Lin Yu joyfully began to organize his spoils. For a lord, the process of sorting through spoils is immensely gratifying, especially for one like Lin Yu, who reaps great rewards from each battle. He acquired 1 blueprint for a fence, 7 blueprints for wooden houses, and 3 blueprints for arrow towers. Following tradition, Lin Yu discarded the unnecessary fence blueprint to sell on the island trading platform, while utilizing all the wooden house blueprints and arrow tower blueprints. Before long, the number of wooden houses in Lin Yu's territory surpassed 100. Each low-level wooden house could accommodate 10 to 15 residents, meaning nearly 2,000 inhabitants would no longer need to sleep outdoors. Yet, it was still insufficient. For after conquering the Greyland Dwarf tribe, the number of residents under Lin Yu's command had nearly approached 3,000, including goblins and angels. In response, Lin Yu devised a solution. He expended over 20,000 units of timber and more than 10,000 units of stone to upgrade all the wooden houses in his territory to intermediate level. Intermediate wooden houses offer greater space and can house up to 30 residents simultaneously. Consequently, the accommodation issue for the residents was entirely resolved. Furthermore, upon utilizing the remaining arrow tower blueprints, the number of arrow towers surrounding Lin Yu's territory exceeded 20. He intended to accumulate more arrow towers and upgrade them collectively before the territory ascended to town status. Intermediate arrow towers and advanced arrow towers would be directly upgraded to turrets. Provided he had sufficient resources, Lin Yu aspired to arm his territory to the teeth. At that point, Whether faced with a beast tide or an onslaught from local intelligent races, he would be prepared to vanquish any foe. Lastly, a single blueprint remained, the territory building upgrade blueprint. He learned about through information prompt. Territory building upgrade blueprint. Type: special. Level: low. Usage count: once. Usage requirement: can upgrade territory buildings with fewer than 3 upgrade instances. Special reminder: this is a remarkably rare special blueprint. The Lord must exercise caution when using it to avoid waste. What incredible fortune! Lin Yu rejoiced in his heart and promptly communicated with the floating island of all realms, directly inquiring whether the spiritual field located outside the territory was included among the territory buildings. Chapter 73, Dwarven Muskets and Magical Crystals. The floating island of all realms responded swiftly and unequivocally. The spiritual field is classified as a territory building. Lin Yu's spirit soared, for he comprehended that he had struck gold. The usage requirement for the upgrade blueprint stipulated that it could only be applied to territory buildings that had undergone fewer than 3 upgrades. His spiritual field was currently at level 2, having been upgraded once. Shortly, he could use gold to upgrade the spiritual field once more and then apply this blueprint. At that point, the level of his spiritual field would ascend directly to level 4. Naturally, this would save him the gold required for the upgrade from level 3 to level 4, resulting in a significant profit. Lin Yu did not contemplate upgrading other territory buildings, as they could be enhanced using foundational resources such as timber, stone, and iron ore. Conversely, the spiritual field could only be upgraded with gold, which was far more precious than basic resources. Thus, applying this blueprint to the spiritual field offered the highest cost-effectiveness. Among the remaining spoils was a silver-tier stronghold treasure chest and a pair of leather armor boots. Through special kill information, Lin Yu learned that these leather armor boots had originated from the chief of the Greyland dwarves, whose strength surpassed that of the goblin chief. The equipment dropped was undoubtedly impressive. Soon, the equipment information for the leather armor boots appeared before Lin Yu's eyes. Wind boots. Type: defensive equipment. Defense level: level 9. Durability: 100. Special effect 1. Speed increase of 40%. Only applicable to practitioners of level 9 or below. Special effect 2. Curse of Gene. Damage to enemies of the light faction increased by 30%. Level 9 or below. Description: this is an item cursed by Gene, the chief of the Greyland dwarves, radiating an infinite hatred towards beings of the light attribute. Wearing it may provoke active attacks from beings of the light attribute. Gazing at the equipment information laid out before him, Lin Yu fell into a profound silence. After a long pause, he finally uttered 2 words: exceptional. Moreover, it was an extraordinary piece of equipment, surpassing any he had previously acquired. Even I found myself tempted. Alas, in my eyes, only gold holds true value. Furthermore, the equipment's level is somewhat low, as the combat prowess of his angelic legion grew ever stronger. Lin Yu's horizons expanded correspondingly. He found himself utterly disinterested in equipment belonging to the mundane ranks of levels 1 through 9. However, should he come across king level or extraordinary gear, it was highly likely that he would retain such items. Conversely, any equipment deemed too low in level would be more wisely exchanged on the island's trading platform for tangible gold coins, enabling him to summon a greater number of angels. Perhaps these newly summoned beings would yield even more prestigious and superior equipment. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu promptly listed the Windwalker boots on the island's trading platform, setting it to auction mode with a base price of 1,500 gold coins for a duration of 8 hours. Such an extended time frame would provide combat professionals ample opportunity to devise means of amassing gold, whether through fundraising or direct borrowing. This piece of extraordinary equipment, replete with 2 unique attributes, would undoubtedly attract a frenzy of interest from numerous combat professionals. Should they find themselves short on funds, they could always resort to borrowing. If that proved impossible, they would be left merely to watch. Would you like to open the current outpost treasure chest? Yes, no, open. Lin Yu selected yes, without hesitation. In the next moment, a silver-white chest began to quiver, its lid slowly lifting. Instantly, a brilliant golden light erupted forth, dazzling and resplendent. At such times, Lin Yu could not help but recall a certain phrase: golden legend. In truth, it was merely a silver chest, with even grander treasures such as golden chests, diamond chests, crystal chests, divine chests, and super divine chests existing above it. Lin Yu mused that to hear the voice of the golden legend, one would need to open at least a crystal-level chest. With the outpost treasure chest now opened, a message from the floating island of all realms appeared in Lin Yu's mind. Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu. You have successfully opened a silver-level outpost treasure chest. You have obtained 2,500 units each of food, wood, stone, and iron ore. You have acquired a blueprint for forging dwarven firearms. You have received 1,000 gold coins. You have obtained an elemental magic gem, attribute random. You have gained 200 points of glory and 1,000 points of reputation. In the blink of an eye, a substantial pile of gold coins accumulated before Lin Yu, alongside a blueprint and a dazzling gem radiating red light. The basic resources, meanwhile, were automatically stored in the territory's warehouse. Equipment forging blueprint. Name, dwarven firearm. Usage requirement. Intermediate blacksmith's workshop, restricted to all factions of the dwarven race. Description, upon utilizing this blueprint, your territory's blacksmith's workshop will gain the ability to forge dwarven firearms. The level of the crafted dwarven firearms will depend on your blacksmithing level. Magic gem, attribute, fire element, level, high. Type, special item, special effect. Increases fire element magic power by 30%. Description, the primary use of the magic gem is to be embedded in equipment to enhance its power. Provided there are no conflicts with elemental attributes or magical runes, the more magic gems embedded, the stronger the equipment's power. What splendid treasures! Lin Yu gazed with delight upon the dwarven firearm forging blueprint and the magic gem in his hands. The former would enable him to arm his gray dwarven followers with firearms, significantly enhancing their combat effectiveness. Although gray dwarves were considered low-tier units, equipping them with firearms could elevate them to dwarven gunmen, thus promoting them to a mid-tier classification and dramatically increasing their overall combat strength. The latter, the magic gem, was also a rare find. He intended to keep it for himself. Should he acquire a fire-type staff that piqued his interest, he would embed this magic gem within it. A fire-type staff paired with a fire element magic gem would undoubtedly amplify the power of his advanced elemental magic, Dragon Flame. The only regret was that this time he did not unearth any source energy. Previously, when opening a treasure chest, Lin Yu had discovered a small vial of source energy that propelled his level from 3 to 4, an experience akin to riding a rocket. He could only look forward to the next treasure chest. Lin Yu did not dwell on it further, promptly placing the dwarven firearm blueprint and magic gem into the warehouse. Currently, these items were not usable. For instance, the forging blueprint required an intermediate blacksmith's workshop. His blacksmith's workshop was still at a low level, but that would soon change. Once the old goblin Devon finished training the batch of young goblins into blacksmiths, he could promptly upgrade the blacksmith's workshop. At that time, he would have the old goblin Devon forge the dwarven firearm. As the blacksmith's level increased, so too would the level of the crafted dwarven firearm. Should he possess a divine blacksmith, he could forge a legendary dwarven firearm, which would be even more impressive. Lin Yu gathered the coins that had piled up on the ground. The treasure chest would vanish into thin air after being opened. He intended to examine its contents further. But alas, the floating island of all realms offered him no such opportunity. With a substantial amount of gold coins and a territory building upgrade blueprint in hand, Lin Yu once again ventured into the spiritual fields outside his territory. The sooner he elevated the level of the spiritual fields, the sooner the blackbone bloodvine and spirit rice planted within would mature. The drawback was the steep cost of upgrades. Fortunately, with the recent acquisition of the territory building upgrade blueprint, Lin Yu was prepared to make a significant investment. Chapter 74, Heated Discussion. Upgrading the spiritual fields, astonishing growth. With Lin Yu's Windwalker boots listed for auction, the island's chat channel erupted with excitement. This exquisite piece of equipment had inadvertently revealed some details about him. Another high-level exquisite piece of equipment. Not only is it level 9, but it also possesses 2 special effect attributes. This is the most impressive item I have ever seen. Lin Yu is truly formidable. My level hasn't even reached 3, yet Lin Yu has already unveiled level 9 equipment. Simply terrifying. Just by looking at the equipment's information, it's evident that Lin Yu has conquered another local faction stronghold, the Grey Dwarven Tribe. Of course, otherwise. How could there be a curse from the tribe's leader inscribed on the equipment? It can now be confirmed. Lin Yu's troops belong to the Light faction. The equipment's details indicate that the deceased tribe leader harbored deep hatred for beings of the Light faction, which clarifies everything. By the way, what top-tier troops does the Light faction possess? Who can tell? Countless professionals fell silent. However, soon after, crucial information emerged. Brothers, I just inquired about the floating island and learned that the Light faction has many types of troops, including paladins, zealots, monks, bishops, inquisitors, and greatsword knights. What? The floating island has that feature? The floating island is rather rigid. It might respond if you ask, but if you don't, it won't acknowledge you at all. With so many light troops, which one belongs to Lin Yu? It could be a paladin, a bishop, or possibly an inquisitor. The floating island mentioned that these 3 are all top-tier troops, but it didn't specify which is the strongest. Most likely a bishop. The name alone sounds impressive. It could also be an inquisitor. The concepts of judgment and decree imply formidable combat prowess. What does the name signify? My troop, the slime, claims to be able to devour everything in the world, yet it turns out to be nothing more than a pile of goo, merely bubbling during battles. In the minds of countless professionals, Lin Yu remained an enigma. He neither established alliances nor added others as friends. Their understanding of Lin Yu was exceedingly limited. For many professionals, his labels included Lord, Mysterious, Powerful, and Invincible, among others. Particularly, the various troop types under Lin Yu's command piqued the curiosity of these professionals. With recent information being leaked, it naturally sparked countless discussions among them. However, despite extensive research, no one could ascertain the truth. The light faction troops provided by the floating island did not seem to align with Lin Yu's capabilities. Their combat prowess appeared insufficient. After all, the paladin, the hierarch, and the inquisitor seemed to barely reach the level of a golden behemoth, perhaps even weaker. Yet, what Lin Yu could accomplish was beyond the reach of a golden behemoth lord. If those were not the 3 top-tier troop types, then what could they be? Was it possible that the light faction concealed even more formidable troops, merely withheld by the floating island? In light of these questions, the professionals engaged in heated discussions within the island chat channel. At this moment, Lin Yu was upgrading his spirit field and remained unaware of the ongoing discourse. Had he seen the discussions, he would likely have been curious to inquire of the 10,000 Realms floating island why the angelic troop type was conspicuously absent from the light faction roster. Perhaps the floating island had deliberately concealed this mythic troop type, or there could be other reasons. Upgrade. Upon the floating island presenting the upgrade option, Lin Yu promptly selected yes. Instantly, his coin purse diminished by a full 1,000 coins. The spirit field before him began to tremble, and the aromatic air became even more pronounced, akin to the ethereal essence found in fantasy novels. Inhaling deeply, Lin Yu felt that even if this fragrance were not celestial energy, it bore a resemblance to it, fostering accelerated growth in crops. The spirit rice produced would enhance one's physical constitution, essentially, a spiritual commodity. After a brief span of about 10 seconds, the tremors of the spirit field subsided. To the naked eye, it appeared boundless, with no overt changes apparent. Yet, the level had indeed risen, advancing from level 2 to level 3. A level 3 spirit field could reduce the growth time of crops, or pets, by 30%, increase yield by 50%, and raise mutation probability to 8%. The requirements for the next upgrade had escalated to 3,000 coins. This blueprint was worth 3,000 gold pieces. Lin Yu gazed at the territory building upgrade blueprint in his hand. Regrettably, it was a low-tier blueprint. Had it been a mid-tier or high-tier blueprint, it would have been even more advantageous, saving him a greater sum of coins. Human greed knows no bounds. Lin Yu smiled broadly, and then utilized the blueprint. Instantly, the previously tranquil spirit field began to tremble once more, this time with greater intensity, as if experiencing a minor earthquake of magnitude 3. 5 moments later, the spirit field steadied, signaling the completion of the upgrade. On the surface, there were no significant changes, except that the aromatic air had intensified further. Spirit field, level 4, special attributes, growth time of crops, or pets, reduced by 40%, yield increased by 80%, mutation probability at 10%. Upgrade requirement, 10,000 coins. Note, a level 4 spirit field can only cultivate grains of level 1 to 4. Attributes had significantly improved. Lin Yu glanced again at the growth times for the spirit rice and the blackbone bloodvine. One had 4 days and 2 hours remaining, while the other was under 50 days. This represented a remarkable reduction, especially for the blackbone bloodvine, which originally had a growth time of 90 days, 3 full months. Now, thanks to the spirit field's enhancements, its growth time was under 50 days. The increase in yield was also astonishing. The 10 spirit rice seeds he planted, which would have yielded 10,000 units, could now produce 18,000 units, almost double. Furthermore, the rise in mutation probability was noteworthy. With a 10% mutation chance, it was highly likely that an angel would leverage this effect in the breeding area to achieve bloodline evolution, thereby ascending to a higher tier of angel. For each evolution, Lin Yu would profit. The more evolutions, the greater the gain, as summoning higher tier angels would exponentially increase the coin expenditure. If he could obtain them for free, he would certainly do so. The only source of vexation for Lin Yu was that upgrading the spirit field from level 4 to 5 required a staggering 10,000 coins. This sum could summon 200 winged angels. It was far too expensive. He decided to postpone further upgrades. The corners of Lin Yu's mouth twitched slightly. Although he was already quite affluent, he still felt impoverished. Everything seemed to revolve around the notion of being broke. If only he could seize a gold mine, he would not hesitate to upgrade the spirit field to level 9. Alas, while monsters were commonplace, gold mines were elusive. Casting a glance at the flourishing blackbone bloodvine, Lin Yu departed from the spirit field. Upon returning to the Lord's Hall, the first thing he did was communicate with the 10,000 Realms floating island to initiate the summoning of black holes. Soon, he summoned 2 fully equipped angel battalions. Thus, Lin Yu now commanded 9 complete angel battalions. Previously, he possessed over 1,700 coins, garnered 5,460 coins from auctions, acquired over 100 coins from slaying and looting in the Grey Earth Dwarf tribe, and received 1,000 coins from treasure chests, totaling over 8,200 coins. Subsequently, he spent 1,000 coins to upgrade the spirit field and summoned 2 angel battalions, costing 5,400 coins. This meant he still had over 1,800 coins remaining. He chose not to expend this sum yet, wishing to see if anyone was selling watchtower blueprints. If available, he would purchase them. If not, he would wait for the evening hunting party to return to the territory and, combined with the coins they collected, summon another angel battalion to assemble a complete 10-battalion angel corps. At last, I am on the verge of establishing a genuine legion. Chapter 75. The naming of the territory. An unreasonable windfall. Lin Yu opened his personal information panel, which he hadn't checked in quite some time. Lin Yu. Profession, Lord. Level, Early Stage 5. Honor points, 200. Reputation points, 2,500. Territory, Intermediate Village, Unnamed. Exclusive Troop Type, Angel, Unique. Coins held, 1849, accumulated thus far. His reputation points had reached 2,500. After some contemplation, Lin Yu communicated with the 10,000 Realms floating island to inquire about the reputation points required to establish a kingdom. He soon received a reply that it necessitated a staggering 100,000 reputation points. This response prompted Lin Yu to take a deep breath. 100,000 reputation points. Would he need to conquer 100 local power strongholds like the Grey Earth Dwarf tribe? However, upon further reflection, this requirement did not seem insurmountable. The Dark Forest was vast, and the local power strongholds stationed there exceeded 100. Moreover, according to the floating island's assertions, the stronger the local stronghold he conquered, the greater the honor and reputation points earned. Once I conquer those 4 superpowers and subdue the Dark Forest, acquiring 100,000 reputation points will be effortless. Lin Yu had made his plans, intending to establish his dominion over the Shadow Forest and create a kingdom of his own. As king, he would ignite a war for the title of Island Lord. At that time, his angelic army would undoubtedly sweep across the land, eliminating all native intelligent races and combat professions that refused to submit, thus securing his reign as the sole ruler of the floating island. Of course, such an outcome was an idealistic vision, contingent upon possessing an invincible angelic army. Strive for development. With resources, he could summon angels. If his angelic forces could amass to 1 million or even 10 million, with a plethora of high-ranking angels, how could he not sweep through his foes unchallenged? The thought ignited a fervor within Lin Yu. The mere idea of commanding 1 million angels was profoundly awe-inspiring. It seemed, however, that his territory still lacked a name. Up until now, Lin Yu's domain remained in a state of unnamed. In truth, he had several names in mind, such as Heaven, Radiance, and Divine Light, all of which resonated with the ethos of his territory. The reason for the delay in naming it was the territory's low level. For instance, naming it Heaven would merely result in Heaven Village, which sounded rather unimpressive. Once the territory ascended in rank, names like Heaven Town, Heaven City, or Heaven Kingdom would evoke a sense of grandeur. He decided to defer the naming until his territory upgraded to a town. After all, since it was still a village, the name was of little consequence. Lin Yu did not dwell further on this matter. Having completed most of the territory-related tasks, Lin Yu found himself in a state of idleness and returned to browsing the trade platform and the island chat channel. Within the chat channel, numerous professionals were debating the nature of his troops, yet no satisfactory answers had emerged. Those light-based troops could hardly compete with his angels. Lin Yu shook his head at the incessant discussions scrolling through the chat. The top-tier troops on the floating island were exceedingly rare and possessed immense combat prowess. However, his angels were unique among these elite units, being unattainable by others. As a mythic-grade troop, angels surpassed any other class of top-tier troops. On this matter, Lin Yu would entertain no rebuttals. After all, angels embodied unwavering faith and loyalty, their rank and lineage standing at the pinnacle of intelligent races. Moreover, they were immortal beings. Unlike other intelligent creatures, they harbored the angel's heart, which contained their soul and the source of their magic. Should an angel fall, they could be resurrected through the angel's heart, an ability unavailable to other troops. While the undead might also return, they would perish without the flame of their soul. The angel's heart, however, was indestructible, rivaling the very essence of deities in its hardness. With absolute loyalty, high rank, noble lineage, and immortal bodies, coupled with their ability to spread faith and cultivate a vast legion of devoted followers, angels firmly established their status as the ultimate elite troops. To put it plainly, the floating island's designation of angels as unique acknowledged the unparalleled supremacy of the angelic race. Otherwise, they would be placed alongside other top-tier troops. Not wishing to linger on the lively chat, Lin Yu continued to peruse the trade platform for his watchtower blueprint. Although the prospect seemed dim, he still hoped for a stroke of luck. Time swiftly passed. After noon, a large group of figures appeared outside Lin Yu's territory. Among them was a contingent of goblin followers led by the level 8 goblin commander Bard, and another group comprised of grey dwarven followers captured by the four-winged archangel Elena through her faith-based sorcery. Similar to the recruited goblin followers, the faith level of the grey dwarven followers had also reached a fervent state. Over 1,000 grey dwarven followers could provide Lin Yu with substantial faith power, aiding him in his future endeavors to become the god of faith. Both groups bore a wealth of basic resources, all drawn from the reserves of the grey dwarven tribe. Upon tallying, Lin Yu discovered over 38,700 units of food, more than 16,000 units of wood, over 24,900 units of stone, and nearly 30,000 units of iron ore. The distribution of these resources astounded Lin Yu, as typically iron ore was the most scarce, followed by stone, and then wood. Yet now, The most abundant resource was iron ore, while wood, usually abundant, was the least plentiful. This was indeed perplexing. Without hesitation, Lin Yu summoned a Grey Dwarven follower for inquiry. This particular follower was a level 7 elite Grey Dwarf, not weak, but ultimately captured by Elena's faith-based sorcery. I pay homage to the great Lord of the Holy Light. May your radiance shine as eternally as the sun in the sky. The Grey Dwarven elite knelt before Lin Yu, his eyes filled with fervor and excitement. The gathered Grey Dwarves nearby looked on enviously at this scene. To be summoned by the God of Faith was an unparalleled honor. Rise, Lin Yu said with a slight nod, then addressed his lingering doubts. Upon hearing his inquiry, the Grey Dwarven elite appeared somewhat embarrassed and anxious. He quickly explained, in response to the exalted deity, our Grey Dwarven tribe has long separated from the Dwarven kin, resulting in the loss of our craftsmanship skills. However, our fondness for iron ore remains undiminished. For ages, we have dwelled in burrows and traversed mountains, thus accumulating a vast quantity of iron ore and high-quality stone. Oh, I see. Lin Yu understood why the Grey Dwarven tribe had hoarded such an abundance of iron ore and stone. They simply had no use for it, so they stored it away. So, your tribe lacks a blacksmith? Indeed, great deity, the Grey Dwarven elite replied, trembling with fear. Worried that the God of Faith might abandon their tribe for this reason, leaving them devoid of hope for the future. However, Lin Yu did not entertain such thoughts. He merely felt a tinge of regret. He had hoped to acquire a legendary Dwarven blacksmith, yet it seemed this group of Grey Dwarves had long lost their ancestral glory. Chapter 76, Ancestral Virtue. Advanced Warehouse. Nevertheless, it was not a significant issue. Lin Yu addressed the Grey Dwarven elite. Gather a few of your tribe's most intelligent and gifted Grey Dwarves and send them to the blacksmith shop to meet Devon. Inform your brethren that while the past may be unimportant, they must strive diligently in the future to revive the Dwarven tradition of crafting equipment. As dwarves, it is unacceptable to lack the ability to forge. Upon hearing this, the Grey Dwarven elite trembled with excitement, even shedding tears. Their tribe had become accustomed to hiding in dim caves, forgetting their cherished craft of blacksmithing. Some intelligent races even referred to them as cave-dwelling gnomes, a deeply derogatory term. Yet, was this the legacy they wished to see? Certainly not. This was purely the result of ancestral virtue, as a lineage sustained for countless generations. They had been unable to alter their fate. Now, the great God of Faith had bestowed upon their tribe an opportunity to rekindle the glory of the dwarves, and naturally, they were overwhelmed with emotion. Indeed, following the great Lord of the Holy Light was the right choice. Only the Lord of Light can bestow upon the Grey Dwarven tribe a resplendent future. Hail to you, great Lord of Light. The elite of the Grey Dwarves once more knelt in fervent devotion, proclaiming, I firmly believe that under your divine protection, our tribe shall give birth to blacksmiths and revive the glory of our ancestors. Confidence is indeed a virtue. Lin Yu nodded with a gentle smile. Yet a question lingered in his mind. Since your tribe lacks blacksmiths, from whence did your equipment originate? He had observed that among the Grey Dwarves entering the territory, some were fully armed. The elite of the Grey Dwarves hastily explained, to report to the great deity, some of our equipment has been inherited from our forebears, while others were exchanged with the Goblin tribe for resources. Before he could finish, he added, they are a notoriously greedy bunch of goblins. It was evident that the Grey Dwarven tribe had suffered significant losses in their dealings for equipment. Not far away, the Goblin leader Bard and his fellow Goblin devotees were visibly incensed. How dare this Grey Dwarf slander their tribe before the great Lord of Light? Fortunately, the Lord did not express agreement. Otherwise, they would have had to confront this Grey Dwarf fiercely. Lin Yu waved his hand, stating, the past is behind us. Now, both your tribes are my faithful followers. To believe in me, to remain loyal to me, and to labor for my dominion is your rightful duty. When I elevate the divine realm in the future, your souls will ascend to the divine world. At that time, I shall grant you eternal life. Hail to you, great Lord of Light. In that moment, all Goblin and Grey Dwarven devotees within the tribe knelt before Lin Yu, their faces alight with fervor and excitement. Go forth and fulfill your tasks. The lower-tier goblins and Grey Dwarves remained in the tribe to dismantle monster carcasses, while those above level 5 formed parties to venture out for hunting. As Lin Yu's words echoed, the goblins and Grey Dwarves within the territory sprang into action. Soon, 2 moderately sized teams departed from the territory, all comprising elite members capable of hunting wild monsters even without the aid of the angelic battalions. Consequently, Lin Yu's hunting teams had now reached a total of 12, 9 fully staffed angelic squads, 2 goblin teams, and 1 Grey Dwarven team. This expansion of overall strength signified an increase in daily harvests. As for Lin Yu, he turned towards the territory's warehouse. His earlier proclamations to the goblins and Grey Dwarves were no mere boast. Upon achieving divinity and establishing a divine realm, he indeed possessed the capacity to grant his followers eternal life. Even in death, their souls would return to the divine realm, reborn with their memories intact. Such is the nature of a deity of faith, unlike a god of laws, who lacks the bonds of faith and cannot directly guide souls into their divine realm. The food, timber, and other resources seized from the Grey Dwarven tribe were all piled up in the territory square. This was due to the warehouse's storage capacity being insufficient. The low-level warehouse could accommodate 100,000 units. Yet the basic resources from this recent acquisition alone surpassed that threshold. Not to mention, Lin Yu had already amassed a substantial stockpile of resources in his warehouse prior to this. Thus, the only solution was to upgrade the warehouse. Without hesitation, Lin Yu accessed the upgrade option for the warehouse building. After expending 1,000 units of timber, 500 units of stone, and 300 units of iron ore, the warehouse building was successfully upgraded to an intermediate level. Intermediate warehouse, capable of storing 500,000 units. Onward. With a mere thought, Lin Yu elevated the newly upgraded warehouse to an advanced level. With such an abundance of basic resources at his disposal, he was unconcerned about the costs of this upgrade. Ultimately, the advanced warehouse building boasted a storage capacity of 1 million units, comfortably accommodating the recent haul. Warehouse, level, advanced, storage capacity, 1 million units. Current resources, 66. 700 units of food, 35. 900 units of timber, 42. 000 units of stone, 47. 300 units of iron ore, and various monster materials. Next level, town level storage. Upgrade requirements 110. 000 units of timber, 5. 000 units of stone, 3. 000 units of iron ore. Upgrade requirement 2. Town level territory. A prerequisite had been added. Only by possessing a town-level territory could the warehouse be further upgraded to enhance resource storage. Nonetheless, this posed no immediate concern. For the time being, a storage capacity of 1 million units was more than sufficient. Overcapacity was out of the question. After all, Lin Yu's territory was not far from upgrading to town level. Moreover, enhancing the levels of other territorial buildings would also require resource expenditure, especially for the more than 100 wooden houses and numerous arrow towers, which would incur substantial costs if upgraded en masse. The next day unfolded without incident. Throughout the territory, everyone was diligently laboring, except for Lin Yu. As the Lord, he merely needed to issue commands. In his leisure, he perused the island's chat channels and trading platforms. Time swiftly passed into the afternoon. In the wilderness, approximately 6 kilometers from Lin Yu's territory, lay a forest. Amidst the sturdy ancient trees, a crystalline lake sparkled. The lake, though modest in size, spanning merely 200 to 300 meters, served as a drinking source for many wild monsters. Yet, at this moment, no creatures dared approach. For coiling around the lake was a forest giant python, measuring dozens of meters in length, its body of vivid green adorned with silvery patterns. Crowning its head was a silver horn, occasionally sparking with lightning. This was a level 8 late-stage lord-class monster, exhibiting immense power. Today marked its first day claiming dominion over the lake. The aura it emanated deterred nearby wild monsters from venturing close. The great serpent coiled its massive body, raising its head, its fearsome maw lined with fangs opening and closing. Sunlight bathed it, while elemental magic from the surrounding world converged upon it. Wild monsters too could cultivate. Just as the forest giant python was indulging in its tranquil meditation, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was a beautiful angel radiating holy brilliance, gracefully flitting between the trees with her snow-white wings unfurled. Ultimately, she appeared before the forest giant python. This angel was none other than Lin Yu's four-winged angel, Angelia. Chapter 77. The Unmatched Power of Angelia. At last, she had discovered a high-level monster, and a level 8 at that. In midair, Angelia approached with measured steps. The four wings on her back emanated a dazzling light. Brandishing her sword, engulfed in golden flames, she gazed down upon the forest giant python coiled several dozen meters away. This was a perilous distance. With the python's colossal form, a single flick of its tail could reach Angelia. However, she bore no fear. The expression on her exquisite face remained as impassive as ever, as if the formidable lord-class forest giant python before her was merely a low-level creature. Notably, the magical fluctuations radiating from Angelia had already reached the late 7th level. Remarkably, since her summoning that morning, a mere 5 to 6 hours had passed. Yet she had ascended 2 levels, now only a step away from reaching level 8. The speed of such advancement is nothing short of terrifying. The reason lies in her relentless pursuit of high-level wild monsters, refusing to squander her time on the mediocre and lowly creatures of the wilderness. As for her cadre of angelic warriors, they are engaged in hunts across other regions. Come forth. Allow me to end your suffering. Angelia slightly nodded, her gaze fixed upon the forest python. For you wretched beings, existing in such a world is indeed a profound torment. Roar. The forest python let out a furious roar, clearly incensed by Angelia's provocation. As a high-level wild monster, it could barely comprehend her words. Suffering? No. It felt no pain at all. It was the lord of this territory, having recently claimed the Lake of Life, thus no longer needing to toil for sustenance. It anticipated an abundance of food and ample time to meditate for further ascension. In its view, good days were surely on the horizon. Roar. The forest python roared again, its voice echoing like a beast's growl. Almost simultaneously, a bolt of purple lightning erupted from the horn atop its head, aimed directly at the hovering Angelia. It sought to vanquish the proud and beautiful creature before it with the force of its lightning, and then consume her whole. With a swift motion, Angelia wielded her angelic sword. In an instant, a blade of light cleaved through the air, striking the purple lightning with pinpoint accuracy. The divine and luminous forces collided with the thunderous might of the lightning, resulting in a spectacular disintegration of the bolt. The sword light surged forward, slicing toward the forest python. The forest python's eyes widened in disbelief, its dark green irises reflecting a sense of incredulity. The combat prowess of this winged being was formidable. At that moment, the python twisted its colossal serpent body, attempting to evade the incoming sword light. It sensed the terrifying power behind the strike, which showed no signs of waning even after shattering its lightning. If struck, it would undoubtedly sustain injury. Its hardened scales would offer little protection. With a desperate maneuver, the forest python contorted its body at an extreme angle, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Yet, even so, the sword light grazed its form, slicing through the air toward the distant thicket. Clang! Sparks erupted, followed by a spray of blood. A deep, bone-revealing wound appeared on the python's lower back. This was not merely a tearing injury, but rather a penetrating one, severing 2 of its bones. Had it not evaded in time, the sword light would likely have cleaved its body in 2. The intense pain ignited the forest python's fury. Its emerald eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, akin to a raging 2-headed demon. Accompanied by its wrath, thick bolts of purple lightning shot forth from its horn, launching toward Angelia, the 4-winged angel. In the face of such an assault, even a similarly ranked adventurer would think twice. However, Angelia appeared as if suspended in midair, showing no inclination to evade. She swung her angelic sword once more, unleashing a cascade of dazzling sword lights. Each beam struck true, shattering every bolt of lightning with precision. In the blink of an eye, all the lightning dissipated, leaving only a relentless barrage of sword light aimed at the forest python. The forest python was utterly terrified. Without hesitation, it turned to flee. It had encountered an aberration capable of transcending levels and effortlessly overpowering it. To stay would mean certain death, confinement. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated. Instantly, a brilliant radiance descended from the void, enveloping the forest python. The space around it seemed to be sealed, rendering its massive body, extending several meters, incapable of breaking free from the luminous prison forged from divine light. This was a skill favored by celestial beings, the holy light confinement. Now wielded by Angelia, a war-grade angel. It was indeed a remarkable feat. As the forest python remained ensnared, a flurry of sword lights sliced in from various angles, each one striking the python with unerring accuracy. In that instant, scales flew, blood spattered, presenting a grotesque beauty of dark elegance. When the final sword light faded, the once mighty form of the forest python lay in shattered fragments. Remnants of its carcass, broken entrails, and thick pools of blood littered the ground. The pungent scent of blood quickly filled the area, even staining the nearby lake, attracting countless fish and beasts eager to consume the remnants of the forest python. In contrast, a golden aura radiated from Angelia, enhancing her beauty and nobility. At that moment, the aura emanating from her intensified dramatically, elevating her power exponentially. She had leveled up. Her rank ascended from late-stage level 7 to early-stage level 8. However, Angelia furrowed her delicate brows, murmuring to herself, "I may have been too harsh. Such a mangled corpse will leave that group of wretched followers in a quandary about how to return it to their lord's domain. Next time, I must temper my strength. A single strike to sever its head will suffice." Without further contemplation, Angelia gathered the coins and a faintly glowing blueprint that had dropped, then unfurled her angelic wings to vanish into the dense thicket. She was set on seeking out high-level wild monsters once more. Meanwhile, Lin Yu received the notification of Angelia's triumph over the forest python. Earlier, he had communicated with the floating island of all realms to filter out ordinary kill notifications. However, if blueprints or equipment were to drop, the alerts would still come through. Thus, upon the forest python's demise, he was promptly informed. Indeed, the 4-winged angel had single-handedly vanquished a high-level wild monster. Angelia's initial rank was level 7, yet she had slain a late-stage level 8 forest python, which left Lin Yu somewhat astonished, as it represented a significant leap across at least one major realm. Nonetheless, he felt more elation than surprise. The combat prowess of the 4-winged angel was astonishing, suggesting that the 6-winged angels must be even more formidable. He could hardly contain his anticipation for the upgrade of his territory. Amidst the millions of adventurers on the island, not a single one had obtained the blueprint for the watchtower. Was this a sign of moral decay, a distortion of humanity, or simply a reflection of Lady Luck's erratic favor? Chapter 78, Exhausted like a dog. In a flat region of the floating island, within the domain of the Golden Behemoth Lord, the daylight revealed that the Golden Behemoth had all ventured out for their hunts, leaving only a young man behind in the territory. This scenario was quite typical. At this stage, few lords would dare to roam the wilds. However, in contrast to Lin Yu, the young man's circumstances were far from satisfactory. He found himself burdened with the task of dismantling the carcasses of the wild monsters brought back by the golden behemoths. The behemoths themselves were not inclined to engage in such labor. Their primary role was combat. Thus, in most cases, it fell upon the lord to handle the decomposition of monster remains. Of course, this was only in the early stages. As strength grew, and the lord was able to conquer local strongholds, they could capture the indigenous intelligent beings to perform such menial tasks, much like Lin Yu was currently doing. The task of dismembering the corpses has been entirely entrusted to the faithful within the territory. As for the indigenous intelligent beings captured by the lord, whether they might flee or betray him in the absence of a faith-based bond depends on the lord's own leadership and credibility. A capable lord stands a chance of earning the loyalty of these indigenous intelligent beings. Conversely, the likelihood of escape and betrayal increases significantly. This highlights the perfection of the angelic units capable of spreading faith. Cursed be it. I am, after all, a distinguished top-tier lord. Why must I toil away at such menial tasks day in and day out? The young man grumbled as he exerted himself in the dismemberment of monster corpses, cursing incessantly. In such moments, he found himself lamenting the fact that his units were golden behemoths. These formidable creatures possessed immense combat prowess, capable of hunting numerous wild monsters with ease. In but a few rounds, the small square of the territory would be piled high with monster corpses, all of which he alone had to dismantle. Each day, he felt utterly exhausted, akin to a dog worn out from labor. This was far from the life of a lord he had envisioned. The floating island was equally rigid. While beast meat and monster materials could be sold, the corpses of monsters were a different matter entirely. They could either be discarded or dismantled by himself. It was exasperating that there was no room for flexibility. The young man expressed his profound dissatisfaction with this situation. He was accustomed to a life of leisure and had no desire to toil to the brink of exhaustion daily. Yet, he found himself with no alternative. The issue of sustenance for the golden behemoths was easily resolved. He merely needed to let them gnaw on the corpses of the monsters. After all, shouldn't beast units thrive on raw flesh and blood? His need to dismantle the corpses of wild monsters stemmed from his desire to seize every opportunity to earn gold coins. Even if it meant selling beast meat at a low price, he had no choice but to do so. After all, he needed to repay his debts. Previously, in his bid to secure the warehouse blueprint, he had borrowed over 4,000 gold coins from his alliance members, a considerable sum. Now, as the repayment deadline loomed closer, his anxiety only intensified. He feared that if he failed to repay the gold in time, the floating island would seize his golden behemoths as collateral. This was not an impossible scenario. He had signed the loan contract in the presence of the floating island's authority. Should he dare to default, the power of the island's rules would undoubtedly come after him. This thought prompted another round of curses from the young man. Cursed be Lin Yu. If it weren't for you, why would I be toiling away like a dead dog merely to repay a debt? The auction for the warehouse blueprint was a blemish on the young man's life. Each time he recalled that moment when he was berated as a fool, his anger flared anew. The only silver lining was that countless events transpired daily in the floating island world, leading to a collective forgetfulness among the practitioners. By today, the chat channels were devoid of anyone still calling him a fool. Furthermore, the Hall of Kings had gradually seen no more members withdrawing from their alliances. The situation seemed to have stabilized, which brought him a modicum of comfort. Exhausted, he took a 3-minute respite. The young man opened the island trading platform. Upon a quick scan, his expression twisted in dismay. The trading platform's mechanism dictated that items of higher level and value appeared at the topmost position, akin to being pinned. Thus, upon entering the trading platform, the first item to catch his eye was Lin Yu's listing of the wind leather boots. This was an ultra-rare piece of equipment boasting 2 special attributes and a level of 9. Undoubtedly, it was the most eye-catching item on the entire trading platform. Damn it! Lin Yu has captured another local stronghold. How could he conquer a stronghold each day at such a rapid pace? The young man's face turned a sickly shade of green, simultaneously awed by Lin Yu's terrifying prowess. Attacking local strongholds was something he had dreamt of, yet due to the overall limitations of his unit strength, he dared not provoke them. In contrast, Lin Yu claimed a stronghold daily, igniting a burning envy within him. Soon, the number of my golden behemoths is nearing 100. Once any of them reaches level 8, I can finally venture to conquer a small local stronghold. Over the past few days, relying on the top-tier golden behemoths, he had acquired several pieces of equipment and blueprints. Yet, he had kept none for himself, as his need for gold coins was dire. He had to sell everything on the trading platform. With the gold earned, he recruited a new batch of golden behemoths, thereby strengthening his territory. The young man was not foolish enough to use that gold to repay his debts. He understood that the stronger his forces became, the greater his daily gains would be. As long as the scale of his golden behemoth army increased, repaying the debt would not be a daunting task. After all, there were still several days remaining before the contract deadline. Just wait. I will undoubtedly conquer a local stronghold in no time. The young man gritted his teeth in determination. vowing that he must show all practitioners on the island that he was far from a fool. He was a powerful top-tier lord, merely a victim of Lin Yu's schemes on one occasion. With that thought in mind, he grumbled to himself and returned to his diligent work, fulfilling his responsibilities. Beyond the Golden Behemoth Lord, the other high-ranking and top-tier lords on the island, upon witnessing Lin Yu's sale of the winged leather boots, also felt a renewed sense of urgency. Each one seemed to be invigorated, working harder and with greater ambition than ever before. Lin Yu acted as a catalyst. With every move he made seemingly able to inspire those elite lords, compelling them to strive ever forward. This included the leader of Summer Night, Xia Qingwei, who was equally motivated by Lin Yu's influence. As soon as she had a bit of gold, she immediately recruited her top-tier unit, the Frost Giant Dragon. Her numbers surpassed the young man's golden behemoths, exceeding 100, rendering her formidable indeed. To describe her as standing atop all other lords would not be an exaggeration. Yet, she still fell short of Lin Yu. Though she was unaware of the exact nature of Lin Yu's units, she was certain their numbers were vast, at least 300 or more. After all, he had earned such wealth through the sale of equipment and blueprints. With that thought, a tinge of envy graced Xia Qingyue's beautiful, fair cheeks. She too desired her own blacksmith shop to mass-produce equipment and sell it on the trading platform to amass a fortune in gold coins. However, reality was harsh. She lacked not only the blacksmith shop blueprint, but also the capability to forge equipment, as her territory was still a lowly village. As of now, among all the lords and practitioners on the floating island, only Lin Yu possessed such remarkable prowess. What level could Lin Yu possibly be at now? Most likely level 4 by now. Xia Qingwei had just recently advanced to level 3. Based on her own rate of acquiring source energy, she estimated Lin Yu's level to be at least 4, which only deepened her envy of him. A step ahead meant being ahead in every aspect. Lin Yu had already surpassed all other lords on the island in every regard. Chapter 79, A Beautiful Life as a Lord. Mid-level 8, time flew, and once again, night descended. Countless combat practitioners on the island returned to their sanctuaries, unwilling to linger in the darkness of the wild world. Their strength had yet to reach a level where they could hunt wild monsters at night. At least a level 5 was necessary for such endeavors. Certainly, this does not include the combat professional who seized the ghoul leather armor. With the ghoul leather armor, his, or her, life was far more leisurely and splendid than that of the majority of combat professionals. Countless praises for Lin Yu are left unmentioned. As night fell, numerous formidable teams returned to Lin Yu's territory. The first to arrive were 2 goblin squads, accompanied by a group of grey dwarves. Alongside them were a greater number of relatively lower-level goblins and grey dwarves, tasked with assisting in the battlefield cleanup and transporting the carcasses of hunted monsters. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yu's territory became bustling with activity, its popularity nearly tenfold compared to daylight. The returning goblins and grey dwarf followers hastened to pay their respects to Lin Yu. After an outpouring of sincere praise and prayers, they congregated in the southwestern region of the territory to begin cooking. Nowadays, the food provisions in the territory were no longer limited to beast meat. The warehouses were stocked with an abundance of fresh fruits, edible wild vegetables, and dried fish, primarily acquired from the grey dwarf tribe. Naturally, these rations were distributed in small portions, as the number of inhabitants was too great. Only beast meat was in unrestricted supply. One could eat as much as one's appetite allowed. The quantity was substantial and sufficiently filling. Once the spiritual rice yielded its harvest, Lin Yu planned to provide the residents with fragrant rice, which would enhance their physical well-being. In matters of sustenance, Lin Yu was exceedingly generous towards his subjects, which in turn deepened the gratitude of the goblins and grey dwarves towards him. To put it plainly, they had never enjoyed such good fortune during their time in the tribe. In both the goblins tribe and the grey dwarf tribe, the food reserves were predominantly reserved for the tribe leader and the upper echelons, leaving the common folk to fend for themselves with only 2 meals a day. In comparison to their former tribal existence, their current life was nothing short of blissful. This led many goblins and grey dwarves to, while dining, begin to pray fervently to Lin Yu, the Lord of Sacred Light, with even more joining in the act of devotion. They were infinitely grateful for the bountiful meals bestowed upon them by the Lord of Sacred Light. In the face of such mercy and compassion, the only offerings they could provide were their unwavering faith and loyalty. To safeguard their beliefs and uphold the glory of the Lord of Sacred Light, they feared not even death. Meanwhile, the angelic hunting squad, having ventured out, began returning to the territory in succession. Within less than half an hour, the entire angelic contingent, led by the 4-winged Archangel Elena, 4-winged Angel Murata, and others, had returned. After a day of hunting, nearly all the angels had, to varying degrees, leveled up. Yetta and Sally reached the late stages of level 8, while the 3 sisters, Vina, Josie, and Helen, the first summoned 2-winged angels, also ascended to level 8. The 4-winged Angel Murata and her peers reached the late stages of level 7, and the 4-winged Archangel Elena stepped into the early stages of level 8. The remaining angels also experienced their own advancements. However, the one who exhibited the most rapid growth was the 4-winged Angel Angelia. As Lin Yu's gaze fell upon Angelia's infinitely beautiful form, he instantly sensed the surge of magical energy emanating from her, which had increased exponentially since her summoning that morning. This was indeed a terrifying revelation. Even Yetta and Sally, who had jointly vanquished the gray dwarf chieftain Jean, had not experienced such a remarkable rate of enhancement. He promptly opened Angelia's information panel for inspection. Four-winged angel Angelia, level, mid-8, growth potential, pinnacle, demigod, combat skills, holy cross sword, sacred light, / description, affiliated with the legitimate faction of the 12-winged angels. She had actually ascended to mid-level 8. Lin Yu was astounded as he gazed at Angelia's information panel. It was worth noting that when she was summoned that morning, she had only been at early level 7. In approximately 10 hours of hunting, Angelia had elevated her standing by 4 levels, with one being a significant leap. This was almost beyond his comprehension. However, Lin Yu soon deduced the reason. It must have been that Angelia single-handedly defeated numerous high-level wild monsters, such as the late-level 8 forest giant python, claiming all the inherent energy for herself, hence her meteoric rise in level. After contemplating, Lin Yu summoned Angelia over. Angelia, your rapid ascent in level is certainly a cause for celebration. However, do not forget your angelic squad when acting independently. Rest assured, my lord. Angelia replied obediently, bowing her head respectfully. When hunting wild monsters, I always remain close to the vicinity of the angel squad. Should they encounter danger, I can arrive for support at the earliest opportunity. Very well. Lin Yu nodded slightly, and then addressed the other 4-winged angels. You may also emulate Angelia, hunting high-level wild monsters nearby while ensuring the safety of your angelic squads. Of course, this is merely a suggestion. Your own safety must come first. As you command. Our gracious lord. The 4-winged angels replied in unison, praising their master. Subsequently, the 4-winged archangel Elena and her companions presented the spoils of the day to Lin Yu. Each one contributed hundreds of gold coins, with some even yielding equipment and blueprints. In total, the haul amounted to nearly 4,000 gold coins, along with 17 pieces of equipment and 5 blueprints, including the hunting spoils from the goblin and gray dwarf squads. It was yet another day of bountiful harvest. The acquisition of close to 4,000 gold coins was no trivial sum. With just 1/3 more, Lin Yu could summon 2 fully staffed angelic squads. Moreover, this was merely the yield from the daytime. Once the world outside plunged into darkness, and the undead creatures emerged, his angels would continue to venture forth into battle. If all went as expected, there would indeed be another substantial reward during the night. The combined gold from both hunts would be sufficient to summon 2 to 3 angelic squads, or perhaps even more. The snowball of the territory was beginning to roll, and its momentum was accelerating. Lin Yu was confident that it would not be long before the total number of angels under his command surpassed 1,000. He addressed the beautiful 4-winged angels before him. You may take a moment to rest. Once undead monsters appear outside the territory, you may venture out at your discretion. As you wish, my lord. The 4-winged angels responded with respect, then bowed deeply before retreating to the center of the territory square, where they began to restore their magical energy and bodily vigor through prayer. Meanwhile, Lin Yu gleefully set about organizing the spoils. His first focus was the blueprints, as they were currently of utmost concern to him. As Lin Yu's gaze swept across the blueprints, the information of each one gradually unfolded before him. Upon reaching the last blueprint, Lin Yu's breath caught momentarily, and the surprise in his eyes became impossible to conceal. He had actually obtained the blueprint for a watchtower. Lin Yu was ecstatic. It felt as though the goddess of fortune had once again smiled upon him. Chapter 80, Territory Upgrade, Unlocking 6-Winged Angels. Territory Construction Blueprint. Type, Watchtower. Usage Count, once. Usage Limitation, Intermediate Village. Construction Requirements, 1,000 units of timber, 2,000 units of stone, 500 units of iron ore. Special reminder, the Watchtower is a unique structure, playing a crucial role in the defense of the territory. It provides a field of vision for your domain, revealing even the monsters hidden in shadows. I had initially thought that I would only uncover the Watchtower blueprint after conquering the Skeleton King Ryan's burial ground or the 2-headed ogre tribe. I never anticipated that it would manifest now. Lin Yu gazed at the blueprint in his hand, radiating a soft golden glow, his smile radiant. The goddess of fortune had not forsaken her affection for me. Of course, credit also goes to Angelia. She played a pivotal role in obtaining this blueprint. Lin Yu distinctly remembered that this blueprint was entrusted to him by Angelia, a reward from slaying the level 8 late-stage forest giant python. With this Watchtower blueprint, my territory can upgrade to an advanced village, simultaneously unlocking the ability to summon 6-winged angels. Without hesitation, Lin Yu swiftly sought an appropriate location to utilize the blueprint. Do you wish to construct the Watchtower at this location? Yes. No. Special reminder, the Watchtower can be built both within and outside the territory. However, a Watchtower constructed outside the territory is susceptible to destruction by enemies. Build. Lin Yu selected yes. With only one Watchtower blueprint in hand, he naturally opted to erect it within the territory. Once he acquires more Watchtower blueprints, in the future, he will choose to construct them outside, providing his domain with a broader field of vision. As Lin Yu made his decision, the watchtower blueprint, in his hand, instantly transformed into countless golden rays, merging into the vacant space before him. Moments later, a tower nearly 30 meters tall materialized. The tower comprised 7 levels, crafted from timber and stone, presenting a dark gray hue. At the pinnacle of the tower, a massive luminous orb was embedded. It remains unclear what materials were used in its construction, but its glow was gentle, not blinding, reminiscent of pure moonlight. Even when illuminated continuously, it would not disrupt slumber. Furthermore, the orb's illumination extended over a vast area, enveloping not only his entire territory, but also reaching far into the wilderness. Beneath its radiance, the monsters that had previously lurked in darkness were rendered entirely visible. At this moment, Lin Yu was also gazing beyond his territory. He clearly observed the silhouettes of several undead creatures emerging near his domain. Among them were skeletons, ghouls, and the staggering forms of decaying zombies, each step accompanied by vile, oozing filth dripping from their bodies. As time passed, the number of undead creatures steadily increased. Within half an hour, this area outside the territory would be teeming with an abundance of undead beings. Despite the angelic squad's relentless extermination, the quantity of undead creatures showed no signs of diminishing. It was as if the floating island automatically refreshed them. Moreover, these undead creatures appeared unaffected by the watchtower's illumination. Rather than retreating into the darkness, they slowly advanced toward Lin Yu's territory. It seemed as though the light emanating from the watchtower was imperceptible to them. Lin Yu's suspicion stemmed from the fact that the ghouls possessed eyes, enabling them to perceive their surroundings. If they could discern the source of the watchtower's light, they would undoubtedly retreat, rather than stealthily approach his domain as they were doing now. Thus, Lin Yu had reason to doubt that the undead beings were blind to the watchtower's glow, perpetually believing themselves to be ensconced in darkness. This should be another manifestation of the floating island's rules. The light of the watchtower was visible only to those within the territory, while enemies remained oblivious. Much like a lit map in a game world, allies could see it, while adversaries remained blind. This effect was extraordinarily powerful. Lin Yu grinned widely. He then opened the territory information panel to check. Indeed, with the completion of the watchtower, all 3 conditions for upgrading to Advanced Village were marked as completed. This indicated that his territory was ready for another upgrade. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu directly communicated with the floating island of all realms to upgrade his territory. Do you confirm the territory upgrade? Yes. No, confirm. Lin Yu selected yes. As he made this choice, dazzling golden light surged throughout the territory, enveloping the entire domain. This scene mirrored the previous upgrade to Intermediate Village. Soon, the territory began to tremble. Lin Yu looked up to see the surrounding fences and the various arrow towers seemingly shifting, moving away into the distance. All the undead creatures obstructing the way vanished in clusters. It was only when the territory's boundaries ceased to expand that the nearby undead escaped calamity. Simultaneously, the ground within the territory stretched. Lin Yu stood still, not moving an inch, yet the wooden houses grew increasingly distant from him. This included the Lord's Hall, warehouse, blacksmith shop, and other structures. This was because the territory's area had expanded. Each time the territory leveled up, its area increased significantly. For instance, the area of a city-level territory was vastly different from that of a village-level territory. Likewise, an expanded area meant the potential to construct more buildings. Lin Yu felt that with the current area of his advanced village, he could easily build over 1,000 wooden houses without any sense of overcrowding. Before long, the tremor subsided, and the brilliant golden light faded away. The upgrade was complete. Information from the floating island of all realms promptly appeared in Lin Yu's mind. Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu. Your territory has successfully upgraded to an advanced village. You are one step closer to the unified endeavor of the floating island. Congratulations. You have received a reward of 300 glory points and 2,000 prestige points. May the Lord continue to strive diligently and establish a kingdom-level territory force of your own. Unsurprisingly, the upgrade to an advanced village did not trigger a world announcement. Most likely, only the first to upgrade to a town or city would receive a world announcement and additional rewards from the floating island. Nevertheless, this time, the rewards of glory points and prestige points were quite commendable. 300 points and 2,000 points. Such generous rewards left Lin Yu thoroughly satisfied. Subsequently, Lin Yu returned to the Lord's Hall to check the summoning information template for his territory's exclusive troops. Recruitment requirements: 2-winged angel, 50 gold coins, recruitable. 4-winged angel, 200 gold coins, recruitable. 6-winged angel, 1,000 gold coins, recruitable. 8-winged angel, 5,000 gold coins, unlocked at town-level territory. 10-winged angel, 20,000 gold coins, unlocked at city-level territory. 12-winged angel, 100,000 gold coins. Upon gazing at the summoning template before him, Lin Yu could not help but break into a broad smile, his spirits soaring to unprecedented heights. In comparison to the demigod-level 2-winged and 4-winged angels, the 6-winged angel truly represented a divine-grade troop, as its potential for growth reached the level of true deities. Now that the six-winged angel had been successfully unlocked, he could finally summon them. Chapter 81. Six-Winged Angel. Within the territory, a divine radiance permeates the air. Every corner is imbued with the rich essence of sanctity and luminous magic. The brilliance emanating from the watchtower has been veiled. At this moment, in the central square of the domain, hundreds of exquisite angels have gathered. Their hands are clasped together, resting solemnly against their chests, with expressions of profound reverence and piety gracing their stunningly beautiful faces. A harmonious murmur arises from the angels' lips as they engage in prayer, beseeching the great Lord of the Holy Light. Not only the angels, but also the goblins and gray dwarves who are feasting kneel in reverence, joining the angels in their supplications. The strange occurrences within the territory are perceived as miraculous by the goblins and gray dwarves. They can only express their inner astonishment through fervent prayers, intensifying their devotion to their Lord. It is not until long after the anomalies conclude that the goblin and gray dwarf worshippers gradually cease their prayers, though the fervor and reverence in their expressions remain undiminished. All praise to the supreme holy light. The great Lord of Holy Light has manifested a miracle through his divine power. Our territory has expanded, and our influence has grown stronger. I believe that under the protection of the Lord of Holy Light, we shall follow in the footsteps of the holy messengers, conquering this world. Wherever the light shines, there lies the domain of the Lord of Holy Light. Our unwavering faith shall bring glory to the goblin race. The revival of our tribe's honor. The goblins and gray dwarves within the territory are brimming with excitement. This miracle has invigorated their faith in Lin Yu. In the Lord's Hall, Lin Yu takes a deep breath and communicates with the floating island of all realms through his thoughts, reopening a summoning black hole. Just moments ago, he had summoned a fully equipped angelic battalion. According to the summoning ratio provided by the floating island of all realms, it was necessary to gather 10 angelic squads to form a small angelic legion capable of summoning a six-winged angel. Now that the 10 angelic squads have been assembled, he naturally seeks to summon the six-winged angel at the earliest opportunity. Curiously, during this summoning, as well as the previous one, Lin Yu feels no sense of being spied upon. Yet, this is of little consequence, as he has more pressing matters to attend to. His gaze remains fixed, unwavering, upon the summoning black hole, eagerly anticipating the arrival of his first six-winged angel. It must be noted that the cost of summoning a six-winged angel is exorbitant, requiring a full 1,000 gold coins. 5 times the expense of a four-winged angel and a staggering 20 times that of a two-winged angel. Such expense is certainly justified, as Lin Yu muses. A brilliant point of light suddenly emerges from the depths of the black hole. In an instant, the light expands, illuminating the infinite darkness of the black hole and revealing an astonishing spectacle. This presents an overwhelmingly shocking visual experience. At least, Lin Yu finds himself captivated, unable to tear his gaze away from that radiant point. At long last, she appears, a tall figure, with an exquisitely delicate visage that embodies the perfect golden ratio, adorned with flowing golden hair and wielding a flaming angelic sword. She descends through the air, exuding a powerful and sacred aura, her back graced with 3 pairs of symmetrically aligned snow-white angelic wings. Between her wings radiates boundless divine light, dazzling and resplendent. This is a six-winged angel. Judging by her attire, she belongs to the ranks of the 12-winged angels, a war-grade angel adept in the heat of battle. However, unlike the other 2-winged and 4-winged angels, her angelic armor is of a platinum hue, shimmering occasionally with golden glimmers. The angelic sword in her grasp is etched with countless mysterious runes, engulfed in a more intense golden flame. This ensemble surpasses that of any 2-winged or 4-winged angel. I praise you, great Lord of Holy Light. Thank you for summoning me. Upon approaching, the six-winged angel immediately bows to Lin Yu, filled with gratitude and reverence. With utmost solemnity, she declares, I vow to wield my angelic sword to vanquish all who dare to profane the holy radiance. Your brilliance shall endure forever. Excellent. Lin Yu can hardly contain the smile that spreads across his face. The arrival of the six-winged angel assures him of a restful night filled with sweet dreams. The holy light be with you. This is Lin Yu's response to the six-winged angel before him. As he articulates these words, he feels somewhat like a charlatan. Yet, considering his role as the deity of faith for the angelic race, tasked with spreading his beliefs across the myriad realms and gathering followers, he is indeed the greatest charlatan of all. Subsequently, Lin Yu opens the information panel for the six-winged angel to assess her attributes. Six-winged angel, initial level, level 9, growth potential, lesser true god, possess skills, divine cross sword, holy light / sacred barrier. Faith judgment, description, a six-winged angel belonging to the 12-winged angels, possessing indomitable will, steadfast faith, and extraordinary combat prowess. They are the true angelic divine race. The true angelic divine race. This is the evaluation bestowed upon the six-winged angel by the floating island. Alternatively, it can be stated that all six-winged angels represent the true angelic divine race, as their growth potential reaches the level of true gods. Prior to ascending to divinity, the six-winged angels will face no hindrance in their realm breakthroughs. As long as they continue to slay enemies and acquire vast amounts of primal energy, they can effortlessly attain godhood. In contrast, the growth potential of two-winged and four-winged angels is merely that of demigods, without the possibility of bloodline evolution. Two-winged and four-winged angels find it exceedingly challenging to ascend to divinity, remaining indefinitely at the demigod level. Thus, the floating island asserts that six-winged angels are the true angelic divine race, effortlessly becoming gods, with an initial level of 9. They are incomparably stronger than top-tier units that start at level 4. Lin Yu raises his gaze to the six-winged angel before him and remarks, "With your stature, I imagine you can easily vanquish other races' king-level powerhouses." In response, the six-winged angel has kept her head bowed, her expression solemn. Her bright eyes shine with an ancient golden hue, imparting an air of nobility. Her countenance is extraordinarily beautiful, with skin fairer than snow, devoid of any blemishes. Her lips are full, and her long, curled eyelashes frame her gaze. With her head slightly lowered, her features exude a three-dimensional beauty. Below, a pointed chin and slender neck lead to her curvaceous form, high and ample. Overall, her figure is tall and voluptuous, embodying perfection akin to all angels, without a single flaw. Yet, when complemented by the 6 angelic wings upon her back, her beauty becomes breathtaking, unmatched by any two-winged or four-winged angel. Rest assured, Lord of the Holy Light, the six-winged angel speaks with utmost reverence. My unwavering faith is my sword. In the face of king-level heretics, I can strike them down with a single blow. Excellent. Lin Yu's joy grows even more pronounced. After a moment of contemplation, he addresses the six-winged angel. From this moment forth, your name shall be Renee. I bestow upon you the authority to lead the angelic legion of this domain. Henceforth, you shall be a commander. Chapter 82, a legion-level battle. Infinite possibilities. In truth, the six-winged angel is not ideally suited to be a commander. Among the 3 major factions of the angelic race, the most fitting leaders are the seraphim, archangels, and virtue angels. Regrettably, Lin Yu currently lacks a 6-winged virtue angel. Thus, he must temporarily appoint the 6-winged strength angel, Renee, to command the angelic legion of his territory. Once he successfully summons the 6-winged virtue angel, Renee will serve as the right hand of the virtue angel, assisting in the management of the angelic army. At present, he commands 10 fully staffed angelic squads, in addition to a smaller team led by Ayada and Sally. In total, the number of angels exceeds 500, capable of forming a modestly sized angelic legion. The transition from angelic squads to a legion represents a significant qualitative leap. Lin Yu is justified in believing that the number of lords possessing legions within the island is exceedingly rare. Even if there are any, they are likely to be either low-level or mid-level lords. This is due to the remarkably low recruitment costs of low-level units and mid-level units, the former requiring merely 5 gold coins and the latter only 10. With such affordable recruitment costs, the expansion of forces can occur at an accelerated pace. Conversely, the chances of high-level or top-tier lords possessing legions are exceedingly slim, as they are far less affluent than Lin Yu. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Lin Yu stands as the first top-tier lord to command a fully staffed legion. Hail to you, great lord of the Holy Light. It is my honor to serve as a commander of your legion, exclaimed Renee, the 6-winged strength angel, her expression filled with fervor. I shall exert every effort to clear the path for you, vanquishing all heretics who refuse to bow before the radiance of the Holy Light. Lin Yu nodded with a smile and then addressed Renee. The time has come. Go forth, lead your legion into the world beyond our territory, and eradicate those wicked undead creatures. This will be your first battle. After the night's conflict concludes, guide the angelic legion to the breeding grounds of the spirit fields. It is a favorable location where you can achieve a swifter recovery of magical power and potentially facilitate the evolution of your lineage, allowing you to ascend to higher ranks among angels. At your command, my lord. Renee, the 6-winged strength angel, immediately responded with reverence, etching the Lord of Holy Light's instructions into her memory. Subsequently, she exited the Lord's Hall to gather the various angelic squads assembled in the territory square. Given Renee's status as a 6-winged angel and her role as the commander, she had the authority to rally the multitude of beautiful angels. In no time, hundreds of angels, led by the 6-winged strength angel Renee, soared out of the territory, charging headlong towards the undead monsters in the outside world. Simultaneously, the goblins and gray dwarves within the territory sprang into action. They formed 2 goblin squads and a larger gray dwarf unit, pursuing the battle call of the angelic legion and emerging from the territory. War erupted in an instant. In mere moments, the outside world was engulfed in the sounds of battle. Centered around Lin Yu's territory, a fierce battlefield spread within hundreds of meters. The scene was adorned with dazzling bursts of holy light, a sight that starkly contrasted with the first foray into night combat just days earlier. Compared to that time, Lin Yu's overall strength had increased tenfold, if not more. Not to mention the mid to low-level undead creatures on the battlefield. Even the skeleton king, Ryan, would be felled by the angel's blades. After all, commanding the Angelic Legion was a six-winged angel of level 9. Plans for tomorrow must be revised. Originally, Lin Yu intended for the angelic squads to continue hunting wild monsters until the highest level Ayata and Sally both attained level 9 before confronting the Skeleton King Ryan and the two-headed ogre tribe. However, circumstances had changed. The unexpected acquisition of a Watchtower blueprint from Angelia not only elevated Lin Yu's territory to Advanced Village, but also summoned a six-winged angel. Given the combat prowess of the six-winged strength angel Renee, dispatching the Skeleton King Ryan or slaying the tribal chief of the two-headed ogres would pose little challenge. He could summon a few gray dwarves later to inquire whether their tribe knows the location of the Skeleton King Ryan's burial ground. If they do, he could proceed with the grand surprise tomorrow. If not, he would engage the two-headed ogre tribe instead. Without further ado, Lin Yu resumed organizing his spoils. First were the gold coins. After summoning a fully staffed angelic squad and the six-winged strength angel Renee, he found himself with just over 2,200 gold coins remaining. Next were 17 pieces of equipment and 4 blueprints, mostly consisting of ordinary gear, with only one exceptional piece possessing special attributes, albeit at level 5. Its value far inferior to the Windwalker boots, currently under auction. After glancing at the details of this equipment, Lin Yu lost interest and listed it on the trading platform for sale. The level 5 exceptional equipment, with relatively ordinary special attributes, would likely fetch around 500 to 600 gold coins. As for the other ordinary gear, Lin Yu opted to store them for the time being, planning to wait for the equipment from the blacksmith shop to arrive before placing them all on the trading platform for sale. Yesterday, the dozens of pieces he had listed were snatched up within mere seconds by adventurers. If all goes as expected, today would likely see a similar frenzy. As the equipment market was far from saturated, the vast majority of combat-oriented adventurers currently lacked gear. Although the prices of the ordinary equipment Lin Yu listed were not cheap, they were at least fair, earning him great favor among adventurers. One must admit, this is the position of an astute equipment merchant. As long as one is not unscrupulous, substantial profits can invariably be made, along with the gratitude of many buyers. A dual reward of fame and fortune. Lastly, the remaining 4 blueprints were all wooden cabin blueprints. Among all the basic blueprints, the wooden cabin blueprint has the highest drop rate. Therefore, Lin Yu was not disappointed. Moreover, having already obtained the Watchtower blueprint, it would be unreasonable to seek additional rare blueprints, lest Lady Luck herself descend to chastise him. The auction for the Windwalker boots was nearing its conclusion. Once he listed the ordinary equipment in bulk, he anticipated earning several thousand gold coins. Given his current rate of development, he could amass 10 fully staffed angelic squads within 2 days on average, subsequently summoning another six-winged angel. Of course, it could happen even sooner. Once he possesses a intermediate blacksmith shop, summoning a small angelic legion in a single day would not be out of the question. After a few more days, elevating his territory to town might even enable Lin Yu to summon an 8-winged angel directly. The initial level of a 6-winged angel is 9. Surely, the initial level of an 8-winged angel would be nothing less than that of a monarch. With the rank of an 8-winged angel, vanquishing extraordinary enemies would pose little difficulty. With thoughts of summoning 10-winged and 12-winged angels, Lin Yu's spirits soared. He felt as though he was merely a step or two away from invincibility. Calm down, calm down. Lin Yu quickly patted his slightly flushed face. If he continued to indulge in such boundless fantasies, even Lady Luck might find herself subject to his whims. Which would not do at all. Chapter 83. The Dark Elves of the Underworld, the Burial Ground. This is the domain of the Skeleton King Ryan, located in a remote corner of the underworld. Nearby lies an underground passage that connects to the surface world, not far from Lin Yu's territory. As such, the Skeleton King Ryan harbors considerable concern. Should Lin Yu discover this underground passage, his domain would undoubtedly be compromised. Upon their initial encounter, King Lane of the Skeletons regarded Lin Yu with disdain. However, after the battle of the previous night, King Lane had come to profoundly understand the terrifying velocity of Lin Yu's growth. Consequently, he became wary of Lin Yu, fearing that he might descend into the underworld to wreak havoc. Thus, upon returning to his domain, the first action King Lane undertook was to dispatch a formidable contingent to guard the subterranean passage. This was not the end of his endeavors. That very night, King Lane led a host of high-ranking undead to seek the assistance of their neighbors, the Dark Elf tribe. The location of the Dark Elf tribe was not far from the underground passage, prompting King Lane to believe that, in addressing the dilemma posed by the otherworldly Lord Lin Yu, those capricious Dark Elves were duty-bound to ally with him against the threat. In stark contrast to the surface world, the underworld lacked the distinction of day and night, perpetually shrouded in dimness. Nevertheless, the environment was not devoid of light. Indeed, it was sufficiently illuminated for even an ordinary person to discern their surroundings. Countless luminous entities, stones, insects, flora, and more, cast a glow throughout the underworld, complemented by streams of molten lava that flowed like arteries of fire. These sources provided ample illumination, preventing one from being completely blinded by darkness. After traversing several kilometers, King Lane and his retinue of undead finally reached the territorial bounds of the Dark Elf tribe. Before they could proceed further, a volley of arrows sliced through the air towards them with lightning speed. King Lane, reacting swiftly, took 2 steps back, while a skeletal knight by his side charged forward, wielding a lance to shatter the incoming arrows. "Cease this, kind-hearted Dark Elves. We harbor no ill intentions," proclaimed a skeletal mage draped in tattered gray robes, amplifying his soul fire and mental energy to project his voice into the dim expanse. After a prolonged moment, a cadre of figures emerged from behind various obstructions, clad in tight leather armor that revealed their smooth, ivory arms and long, lustrous legs. Each possessed a statuesque silhouette and striking beauty. Notably, they bore elongated ears reminiscent of nature spirits, a hallmark of their elven lineage. However, their eyes gleamed a dark crimson, and as they spoke, their lips parted to reveal 2 symmetrical fangs, sharp and menacing, though less exaggerated than those of vampires. These figures were indeed the Dark Elves that King Lane sought, over a dozen in number, standing vigilant, armed with bows and swords, scrutinizing the undead horde. At that moment, one Dark Elf, swaying her slender waist, stepped forward with a mocking smile, saying, "Evil undead creatures dare to proclaim their innocence? Such an outrageous falsehood is more unbelievable than the tale of the goddesses of light and dark being sisters. Ancient legends claim that the goddesses of light and dark were siblings, yet none had ever believed it. Summon your chieftain, Doris," commanded King Lane, channeling his mental power to convey his purpose. "King Lane?" The Dark Elves exchanged wary glances, their expressions betraying a hint of fear at the sight of his imposing figure. Nearly 5 meters tall, King Lane was a monarch of formidable strength, rivaling that of their chieftain. The Dark Elf, regaining her composure, smiled sweetly and said, "Ah, it is the great King Lane who rules over the burial grounds. I am curious about what brings your esteemed presence here." "The power of the otherworld," King Lane replied succinctly. The Dark Elf covered her mouth, giggling softly. "You certainly know how to frighten, your majesty. Those otherworldly adventurers dwell on the surface. What concern is that to us denizens of the underworld? However, if you insist on meeting our chieftain, then you shall accompany us." King Lane fell silent. He was an undead, not a fool. Had he ventured alone, the Dark Elves would surely dismantle his bones one by one, ultimately using his skull as a trophy. For wicked beings, betrayal was a commonplace affair. King Lane declared, "One among the surface world, an otherworldly lord, is growing at a terrifying rate. Soon, his power may pose a threat to us. Should he discover the subterranean passage and send his legions to invade, both our domains would suffer." Upon hearing this, the Dark Elf did not display fear. Instead, she cast a flirtatious glance his way. "Your majesty speaks with such conviction, yet I do not believe you." King Lane found himself at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, he projected his mental energy once more, stating, "Inform Doris that if she chooses not to meet with me, my burial grounds will soon vanish from this realm." The Dark Elf paused, then inquired, "Is the strength of that otherworldly lord truly so formidable that he could destroy your domain?" "Not at all," interjected a skeletal knight mounted atop a colossal skeletal bear. "What my king means is that we are prepared to relocate at a moment's notice." At this, the Dark Elves froze, their expressions a mix of disbelief and alarm as they gazed up at the giant King Lane. He, too, smirked beneath his helmet, but he refrained from pursuing the topic of relocation and instead informed the Dark Elves that he would wait for their chieftain Doris for 1 hour. The Dark Elves exchanged glances, their exquisitely beautiful faces betraying a serious demeanor. They deliberated, concluding that King Lane's words were likely rooted in truth. After a brief discussion, several Dark Elves hastily departed toward their encampment. After a little over half an hour, a group of fully armed Dark Elves appeared, similarly clad in tight, ultra-short leather armor, their long legs prominently displayed. Leading them was a Dark Elf dressed in a tantalizing ensemble of sheer black fabric and a form-fitting dress. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, adorned with bold makeup. Her youthful, fair skin accentuated her ample bosom and curvaceous figure, achieving an exaggerated silhouette. "My dear King Lane, I have heard that you wish to meet with me." The Dark Elf Doris purred, her sultry gaze fixed upon the towering King Lane. Her voice was enchanting and gentle, lingering like a soft caress, evoking a sensation of weakness in those who listened. Regrettably, the undead before her had long since transcended such trivial pleasures. King Lane wasted no time, outlining the circumstances and broaching the subject of an alliance. Upon hearing this, Doris's expression turned alluring as she replied, "It would indeed be my honor to collaborate with your majesty Lane. I am willing to ally with you against that otherworldly lord." King Lane was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the ease with which matters had unfolded. Indeed, his stature still commanded respect. After further deliberation with Doris, King Lane departed with his legion of undead. His approach to tasks is characterized by an unwavering decisiveness. From a distance, the skeletal mage inquired, "My king, could the Dark Elf Doris's swift acquiescence to our proposal conceal some insidious plot?" The skeletal king, Ryan, waved his hand dismissively. "Fear not, everything is well within my control. In due time, I shall ensure that the Dark Elf tribe and the army of that otherworldly lord suffer mutual devastation. Our sovereign is sagacious. The legion of undead creatures lauded. Meanwhile, a Dark Elf questioned, O esteemed chieftain, might there be a hidden scheme in the skeletal king Ryan's request for our collaboration? The Dark Elf Doris chuckled alluringly and replied, What is there to fear? When that otherworldly lord appears, we will lure him to the place of his demise, allowing him to engage in a fierce struggle with skeletal king Ryan. Our only task will be to emerge at the end and clean up the remnants. Our chieftain is indeed wise. The assembly of Dark Elves praised. Both leaders of these malevolent factions harbored their own ulterior motives. Chapter 84. A strong plea to Lord Lin Yu in Lin Yu's domain. He remained oblivious to the fact that skeletal king Ryan had been intimidated by him. Not only did he dispatch heavy forces to seal off the underground passage, but he also formed an alliance with the Dark Elf chieftain Doris to counter him. Had he been aware, he would have commended himself. After all, skeletal king Ryan was a renowned sovereign in this region, and the goblin and gray dwarf followers within his territory had all heard tales of his formidable reputation. Dubbed the slaughterer who walks in darkness, this moniker was conferred upon Ryan by the intelligent beings dwelling above ground, including those from the two-headed ogre tribe, who also held him in considerable regard and refrained from appearing near the entrance of the underground passage. Yet, such a local powerhouse had been cowed by Lin Yu, a source of pride indeed. After the six-winged celestial angel Rini led her angelic legion on a hunt, Lin Yu did not remain idle. He utilized several wooden cabin blueprints to construct dozens of small wooden cabins, all elevated to intermediate status simultaneously. Consequently, the number of wooden cabins in his territory swelled to nearly 200, accommodating 6,000 residents. With only around 3,000 inhabitants, including the angels, there was ample room for all. After completing the wooden cabins, Lin Yu returned to the Lord's Hall, where he enjoyed dinner prepared by the four-winged Archangel Elena while equipping his gear. The equipment from the blacksmith shop had already been delivered. Over the course of an entire day, through the efforts of the old goblin Devon and two goblin blacksmiths, nearly 70 pieces of equipment had been produced, an increase of 40% from the previous day. Among these nearly 70 pieces, two exceptional items boasted special effect attributes, granting Lin Yu a delightful surprise. After all, the probability of such exceptional equipment appearing was a mere 4%. 1% from the low-level blacksmith shop, and 3% from the skilled old goblin Devon, a middle-level blacksmith. The fact that two exceptional pieces emerged from a mere 4% chance was indeed fortuitous. Both exceptional pieces were of level 3, though their special effect attributes were modest. Selling them for 200 to 300 gold coins each was certainly feasible. The price for ordinary level 3 equipment stood at 100 coins, while exceptional items of the same level could easily command double the price due to the additional attribute, essentially equating to an extra piece of equipment. While the cost was slightly higher, the combat effectiveness was significantly enhanced. For combat professionals, gold was far less valuable than suitable equipment. They would even risk their fortunes for a single exceptional piece. In under 5 minutes, Lin Yu had listed over 80 pieces of equipment on the island trading platform. Waiting eagerly, combat professionals swiftly snatched them up, with each batch he listed vanishing in the blink of an eye. By the time all the equipment was uploaded, a refresh of the trading platform revealed that not a single piece remained. Do not doubt, for at this stage, combat professionals were indeed this fervent. With millions of combatants on the island, many still don the novice gear provided by the floating island, making it exceedingly rare to find a professional with more than 1 or 2 pieces of equipment. At this juncture, the demand for gear far surpassed the supply. Furthermore, the equipment Lin Yu offered was predominantly level 2 and 3, perfectly aligned with the current levels of the professionals. Most crucially, the prices were reasonable. Compared to the unscrupulous merchants, Lin Yu was indeed benevolent. It was only natural that the equipment he listed would be fiercely contested. A mere moment's delay could mean losing sight of the coveted items. Following a brief frenzy of purchases, a torrent of messages flooded the island chat channel, with countless professionals tagging Lin Yu. A strong plea to Lord Lin Yu for a greater quantity of equipment. Selling less than 100 pieces a day is simply insufficient. Indeed, we need at least tens of thousands. Tens of thousands of pieces is rather exaggerated. Even if Lin Yu's blacksmith shop were upgraded to a high level, it would not be possible to produce tens of thousands of pieces a day, at most. A few thousand pieces a day is still commendable. With so much equipment, I stand a chance of securing some. Unlike now, with fewer than 100 pieces contested by millions, they vanish in an instant. We implore Lord Lin Yu, hasten to elevate the blacksmith shop's level. Even if it doesn't reach a high level, a middle-level blacksmith shop would suffice. I've heard that with enough blacksmiths, a middle-level shop can produce up to 1,000 pieces a day. At 100 gold coins per piece, 1,000 pieces would yield 100,000 coins. 100,000 a day. Doesn't that tempt you, Lord Lin Yu? With such riches, even the undead would rush to assist in your forge. In an instant, countless combat professionals clamored in the channel for Lin Yu to upgrade the blacksmith shop. For them, the mere 100 pieces Lin Yu listed daily was far too scant, rendering them nearly impossible to obtain. The island boasted millions of combat professionals, and to fully arm them. At least 100 million pieces of equipment would be necessary. A mere 100 pieces were hardly sufficient. Thus, combat professionals eagerly anticipated Lin Yu elevating the blacksmith shop to produce more equipment for their acquisition. After all, Lin Yu was still relatively merciful, with prices that were not exorbitant. Rather than be exploited by unscrupulous merchants, they preferred to fill Lin Yu's coffers with their gold coins, avoiding the misfortune of purchasing equipment only to feel cheated. Observing the chat channel, the lordly professionals on the island felt a pang of envy. They toiled tirelessly day in and day out, barely managing to amass a few coins. In contrast, Lin Yu, without lifting a finger, could sell crafted equipment for thousands, even tens of thousands of gold coins. Where could they find justice in this? Yet, they were powerless, as Lin Yu possessed the only blacksmith shop on the island. This was an advantage. Seizing the opportunity allowed for unrivaled dominance. All they could do was envy, given Lin Yu's astonishing speed in amassing wealth. It is only a matter of time before he assembles a top-tier legion of elite troops. Indeed, Lin Yu already possesses at least 300 to 400 elite troops. Wow, the rate of his development is simply monstrous. Do not envy him. It is imperative that we elevate our territory to an intermediate level and construct a blacksmith's forge. Without a blacksmith's forge, we can only stand by and watch as Lin Yu reaps his fortunes. By the way, even with a blacksmith's forge, it would still be futile. To craft equipment, we also require a blacksmith and the schematics for the gear. All three conditions are essential. Damn it, I'm going to sleep.